Cobra. This was the most unfortunate beginning of a stream ever. So I assume, you know what's gonna happen? It can only get better, right?
It's all gonna be fine from here.
It can only get better. It can only get better. Okay, let's look at Cobra. Let's pick a... Let's pick... Every time you try and fix it, Ed gains an end run. Okay. Oh, well. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so let's look at the pairings. Let's go to a table. Let's do some Netrunner instead of playing TV. Huh? This is why NBN is still ruling the wave supreme. Okay, Ed, Padraig, if you're still there, because Padraig, you had to jump out. Anarchomushroom had to leave us for a second or two or five, but that's okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, we're good. Ed,
can I highlight?
Highlight tables.
Can I pick table 8, Lost Geek with the NWEPE?
Lost Geek versus oneiromancer. I'm just checking the list because we also were asked by folks to not be streamed. I think we're cleared for that. We're just gonna... Oh wait, is this just a player meeting? No, I hope it's not. Right. Round 1, pairing 1. No, this should be pairings, unless they're fixing stuff, because I see tables disappearing again. Oh no, they're all going to the tournament tab, of course. Because it is in the tournament tab, so we're gonna go table 8. We're just gonna ask if we're able to go in. And I think they're going to be fine with that. We're just going to transition into this. Okay, with Lost Geek, just making sure, because both players have to confirm. Yes, okay, here we are, folks.
We've got a game.
We've got a game. Welcome officially after this. I think it's 6 rounds today as well.
6 rounds, yes.
Yes, okay. Oh, you're echoing as well. You may have to mute the tab where you're actually producing audio and whatnot. We're going to fix everything in the meantime and whatnot. Okay. Please don't loop on the stream. Okay, folks, here we have focusing on the game now completely. Personal evolution, Jinteki. So whenever an agenda is scored or stolen, you do 1 net damage versus a criminal. So oneiromancer on Nyusha, Sable, Sintashta. I'm keeping my fingers crossed for crims. Go, symphonic prodigies. Strong start, security testing, and 2 daily casts. And on the other side, we of course have Jinteki with things just being installed. What would you be worried about PE?
I guess in this board state, you've dipped to very low cards in hand. What's important here is cards in hand. Your cards are HP in this matchup, right?
Yeah.
So here, I think oneiromancer has set themselves up very well for in terms of money. Their econ is going to be good for a good while. The problem is, though, they're not in a position where they can check any of these remote servers. You know, they want to be able to steal stings. They want to be able to steal any of the 3-1 agendas that Jinteki has access to, but they also want to be careful of things like Urtica Cipher, which triggers unadvanced, and obviously snares. Yeah, they're not really in a position, unfortunately, to be able to check servers, but hopefully next turn they will be. We see them just gaining money this turn.
Yeah. So just to confirm from earlier, it's actually 7 rounds today. That's more Netrunner than everyone was expecting. 7 rounds, and I believe a top 8 cup, so very tight at the top.
Okay, this is serious business, and I should be updating the information right now, because I the worst thing is misinformation, and I'm fixing it right now, live and direct on stream and whatnot. But yeah,
phenomenal. So Lost Geeks scored out a sting.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt, right?
Yeah, for sure. Once the early sting's scored, it causes all sorts of problems for a runner.
Because the thing is, exactly, whenever this is now stolen, you get net damage equal to the number of copies of Sting in the other player's score area +1. So this is now hurting the runner way more, or actually a bit more, but still more painful for the runner than just stealing a Sting against B.
Yeah, so Lost Geek is a member of NWE, and it's been noticed in the chat. I know a couple of them are on PE today. Lost Geek said earlier on Slack, only a couple of them were brave enough to play this list. So I think it could be quite an exciting list to watch. And they've been having a ton of fun with it. PE does have a reputation. My co-host Shroom in particular isn't a fan of PE games. But they're having a ton of fun with this. Apparently they're playing it casually as well. So it should be good to see what they're up to.
Wait a second, are you trying to tell me that there are actually people who enjoy playing against PE? Because I've never met one person.
I know, it's an alarming state of affairs, Vesper. This is actually huge now for the runner stealing an Obokata. beating PE is so... The way you beat PE, unfortunately, is a lot of the times you need to look into stealing an Obokata, because you get a lot of points for you get a lot of points, but you only trigger the PE ability once. So now oneiromancer here is in a very good position now where they only need to make 4 more steals as opposed to potentially having to make 6 or 7 and triggering that PE ability a bunch more times. This Rashid is pretty good for lostgeek. Lostgeek's econ wasn't great, but this has given lostgeek a ton more tempo now. So he's going to be able to flood the board, probably get a spin doctor down, so he's not too worried now about agenda flooding if he has drawn into a couple of agendas. But PE is a deck that's very, very resilient to agenda flooding. This is also a pretty good way of dealing with agenda flood.
Some people have been trying to tell me, that the art is actually Jackson after retiring and joining Jinteki. I don't know. That's it. That's a flatline. What? Brutality.
It's just over.
It's just over. 7 minutes, turn 5. That was wow.
Well, that's the danger of playing against PE.
Well, we're gonna. You said earlier, right? A lot of Netrunner. This is gonna be a lot of Netrunner. I'm sure. We're gonna see a lot of Netrunner. So, could you walk slowly through what just happened for people who may have missed the zip zap? And
sure. So, what happened at the end there was the runner ended their turn on 2 cards in hand, which means that Blood in the Water, the X2 agenda for Jinteki, is a 2/2. You only need 2 advancement tokens on it. So what happened was lostgeek played a moon pool, which allowed him to fast advance out the Blood in the Water. So he was able to put 2 advancement counters on it, score it, and then with the click left over, he was able to play Neurospike, which does the last bit of 2 damage, and the runner only had 1 card in hand. So that was GG.
As simple as that.
Yeah, that was painful. But here we are. I mean, this is game 2 now. The table has been flipped, so to speak, and we'll see if actually oneiromancer manages to snatch a point playing a PE here. Surprise. And we have Hoshiko Shiro. How do you see? How do you see Anarch being positioned? Yeah,
I'm surprised to see Anarch from lostgeek, a top player.
Mm-hmm.
I was expecting everyone to be on Shaper.
I mean, I don't know. We still haven't looked at the numbers. We're going to look in between games at the stats on Cobra. Folks, you're more than welcome to actually go to Cobra following the link I'm just going to pull up right now on the chat. All the IDs are in there, all the players are in there. You can follow the action live. We won't be dipping into Cobra all the time, but in between runs we will, and we're going to be commenting on what's up with the IDs and everything. Now that we actually have comms, jeez, I'm so grateful for everybody being super patient. And here we go with a classic DreamNet, heaping a Black Orchestra, because why not? Getting a Sting though, that's big.
Yeah, that's kind of that is very much an ideal turn for lostgeek. He's able to lose his Black Orchestra, get that breaker available, and get a point onto the board. This is a kind of a dicey matchup because Hoshiko with DreamNet is going to draw a lot of cards, and you do want to be careful about drawing a lot of cards against PE because you don't want to run out of cards and run out of HP. But this is a pretty good start for lostgeek, and getting that Sting as well. If you can get if you can get more Stings than the Corp can, then you're doing okay.
So playing as Hoshiko, normally you take a turn on, a turn off, right? Where you set up your board state 1 turn and then a more aggressive second turn. Would you still take that line against PE? Would you worry about drawing too much?
No, I think you do want to be careful. There is a bit of a balancing act. lostgeek here is clearly going for kind of the more aggressive play, but he probably has bin breakers in hand. We see him discard another Black Orchestra, so he's probably got stuff in hand that he wants to get rid of. I personally don't like taking draws when I don't have to versus PE, but maybe with that early point on the board, lostgeek still has 35 cards. Anarchs are able to lose cards with relative ease, but we do see a double advance, so this could be anything. This could be an Obokata, this could be an Edgeo, it could be a Cerebral Overrider, we don't know. Generally speaking, if the corp is double advancing something, if they do install advance and the corp's PE, I would just leave it. Just leave it. Just let him have whatever it is.
No, but the thing is, you have 35 cards in your stack, and can you really afford letting the corpse score early? Well, maybe you can, actually. You're completely right. There's no points on the table, so there's no pressure, right? There's
no pressure. And if that's a Cerebral Overrider, for example, then you're in a lot of problems, because then your hand size is going to be maxed out at 3 because of the core damage, and having a lower hand size versus PE, as somebody who played an awful lot of Adam versus PE, it is a very, very tough time when you have a reduced hand size.
Yeah.
Seeing the boat coming down.
Yeah. Speaking of things on the table, the boat. Big surprise.
Yeah, I guess boat is just that good that you will straight up spend 5 influence, probably playing 2 copies of it as well for consistency. You're straight up just playing 10 influence on playing the boat. It's just that good. Turns out.
So why would you, as Lost Geek, why would you be playing Hoshiko with boat rather than just playing in faction? What do you think the advantages are?
I guess one of the things that Anarch has is that their breakers are still, like, the flexibility of the breakers, the bin breakers, is very strong, and they complement the boat pretty nice. Hoshiko as well, you draw a card and gain a credit, which I guess is slightly better than Lat, where you only get to draw a card. Anarch still has very good money. Liberated Account is very strong, Moshing is very strong. They have other good tools like Steel Skin Scarring, and there's Chastushka as well in faction. Like, boat plus Chastushka is very strong. So there's still reasons to play Anarch. The problem is the reasons to play Shaper are a little bit better.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just wondering as well whether having expectation that there's going to be a lot of sports metal, there's going to be a lot of PD, you might feel that Anarch is set up better to deal with some of the risks laid out by those decks.
Yeah, I think Anarch is slightly better positioned to beat something like PD. As we see Lost Geek here going for a run on HQ. Boat's going to clear that IE key, no problem. You let the side game fire, and Lost Geek is likely just going to bid 0 here. Lost Geek actually paid 1. He wanted the draw. Interesting. This is that people who know Lost Geek might not come as a surprise, because Lost Geek is he has a way with side games. So, but we see him breaching, and there's an oboe. This is going amazingly well for Lost Geek.
That draw was helpful, wasn't it?
It was extremely helpful, and he pops the Steel Skin Scarring as well, so he's going to get to draw more cards. So Lost Geek is feeling pretty flush at this point.
Where do you think one oneiromancer can get back into the game here?
Well, as PE, it's very easy to get back into the game. You can just kind of end up in positions where you're back into it if the runner makes a bad run. Now, Lost Geek is obviously a very experienced and skilled player, so the odds of him making a bad run are pretty low. But as PE, you can set up board states where the runner is kind of forced into these very difficult positions where they don't have enough HP to check everything. Mm-hmm. So you can kind of score a couple cards. If you can start getting Lost Geek to spend more of his turn drawing, spending clicks to draw, then you're in a good position, because he's burning his clicks and he's burning his cards. And that's what you want to do as PE. You want to tax those two. Those are the 2 resources you're trying to tax as PE.
Sure.
And yeah, Neuromancer is just drawing up, probably looking for some kind of way that he can get back into this. Like, being 4 points up and only 2 agendas stolen is really good versus PE. Lost Geek can probably take it a little bit easy now. I imagine he's probably got something like a Stargate in this list, and if you can drop a Stargate is amazing versus PE. Because you can bin all their agendas, bin all their traps, and you can really take a lot of the teeth out of the deck.
So I guess that spin doctor staying on the board is important. Oneiromancer potentially looking to drop some agendas in the bin, give themselves a little bit more time to set up a more dangerous board than they currently have. So that server 2 is not being touched for now.
Oh yeah, that is either a very slow rolled agenda that's part of some combo kill, or it's 100% going to kill Lost Geek. It could also be a clearinghouse is the other problem.
Yeah.
So Lost Geek wants to be very careful. He wants to make sure that he doesn't end his turn within clearinghouse range, because if that's a clearinghouse, game's just over. So yeah, it needs to be a little bit careful.
Interesting. Hard install the MK Ultra. Presumably worried about an enemy there.
An enemy you can get through with both though, but the real problem there would be a Nancy. That's what you would actually be very afraid of.
Sure.
But we see it's just another Aiki, both able to get through that, no problem.
Yeah, I just want to highlight one thing here, and this has been quite oppressive for a lot of people. Boat versus a single line of ice is just so efficient. It is 8 credits, but it just showed like absolute supremacy. If you only have non-taxing ice, or if you're trying to rush out very quickly and somebody just drops the 8 credits on a boat and knows how to manage it, because you have to know how to sail properly as well. It's not infinite, it's not unbeatable, but those 8 credits go a long way in just making sure that the corp cannot feel safe, cannot really play any sort of glacier games with you with just a single line of ice, which kind of makes sense because it is an icebreaker after all, right? Even though it's not, it's a vehicle.
It is an icebreaker ship, yes. So I guess if it did a bad job of breaking ice, I'd be a little bit disappointed. It would be a bit of a flavor fail, I think.
We have the chat saying it could be. Oh, go on.
Sorry, something scary that we've just seen in game for Lost Geek potentially trashed a clearinghouse from R&D, which does mean there is potential for Server 2 to be a clearinghouse.
Yeah, I was going to. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, waiting for Lost Geek to maybe finish turn slightly lower on cards for the kill to be active.
A moon pool, here we go. And in the chat we have a take saying that could be a Regenesis here on Server 2 as well. That is a possibility. A very interesting combo where you just put an agenda from the archives into your score area without scoring it, but the points do count. So Regenesis is a thing, which I honestly personally love because it's Shell Game Supreme. It's like, are you really sure you don't want to run this? Okay, well, I'm just going to get some extra points.
Yeah, Regenesis is very strong for this kind of deck. If you're able to just leave it on the board and advance it over, and then just steal a little or score a little Obokata that you had lying in archives. We see here mitosis, the new Mushin, the Nushin.
I call it mitosis no shin.
Mitosis no shin, yeah. Two shin as well because it makes 2 remotes.
Very good.
But yeah, this is the kind of the Mushin like replacement. And yeah, Lost Geek has plenty of cards in hand. He's going to do the totally right thing. There's an Urtica Cypher.
Oh, that is good. Spicy.
Yes. Thankfully, Lost Geek does have clicks remaining to draw back up, and he had plenty of cards with the Endurance, or with the DreamNet trigger and the Hoshiko trigger, so he's able to check that with relative ease. I think you might advance up or draw up again and maybe check this Server 6. You can't get snared here. Oneiromancer is too poor. But it looks like Lost Geek's just going to play a careful draw up. There's no need to take unnecessary risks here in this board state.
Yeah, Lost Geek decided to draw up just to have more options on the table, even though those servers that we don't have any idea what they are just now, they could be more traps of the clearinghouse type. And just to remind everybody, in case you forgot what clearinghouse does, it actually gives you meat damage when the corpse turn begins. So this is it's an active trap on the corpse side. You don't have to interact with it. They can just do it themselves. Pop-up windows. Yeah, this is probably some sort of a Russian deck. Let's keep saying lol in the chat. I mean, yeah, it is value. Botulus here, completely usable.
Yeah.
Come on, break the sub. Break the sub. Like, why wouldn't you break?
Yeah, it's very funny. Using your Botulus on a pop-up window is very you feel good about that if you're the corp. You feel pretty happy about that.
But it does save you the credit if you're the runner, right?
That is true. Credits really matter, but I feel like with 2 Rizekis and a daily cast, Lost Geek is not too worried about money.
And Lost Geek hippoed the pop-up window. That's strong.
That's a sign of some good Netrunner. When you're hippoing pop-up windows, that's good Netrunner.
You're feeling confident, yeah.
You're feeling pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Lostgeek. Now I did notice Lostgeek is on now 13 cards left in his stack, so he is going to need to be careful. Gone are the days now where you could rebirth when you get to low cards in your deck, into something like Omar or Alice, and save that extra HP. But Hoshiko is going to draw through that deck, and that is the worry about playing something like Hoshiko versus PE. Is you do draw through your deck, and you kind of bleed away your own hit points. At times.
Is this another pop-up window? That is the big question now on R&D defending things. But oneiromancer,
only hope.
Yeah, oneiromancer here. No, not much econ, and well, you're kind of hoping to make some money. Let's take a look at the archives. Yeah, there's really not much econ happening in here. That the pop-up window is the only econ card in there I can see. Like straight up econ giving you credits. So oneiromancer here going slow and just probably hoping for the stack to run out and for lostgeek to hit all the traps and eat all the... And there we go, that's a sting, that's 5
There's
points.
A sting, nice.
Before you manage to score the points, but this is the thing, lostgeek is playing very, I don't know, would you call it a relaxed playstyle? There's no aggression, it's just like, oh, I'm gonna poke here, I'm gonna poke there.
He's taking his pokes, yeah, he's playing kind of cautious.
Yeah.
We did see an oneiromancer last turn advance that card in server 2 that had just been sort of sitting there for a while. So it does look like an oneiromancer is kind of building up to this potentially being a clearinghouse threat, which is looking very, very real in this board state with Hoshiko running out of cards. So... I think lostgeek is probably going to just leave it by the looks of things and just poke HQ and try and snipe those last 2 points.
If this if server 2 gets to 6 advancements, do you have to run it?
Yeah, at that point you just have to run it because you're dead either way. If it's a cerebral overrider.
Oh, that's game. That's game.
Or you can just rip the oboe.
You can just find the oboe, yeah.
Just find the oboe.
So lostgeek here taking the sweep, and yeah, this was, I don't know, I mean, I assume those lists are kind of similar maybe a bit, or maybe not, but definitely based on net damage and just milling the runner out, or just making sure the runner makes some mistakes and then pays for that. And here, they were fun and quick, yeah. The games were fun and quick, which, you know what it means, right?
We can get to watch another game.
We can watch another game.
Absolutely.
Pick a table, any table. There's a ton of pairings here. Again, I'm gonna be checking if we have any people, who we should not be streaming. But other than that, just pick a table and I'll jump in.
I can see Ostlet is starting her second game on table 22.
We could jump in. I'm just gonna nicely ask.
Of course.
Question asked. Let's just be patient about their responses as well, because if they say no, and they can say no at any point whatsoever. Too early for me to be streamed? Okay, yeah, sure, okay. And that's it. Yeah, absolute. Good luck to Oscar. Good luck to Jalenhorm. I hope I don't. I really always hope I don't mispronounce people's usernames. Let's go to
Table 42's just started.
Yeah, let's take a look at 42. This is the right number. I'm just checking if people are okay to be Oh no, this is the wrong one. Sorry. Jumping in and asking. Yeah, all the questions.
All the questions.
All the questions. No, but it's better to be nice and ask.
Absolutely.
Even though, I mean, yeah, there was a list. So for people wondering, there is a list that we know that there are some people who don't want to be streamed, which is perfectly fine as well. But it's always better to ask because, like you can see, people can just be like, you know what? No, actually, I don't feel like being streamed right now. Maybe I have some spicy stuff in my deck. I don't know. What do we know? And in the chat, by the way, as well. Oh, sorry, go on.
It's 5 a.m. or probably now 6 a.m. for Osclet.
Yeah.
So a little bit bleary-eyed still. Not having enough coffees yet. Another feeling.
Okay,
so
chat.
we've got Ob versus Sable here.
Yep.
So what are we expecting from Ob?
Well, that's the thing. We don't know. Nobody has really seemed to crack the Ob puzzle yet. We don't know if the best plan is fast advance, if it's kind of a reg rush plan, if it's kill, if it's combo kill. So this could really genuinely be anything. We don't see the corp going wide here first turn, so they're taking a bit of a slow maybe taking a bit of a slow setup turn. But yeah, as the runner, you want to find out what kind of ob you're on pretty quickly. If you need to be worried about MCA into Drago into Boom, if you need to be worried about Oberth Protocol, who knows what you could be up against here.
The mark on R&D is pretty handy here first turn.
Yep.
Yeah, get that free info. Just take reason not to run, unless you suspect hard hitting news for some reason, for whatever reason, and it's not unlikely if the corp is on a kill deck. But yeah, just dropping the Rozeki, getting that busted drip econ down early, and yeah, corp is just going to fire Rashida. So pretty standard start here for the two.
Yeah, might as well be using the orb against the ob, so to speak. But anyway, you do need the money because ob is going to be doing a lot of money stuff. Economy is Weyland's strong point, of course. So the credits, you only see 8 for now, but Mortivor, and we've seen Mortivor before. I think Mortivor is a player from Russia, somewhere Central Asia, yeah. And Mortivor is known to have some tricks up his sleeve. I do remember seeing Mortivor in some tournaments and on stream as well. So definitely curious to see what this ob is packing. On the other side, we have an interesting set of cards like Shaper. I haven't seen a single Crim card other than the ID, right? It's like Diesel, Paperclip, Rozeki. Who is this? Has anybody checked this deck? But yeah, let's see if there are going to be some Crim cards popping up. And Crim versus Weyland is one of the classic matchups, right? It's like all about money, or it used to be. Econ denial and whatnot, and manipulating credits and trying to trick the runner into not having money, while the Crims are always all about money. But here we go, double upgrades, R&D and HQ. What could this be? Could this be, for example, well, I don't know. What would you say this is? Crisium grids?
Yeah, Crisium's a good shout. I'd be worried about something like Prisec as well. That is a concern, but saintis here just getting that free Paragon trigger and playing Rozeki. I'm not a big fan of this start from the runner because you're going to very low credits. If the corp is on a hard-hitting news plan, like a hard-hitting news backup plan, you are leaving yourself very vulnerable to getting tagged. But we just see an Oaktown coming down, so it looks like this ob is on more of a rush plan. To rush out and use the ob ID as a value engine to get good ice and good upgrades into play.
This is Oaktown, indeed. I mean, it's not even Sparta, but this is going to make you even more money. And Saint is on 2 credits. I mean, you do have the drip economy, you do have Paragon, which is always good, and it's money and whatnot. But you might just leave that one on the table, and unless Mortivor wants to really over-advance it for some wild gains, which probably you shouldn't because you have other things to do, you do have to catch up on the econ. And here we go, Dirty Laundry into Archive straight away.
So you want to get that trigger.
Yeah, you want to get that Paragon trigger. I think what Saintis needs to be doing, I don't think you need to worry about money if you're the runner here at this point. It's mainly cards. You want to find your breakers, you want to find your Amakua.
That's a pricing, but that's an Atlas as well. So a bittersweet resolution for this. Prisec definitely tagging and damaging the runner, but we can handle this. But losing Bravado here, that's not nice.
Yeah, you like Bravado, so it's good money. It's a good credit swing because usually the corp will res a piece of ice in response to you bravadoing. So you get the money, they lose the money. So it's a nice little swing, but not the end of the world. You know, you can lose a bravado and be pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. If this game's going to turn into a race, then I think you're okay taking the Atlas early doors.
Yeah. Exactly.
Mavirus.
Resing Mavirus. Obviously using just to get the... very nice.
Yeah.
Using it to pull an IP block at the end of the turn.
So this is, for example, this is a combo that we wouldn't consider. It's like, okay, why are you rezzing and trashing the virus? There are no viruses on the table. It's kind of useless, but indeed, an this allows you to just, basically tutor stuff from your deck, which could be a very useful barrier right now. Even though we do see, of course, the paperclip in the bin, but that, of course, is going to tax the runner out a bit.
Yeah, runner is relatively poor, but this is what you want. This class act here. They're going to get a lot of cards now. That card filter with Paragon and Class Act. All very, very good now here for the runner.
Hoping they're going to be able to play cards out of hand at 2 credits, though.
Well, I think it's easier. A good piece of advice that one world champion, Pinsel, once said, it's easier to turn cards into credits than it is to turn credits into cards. So we see them go up to 4. A simple click, getting a credit, playing a sure gamble, playing a daily cast or something, and automatically you are in it.
There we go. Juice is ideal.
Very ideal.
And we're getting 5 credits a drip per turn now.
Yeah, I think the runner is pretty sorted for money at this point. Lots of calls in chat to ban Rozeki. I'm with you there, gang.
I think we also use ban Rozeki as a raffle control. Is the raffle broken? No, it is working actually. We just removed the double. Please raffle away, folks. You're not gonna get confirmation from the bot because there was way too much traffic in the chat and that was getting some people woozy, myself included. But here we go with Mortivor. Going strong again, that's Atlas now. We're not messing around here. 4 points, that's good, but you have to keep up with the... okay, people say it's not giving tickets out. I am getting the tickets here on this side. Don't worry, folks, you're in the raffle. If you type in raffle in the chat, you're going to be in. Don't worry. You are getting tickets. Trust me.
Let me just double check.
You will not get an information from the bot, like you will not get a confirmation from the bot, but you do have tickets. And it's 1 ticket per person, so no point in typing it repeatedly.
Yeah, so this board state now for the runner. The runner is sorted for money. They can get through this IP block, and the corp is a little bit low, so scoring agendas and rezzing this ice is going to be a little bit tough for them. This is the problem with modern criminals versus rushy Weyland decks, is the money situation just spirals out of control very, very quickly. And as the game goes longer, it favors that criminal with all those green orbs, giving them 1 credit a turn. Although in this case, giving them 3 credits a turn.
Yeah, that's a lot of money here. Mortivor.
So
I
guess the hope for Mortivor here is to be able to rush out between those 2 pieces of ice.
Exactly.
Still, and it's got to carry on with that rush plan and maybe give up a little bit on centrals.
Yeah, if you're playing a rush deck, you just need to accept that you are probably never going to be protecting centrals. Your resources are going into protecting the remote. The one thing you do have going for you at the minute is that you do look like you can gear check Saintis pretty well. Saintis does have the paperclip in bin and will be able to install it and break something like a border control pretty easily. But if you have something like an envelopment, that's going to be very, very taxing. Or if you have something like a Hortum, even better, because that is going to gear check the runner pretty aggressively.
There we go. Server 1. Oh yeah. Sorry.
Do we run the Rashida in server 1?
Yeah, you just I think the thing that I think the runner could have been doing a lot earlier is just running some of this rezzed ice. Forcing the corp to spend money here is what you want, because otherwise they're just going to score agendas. As we see that paperclip come down, Bravado coming down as well. This is going to be a mark run as well, so there's lots and lots of value here.
So much money.
So much money. So much like card filtering. But that server is still... agendas are being scored out of it. See people asking in the chat, is prepaid drip? Yes, it is. It's cool drip, but it's drip.
Definition of drip. You got it here.
Yes, this is absolute value town over here, but as we see, the runner is just installing a Galter using a mutual favor. Not the one I would have gone for. I would have gone for my decoder. I think Weyland, you're more likely to run into end the run code gates than you are end the run sentries. And you have a click left over. There's a rough sentry.
Yeah.
And even an archer, even if they do res an archer, you're pretty okay with an archer getting resed into this board state because they would be giving up 2 points. It's very different when you're giving up a hostile takeover. When you're giving up a 2-pointer, that's a rough place to be.
And here's the case in hand. Now you've got the Afshar on the board. Last click can't run back through.
Yep. There is nothing you can do. You need to find that decoder.
Yeah, the Afshar not on HQ, you could say suboptimal, but it totally works, and we've seen this before as well. And in Ob, ice is just gonna appear wherever it needs to, so it's really cool this mechanic of installing stuff and tutoring it for your own cards. But it does burn your deck through a bit. Then again, like you said, this is all about getting things out and scored before the runner can get there. And here we go, double advance. Now, triple advance, is that a score? That isn't above the law.
Above the law.
Nice. What do we trash here? The hotel? Yeah.
You go for the hotel, yeah. The problem with the runner right now is they can't find their decoder. So you want to get rid of like, you don't care. The runner can have 10 million credits, but they're not getting into this server without tricks. And Earthrise is going to get them into their breakers, into their inside jobs, into their boomerangs. So yeah, you want to cut that avenue off.
And here we go. This is game point in more ways than one. If Mortivor is on hostile takeovers, that's the question. I would guess yes, because why wouldn't you be? But then again, what do I know? Here we go, the twinning, and whoa, that's a double attack. Twinning, diversion of funds. Saintis is just saying, pulling all stops, we're going in. HQ, one card in hand.
That's a lovely little interaction there, isn't it? With the prepaid.
Yeah, no, very, very nice little place. So this is obviously rather than going for the deep dive or the apocalypse plays you might expect from Sable, going for the twinning with a prepaid instead. And yeah, this is a really, really timely doof for the runner. They are now in a position where they can, if they can find more diversions, but they can kind of start to lock this corp down. And despite being on 6 points, Mortivor is this is not actually a board state that Mortivor wants. Audacity into hostile takeover is still a play if Mortivor is on Audacity, which is relatively likely. But yeah, not actually the best place for Mortivor right now.
Yep. Trashing the Rashida in there, which could be key econ here, of course. You do need those credits to score out a 2-1. And Mortivor, well, step by step, getting back into the credit territory. But now this is the question. Will Saintis actually have the tools to keep the pressure and keep, for example, doofing the corp? Or just applying pressure in other places? Mortivor here, kind of, well, on the edge of winning. But to win, you do need some resources. 2 cards face down and no spin doctors as well. So that could be an agenda in there, maybe. We'll see.
It could be. It did look like Mortivor was getting a lot of agendas because he was scoring very, very quickly.
Yeah.
So he could have been a little bit flooded, but I don't think it's that bad. He could also have the hostile takeover in hand. He could be ready to run, or ready to score rather. That last point. If I was Saintis here, I guess you can because you have the mark trigger. You can check R&D for free here, and it's only going to cost you net 2 credits. But I would be slamming HQ here. Get in, get those HQ accesses, and try and snipe the hostile, because the hostile could be in hand and the game could be over literally next turn.
Yeah. Here we go now, Saintis on the last click, and this is the thing right now. What do? Do you try and poke? Yeah, there we go, poking HQ. Never a bad thing to do. No additional tokens on the twinning, no power counters, sorry. I said tokens, that's so ancient. Like, no, it's counters, of course. Wake up call, ooh. Love the card.
Yeah,
anti-boat.
Boat tech, isn't it?
Yeah, boat tech. But beat your boat with a baseball bat.
I mean, that's the thing. Could you stop a boat with a baseball bat? Here we go. Server 1. Is this it? Oh, that's an Audacity. That's for the score. What a game, though. Very good game on both sides. A lot of good action here, huh? super happy we could see this on and that's for Expo Flourish, hostile with audacity. It's like I could just, what a draw. Yeah, I mean, they drew. Okay, so they probably had the second game already or the first game already done. They drew. GG's to both. Before we jump into another table, I will ask on the tournament tab one of you to just jump in and ask if it's okay to stream. Plus, we're trying to avoid lats, if that's okay. Shapers, no, because shapers are cool, but lats, maybe. And maybe... I don't know, let's look for some cool...
We missed an absolute cracker of a matchup. Table 27, Aska versus Pinsel.
Well, we can still jump in and ask, right?
Yeah.
Feel free to just jump in. It is a cracker, I mean...
Game.
Is TugtetguT some sort of a Smurf account, maybe? Had to be asked, you know. And Ed, by the way, in any moment you can just jump into the video room as well if you want to.
Sure.
I fixed things. Should work.
Okay.
We can just watch them in the finals. Oh, come on. That's just not giving people the benefit of, doubt that... I have no idea who's going to be in the finals. There's 90 plus players. This is the beauty of Netrunner right now. Are we jumping into the stable? I assume we are.
Yes, we've confirmation from both.
Confirmation. So, for anybody who might not know who these folks are, we have former world champion here, Pinsel, on Ob, which is kind of saying, hey, you're not playing HB, what happened? But hey, this is a combo deck, and I think Pinsel is all about combos. That's Pinsel. And then on the other side we have TugtetguT, also known as Asger, on Hoshiko, a very well-known player who's just known for being just a very, very good player and basically steering the metas in different places by his awesome designs. So here we are, and those two giants in a way of the different metas that have passed so far, facing off Ob versus Hoshiko. And there's a boat. Well, so...
Yeah, look. This looks like the runner du jour for NWE is Boat Hoshiko. So just looking at the influence, it looks here 2 copies of Boat, probably 2 or 3 copies of Rizeki then, and then you've got 2 influence left for whatever your heart fancies. And apparently, as I was reading in Slack, Pinsel is the only member of NWE on Ob or Ope. So who knows what this could be.
We just got a really cool name for the deck, Hoshipko, because hey,
Hoshipko, that's fantastic. That is
the best.
Absolutely brilliant.
Polly with quality here, thank you, Polly. So yeah, running into a Stavka, that's not good.
Yeah, it's gonna kill the Rizeki here. It's not the end of the world. Anarch is able to deal with getting their programs blown up pretty okay because they've been breakers. Stuff like Rizeki as well. Like, you're fine with Rizeki getting blown up here, but you do have Boat, so you just boat through it. And yeah, we see a Chrysian getting trashed. Asger going down to 5 credits. Asger, I think as well, you probably run server 1. You don't want Pinsel getting this Rashida to fire. But no, just you're actually pretty happy letting Rashida fire, it seems.
Going with the Botulus just to make sure that Stavka doesn't fire anymore too much, and that's fair. You're gonna be probably bumping into R&D to check stuff, but Pinsel on 11 cards here. That could be like, that's like what, a quarter of your deck. So combo time, I guess.
Well, if there is a combo out of hand, then we might see it now. But on 3 credits, I imagine combos are going to be slightly harder to pull off.
It's going to be very hard, I think, to unless you've got some sort of subliminal messaging and red level clearance trickery. I think you're going to be hard pressed to combo out from 3 credits. But this is Pinsel, former world champion, combo lord. Okay. And well, there we go. There's an extract. That's a good start.
So extracting the Stavka to find a 3-cost card, which is Afsha. So just doing that for value, really.
Yeah, get some money, get some ice.
Yeah.
You also get to kill the you get to trash the botulus as well, which is pretty nice. So yeah, no, that's a perfectly fine turn for Pinsel there. He will have to ditch some of those cards in hand, but again, not the end of the world. Sandstone and Archives. This is actually really annoying for Asger here.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to use 2 of your endurance counters to break just the 1 sub. So that's why, when you kind of see people looking at oh, and there's an Atlas and Archives. That is rough. Yeah, one of the things you can do if you're looking for ways to beat the boat, ice with 1 sub or 3 subs, very frustrating to deal with for boat. Boat likes even numbers. It likes 2 sub and 4 sub ice. 1 and 3s, it does not like. Spending 2 counters to deal with a magnet, very, very frustrating.
So would you suggest Pinsel might have a little bit in hand now for Asger to go after if Pinsel's had to discard that?
Yeah, it could be as well that Pinsel has more important pieces and he's fine just letting Asger have the 2 points. That is possible. Like he may have sort of said that he would much rather have the cards in hand. I'm kind of loving this turn.
Wow. I'm just going wow because this is just Pinsel doing Pinsel stuff. Pinsel is his own meta in a way.
Pinsel's currently playing with a spreadsheet open next to him.
Yes.
Pretty much.
To go over that play again, Pinsel rezzed the mana gun for 2 credits, then played the extract to gain 6 plus the additional 3, trashing the mana gun to search for a Malapert Data Vault, which is a card that is good when you score out of a server. You can search for cards and reveal them and add them to HQ. So again, more scry and more searching for cards.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like Pinsel might be scoring something out here. Yes.
Yep.
We're going to score an Atlas with a token.
Yep.
So yeah, really, this deck is just what's in R&D is basically an HQ. Between Atlas tokens and your Ob ability.
Would you say your ability?
Your ability, yes. I think you're still feeling pretty okay though if you are Asger here. Yeah, this Sandstone is actually very frustrating to break, even with Paperclip, which we think of as being super busted. I'm a big fan of the interaction here, by the way. This Sandstone in front of Archives with the Mavirus in Archives means that this Sandstone is always going to be 6 strength.
Yep. But Asger here choosing not to use the boat counters, obviously, because there's you could have done this, but boat is more valuable in other places. And here we go, Silver 1 again. So Pinsel is saying, okay, I do have an Atlas counter. You do have 4 points, but I'll just keep pushing because I have to go fast. Asger here on money and more tools in. We had a Pat-Tap jumping onto the table as well. So this is it. Like, this is the peak moment right now for the game to see where it's going to roll. The next person to score or steal an agenda will be at a big advantage, I would say.
Yeah, huge.
Yeah, so Asger has a lot of money, and I'm just going to check what is in Asger's heap. Yeah, the only other breaker he has access to is Paperclip. So if one of these 2 unrezzed pieces of ice is another border control,
yep.
Asger will be able to break all that ice. Now, border control means he probably won't be able to get in because border control will end the run instantly. If this is an agenda, which I'm assuming it is.
Why wouldn't it be?
Bear in mind the border control, as we saw in the last game, can go and fetch an Afshar.
Which is actually quite frustrating for Asger in this board state.
How are you looking for time in the race?
That's a very good question. Now I'm here in between 15 different places. That's why I'm mostly quiet. Taking a quick look at the timers. And by the looks of it, we still have 15-ish minutes to go, so we're fine.
Okay.
Here we go, that's a res, that's a sandstone. Effective, cheap, durable, pick 2. Well, yeah, that's effective and cheap, I would guess. Durable, not. Asgard continuing the run. That's an Afshar.
And that F-Shar's gonna stop the run here, isn't it?
No, we get boated.
Second time through.
Yeah, second time through, indeed. The boat is empty. So Asgard breaking the border control here, making sure that Pinsel will have to choose to break or to trash, border control completely in order to stop the incursion. But yeah, we still don't know what is in server 1. We do know for a fact it's an upgrade and something else. Could be another upgrade. Could be.
And that upgrade was installed before the this was scored, wasn't it?
I believe so. Here we go.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a spin doctor trash here. So that's
looks, I think what's happening here is Pinsel's shuffling back in a 3-cost card to fetch it back. That's some classic Pinsel plays there.
Yeah.
Shuffling back a 3-cost Mavirus so that you can get it with your border control pop.
Yeah.
And then the Mavirus presumably can then be trashed.
Yeah.
To keep that sandstone
If required.
very, very expensive. Yes.
Yeah.
So we had a line in chat saying I can't keep up with Pinsel's plays, and don't worry, chat, I can't either. It's like we're learning how to play Ob on stream here right now, and there's just so many cool things. There we go. This is an off-world office, nicely scored, and
Very
that's
nice.
Econ. Money. Oh, Stargate. Okay. So this is just going from 60 to 120 in a couple of clicks. Hortum. Yeah.
So this is actually a pretty expensive server to Stargate. It's going to cost you 6 credits until you get that boat up.
Spoiler alert! It's the only server you can actually Stargate.
Yes, that's true.
Sorry, I mean you're completely right. This is expensive.
And finding an Atlas there, very nice.
Yeah, that is
if
big.
Asgard can get the requisite funds and a mad dash, this game is over. He doesn't even actually need the requisite funds. He just needs a boat token, and he can end this game with a mad dash.
Yep. But how do you get a boat token here? Yeah, that's the trick.
Boat token with 2 clicks.
Yeah, you need to. You can't get the second boat token this turn unless you're importing something like an Into the Depths, or you are able to overinstall boat. Yeah, but which actually wouldn't even surprise me. You do have influence left over in this deck, so I wouldn't be surprised that there is a stone ship in this list. But Asgard is just going to click for credits. You can get a boat token next turn. You can just run HQ, and get your boat token that way, and then Mad Dash Archives for the win. But Pinsel, I think Pinsel's got some tricks up his sleeve.
Yeah, I mean 6 cards, 3 clicks, 3 credits, and you're on Ob, and you have a Mavirus Rest on the table. Look at Pinsel score 7 points in 1 turn now. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating a bit, but not by far. And this is not too exaggerated. Maybe just the requisite 3 points to win. Who knows? Or maybe doing something that the archives are no longer going to be a problem for the corp. There's still a Spin Doctor somewhere. It's not in the bin, right? Yeah, exactly.
There is a third Spin Doctor, so
we hope
trashing any 1-cost card is going to get you that Stargate protection.
Yep.
So I have a feeling that you can score out a 3-pointer. You can score out your GFI from hand. And my thought process is that Weyland's full of really good 3-2s and 4-2s. So why would you be playing GFI, spending influence on it, unless you want to score it out for the clean 7?
You probably can score it out. You do have Seamless, so you can score food that little bit easier. But fast advancing it out from this position is almost impossible in the standard card pool. But yeah, I think Pinsel's going to need to play a little bit slow, and hopefully he's able to find a spin doctor to buy himself that Stargate.
Apologies, yeah. I'm just gonna cut in here. We interrupt this broadcast. We interrupt this broadcast to tell you that everybody in the tournament. So if you have friends playing, if you're playing and watching the stream because you're not playing anymore, please re-report your results. There is an announcement on Discord. If you're on the Discord channel on the server of the event, which you should be if you're playing, re-report your results. There has been some technical difficulties. It's sad to hear, but on the other hand, I'm kind of relieved that I'm not the only one with technical difficulties. Oof. But anyway, here we are. Server 1, install, advance. What can this be?
This could
be that's it. That's game. Sorry, that's game.
Yeah, that's game.
Here we were just like going like, ooh, this is going to be exciting. Nope, that's game. I mean, can't blame Asger, right? You want to win as the runner.
Yeah, I don't think Azmari is all about giving a thrilling game for the masses. Yeah, I think he wants to win this game.
We're suspecting that most of the players playing today are interested in a positive result for their decks. Therefore, congratulations to Asger. We're going to jump out of the stable. And just to make sure, taking a very quick look at Cobra, because I love playing at Cobra. Looking at Cobra, just to see. No, the results are not in there. Perfect. So yeah, is there any other place we should visit? And for anybody just dropping in right now, I'm just gonna pull it up on the screen as well, because this is happening right now. You are watching the 2022 that's a lot of 20s and 2s Netrunner Europe and Africa Continental Championship, the third of a series of 4, but the last official one, the qualifier, I could say, for the Intercontinental title, of course. The raffle is still up. If you're confused about the raffles, don't worry, you are putting the command right in the chat and it works. We decrease the traffic of the bot answering to everybody just by cutting off the command, but you are entered into the raffle and you're gonna get a chance at winning something. Don't worry. Anyway, we still have around 5 minutes, 10 minutes in the round. Should we be jumping into the table? Maybe let's not. We have around 9 minutes, 8 minutes. We're not gonna stress anybody out by jumping into this, so I'm gonna try and Ed, if you can try and jump back into the video room, because we would love
I'm already there.
You're already
there.
Okay, wait a second. So this is just me not doing the right thing again. You are there, absolutely there. I'm going to do the things I should be doing. And if you haven't been here, folks, at the beginning of the stream, then I'm very, very happy, because that just means you haven't seen all the terrible things happening. Like, for example, right now, things are just not working properly. What is going on? Is this picking?
All good.
No, wait. It's good on your side. It's not good on my side. This is the thing. There we go. Okay, perfect. Should be working right now. Okay, here we are. That's the three of us. The three amigos. No, we're nowhere near Mexico or anything like that. Here we are. I am joined by, and I should be practicing because this is the other direction for me, by the way. I'm joined by anarchomushroom, also known as Pedreg, and Ed, also known as Ed, for the first day of the streams and for the 7 rounds of Netrunner, folks. So, any hot takes after seeing the first few games, after seeing the action and just wondering, like, what is gonna happen? Who's gonna be in the finals? Who's gonna be in the top 8? What are your favorites? What would you like to see on stream? Tell me now.
What have we seen? What have we not? If we go over, we'll see there's actually 50 players on HB. So I feel. So seeing what the PD lists are doing, there's been a huge jump in the PD list from first 2 weeks to this week. Asa Group. As well as obviously the 20 sports metal, which I think new Panic Polar is Panic Sport.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go back
I guess
to
when people are just dropping Rozekis and playing all these value cards, just scoring out agendas, just fast advancing agendas is the best way to win games. So yeah, 23 people on sports, 20 people on PD. People I think had kind of written PD off, and it kind of said that it's not banning sandbox is a pretty is kind of putting the deck down. But it seems as if there's at least 20 people who are saying no, PD is still good. Other things to note: there is 0 CTM, very upset. There's only as well 4 Reality Plus. So everybody's sort of saying that this is the boogeyman, this is the big corp that everybody needs to worry about. Is this Reality Plus prison deck? Only 4 people decide to go with it, probably because of that number there beside Lat, 39 Lat players. The Lat deck with all that Rozekis, all those pad taps, all those tapworms. That deck is just able to, as the chat is saying, playing Or Plus into 39 different Lat players. That is just a bad day for Reality Plus. We see as well 10 Atoms. There's a massive, look at this, 39 Lat, and then the next highest is Atom on 10, which is just incredible. Just how good Shaper is right now. This kind of Shaper, kind of remote lock prison deck. Other things as well, we see 1 person on Apex, no copies of Sunny. I think this is the first time Apex has outnumbered Sunny at an event in certainly as long as I can remember.
Go Apex!
1 person on Az, whoever that is, shout outs to you. And yeah, a couple of people on Woo, a couple of people on Padma, the new ID, 7 people on Freedom. I'd love to see a Freedom on stream. I think Freedom is I think Freedom is very strong. I think he's actually very good into this this Reality Plus deck. I think Freedom is actually positioned very, very well in this meta. Very bad draw is the problem with Freedom, and historically has been. But yeah, I think Freedom is positioned very well into this Reality Plus deck and can be teched to beat Sports as well. Yep. So would be very interested to maybe see a Freedom on stream today.
That's the thing. We're going to be aiming for, in the future streams, in the future rounds, it's the same stream, sorry. In the future rounds, we're going to be aiming to, to see all the IDs you see here below the Lat, and maybe a game by Adam or 2. I don't know if we are allergic to Sports Metal or Precision Design or Asa Group at this point. I guess not, because all the corps, they look fun, right? Anything out there could be fun on the corp side.
Yeah, the last is I can't finished place with a very spicy Sports Metal list. So they are out. I think it's Sports Metals.
Yeah.
So we can't produce 39 Lat all boat. We assume it for certain we so. As we get into later round, I'm sure we want some of the tables which may be Lat heavy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nice to be on to dip into some tables. Said I'd be keen Freedom. I've been to see the Apex list as well from Sophie. He used to go to university, or I used to go to the university Sophie's at. So my audience seems a little bit. Is it in with both of you?
Yeah, I think we might have some issues with your audio, but we're going to work it out. Yeah. Don't worry, this is the least technical troubles we had so far on the stream, so it's going to be fine.
Sure.
Huge thanks to everybody on the stream and micro commentators for just keeping up. This is what happens when you're doing things live. That's basically it. Worry not, we're going to sort it out. We're going to sort it out while waiting for the next round, which should be starting... Well, no, they still have 5 minutes in the round. So we're going to be maybe just reviewing, because I did a bit of that earlier on, but have you two had a chance to watch the 2 tournaments before that?
I caught a little bit of American Continentals, and I played a good bit of the standard meta as well. I think, I'm kind of surprised at the precision design numbers. I wasn't expecting that to be as popular as it was.
Mm-hmm.
Sports Metal, I'm not super surprised by. I think it is kind of the best corp right now, and I think in the field of all these lat runners, playing sports metal with sort of 2 or 3 copies of Arc Lockdown to remove clots from the game, you're in a really, really good position to beat these kind of reg value runners. I'm interested to see how the meta develops. I think this lat deck is quite good. It's arguably too good, and I think we're going to be seeing, at this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if our top 8 tomorrow is entirely lat. But yeah, Corpse Side I think is very interesting. I've been very excited to see what some of the European tests, so somebody like NWE, what they are bringing to the table in terms of stuff like OB. I can see as well, I think a couple of members of Unbanned, so Bridgman, Armin Firecracker, they're on an OB list as well. So it's interesting to see now that we've had 2 big tournaments what the major testing groups have come away with and what they've come up to beat this supposed field full of lat and or plus.
Yeah, certainly. We saw a taste last week. I know the snares were quite keen on the Adam build. I've seen Big Unit 3000 is on Adam. Last week Chris was in it, and I was Fist on it as well. I'm making that up. Yeah.
I know the snare bearers have been very high on Adam for the past couple of months, ever since Pad Tap was unbanned. That has been a real shot in the arm for Adam. And this boat Adam, they seem to be quite high on as well. Because boat's just great. It's good. It's good. It's exactly what Adam wants as well. It lets you face check. It lets you get those really good central accesses because you want to score agendas. You want to snowball as Adam, and boat Adam lets you snowball very, very easily.
But that's the thing, in a world of rising water levels and temperatures going up and whatnot, and a climate change, it's good to invest in boats. This is a sad truth, but it also happens to be the truth in Netrunner at this current point in the meta, of course. Let me just do a very quick transition to Cobra. We do have some results, so just to review some of the tables that we haven't seen, just to take a quick look. And this is not about this is for you to have a better idea of what's going on, but it's not to say, oh, this player, oh, that player. Basically, of course, there always will be a bunch of splits. There always will be some sweeps, so one person just taking 6 points out of the 6 available. And for anybody wondering how this works in the tournaments in Netrunner, if you haven't played in a tournament, generally each round, each player is meant to play each side, so you will have 2 games, and then if you win a game you get 3 points. So that's why you see, for example, 6 points on one side, or sometimes if the players win 1 game each, then you have a split, as we call it, with 3 and 3, and then you see if, for example, the game was won by the runners. As you can see on table 2, there was a runner split. But yeah, going down the field, we do have some sweeps, some results still unreported. We've seen lostgeek and oneiromancer on stream. That was a game for the ages. It was like, what, 20 minutes? Maybe not even that. No, maybe it was 20 minutes, the whole match. And also, we have Postus sweeping Captain Nice. We have a bunch of other sweeps here. Drago got swept by Alflex. So please don't ban Drago, okay? By the way, do we know if this is actually the person behind the Drago card? Is this Aaron?
It is. Yes, it is.
It's Aaron! I mean, imagine playing in a tournament where a card that you helped design, because Aaron is not solely responsible for this card, but definitely features on the card and was co-designing it. And then people are like, ban this card. It's like, what? And then Drago is not playing on NBN. What? Yeah, it's like that's exactly it. Like, you have to play with
flavor fail. It's a flavor fail. Aaron's not committing to the bit, so it's I'm just disappointed. Extreme disappointment
here.
Something I've noticed further down the tables, and you'll get a chance to jump in at some point. Table 44, Shi, who's one of my favorite deck builders in the world, is on Spark.
I mean, wait a second. Is Spark? What's Spark's ability?
I can't remember. It's adverts, isn't it?
Spark says whenever the first time each turn you res an advertisement, the runner loses a credit.
Oh,
Which is
Sounds
an
upsetting.
effect. It is an ability. It is legal card text.
yeah.
Very bad in the face of the 25,000 drip cards that runners have access to, but you can sometimes put them in a little bit of a headlock if you get lucky.
So I think this is exactly what we're going to be doing in the future rounds here. We're going to be trying to see very spicy, very unusual, very out of meta calls in a way, just to see what people are on, if they of course let us watch the games and commentate. I just have to say here, this is going to be a Polish thing here, I'm sorry, but Matuszczak is completely cheating getting in by at table 49. That's cheating. Like you go into a tournament and then you just get 6 points. Oh, I'm kidding, of course. Good luck to Matuszczak. Being on lat, well, it is what it is, but Architects of Tomorrow could be interesting to see. There's not that many of those. But yeah, it's nice to see all the different colors. I want to see an Apex game. Let's just see if Apex actually won the game. No, unfortunately, but if we are able to get Crowfy on the stream, I think we should be, and depending on the pairing in the next round, I want to see Apex on stream. I mean, Apex is just epic in many ways.
Yeah, I'm really good at if you're playing Apex, you've got to be some degree confident on it. And it is a thing of beauty when it gets going.
Yeah.
It's just maybe getting it going fast enough.
Indeed. Okay, back to the studio then. So everybody take off your silly hats, because that's, we're practicing with the cameras. That's the thing. And if you could see the beginning of the stream, it completely didn't work. But now we're here. We're gonna be going into round 2 soon, and things are of course always exploding here. But if you just join me, are we getting people dropping in, dropping out? No. Okay. If you just joined us. We're going to be going into round 2 quite soon. I think there's going to be breaks in between the rounds as well, trying to see what's happening on the Discord. That's why you can see my head from the side here. But yeah, I'm pretty excited about this tournament because it is 90 plus people playing. We will see the next 8 people to join. The top 4 people, excuse me. The top 8 cut, or no, top 16 actually, tomorrow. That's going to be big. I better get prepped for that. And then...
Is it top 16?
I believe so. Could be wrong.
Oh, really?
Could be a top 8 as well. Don't worry about me getting things wrong on stream. That has never happened before. But anyway, next weekend, for everybody just wondering, okay, why are we even playing those Continentals? Like, what's the point? Like, there's Worlds coming up in Toronto, which... Fingers crossed, we're working on it. It's hopefully going to be streamed live on this channel as well. So we will try and figure it out as a team, as a group, as a bunch of people, how to make it work from a hotel in Toronto. I hope you're going. If you're not going like myself, I hope to see you somewhere else, because not everybody can go and we're going to be in different places. 7 rounds, top 8. That's okay. That's Tamijo helping us out. Thank you so much. Very well spotted that it's going to be a top 8. I was kind of hoping for top 16, but then again, that would take like 3 days, right? So maybe it's better to have top 8. But then from those top 8, the top 4 players next weekend are going to be playing in the Intercontinental Invitational, as we like to call it, which is going to be different decks, most likely as well. This is going to be quite funny. Because, of course, here you see, in a way, the result of the first 2 tournaments happening and people watching the games, reading the meta, checking the decks out. A lot of them have been posted on Netrunner DB and saying, okay, so this is it. And then this is a stage where you are reading what your opponents might be bringing, what you might be bringing, how you're going to tweak it if you're going to tweak it. To my co-host, a question. You have a winning deck, let's say from this tournament, and you're going to Worlds, and let's say that there won't be any changes in the meta, no bans, no anything like that. Do you take a winning deck, let's say the boat deck, lat boat, and do you just bring it to Worlds, or do you sit down and go like, what could I change in it?
Nah, lat boat. Bring the lat, bring the boat. It's not even the lat boat. It's just lat boat happens to be the best vessel for. Well, it's not even. Yeah, it's the best deck to put in three Orby boys and 3 Wormy boys, or 2 Wormy boys and 3 Tappy boys. And if Worlds were next week, and there were no bans or any changes to the meta between now and Worlds, then I'd probably be bringing something like the regular lat deck, and probably something like sports, or try my hand at making CTM good. But I'm not a miracle worker.
Ed, what about you?
Yeah, and I see it from the side of the spectrum. I would definitely be taking sports. I think it's the court at the moment, and then playing a bit more my pace. Yeah, Rag Adam, no boats. Adam doesn't get his feet, so we'll stay on ground with Rag Adam. I'm finding interest in Adam at the moment. But your multi-access, whether it's twinning, whether it's Stargate, and there's cons for both. Mm-hmm. I think I'm enjoying seeing how it shakes out at the moment. And yeah, what I'd take.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it myself. Did I ever play at World? I never played at World. So if I could, I would probably take Sports Metal because I've seen Kahawita's games on stream last week, and they were just brilliant. They were so exciting to watch and so fun to watch, and I love Sports Metal as an ID. It's just so much fun. And then Shapers, this is the time for Shapers to shine, right? This is the first time Shapers actually mean something, I guess, in the competitive meta in quite a while, I would say. I don't know, am I forgetting stuff? Is my age showing and I'm just forgetting that Shapers have won Worlds 15 times already? No, right? This is like Shapers saying, hey, we have a boat and we're sailing towards a bright future here, and we're just gonna shove the boat down the corporate throat, or poetry. But generally, Shapers Shapers are generally in dominating right now, at least numbers wise, because this is the thing.
Just lost your
we may have some technical difficulties. So if you see
back.
You're back. Okay, yeah. I think this might be somewhere between you and the server rather than me and the server. I don't know, because I can see anarchomushroom just fine, and I can see my fingers waving, so this is perfectly fine. But Ed, don't worry, technical issues, that's the name of the game. Checking Discord just to see if we have some additional time being called on the judge tables or something like this. I think they are fixing stuff. They're fixing the results. I'm gonna review Cobra with yous again. Oh no, they're fixing the result. Oh no, pairings are up. There we go. So Cobra, yeah, we're going into Cobra live and direct for round 2, and 48 pairings on the tables. So I think we may have had a. Oh no, wait a second. I'm just gonna scroll very quickly down. Is there still a buy? No, we have only 48 tables. Okay. We may have had a drop, but that's not important. We're going to be looking at things here. So let's just pick a table, any table. I'm going to first pre-confirm, and then we're going to confirm with the players before we jump in there. For realsies, who do you want to see? Zoom in. Enhance. I'm going to enhance.
What about, we were talking about Adam a lot. How about table 9? We've got Kikai, very strong player, against Count Zero. And we get CPD and Adam Mirrorman.
That's an option.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me. Good. I'm just going to jump in there to take a look at whether, first of all, they're on, and second of all, well, they still haven't put the table up, but we're going to be aiming for this. Apex later, of course. On the mod, you're asking for Osklet. Osklet asks us not to be streamed so early in the morning, so I can completely understand that request. Apex later, says Distributive Law. We might do that. Why not? Apex is always welcome in my house. So just looking for table 9, still no luck, but yeah. Round 2 of 7. Are you kidding me? So there's gonna be 6 more rounds of Netrunner. What? That's a lot of Netrunner.
That's literally a million games.
That's a bajillion games. I do hope everybody.
Literally a million games.
I think
or 2 million.
Yeah.
But yeah, in case you're.
There we go.
I see all the tables have green dots, which is an organized play rule. Folks are recording the games, which is great because then they can analyze the games and whatnot. Still looking for table 9. Table 9. I do see 9 as a number popping up here and there, but it's
we're okay.
Table
9. Okay, with permission.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ed. I'm going in there. This is it. We're switching the tables. We're flopping things around here a bit. And here we are on table 9. Cambridge pairing round 2. So we have Kikai and Count 0. Okay. What's with the Cambridge pairing?
I think both of these folks are metamates, I believe.
Ooh. That's some spicy information that I wouldn't have otherwise. Thank you. If you have any interesting information and dirt on any of the players, keep it to yourselves. This is all about the game. Anyway, here we are. I'm gonna pass it over to the two of you. Just after noting that we have Find the Truth, big surprise, Neutralize all threats, and Safety First on Adam's side, and on the other side we have Precision Design running its 6 cards. It's gonna be a fast game.
So the Adams is matchup. I've played hundreds of games in the lead up odds last year, and Adam has a good matchup against P. I think Adam has generally a good match against these kind of fair decks, and a slightly worse matchup against the less fair decks, if you want to call them the kill decks.
Yep.
So seeing Adam run to PD, I'd be quite happy. Mates, they probably tested it a few times at games nights and stuff. I think we're just waiting for the rest to be called away, aren't we?
I believe so. This is probably the case. We do have a mulligan on the runner side. Did we have? Wait a second. Did we have a mulligan on the corp side? No, Kikai. Sorry. Kikai kept, and the mulligan. The mulligan is only on the runner side. Curious to see what PD can bring here, but I assume it's just going to be all about going fast, especially since Adam does need some tools to interact with the board state.
Yeah.
There's also.
Sorry.
So the thing with PD is that you've got the skunk potential, which can keep the boat out. Which is certainly, if you're trying to play around boat, one way of doing. PD will be happy to set it up double ice, triple ice again, which is another way keeping the boat out. So certainly Mechal switching to PD, switching on PD. When we saw much PD last year, it feels weird to say on to PD, but people were 2 months ago, everyone was down on PD and no one was really playing it.
Yeah, I think the PD deck is it's interesting to see it burst back into sort of popularity. I think I've seen a couple of the snare bears on PD, so they still think that it's obviously quite strong. And you do have ways of, I've seen people on JNet playing stuff like PD with Next Activation Command and Architect Deployment Test, which is strong. It's not sandbox strong, but it's still pretty strong. PD still, that effect is just very, very good, and you've still got all the, it didn't lose anything other than sandbox, really. As we see PD just ice HQ, click for a credit. You want to get a HQ, you want to pressure, or you want to keep your centrals defended, because Adam can do exactly this, and pressure centrals very easily and rip an office off the top.
This is going to be painful. I said it's going to be fast. Yeah, but we see Anoetic Void, Managram, Skunkers, and Hedge Fund. I would probably trust the Hedge Fund here, honestly.
Yeah, I think Joe here, Count Zero, is going to go for... Yeah, this is what I would have done. Trash the Skunkworks, trash the Void.
You're really denying the tools. Okay.
Yeah, so now you've already dealt with the first pairing of Skunk Void, which is so hard for Adam to deal with. Skunk Void, very, very capable of shutting down Logic Bomb, which is one of Adam's best tools contesting the remote. So, getting rid of that early. This PD now, 2 points down. Skunk Void in the bin. This PD is having an absolute mare of the start of this game.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely don't want to see this, even though you have +1 hand size and whatnot. If you're not getting the cards you really need into your hand, there we go, the Hedge Fund, of course, because you do need money, but you do have to protect R&D. Otherwise, the Stargate is just going to mill you out piece by piece. And here we go, that's some protection at least.
How am I sounding now?
you're sounding absolutely awesome. I assume it could be a bit better. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
So yeah, this Adam not on boat. This Adam is on the more classical, more refined brain chip. But yeah, we see this is exactly the kind of start Adam wants. Get the brain chip down with an agenda point or two in your score area, and now Adam has negated most of his major problems, which is the reduced hand size and the MU constraints.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a hot take here right now. I believe a lot of cards in the current meta that are good start with B. I mean, brain chip, boat, boomerang.
Logic bomb.
Logic bomb, yeah.
Brzeki.
Bargate. I mean, they all start with B. That's it.
They all start with B. Yeah.
All cards.
We're in a B meta.
Okay, jokes aside, Kikai is like, okay, I know you're having fun with my game because I'm getting stargated here, but server 1 is going to show, there goes the logic bomb. So you're reading the game, anarchomushroom. You know exactly what's happening here. So tell us what's going to happen next.
So I think Kikai is there's an upgrade in server 1 here. Doesn't look like it was a Rashida, so it looks like this might be an agenda. And yeah, I think Kikai is looking to kind of push through an agenda now, get an off-road office or potentially an architect deployment test, so that you can kind of generate a little bit of tempo. We'll see now if there's a seamless launch popped here. We could see this, or it could also be a luminal. Luminal would be pretty nice here. You can advance the luminal, score it normally, and you can get back your void or your skunk works, as opposed to having to get back a seamless launch, which is typically what PD is looking to do. But we're just seeing drawing up. This could just be setting up a skunk void remote here. But put in the open archives, wanting to shut down that find the truth trigger.
Particularly important to shut down the find the truth trigger, as Count Zero's just drawn Mad Dash, something we haven't really spoken about.
Yes.
One of the great reasons to be playing Adam is you can leverage that Mad Dash with find the truth on archives to see when you can run R&D to get that Mad Dash additional point.
And this board state here right now is exactly what Adam loves to see. The PD here. PD would prefer to be putting all this ice onto HQ and onto the remote, or onto R&D in the remote. But it's having to spread its resources. It's having to ice up archives, ice up RNG, ice up HQ because it has a reason to ice all of those centrals. And now it has to try and commit resources to defending the remote. So you're spreading the corp extremely thin, which is exactly what Adam likes to do. That's one of the powers of Adam here, is Adam can stretch the corp's resources and force them to place ice in places they don't want to.
And then, if you're the runner and if your turn starts with drawing 2 cards and then getting 6 credits and then you get 4 clicks, I mean, what's not to love, right? It's all about just making sure you do keep the corp from doing the things that Kikai is doing. Kikai is on a clock here in a way, but we do know that precision design can be fast. I mean, seamless launches do exist. We haven't seen anything crucial other than just the 2, you can call it the skunk void combo, of course, like one piece of this out, but there's probably 3 of each, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that in server 1, which is getting bigger by the minute. And the hedge funds, of course, powering the corpse plans. So I think, I count Zero here with the single logic bomb, not much else in the ice-breaking department, but you should start applying pressure here, maybe to drive the corp down a bit lower. Of course, depending on the tools you have, the single logic bomb. Oh, there we go, a path up. That's not a bad choice. And a second logic bomb, always good for you.
So yeah, hi to everyone in the chat. Just a quick question in the chat. Is it okay to go and spectate specific games on JNet? No, we'd ask people not to during tournaments. It can just create a little bit of overload on the server.
Yeah, that's
and
one
we don't
thing.
Want people's games to crash.
Absolutely. I mean, if you can stick with us through all the technical issues that we mostly squished by now, and you have a chance of winning things in a raffle if you raffle away. Don't worry, the bot can hear you. It's just not responding because we taught it some manners. And just make sure that you watch the stream. Other games will be made available later by the people who want to make them available, because I believe all the games are recorded on Jinteki, like using the Jinteki replay system. So you should be able to see the replays if the runners want to. I know it's not the same as watching a live game, but on the other hand, it's like having people hovering over you. At a tournament, it's much easier in a live setting. In a virtual setting, I don't know. Some people just don't like it. I personally usually don't mind, but then again, I'm not a competitive player. And some people just want to be in the zone, not to think about anybody spectating, not to think about anybody just looking at their secret spicy tech, which I'm pretty sure there's some among 90 plus players. So it's good manners to jump in and ask, but in general we do it on the stream, and for tournament games, please don't just get in the way of the players having a good tournament, and as many games as possible will be made later on available to you some way, one way or another. Very often the players just stream their own games or record them, and then they talk about them as well. Emergent creativity. Okay, here we go. What's going to happen?
We're getting an Ngolo for sure. Yeah, it's Ngolo's hit the board. Yeah. So this is going to give, we hover over, it's going to give the runner the opportunity to break any piece of ice. Ngolo has the paint ability where it can pay 2 to give Kogate to a piece of ice, single piece of ice per turn. With 2 ice servers, that more often than not lets you get in once per turn, regardless of ice.
Yep. Particularly
powerful with the logic bomb. So you can, even if you've got 2 pieces of ice that are barriers and you don't have your fractor down on the table, you can logic bomb 1 piece of ice and then Ngolo paint the 2nd piece of ice to get in.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, code gates historically are not supposed to be the strongest piece of ice, but they have been getting worse and worse progressively, I would say. Or not, well, the ice pieces themselves now, but on the runner side, there's more and more punishment for the corp if they're using code gates, I would say. But anyway, Ansel, who's definitely not a code gate, this is Rotom Appliance in person with 2 blades just saying, no, I'm just gonna break your stuff. Unless you turn me into a code gate, use some money to get through me, and then you continue. Oh, that's good, that's good. This is what we want to see. That's some action. Kikai, not rezzing. So we're getting into HQ, 1 of 6. Oh, excuse me.
It's going to be 3 accesses. It's going to be 3.
Yeah, you're right, you're right. Yeah. That's, yeah.
There's a food, that's a food. Huge.
Next activation command. Whoa.
Well.
That's a lockdown. I haven't seen any lockdowns in a while.
Yeah, this is the hot new tech, it seems, for PG.
Yeah, the lockdown, although half of it is less relevant for the boat matchup, one half is extremely relevant. It says the runner cannot use non-icebreaker cards to break subroutines for the next turn.
Yeah.
And then each piece of ice has +2 strength as well. So it gives you that scoring window. So you put your agenda on the table, maybe in a skunk void server, you play your next activation command, and then you say, right, come at me. Can't use your boat, and all my ice has +2 strength.
Yeah, it's a very strong card. Like, the text on it is very good. And yeah, we see it here now.
Just like that.
Next activation command. These logic bombs, useless. This Ngolo, it's good at breaking ice, but is it going to be good at breaking ice when that ice has +2 strength? Like a gatekeeper here. A gatekeeper, which Ngolo is normally very happy to just kick through, is going to cost you an extra 2 credits because of that strength bump. So this is... Kikai has opened themselves up a very nice little scoring window to try and get back into the game here.
And that you should be doing because the runner is on 4 points, which means every single score now matters a lot. Generally, when you cross the 3-point line on either side, it starts getting a bit harder for the opponent to win, I would say. Unless, well, of course, both of you are on 4, for example, then the game is just exciting. But in this situation, for Tonel, it is harder for Kikai. I do keep my fingers crossed for an agenda score on the corp side soon, because that's going to keep the game exciting. And this is what we're all about here, excitement. Whoever wins, wins. But the excitement is the main prize here. Here we go, career fair. Back to school with an Earthrise Hotel. Okay, you're still on holidays then. Sorry, I thought there would be like, you're looking for a career, you want to, I don't know, go into academia or something, but no. Onto the orbit with you to draw more cards. And here we go with an overclock. This is going to be strong. We're going to server 1. We don't have the clicks. We may have the money for Managarm. Kikai on 9 credits, 6 cards in hand. So Anoetic Void, always a possibility here as well. let's go. Let's see what the defenses are if Kikai decides to res anything.
Yeah, chat also pointing out I was completely wrong there. These logic bombs still work because they bypass the ice, and next activation command specifically says you can't use non-icebreaker cards to break subroutines. So my apologies, that was my bad. You can use logic bombs when a next activation is in play, and in fact you're probably going to need to use logic bombs when a next activation is in play because of that beefy strength increase on the ice. Overclocking this remote seems very good. Now, if there's a void in here and you pop logic bombs, you are going to be a very, very, very upset runner. No paperclip in the bin, so border control also very strong. Disengolo is going to do some work, but ideally you hope that these upgrades are something like a Tranquility Home Grid or a Mavirus or two, or something that's not not going to end the run.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's a lot of thinking. Yeah, there's a lot of thinking here, or we lost the connection with the server, but I assume not. This is just Kikai. It's a tough spot, huh? I mean, okay, here we go. Not resing the first die. Kikai has to take some really tough decisions here. This is the last click for the runner. So you could just Anoetic here. Exactly. Here we go. This is going to cost you 2 creds and 2 cards. But the runner will not be able to come back, whatever they figure out, because after you run out of clicks, this is the kind of game where you just don't have any magic available at your disposal. You just have to, face the truth and give the corp their turn, and that's what's going to happen here. So count 0 stopped with the Anoetic Void, and now Kikai on 7 credits, starting the turn, and 3 clicks. Let's see if server 1 is something cool. It seems to be luminal transubstantiation. I still am practicing the pronunciation of this card. So extra clicks for Kikai, but you cannot score any agendas.
Yeah, that still was a massive card, really. Got 3 extra clicks here.
Yeah.
And obviously, I imagine that's what the think was about. How do I stop the runner best from getting in this turn? Presumably, there are a couple of different options there. But really planning ahead the next turn, once I've scored the luminal, what am I going to do with those 3 clicks?
So, and of course, luminal triggers the Haas Bioroid Precision Design ability, so you can add 1 card from archives. We do have some face downs. But there's also the Anoetic and the Managarm. There's also Rashida. You could just pop in the Rashida into server 1, although that would be a bit brazen. That would be like just saying, hey, that you don't even have to run next turn unless you want to deny me those cards and a bit of econ. But there are face down cards. This is the interesting part now. Will there be a face down going back into the hand?
I think we could see a spin doctor hit the table on these luminal clicks.
Let's just see. Definitely a good point here for the Corp to score these points. Very important 2 points. Trying to get back in the game, so to speak, with the runner with a brilliant board state. All you just need right now is to apply pressure and maneuver around anything that the Corp can put up. Okay, we do have Anoetic going back from the archives, so still 3 face downs in the archives. And that could be another Anoetic going to server 1, or it could be something else. Who knows? In case you're wondering how we can have 2 Anoetics, well, they are unique, but as long as you have only 1 copy of unique card rest, you can keep it there, and then if you trash it, you can still reuse another one. So if for some reason this Anoetic was to disappear, and the Corp has another one, they could res that, of course. Okay, count 0 here with the money, with the clicks, with the Stargate. Here we go. Definitely saying, okay, you're scoring things in the remote which cost you money and a bit of time. I'm going to pressure R&D right now. There is an upgrade in there. What could that be? I guess an Anoetic or a Managarm for...
I'd say this is most likely to be a Managarm here in R&D. Yeah. You don't want to put your Anoetic Void on R&D, for something like Stargate, because, you want to say Void for the remote. You can put Void on R&D, and you can... I have used it before to stop Stargate runs that would have won the run of the game, but you want to wait until the late game to do that. You want to wait until literally the last turn to shore up any potential outs.
That's a Managarm.
So yeah, Managarm, lot lower cost. It protects itself. You just need to pay the 2. Let me see here. Count 0 is paying the 5. Annoyingly for Count 0 here, not going to be able to trash the Managarm. So He's going to need to go back in to kill the Managarm and then be able to Stargate. Nice little positioning there for Kikai, putting the Skunkworks on R&T.
Oh. I see a big problem here on the corp side is just the econ. I mean, on 4 credits and... Oh, there we go. That's a Rashida. So, yeah, that's going to be very, very good. But that's the thing.
That fixes that problem.
Yeah, but you do need to get out of the below 5 credit zone because there's just so much stuff to be done. And when you're a corp and you have so many unrest cards on the table, you're just letting the runner in every turn at least once. And that is painful, especially with a Stargate on the table. So the Rashida's going to get popped. I'm going to just change some settings here. Bear with me, folks, because, of course, I didn't... Oh, no, it should be high res. What is going on? This is a fun tournament for technical issues. Never mind. We're going to get there.
So, one thing we haven't mentioned is the second Mad Dash was drawn. 2 Mad Dashes, probably not relevant, but it does give the runner the opportunity to use up a Mad Dash on a jailbreak into HQ if they feel that there's a lot of agendas there, like now, for example. You can use one up and not worry about that game point Mad Dash that is going to be crucial in this matchup. PD likely to be on all 2 pointers, with GFI being the fake 2-pointer.
Yes. Yeah, this list is probably something like 3 off-road office, a Luminal, 2 GFI, and then probably 2 copies of Architect Deployment Test as your last 2 pointers. That's
Are they playing Architect Deployment Test over Vitruvius?
Yeah, so the reason why you play Deployment Test is that the tempo gain from deployment... Like, the thing with PD is you want all of your agendas gain you forward tempo and forward progression in your game plan. Luminal doesn't gain you money, but it does gain you clicks. Off-road Office gains you money. Food doesn't, but ideally you're scoring the food last. So your scoring pattern is ideally a 2-pointer, food. So you score 3 agendas, force the runner to steal 4. Architect Deployment Test. Architect Deployment Test is letting you install cards, letting you further your board state, which isn't credits, it's not sandbox, but it is tempo and it is developing your board state. It's definitely strong. Not as strong, obviously, as the sandbox, but is definitely a very capable agenda.
Yeah, and look, you're happy if you're installing and resing an Ansel 3rd position out for free, aren't you?
Absolutely. And the other thing as well with Architect Deployment Test is if you it could get you into your next agenda because it would let you score an agenda, install an agenda, so you can pop that as Russ Ryder is pointing out here in the chat, if you have a Tranquility Grid in the remote, you can install an agenda into the remote, gain a little bit of money, and then next turn you can score again, so you can chain score agendas. That is very, very strong in this PD deck.
Yeah.
You see here, Count Zero's drawing up with Earthrise, getting some of that drip with the Rozeki and the Career Fair. He's in a good spot. He's just 1 Mad Dash away from winning the game. I would be taking advantage here. Personally, if it were me, I think I'd probably be looking to maybe pressure this server 1, try and force these Anoetic Void triggers out of Kikai, and force some money to be spent, because 8 credits, not a lot. The ice in this PD deck is very, very good, very, very taxing, and it is cheap, but it's not that cheap. You're looking at kind of 3 and 4 is kind of the average. So Kikai can only really res 2 pieces of ice. And if he's got anything big like an Ansel or a Fairchild, that's completely out.
We're Stargating again.
Going for the Stargate. Yep. RD was cleared off the Rashida. So yeah, you want to Stargate lock.
2 clicks, no hits. Yeah. I'm just thinking, I pointed out visually on the screen, neutralize all threats, because it does give you an additional HQ access. I mean, counting that you could deal with the Ansel one way or another, would you be trying to pick something up from HQ as well? Or
See, the problem is, without any good drippy con coming in that Adam is known for, getting through this Ansel every turn is so rough. Like
you're gonna be using up logic bombs to do it last click. And
yeah, like 6 credits to get through. Is it 6, 2, 4? Actually, no, it's even more. It's
we're mad
7.
dashing. There you go.
This is a mad dash. This is a mad dash. Mad dash, often very sensible dash. It's usually a falsified or a Stargate. It's actually a pretty safe dash. But this is a mad dash.
And this is, I suppose, what I was saying about having the 2 mad dashes. You get to a point with Adam where you've got a couple of copies of Brain Chip in hand.
Nothing in there.
Worried about trashing. What have we lost? Paperclip. So you're very happy there.
That was a great mad dash. That was a very good mad dash. You do have a problem now. Kikai could score an agenda here, could score an offer of office and suddenly fix their money problems. But yeah, I think personally I would have enjoyed just maybe slamming into that remote.
Oh yeah, there we go. That's a seamless.
See, I actually like the line, but I'm surprised that Count Zero paid to break, particularly when all 3 daily casts have gone. Money's going to be an issue, and you've got 3 logic bombs on the table. I think you can still win the game with 2 logic bombs.
So here we are.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you're mad dashing there, you're going on a power run. You can afford to spend, as you say, 1 logic bomb, and you can save 2 then for the remote.
Yeah, I was just saying, here we are. It was 4-0. Now we are at 4 each. So that's nice. That the game is now getting exciting. And again, like I said earlier on, whoever wins wins. But the excitement is here now.
Yes. Yeah, and PD is clawing back into this very, very well after going down so early. Now again, it is just 1 mad dash away. There are 2 mad dashes in this list, I believe, or most Adams are on 2 mad dashes.
Both in hand. Or
both in hand. Okay.
Yeah.
So you do have Count Zero not completely out, but yeah, Kikai is digging themselves out of this so well, and now they're back into the game now with 12 credits, 4 points on the board.
Spicy include Simulchip in Adam. I have never seen Simulchip in Adam.
Neither have I. Well, no, that's not true. I did once give Rotage a pirate Adam list that did have Simulchip because he lost the bet. But Simulchip not include in these Adam lists, in these sort of these Reginald Adam lists that are so common now.
Here comes the money. But you will have to take a break here as the runner because you do have to build your econ up. And this opens up a possibility for Kikai here to maybe close the game out. Who knows? I mean, this is all now about thinking every click through in a way. That's why the players have also slowed down a bit. This is not they're trying to play for time. It's just like, what do you do now? Like, you have a lot of cards on your hand on both sides. That's another mad dash. This is
going
huge.
For it again. Ooh.
Fishing to keep the boat theme alive. Gate. Oh, denied. But you can still logic bomb, of course.
Logic bomb.
Yeah, and this is it.
A mad
this
dash.
is it. Seamless. Oh no!
No.
And you trash an MK Ultra. This is like the perfect mad dashes, right?
I feel like Count Zero had, wasn't totally out of it there, but now you're gonna have to steal 2 more agendas.
Yeah.
So it's that's gonna be rough. To steal 2 agendas to get the accesses you need. So, I mean, who knows? I could be eating my words in a couple turns, but this does look like now Kikai has the perfect window to score that food and win the game.
Looks difficult here, doesn't it? 0 credits, 2 dripping in. You do still have 1 logic bomb. You can contest. You can,
but that void is making that logic bomb like that. It's disincentivizing that logic bomb so much.
Sure.
Yeah, I think your options, and with the next activation command as well, you can just drop that next activation command to guarantee it. Put the food in the remote at a single advance.
Tranquility home grid here. Here we go. And
just double advance.
Yeah. You might as well.
Kikai's literally just saying, you can't get in.
You can't get in.
You can't get in. I'm just gonna double advance. Yeah.
What's the line? You got to go R&D, spend 2 clicks, and then run archives.
Yeah, you need to be it's rough because you need to be able to Stargate and
you can't spend your logic bomb on the R&D run either.
No, you can't, because then your turn's stuffed. You need to save that logic bomb for the potential archives run.
Mm-hmm.
So
we're going back with the stream. Hopefully we can be back, visible and whatnot. Sorry, this is just excitement and things exploding. Sorry, but you should be. Yeah. Okay. Woof.
We're back.
Yeah. We're back.
Hello.
This is just one of the many technical issues we had today. Sorry for that.
Fortunately, you haven't missed much other than you've left the table.
This is the 7th. Oh, I left the table. I'm not on the. I do see the table here though, so it should be back.
Okay.
I don't know if I see things. Wait a second. I'm gonna. Am I there? Am I not there? I see that Count Zero drew into a Roseki with Find the Truth.
On table. Excellent.
Yeah.
And
oof. Okay.
Drawn a jailbreak. Still can't get in.
Oh no, I don't see this. Sorry. So I have to get back. Sorry. The table is stuck.
Table 9.
Yeah. Trying to refresh. Sorry.
Yeah, this is a desperation play here from Count Zero.
Yeah.
You need to score, or you need to steal 2 agendas here in HQ now.
Okay, here we are. Sorry for
agendas. No. You will see half of HQ, which is potentially good, but yeah, I think with the accesses you've gotten so far, something tells me you don't have 2 agendas. Though there's an active time test.
What?
Oh,
so close.
And yeah, this is game then. This is GG. Unfortunate there. Getting to 6 points, but...
what a game, though. This was very...
What a game.
Yeah.
What a game. What a great game from PD as well, just to get back from such a rough start.
Yeah.
Something I hadn't considered with those mad dashes. Of course, Count Zero was seeing the top of R&D with those mad dash runs.
Mm-hmm.
And potentially saw agendas both times.
Oh my god, it's not over.
We're still in the game. This is not over. But wait, this is an architect deployment test. This is serious business. When you score this agenda, look at the top 5 cards. You may install and res one of those cards. Ignore. Okay, well, fair enough. Could be an Ansel somewhere, but where would you put that? What would you? Resolving. Okay, fair enough.
You're back.
We are back.
Apparently, I don't even know, to be honest, but
yeah.
Well, I mean, it's probably gonna crash in a second as well. Like, I have no idea what's going on. So on the technical front, yeah, exactly.
We'll muddle through it.
Can you, if the stream just fails completely, what we could do, you could be sending screenshots to on Discord or something with play-by-play comment. No, this is terrible. I mean, this is not what the internet was invented for. So huge apologies for the connection issues. What is going on here?
So Kikai has trashed 2 pieces of ice on server 1 and installed a face-up gatekeeper.
Yeah.
That is...
Which,
I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't get that play at all. I do not understand this play. I guess you have the next activation command in hand. So you play next activation and install the hopefully game-winning agenda.
But you
still got to click.
I have a very silly question. What happens with Gatekeeper strength on the runner turn?
But actually, the plus 6 strength is going to go down. So,
right?
Even with the next activation command, it'll be 2 strength, and Golo just kicks through it, no problem.
That's right.
Okay, just to understand this part, okay.
So you're going to have
Wait,
You've got to have Skunk Void there, right?
that has to be Skunk Void.
So that's two times the runner can't get in. 3, yeah. I think you still can't get in. I think Kikai is saying, rather than having to res those pieces of ice, I can pay 2 credits to res the Managarm, and then I can pay 2 credits each time for the Voids.
That is a very likely line of playing, especially, I mean, we've seen the logic bombs being dropped and used, so there's really not much more the runner can do here. I mean, the Ngolo is perfectly capable of going through that gatekeeper, but that's not the problem here. The problem is in the server.
Yeah. I think you've got to run archives here and hope, and I don't think there's much else to do, is there?
Yeah, 4 phase downs.
You can't get into R&D and then archives?
Yeah, I mean, you could... Yeah, it's tricky. I think you could maybe run server 1, force a void spend, and then maybe try run R&D, but you have to beat the Managarms, so you have to use clicks, which means then you can't get... Yeah, it's... I think your hope here is you Stargate R&D, spend the clicks, hope you have enough. I hope they don't res enough ice that taxes you out, and then run archives, hopefully for the win. But yeah, this is grim for the runner here.
Not looking good at all, but then again, you know, that's the game. I mean, sometimes things just happen one way or another. You were ahead in this game as the runner and just whiffing on those mad dashes, and then getting to 6 points. We were all like very, very sad, like, oh no, 6 points. But then the Corp didn't get the 7th point, and here we are. Probably so far the most exciting, if a bit confusing, for some maybe end of game. But Kikai here just exactly saying, hey, you know, this gatekeeper is good enough. Like, I don't really need anything else. You will still have to spend creds and whatnot to get through. And then there's server 1 upgrades that are going to take care of you, and that's okay for me. And then the archives are an unknown quantity at least 4 times. Go for it.
There could be something in archives.
You just need 1 point.
I kind of doubt it though.
Uh-huh.
I trust my opponents. I trust my opponents that they don't put agendas into archives. Maybe there is, but I think I'm just trying to think your outs here. There is pinhole threading. I guess you could maybe hope you can pinhole threading into archives. Like if your plan is to get into the remote, you don't actually care about the edge of the first subroutine on Gatekeeper. You just care about the ETR.
Here we go. We're going there. So we're breaking the Ngolo, and then Kikai can just afford to do either or. I mean, you can res a Skunkworks if you have it. You can just keep anoeticing.
Yeah, so
that's the Skunkworks, yeah.
So
lose 2 clicks and get in, but then I will anoetic you anyway.
So what you could do here, what Joe could do here, or Kenzero could do here is I was gonna say what you could do is you could spend the 2 clicks on the Skunkworks, force them to void, then that puts them on only 4 credits, and then you could Stargate, or you could try and top deck the win off R&D. But you could also in fact the same play actually works. You can let them have the extra 2 credits from not using the void, and now you can just try and Stargate R&D and hope that they can't.
It's completely feasible that R&D is drafter.
Yeah, that's what I feel it is, which is very rough. The problem is, do they have enough money to res R&D, the ice and R&D, and also score out? But I mean, I think Kikai has this. I think they're currently 90% to win this game, maybe 95. And yeah, we're seeing the overclock R&D, so
There we go. Never gonna give it up.
God.
it's got to be. It's a 1 in 8. It's a 1 in 8, and it's not it. I think you gotta hope now. I think hopefully Kenzier has the third overclock in the list and can go credit overclock archives.
Nope.
But nope.
That's it.
Conceding that one. That is
What a game! What a game! Oof! What a game! And that's a food for good measure. Wow! Very good game. 42 minutes on the clock for this game, plus my technical issues. Thanks for the chat for being so supportive with their Fs and whatnot. I'm actually gonna click the button for the raffle because people have been raffling left, right, and center. So let's just pick some winners.
TugtetguT,
Yeah.
you won.
And then there's also Bagulgo.
Bagulgo.
Bagulgo. Oh, that's cheating. I think we're going to redraw this. This is Mike. No, we cannot.
That is cheaty McCheater face.
No. There's going to be more winners. I'm just removing Mike from this because he's the one running the stream. So this is rigged. Not stream, sorry, the raffles. Boreira, okay, here we go. And Krusty, okay, so we have 5 winners. TugtetguT, Bagulgo, Django84, Boreira, and Krusty. And that's it. And in the meantime, you can check another game. Like, we could totally jump into another game. I hope the...
Do you want to watch the reverse of that game?
We could. It would be awesome. Oh, well, they're still on the table, right? They're still... Yeah. Oh, no. Wait.
They just
no.
remade.
Yeah, okay, perfect. Oof. We're back. Hopefully without any technical issues. Another... yeah, go on.
I am also going to have to bid farewell briefly to the stream. I have to go cook some brunch for my family, but I'm sure you guys would be more than capable to hold down the fort in my absence.
Thank you for that, then, and see you soon after the lunch brunch cooking. Hopefully, it's gonna go easy for you. Take care, and we'll see you back on stream, right, today?
Yeah, you'll see me back. You can't get rid of me that easy.
Perfect. Okay, good luck.
All right, good luck, everybody.
Cheers. That was anarchomushroom, also known as Padraig, switching off. Thanks to them for accompanying us through those rough moments. And speaking of rough moments, look at the board state. Is this like Kikai saying, "Yeah, I know how to play Adam as well"? So
yeah.
Let's just have
some
fun.
One of the key things when you're playing Adam, and I'm saying this as an Adam main, I pretty much exclusively play Adam.
Yeah.
You're trying to get that safety first trigger as often as possible because drawing a card every turn is obviously extraordinarily powerful. So that's why you play, and why they're so powerful, pad taps, logic bombs, cards that you can play for 0, get them down on the table. And then you see the T400, which could suggest that there's boat here. But also that gives you the extra hand size, which means you're more likely to be able to get your safety first trigger at the end of the turn.
Yeah.
And you've got no free lunch, which is again a card that costs 0. So yeah, again playing into the safety first trigger there. Meanwhile, corpse sides, we see Mavaris in the bin already, which dug out a regolith, I think. Yeah. So just really setting up there, just getting some credits off of the regolith.
So good play on both sides.
It is boat. It is boat. We've seen boat.
Boat confirmed.
Captain Adam.
Yeah. Gotta sail away, sail away, sail away. But yeah, this is gonna be an interesting matchup to see because there's 2 boats basically facing each other, and we've seen Pinsel doing Pinsel magic with Ob earlier on, which didn't stop Asgard from winning. But again, Ob is just anybody's guess what's gonna happen here on the table. There are some solid builds out there. There are some builds that are gonna be popping up after this tournament. I'm pretty sure because people just keep tweaking cards. And there's always something you can spice things up with the Ob map, so to speak, with that install for exactly 1 less. I'm very happy we're not doing fractions in Netrunner. I would be completely lost. But yeah, nobody's game just yet, or anybody's game just at this moment. Although Count Zero is on 18 credits, so that's a big advantage here. On the other hand, Adam doesn't really care about the econ right now. It's time to apply the pressure. Running the archives.
Something interesting that Tammy Jo has just picked up in the chat is we're seeing some kind of combo list here with the former carry.
Yep.
On a kill package. They haven't trashed the pad taps, even though they're on 18 credits, I believe.
Yeah.
Which suggests that money isn't an issue, and they're just trying to set up the kill as quickly as possible before boat gets going.
Yeah. I mean, Kikai definitely in a good position here, but now you have to be careful, because if you see former carry, exactly, it's like, okay, what's going on here? Why do you even have a net damage piece of ice? Like, what's the story here? And you do have to watch until you can make your grip a bit bigger. You do have to watch your hand size as well. So this could be an interesting thing, and this could be a meta read as well, like kill decks against Adam, which seems to be popular in the meta at this moment. They don't really have a big chance against the well-prepared lat with the chart rooms and whatnot, but against Adams, sure, until Adam gets the hand size up, although we do see here a supporting card in the memory diamond, of course, which is good. You can try and kill an Adam with some proper meat damage.
Yeah, I mean, remember that with the boat, that's your console, so you don't have the brain chip now. So you're looking for other ways to get your hand size up so that you can take advantage of that, because being on 3 cards as your hand size for the whole game is a challenge. Overseer Matrix, wow.
Whoa, what is going on? Let's read this card on stream. Whenever the runner trashes a card in this server, you may pay in 1 credit to give the runner 1 tag. This applies even during the runner on which the runner trashes Overseer Matrix. So we're going for a tag you approach here, apparently. Interesting. Overseer Matrix, like... Okay, curious to see what Count Zero brought to the table.
Yeah, is this exactly, again, stealing from chat here. Is this Overseer Matrix with former carry and MCA?
Could be.
So you're starting to set up threats on the board. You get your MCA down, your MCA austerity policy, protecting it with former carries. There we go. Second former carry. And limiting the runner's number of clicks until you can combo. And I think there's a similar list from Man in the Moon at APAC.
Ooh, SDS. Not stealing that because no programs. Yeah. That's what you get for having a boat.
always hurts that, doesn't it? You decide, Janet saying you decide not to pay to steal. So I really want to. I would really, really like to pay here.
Well, yeah, that's going to happen. And this is another, I mean, SDS is an interesting meta call because, again, in a world of boats and boomerangs and whatnot, like, you just say, hey, okay, you do need programs to play against me. You know, you can have all your logic bombs and all your boats and all the other toys that are not programs. You still need a program. And there's no other way to steal his agendas, basically. You do have to.
Kikai immediately playing emerging creativity to find a program that can be...
Oh, there we go. This is bold. We're gonna see 2 out of 3. Yeah, this is a very good play here.
Yeah.
2 out of 3 to be seen, and so chances are you're gonna get into 4 points. Rust Rider in the chat with some quality bot humor. Please don't spam caps in the chat. Caps are, I know you're trying to say, you know, like a short version of a long card name, for example, but, you know, it's just not polite, all caps. It's like shouting at people. Anyway, we resolved the subroutine. There's net damage. So this is
interesting.
Well, wait, how are you gonna... Okay, you were really betting. That was dangerous, huh? That was living on the edge, because if you don't hit an agenda...
So brave.
You suffer 1 meat and you're out. Wow.
I'm
Unless I'm missing
something there.
Yeah.
I don't know why you don't use boat counters. They're better players than I.
Yeah. But here we are, the runner with the boat play and on 4 agenda points. But in the meantime, Count Zero saying, yeah, I know, but now I'm just going to try and do something in server 1.
Oh, yeah, we missed that. There's second SDS.
Oh, there were 2 SDSs. Okay, that was a safe play then. Okay, fair enough. Sorry. And we keep going. I mean, there's no stopping this. But I assume the SDS in server 1.
Could be the win here.
The virus.
And they
Okay. We're going in
And
again.
remember, neutralize all threats isn't just one per turn. Getting another access.
Oh, that's it.
And that's game.
That's game. What a game. Wow. That was... Okay, we missed the second SDS. Thanks, chat, for pointing it out. But that was just like, you know, you blink and you miss it. Well played. I mean, Kikai, what? That was, you know, that was brave, but also very, you know, very persistent. Just saying, okay, I know it's there. I know it's there. I'm just going to go. Wow, what a game. We'll leave the players to discuss things. I'm just going to take a look at the clock because the clock is ticking, folks. This is the second round. And through all the technical issues, through all the things, blowing up, not working properly and whatnot, you've stuck with us. So thanks for that. We're going to have a round 3. After round 3 for 45 minutes, there will be a break. So in case you're wondering, can I go to the bathroom right now? You could go very quickly, but you can also just stick until round 3, in which case you'll be able to refill all your water receptacles and maybe get a snack or what have you. Of course, you can always step away from the chat. You're lucky enough to do so. We're going to be sticking around here for a while now. Let's pick a table, any table. Ed, you've been very good at picking tables. Pick a table, or the chat can just...
Okay. Is there anything from the chat? Otherwise, I'm going to
Oh yeah, chat. Give us a point here. Point us towards a table that's not too popular, maybe. Like speaking of IDs, of course. And there's not that many. There's not that much time left in the round anyway. 15 minutes. So maybe we should. No, should we take a break?
Maybe
No,
let's go. Should we try going to table 1? We're going to see a shaper for the first time and Matuszczak's first round of games. Matuszczak, very strong player.
Yep. Let me just check the list if we're asked not to stream those folks, but we could just... could you jump in and ask?
Yeah, sure.
That would be very kind of you. Thank you. Someone is playing Apex. Yes, Chaos of 99. Yeah, someone is playing Apex.
That's an okay from both of them.
Perfect. Thank you so much, folks. We're jumping into table 1 then. Whoops, sorry. This is just a little blippy blop. And here we're on the game. This is still anybody's game. 15 minutes away from the end of the round, apparently, unless I'm mistaken. And this is an interesting board day. We have Lat on a boat. Go figure. But we have Matuszczak on Architects of Tomorrow. And... was this the only Architects of Tomorrow?
It was, yes. Yeah, it's the only one we saw today, yes.
So this is all about Bioroids getting, well, basically rezzed whenever... Oh, sorry, the first time. I should always remember. The first time each turn the runner passes a rezzed piece of Bioroid ice, you may res 1 Bioroid card, paying 4 less. Wow. It has to be of the separate Bioroid, yeah.
Amoeba there, let Hakal fire, doing 1 core damage. Deciding they couldn't get in to server 2, and then running server 1.
Looking for options here. That's a Trieste. Ooh, this is gonna hurt.
Forced to break this now.
Yep. So whenever you rest Trieste model Bioroids, you can choose 1 rest piece of Bioroid ice, and the runner card abilities cannot break subroutines on that piece of ice.
So they can break it with Bagulta. What they can't do is click to break the subroutines through Ansel, and what they can't do is use Boat to break the subroutines.
Yeah, so you can click through it, and you can't use the cards, right? That's the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can use... I believe you can use Icebreakers, no?
Well, it says card abilities, so I assume anything on a card that's an ability, that's a paid ability, then you cannot. No. Yeah, exactly, because you pay for it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I think you can't. So yeah, no book halter, and I mean, you can just click through, so you can click through, you have 2 clicks, that's still decent. You can click through 2 subroutines. I would just say, I don't know, like, I would avoid getting a card trashed, and then maybe letting the corp, install, and then the runner cannot steal trash corp cards for the remainder of this run. I mean, okay, you just don't care about the Trieste, because the thing is, when you res this asset, so once you res it, you chose it, and it kind of gets a counter. So unless you unres it and you res it again, which is an interesting thing.
Okay, right.
Yeah, there was some
They're just having a
click
little
issues.
bit of priority stuff going on there, but they're all sorted now.
Sorted out. So this Ansel is unbreakable unless you click through it, which is kind of sweet. Nice combo. Yeah.
And you can only click 2, so the obvious one, you're going to be clicking the first subroutine, which is trash 1 installed runner card.
Yeah. Would you be using any of the other ones as well, or would you keep yourself a click to, for example, run HQ? I don't know. I mean,
I think you click a second one as well. And I think you're probably letting the court install a card because you want to be trashing this Trieste, because a Trieste on an Ansel can be a bit problematic down the line.
Yeah. Oh, people asking for raffles and waffles and baffles. There will be a waffle coming soon. I promise. I promise. Just give us some time.
Oh yeah, so we just jumped in. Apparently we jumped in just after Hakal was rezzed. Hakal was rezzed, which means they can't break Ansel with the clicks either.
Yeah.
Ouch. Yeah, so just to go over that again, we joined just after Hakal. Hakal says when you res this ice, you may derez another install card, which must have happened. If you do, the runner cannot use paid abilities on Bioroid ice for the remainder of this turn.
Yeah.
And maybe a slight misplay there. I hope us jumping in didn't kind of throw their train of thought. Because running that Ansel with the Trieste has now meant they've lost the boat. Boat down. The boat has been sunk.
Oh wow, this is Matuszczak now on 8 cards here. A lot of things to choose from, but here we go. Just server 2 getting advanced, double advanced, and then we get a seamless launch. So that's gonna be an architect. Oh, this is brilliant. Now you might, well, I mean, yeah, depends on what you of course pick, but top 5 cards. Still something to choose from, I guess, even though you drew into a lot. The problem, or the technical problem, is you may have to trash cards in HQ after this. Thing is, how are you going to get them back?
You're likely going to have to trash 2.
Yeah.
I suppose you're hoping really for a spin doctor here. You've used 2 already, as Matuszczak.
Yeah.
Has used 2 of their spin doctors already. Just looking in the bin. Yeah, sure, but I think that said, server 2 looks like a horrible remote to get into. And it's just got a bit worse. And Ansel installed and raised outside it.
So what do you hammer now here? Do you hammer R&D or do you hammer HQ? I mean, Ravana is a code gate. You do have Hyperbaric. HQ is open. Server 2 is gonna get something installed, and then you're just gonna be very sad about this, I guess, unless you have the tools.
Yeah. I mean, you've got 31 credits though as Amoeba, and 31 credits is going to get you in.
Well,
maybe,
there's a.
Maybe you just sit tight.
Okay. Oh, there's a boat.
Or play another boat.
Okay, just taking it easy and saying, okay, your move. I'm ready for you. And yeah, I mean, if you have 30 plus credits, installing a boat is just a little dent on your bank account. You don't really care that much. I think people really want a raffle. Okay, folks. You made me do it. I'm going to press the button.
Oh my goodness.
We're going to go for a plastic Palana Jasminder combo starting right now. Is there a Clippy in the bin? Good question. No, but there's a clot. You could... It kind of... Clippy clot, you know, CL, you could kind of fake it and say, oh, that's a Clippy, but no, not online.
So I guess as the runner here, you're just waiting for something to get installed in server 2.
Which just happened.
Which has happened.
Fully up into server 2.
You run it.
Yeah, let's see. It. No, I would say you do. Matuszczak is on 13 credits, which is... not not bad, but then again, if you res the ice, and you probably will have to in order to, you know, tax the runner a bit, outbeat of the boat counters or of the 30 free credits that the runner has right now, you will go down on your own credits. So yeah, it is good pressure running server 2. HQ getting a run. Oh, that's big. That is big.
So the one point about server 2 is obviously as architects of tomorrow, you're going to get likely to get one of those ice res for 4 credits less.
That is a very good point.
So it doesn't take you too far into the depths money-wise.
We're sinking deep here with the boats and all the into the depths and whatnot. But yeah, here we go. This is the Ansel stopping you from getting into server 2, but there's no problem whatsoever because the Ansel is totally breakable with your heap of credits and a book halter. No bad news there for you.
Yeah, so that only actually costs with Bogolta, it's 4 credits net. Which isn't too bad really for a 6 cost ice. Absolutely not.
This is brilliant. Hakarl here, this is the barrier. This is where the boat counters come into play because you do not have a fractor. So you do have to use the boat. But that's only 2 tokens.
I think we're just waiting to see if there's going to be a res here from Matuszczak.
Right. Yeah. Could
potentially. Or they could wait for Hakarl to be... Is it the first time it's broke?
Let's just read.
Yeah, so it's the first time it's passed. So this is the window. This is the window for Matuszczak to res if they wanted to.
I would be resing here, right? I mean, the discount is 4 credits, which is kind of cool. Yeah, here we go. That's the second Hakarl. Okay, that's a good one. I mean, you still have the boat to get in, but because this is the combo. Because you res Hakarl, you can res a card. So, well, you can res the Trieste, and now the Trieste model Bioroids from server 1 become active again if you res them, which you totally can. So this is becoming interesting now because the Hakarls are becoming spicier.
Yeah, this is quite nasty actually, isn't it?
Yeah, good combo.
Matuszczak can re-res the Trieste. What do you do as Amoeba? Because you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, really, aren't you?
Well, I would say both through the first... Oh, no, you have to approach this, and then... Oh, well, yeah.
Because then there's the window.
Yeah. If I was Matuszczak, I would still let the runner spend their counters here, right?
Mm-hmm. Probably on the Hakarl, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So here we are.
See what's in this position.
Yeah, this is the fun part. This is the spice now, or just a normal Ravana.
Yeah, could just be Ravana.
So saving the Trieste for the last Hakarl, indeed. And then let's see what's gonna happen here. Is this a res? There's no res. Matuszczak, like you already mentioned, this is a seasoned player, not playing the first big tournament. Or there we go. That's a Loki. Well, so here we have what's his name? Tom Hiddleston, right? Oh, and you make the Loki unbreakable. Oh,
yeah,
sweet,
painful.
Sweet. Totally worth the credits, right? The chat going yes. Meme magic activate. Oh jeez. Pew pew pew. I mean, this is it. This is why Loki is such a good card, printed years ago, but they knew. 2017 era FFG. Thanks for this card. Loki is awesome. The original.
That's trash. Yeah. That's a second boat trash. Two boat trashes in a game are very painful.
Yep. That was serious business. The ETR firing,
yeah,
as well. And this is such a sweet ETR. End the run unless the runner shuffles his or her grip their grip into the stack. So this is brilliant. I mean, if you're playing Jinteki, it is 5 influence though. But this is such a brilliant card for Jinteki, for example. It's just like
oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
If
you can find that influence in Jinteki.
Yeah. Oh, that's a Rashida. That's going away. But I mean, if I had a 17 influence Jinteki ID that can use HB cards without any problems, which hasn't happened yet, I believe, I would be considering a one-off Loki, or probably, because the beauty of Loki is it doesn't have to be a Bioroid Ice, and this is opening up so many cool options.
Sure, I mean we've seen Loki before in Ag Infusion.
Yeah.
Not so much recently, but
Yeah.
it's a spicy one-off, and that's gonna be game.
That's game. That was the turn to end all turns. Very good game. Very good game on both sides. But you can beat the boat. The boat has been beaten. But this is all about the right time, the right thing. And both players did a very good job here to make sure that things keep being interesting. But there we go. That was it. There's still 7 games, but I'm gonna check the clock here right now because probably we shouldn't be bothering people. Let's just see the timer.
There's 1 minute left in the round.
Yeah, that's not gonna be happening there. So, in case you just joined us, this is round 2. There's gonna be round 3 coming up soon. Let's just take a quick look at Cobra on my side of things, and let's just jump here. Okay. Still 7 games going. Still technical issues happening, but left, right, and center. Huge thanks to everybody, just for sticking around. But let's take a look at the results very quickly so far. So this was table 1. We don't know what the first game result was, but we don't care. For now, this is going to be updated as soon as possible. Still 4 games not reported. Top tables, of course, with a lot of sweeps. This is going to be interesting to see on the results. But this is only round 2 of 7, so there's still a lot of stuff. And I think only until round 4, right? We're going to have people just playing. And then in round 4, we will have some people saying, maybe I should do an intentional draw, or maybe I need a 2-4-1. Or maybe I can just, just drop and rest for the rest of the day or night, what have you. But
I think with such a big tournament, we might even see 2-for-1s from next round.
Ooh, okay.
Because if you've lost, if you say you on a sweep and a swept,
Mm-hmm.
You're on 2-2. You're gonna need probably 9 and 3.
Yeah.
11 and 3 even.
Yeah.
So 2-for-1 town has been entered then.
So there's going to be a lot of pressure on some people here to decide if they're actually going for this or not, because it's a one-off thing. It's like, okay, either you win or you don't, and that could be, very, very pricey. Then again, let's be honest, we're all playing for fun, and for the memes, and for the titles, of course, but that's about it. So it's not that you're going to feel very, very, very bad, and hopefully it's going to be exciting. Excitement is the main prize. I'm just looking. Apex. Oh no, Apex not winning a game still. I'm just I'm keeping my fingers crossed for Apex here. Go Apex, go. As a reminder, what the meta is like. Just a very quick look back again. We just seen the only Architects of Tomorrow in the field today scoring out. So that was cool. And then on the other side, lats aplenty. So if you see any lats, it's just statistics, okay? But we definitely need to watch an Apex game. We're going to try and catch an Apex game in the next round. I kid you not. I mean,
that would be great.
Yeah. If we're allowed to stream it, and if the internet, and if Apex doesn't eat the internet, which it shouldn't, right? But I hope it, I don't know. I mean, I hope it won't. Then we should be able to watch the next round. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna jump out for 2 minutes. So we're just gonna leave people for 3 minutes listening to some music, and I'm just gonna refill my water and whatnot. Is that okay?
Sounds good to me.
Okay,
absolutely,
so see you folks in a Wi-Fi. You can enter the raffle. The bot is not gonna reply to you, but do it. Round 3 coming up next. Me and Ed, we're gonna be here on stream. We're gonna be joined later on by some other people. Talk to you soon.
straps to maximum power output. Transmitting signal in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Transmitting signal now.
Okay, folks, I'm coming back. I hope I'm coming back. I hope this is actually still working. We had some technical issues. I'm looking to the side, but I should be looking. Hello there. I'm looking to the side because I'm trying to get my co-host back into the stream. I just jumped out of a call. We're gonna jump into another call with Ed. I hope Ed can join me here. Hopefully that's gonna work out. If you just joined us, this is the 2022, I'm gonna keep repeating, this is the Netrunner Europe and Africa Continental Championship. And we are gonna be going into round 3 and the tables are being paired up right now. We do want to see an Apex game, I hear. So this is what we're gonna be going for, right? I mean, Apex is the name of the game here. Round 3 paired up, I'm gonna look for Apex. And I'm gonna ask if we can actually look at that game. There will be some sounds.
Back?
You are back. Welcome.
Excellent. And I've had a play with my microphone as well, so
Great, awesome, and amazing to have you back.
rehydrated.
Just a sec then. I'm just skipping around here a bit, making sure with the players that actually we are able to stream table 44, which might not be the top table, and it does have a lot, but we definitely want to see the Azmari and the Apex. That's it. That's what we want to see. Let's just take a look. If okay, we are cleared to enter table 44, which is the best number of a table ever. I'm just...
Oh, yeah. Fantastic.
I actually didn't go into the standings at all, but we're just gonna swap around things here. Whoops, that's my face. That's not what you want to see. Let's go into the standings for a second. After 2 rounds, just to see the people who have not dropped the game just yet. Mr. Buggles, Mortivor, Baralai, Matuszczak, well, if you get a buy, that's what happens. TugtetguT, Kikai, Bridgman, Cygamer, Alflex, and MJP. Those people have not dropped the game. Everybody else had a bit less luck. But look at this, Super Heavies. That's great. Shapers, left, right, and center. Hoshiko, this is it. There's a PE and a Hoshiko on the top right now. Mr. Buggles requested not to be streamed because there's probably some spicy tech in there. So we're gonna leave that for some other time, or until we get clearance for that. I would say personal evolution level of clearance. But yeah, here we are. And we're gonna completely and totally watch that game that is about to start soon.
So Vesper.
Yes.
I am not the most experienced Apex player.
Me neither.
I'm going to be completely honest.
No, same here, same here.
So what are we looking for? Who knows?
I'm looking for an Apex win. I kid you not.
Rooting on Crowfy. Crowfy, actually, I know through university. I went to the same university, although I've not actually met them.
Okay.
But I got invited to my old university Netrunner group. They've got a really strong community going on there.
Oh, that's so really cool.
at
Which
Warwick
university? Yeah.
Warwick
Oh.
University, just in the Midlands.
Awesome. Warwick University then representing Crofi here. Hopefully she can pull off an Apex win because that would be awesome just for the streams and for the memes. But yeah, let's see what's gonna happen here. This is gonna be exciting.
I got called out in GLC. I'm not the most experienced Apex player, quite.
Well, I mean, you know, that's okay. And we have a 40 card Azmari.
But I have played quite a lot of Azmari.
Okay, do
So
tell.
I'd be interested. So Azmari is a 40-15. So you're often looking at what you call 6.6 Azmari.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to be playing to score 2 3-pointers, and then your third point is going to be a fake 1-pointer
Mm-hmm.
off an echo chamber.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, this is my first question. What does Apex even play? This is total wilderness. Because at the end of your turn, as Azmari, you pick a card type. So you're guessing what Apex is going to be playing.
Yep.
And I wouldn't know. Generally, as Azmari, you just click event, because you're more likely as a runner to be playing events.
Yep.
Rather than trying to do too many sneaky plays and think, I think it's going to be a program this turn.
Yep.
I think it's going to be... you just go for event. Is that the case?
But you don't.
We're going to find out. So, Apex ability. You cannot install non-virtual resources. When your turn begins, you may install one card from your grip face down. So, Apex leverages face down cards, selling them off to break subroutines, or selling them off to prevent damage.
Yeah, he respecting the
make money.
Bellona. Yeah, respecting the Bellona with the overclock. In case you're wondering why would you play that, you wouldn't steal a Bellona. Well, here we are. That's a Bellona!
If it was a Bellona.
Ka-ching! Apex winning this game easy.
Well, yeah, we know they saw it from the first run
Yep.
on R&D, and then the second one going in with the overclock. Really nice play there. Azmari getting the 2 credits for that event. So
Yep. But Apex, yeah, this is the thing. I mean, it's a very interesting. I mean, of course, Crofi already said in the chat it was a deck recommended by a friend. It is not good, and this is not the point. The point is, you're preparing for your lats, your you know, even your Anarch or something, and then you have Apex, and you're like, okay, what's going on here? Why? What do I even do against Apex? Like, you have to remember cards that you may not be remembering. You may have a tough time figuring out what are the play patterns for Apex, and with the new cards out, who knows? I mean, there could be some really interesting yank here, and that yank could be very fun to see on stream. So Evil AI, we root for you. Go, go, go.
So Mella's just installed what might be a second spin doctor. Something in server 1 as well.
Yep.
And okay.
Ooh, okay. Filtering time. Daily business show, so you get to draw 1 extra card, and then you add 1 to the bottom. So this is the way for you to just say, okay, you're not gonna see any agendas as much as possible. And this is a very good card for you because you do have a smaller a number of cards in your deck, so you do have to be careful about it. Special report. Shuffle any number of cards from HQ into R&D, draw the number of cards. Wow, this is... I don't know, I haven't seen Special report played much, but here we have...
So the idea behind Special Report is that you can find your cards quicker if you're on combo kill or something like that.
Yep.
So I'm wondering if we might be seeing something like a re-education Neurospike deck.
Yep. There we go, Gachapon. Interesting card set aside.
There's Boat. Boat's being set aside. Apex is on a boat.
I mean, the thing is, Gachapon does give you a discount, which is great, but Boat at 6 is still pricey. Boat packs, that's it. I mean,
Boat packs, yeah.
Neuropantser with the memes. Neuropantser will probably be joining us at some point later on as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe I think Pants is free. Maybe if Pants comes on, and then when Roger gets back, I can jump out for a little bit.
Perfectly fine. Yeah.
I don't mind either way.
No worries whatsoever. And you've been an absolute champ for just saying, "Hey, I want to be around, and if you need me, I'll just jump in because I love Netrunner." So that's a good part.
I'm here all weekend. as and when you get bored of me, just kick me out for a bit.
Nah, never. But the thing is, you now you should say I also do weddings, bar mitzvahs, and all that stuff. Oh, we're trashing a Bologna. This is getting into win territory, huh? Oh, of course I'm kidding, but this is getting more and more serious here. Oh, Therebray with the hot take in the chat, which is absolutely correct. Gachapon can only install programs or virtual resources, so you cannot install a boat from Gachapon. You're absolutely right. We're overclocking into the Bologna. 6 points, Apex, go! Living the dream! I'm loving this game. This is great. I'm just wondering if Neuropantser's... Oh yeah, Neuropantser's with us. I just don't have the audio. Do I have Neuropantser muted? Oh, that's definitely you. Hello there.
Yeah, didn't want to come in without an introduction. Hello. How's everyone on the stream doing?
Doing fantastic, thanks.
Yeah, we're doing great here. I just have to update things, but that's perfect.
We have Apex with 6 points on stream right now. This is already an amazing tournament, and I just woke up.
Yeah, it's not Apex, it's Boat Pex.
You're right, it's Boat Pex. We don't have the boat down yet, but it's always interesting to see those 5 influence cards out of these mini factions. Especially, I mean, we saw this last week with Boat out of Adam. But one of the things about Adam is you get to install Boat for free with Emergent Creativity. You don't have that in Apex. You were just paying 8 to install a boat. Fantastic.
Sure. Yeah,
that's a level of commitment I love to see.
Crofy's called what I was suggesting as well. Why do I feel like I'm getting Neurospike this game? And it certainly looks like setting up for a Neurospike kill.
Well, and that's one of the interesting things about this, right? Is being on boat means that you're not on heartbeat, so you don't have that natural kill protection that you usually do as Apex. Unless there happens to be a heartbeat in this list that you install if you think you're going to get killed.
Yeah, for sure. I'm so unfamiliar with Apex. Is there an instant draw card for Apex, like a trash to draw?
Stone Ship is a location.
You could use that, yeah.
Well, it's a location, so you can't install it.
No, you can't install it.
Oh, it's true. I mean, right. It's not virtual. What am I saying?
So this is presenting lethal, right? This is presenting seamless. Well, I guess not right now because we have a special report, but one advancement represents seamless Neurospike.
Yeah.
On any future turn. Spooky. This is already very spooky.
Yeah. You can see play slowed down a little bit. And yeah, Mella's still going with that tactic of just naming event every single turn. Seems the right thing to do.
We are installing cards face down, so the question is, I mean, you're not on heartbeat. What else could you be on that uses face down cards? Or maybe you're just trying to get rid of hand cards? I don't know. Could be using a simulator, I guess.
Could be.
IP block.
Chopbot was, is that still in the card pool or did that rotate?
I think it may have rotated. Could be wrong.
May not matter. We do have okay, so we sure enough see the Neurospike.
There's a Neurospike. Nothing to see. This game is just awesome for the camaraderie, and yeah.
Yeah, there's been some really good chat in this game.
Absolutely.
Good banter. Yeah.
Top play here on both sides. They're having fun. We're having fun. Everybody's having fun. Top team Netrunner.
Unfortunately for Mela, there is nothing to see here in those top 3 cards because the Neurospike did in fact get trashed.
That is true.
So it's just knowledge revealed, but unless there's already one of those in hand. Oh, hold on, we have a seamless.
Double seamless.
We have another seamless.
And here comes the biggie. Yep.
Re-education
Neurospike. It's a re-education. If there was already a Neurospike in hand, this would have happened last turn, right?
Sure.
Unless this is drawing for it.
But can Crowfy...
Reactions. Oh no!
Gachapon.
You can gachapon, yes.
All right, Gachapon.
Yes. The
So
dream
Reaver
is
does draw a card. Oh my gosh, that's
Yes!
huge. Reaver draws a card.
Yeah.
We're in the game. I'm breathing hard here.
That is such a niche interaction. Reaver drawing a card on the corp turn. I'll be honest, if I were on the Neurospike side, I'm not sure I would think to play around that.
No. Oh.
Oh yeah, Crowfy is still. Oh yeah. Excuse me. There we go. Well, no, I mean, I don't. So we're leaving this completely to the players. If they need to talk to a judge about things, we're leaving this to the players. They could do that. But this interaction, so cute. Reaver
So the
MVP.
options are they could install a hunting grounds, or they could install a harbinger.
Harbinger.
Looks
Okay.
like Harbinger is the play.
Mm.
Harbinger, obviously a great one if a lot of your strategy revolves around trashing your cards, because you get to trash it twice.
Yep.
I think we
They
still
often-
have yet to see exactly what these face down cards are getting used for. Is this an endless hunger?
Yeah.
I'd be a little surprised by that just because of the presence of boat, but
We're getting archives.
I mean,
Okay.
Endless Hunger could be a nice backup to boat, though, couldn't it?
True.
You know, if
True.
you need to get in to get those tokens.
It's not a
Well,
bad idea, yeah.
boat does
Good
give you
plan.
extra MU, which obviously the problem with endless hunger is that it takes up so much MU.
Mhm.
Oh, Mad Dash discarded. Not useful this game, but would have been great to see
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah, and Mela actually respecting the Stargate and potential threats on R&D, just saying, no, I know there's only an IP block and you could get through it, maybe, most of the time, but I'm not gonna let you. There's another piece of ice dropping down, and Server 3 getting an install.
So, Pants, have you ever taken Apex to a tournament or a GNK before?
I have not. This is completely new territory for me. I think I've maybe seen Apex played in person once in my life, and it did not go this well. So
No.
this is completely new territory for me. I'm learning things every single turn.
Mm.
Have you?
No. I don't think I've ever seen Apex in the flesh.
I think I've seen Apex at German Nats 2019. Of course, there's a player who goes by the username Pumego, a very proficient Apex fan, I would say. And of course, there's this thing. I mean, you find something you like, and then you're just trying to make it good. So if you're trying to make something good a lot, then you get really good at it, even if it's not
Yeah, of
perfect.
course.
So yeah. But of course, I mean, Apex is not loved that much by the cards themselves. So, but here we go. There we go. Consume on the table. That's not bad.
It's got a nice synergy with Stargate, right? You make your Stargate run, you trash a card, and you get refunded 2 credits by consume.
Yeah.
In the current state of things, Apex doesn't have a link, which I'll admit is a little interesting because Apex is digital. But regardless, you don't have that link, but you do get to basically pay 3 to get through IP block for free, and then I mean for free as in not having a breaker, and then you get 2 of those back from consume. That's actually a pretty nice synergy. But we have an install advance here.
Okay, we're going dirty laundry. So Apex actually is, checking stuff up on other entities and saying, hey, this could be big.
Oh, I love seeing pop-up window.
This just popped up on the server and you're gonna get through. But fear the mighty spam. Ad blocker. There has to be a runner card at some point called ad blocker, please. Special report. Okay.
Third special report.
Yeah.
I guess Hunting Grounds is your pop-up blocker, right? Because it prevents the gaining 1.
True. Okay, I'm gonna rename all my extensions for blocking pop-ups to Hunting Grounds. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I like it.
Cool. Yeah, I like it.
So it's
So
still.
although
Yep.
Crowfy's on 6 points, I actually would prefer to be the corp here, I think.
Okay, Crowfy doing some maths really quickly, and that's the thing. I mean, you have 2 clicks, 14 credits, 13 cards in R&D still, a card in server 2. Server 1. We can assume it's an agenda, right? I mean, this deck is probably not going to have anything else to advance. So that means 4 agendas are kind of identified. Mela, I've made my piece. This is top level banter here, really. Seriously. People should be learning from this. Oh, there we go. This is the boat.
The boat comes down.
Boatacular. I hope the chat is...
Let's see it. What's this ice? Does this ice actually end the run is always the question when you're an NBN deck.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Chat is suspiciously quiet, I have to say. But the boat is down. Hydra has 10 credits. Ooh, just counting. Ooh.
That is correct. Hydra is 10 credits.
That's a
It
ping.
is not a Hydra here. This is a ping. So this will result in Crowfee being tagged at the end of the turn.
Yep.
Remains to be seen exactly what that can result in from this Azmari deck. We haven't really seen any tag punishment.
I think it's an IP block.
As far as I know.
I would be betting it's an IP block. Oh,
It's a pop-up. Just the mighty pop-up.
What's going on here? Is this Apex getting points?
This is looking more and more like an NGO by the minute, I would say.
That's game! Apex! Yes! What a game!
Vote
Apex,
right on time.
Apex 1, Universe 0.
Clutch fight.
Incredible.
What a game! Beautiful.
Well, that had a
Viewers
few
of
moments.
Continentals, you have just seen Apex win a game at a Continental Championship. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love this.
This was epic.
Awesome.
That is amazing. Yeah, no, of course,
Have
of
to
course.
watch reverse this game now.
One more seamless
We
neuro in hand.
absolutely have to. We absolutely
Oof.
have to.
What a game! What a game! Now we're on for the reverse. I mean, who knows what's gonna happen in there?
Yeah. Spicy.
Table 44. I mean, this is where the action's at. Seriously, like, I mean, top tables are fun and everything, but table 44. I'm anxiously waiting for them to remake it, and Mela an absolute champ there as well. I mean, all the chat banter. This is what you're playing for. You're playing to have fun, and they were winning. Both of them were completely winning. What a game! We just saw Apex win. Oh. Okay, the tournament's over. Everybody go home. So we're waiting for the reverse, by the way, in case you're wondering. And table 3, Malone 75 is pointing out we should go to table 3. We might after the next game here in this matchup. Oh wow! And there were the Australian Nationals today, by the way, as well. Yes, of course. So huge shout outs to everybody playing Down Under. I hope you had a Vegemite sandwich and all the other memes from Australia. And I hope you had a good time in that tournament. It's probably still going on. I don't know. Or maybe. I don't know. Who knows?
I think it's done. Yeah.
Okay, this one isn't
Day
exciting.
one's done.
Oh, people are saying this one is exciting. Ah, come on. Please let us judge. All the spice was in the other matchup. I mean, okay, should we just leave them to their game and that's it? Like, no? Oh yeah, we'll make it exciting.
Let's watch it.
Yeah,
Let's watch it.
we're here for it.
Have we seen a lat game yet?
This is probably the only one, but I don't know. Maybe this lat is on Endless Hunger. Who knows, huh?
That'd be cool.
Wouldn't be surprised.
I'd be a little surprised.
Okay, a bit. Okay. And table 3, I'm just gonna check on Cobra in the meantime, hopefully not changing the screens for anybody other than myself who is on table 3, so that we can actually jump in there and make sure that Barala and Guyot, can we stream those lovely folks?
We are starting off this game with a regolith, no ice on it, just regolith, click. So going up 4 credits on the first turn, daring Lat to come in and trash this regolith on the first turn. Lat could, but remains to be seen if the cards are there to really make it good.
Realistically.
Oh, we have the Parisha.
Okay, Parisha.
Oh.
That almost certainly signals gonna take that gauntlet that was thrown down and slap it right back at PD.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that unfortunately is just about the biggest punish that could happen for that play by PD. And Parisha, if I understand correctly, assuming this is the popular lat deck, which we don't actually know yet, but assuming it is that, I believe Parisha is a 1-of in that deck, correct? So it's a little unfortunate that the punish was there on the first turn of the game.
Yeah,
sure.
Oh, and also an Anedic Void off of R&D. That's a huge hit. That is really core to this PD deck strategy.
Yeah. Crofty has to start protecting the centrals then, because Lat so far is just running amok. I mean, you know, installing things, thrashing things. Oh, another regolith. There we go.
Yeah, we are seeing a question in chat. Did PD mulligan? The answer is yes. This is coming off of a mulligan, so there is definitely a question to ask of, is PD dealing with potential hand awkwardness here? Is that why we're seeing the regoliths come out so quickly? But I'm honestly not sure if that's the case. This could also just be trying to waste Lat's time, not getting down all of the plentiful drip economy that Lat likes to put down. We're also seeing an interesting part of this interaction. So PD with the natural +1 hand size, you get to deny some of these lat draws, and we're starting to see that. We're starting to see PD intentionally try to end the turn on 6 cards. Here going down to 4 though, so choosing to prioritize server 3 over denying a lat draw.
Yeah, I mean, you would normally want to rush behind ice to start the game as PD, particularly against lat. You I think you want to get your first 4 points scored before lat's set up, and then try and eke out your GFI.
Lat definitely looking for stuff here, digging with the stone ship chart room, not even keeping it on the table for anything, because you don't need to in this matchup.
Oh, it's a Rashida out of server 3. That's pretty big for PD. That gives potential access to more draw, potential access to more installable nasty upgrades for server 3, and crucially, agendas and seamless launches, which is really what you want if you are a PD deck.
Crofty versus Spin Doctors draw up, really racing through cards here with the additional draws. Getting that server set up though.
Mela calling out the regoliths going back home. I have to think the regoliths are staying put where they are. If anything is coming out of the bin, I think it's probably the Void. I think it's potentially a face down, potentially a Rashida.
Still no points on either side, and we're seeing a Magnet in HQ, and Mela just poking here and there, but slowly getting into the money, and the longer this goes, the harder it will be for the Corp to actually stop this machine. A tapeworm hitting the table, and yeah.
Just adding value to that tapeworm.
Yep.
It's adding to the HQ poke.
Yep. Crofty just using the spin doctor straight away.
Yeah, that drip is already starting to come in. It's a little later in the game than you expect to see it from this lat deck. It's turn 5, and we're just starting to see this recurring drip come in. But this will be 2 credits, pretty much actually it's 3 credits right now, plus 2 from daily casts, but those are more limited in scope. But yeah, dripping 5 to start the turn feels pretty good when you want to install a boat. Only had to pay 3 for that.
See the magnet again.
And on 4 counters, Endurance can get through just about any remote once from PD. Obviously, the threat from PD here is there could easily be an Anedic Void in server 3, which means you have to get through it twice. But we have a seamless advance off-world office. That is exactly the play you want as PD.
Yeah, as we said earlier in the stream, you're looking to score either the off-world office or the other one, the luminal. It's agenda to get your tempo going.
Yeah, it's interesting you say the other one, because we've actually seen some interesting diversions of, like, there isn't an obvious, of course you play Sandbox as your other 4-2.
No.
There's a lot more split in what people are going with. There are some Vitruvius. We've seen Architect Deployment Test. There seems to be a lot more diversity in what your last agenda is as PD than there used to be.
No, for sure. And we had a discussion about that, and I think the current thinking is the architect deployment test, which I was surprised by over the Vitruvius, but being happy to score out a 4-2 rather than a 3-2 for that extra tempo. Current thinking is that might be worth it. So
yeah, as PD, I think it's usually as easy to score a 4-2 as it is to score a 3-2. You're usually going to have seamless in hand. Obviously, there are situations where you end up having to actually install advance those 4-2s. But typically, those situations, it's just as good as installing a 3-2 because everyone knows if you have a card in that server, it can easily be agenda if you're against PD.
Yeah.
We do see a paperclip hit the bin. That does matter in case one of these ice on the remote is a Hagen or something like that. Because I think with this extremely generous drip already down for lat, really the way that PD has to try to win is taxing out these boat counters. And paperclip makes it harder to do that.
Yeah. Dripping 6 now, Mela.
Must be nice. Yeah, back in my day, you used to hard-hitting news yourself down to 4 credits just to get rid of tapworms without having to purge. Harder to do that now.
Yeah, harder.
For people on the stream who might be wondering what the clown car is basically server 3 being stuffed with a lot of stuff. So stuffed with stuff, and yeah, I don't think there's anything scary in here, right? I mean, we do have the Tranquility Home Grid, which is good for you, but I would just say, well, could be a Managar, maybe an Anoetic.
Don't worry.
Of course.
Well, and actually, the reveal of the Tranquility does make this Clown Car server significantly less scary, right? Yep. The worst case you can run into is either Void or Skunkworks, or one of those two plus a relevant card. You're never going to run into a relevant card plus Void plus Skunkworks now, which is really, that's what you're afraid of if you're lat.
What if it's Ansel ganked, huh?
If it is, then It is entirely possible. I'm a little surprised if it's Ansel ganked, just because we've seen the Void. Usually you spend influence on a copy of that, a copy of Border Control, maybe. It's hard to fit those ganked in at 3 influence. It's definitely not impossible, though. We do see a Border Control get rezzed, so Paperclip will come out of the bin. Break that pretty easily, just 2 credits. But that's a Border Control for yet another end the run if this is a relevant card. Magnet as well. You have a somewhat interesting decision. Hyperbaric chooses to pump up to 3 strength and break Magnet easily. So what is the 3rd ice? It is a Fairchild 3. Only 2 clicks from Mela. Not able to click through this Fairchild 3. Hyperbaric, once it's up to strength, does break that pretty quickly.
Yeah. So it's going to be another 7 credits, but then it's up to strength then.
You could also boat through it.
And unfortunately, if you do pay through all of that, you're left in the situation of you can pay 2 clicks to get through Skunkworks, but you would be left with not enough credits to try. Well, no, Purusha doesn't do upgrades, so you would be left with not enough credits to trash the Skunkworks.
Yeah.
So slightly unfortunate if we do in fact see a Skunkworks rezzed here.
That's a BC.
Just see a Border Control trash.
Border Control. So all of a sudden, Mela was on 20 odd credits at the start of turn. Now just down to 2 credits.
And Crofi also denying those Taproom credits too. So the drip next turn is not going to be nearly as robust as it was in the past. I think, to me, what trashing Border Control there signals is this is likely representing seamless advance on an agenda in server 3 that Crofi wants to score, wants to stay on that critical threshold of 3 credits. Oh, we see a food out of R&D. never, ever, ever punished. And a creative commissions to end the turn. So that will actually end the turn on 6 credits. That's not a bad credit total to end the turn on. Sure enough, we have a seamless. We have an advance. Waiting on the third click here. Possibly weighing the cost of going down to 0 versus a Vitruvius counter.
Yeah, good call.
Sure enough. Vitruvius counter. I think going down to 0 for a Vitruvius counter is worth it with this deck. There's a lot of tricks you can pull. You can get back a Rashida to get you back down from 0 credits if you think that you have a defendable server. You can get back an Anedic Void for a really crucial turn. You can also turn 1 seamless into 2 seamless to score a GFI.
That would be a good one, yeah.
And see that drip, as you said, it's gone from 6 credits last turn, just 1 credit this turn.
Amazing.
Meta taking the opportunity to clear out the other upgrade in server 3.
Mm-hmm.
And presumably
Probably going to click through Fairchild 3, I would guess. Yeah. Otherwise, you go very low if you hyperbaric through this Fairchild. You commit to not... Oh, okay, we're seeing potentially a miscalculation here from Ella.
Yeah. Forgotten maybe that Priscia only works on assets.
Yep. Gonna take a credit if that's okay. We're saying.
Oh, good sportsmanship there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so left with 4. Endurance gets a counter.
That's a money
Finds a
gone.
skunk works.
Yeah.
That you got to get rid of that, I think.
Yeah.
That is public enemy number 1.
But it's science. But anyway.
So Tranquility will stay up. That's honestly pretty big for Crofi. Tranquility is one of the best ways to build back up from 0 credits in a deck that is as jammy as PD, that just has a ton of things to throw into the server. Shoutouts to Slay the Spire, Kakal. Now this is an interesting position, I think. If you're Lat, what are you looking to do here? What do you think your win condition is right now?
I think you've got time to rebuild your board. I think Meta's maybe panicking slightly, being on 4-2 down. And I'd be taking the opportunity to play that Diesel first, get some cards, get some credits down on the table, rather than playing quite so aggressively, making that run on R&D. That would be my thoughts anyway. The corpse on 0, now I'm 4, but they're not going to be able to create a scoring window necessarily this turn.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I guess Crofi right now here is just saying, hey, you have to run server 3 because double seamless and whatnot, and you do have boat counters, so I want you to spend them as much as possible because you do not have the money. Oh, now you have the money. Excuse me.
Well, importantly, it doesn't even need to be double seamless. It just needs to be single seamless, which we already know is there.
Yeah.
So this is very much threatening to end the game. And that's the pressure that this PD deck can put on you of forcing you to run the remote every single turn. I think that's the win condition for Crofi. Tax this boat out, even though you have free servers open, even though there are breakers on the opposing side, you can potentially tax this boat out just because Mela has to run the remote every single turn.
And it's Rashida.
Rashida. That's a
That's
good
good.
find. You definitely don't want to let that fire.
No.
And hey, you get Parisha value. That's nice.
Yep.
Still got 1 click left.
Bad movie, but on a good side of things, the game is still going on.
It's
Oh,
a
and
big
stream-
cut. It's a big cut the feed energy.
yeah. Sorry for that, folks. It just happens. Cut the feed. Hopefully the last time.
There's nothing we can do to completely eliminate those, unfortunately. Yeah, I think while the stream was on a very quick hiatus, Melba's gotten into a very commanding position. 17 credits, all the breakers installed, 5 counters still on boat. This really seems to be Mela's to lose at this point.
Yeah, I think Kofi got very unfortunate with draws. Had the window to jam an agenda and just couldn't find the one agenda that has turned up from PD. Robbed off the top R&D. I can't remember if we saw that on stream.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
Right,
just
depending on the agenda suite, Crofi potentially doesn't even have another 5-3 to threaten a win right now. Potentially has to score 4 agendas.
Yeah.
That really would be just that would be an interesting bit of karma, right? You know, the GFI deck, which says runners have to score 4 agendas, forced to score 4 agendas when, in theory, Lat can now end it on 3 with a mad dash.
Yeah, that's very true. So what's the game plan for Crofi here? I think you kind of have to take the time to set up server 3 again.
Yeah, you have to get something that's more taxing on server 3, I think.
Knowing that Centrals are looking a little bit ropey at best.
Yeah, you have to trust R&D for a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
you
Hard
have
cards.
to hope that you... What installables are you on as this PD deck, I think is the real question. Is could this be something like a Maryland? Could this be something like a Nico?
Yeah, I think we might have seen a Nico earlier, or maybe that was a different PD deck, but I think... Oh, you got your Regoliths. We've seen 2 of those.
Oh, the Regoliths, right. Yeah, could this be the last Regolith? Breaking through Fairchild 3. Just 3 credits. Boat.
Spin Doctor.
Spin Doctor, yep, that's a good one. I mean, these are the sort of runs that you need to force if you're PD. You need to start forcing some runs through the server. Okay, so getting back a border control, getting back a hedge fund. So saying what I need is to get more ice, especially ice that actually ends the run on server 3. And I need to get more money to actually res that ice. That's we're seeing the priorities pretty clearly from Kreffy. I would say those seem correct to me. You really... At the moment, you are only costing 4 credits to get through server 3. That needs to probably be double before you really have a chance to win this game. Yeah, I think. Yeah, Solemn pointing out in chat. I think if the corp is on 5, this game's very different. I think it's extremely difficult when you have to score twice.
Here we go.
Yeah,
We've got the server set up again.
Yep, we have the Void in the server, choosing that Vitruvius counter to get back Void, leaving Void in the bin for that exact purpose. That does honestly make a lot of sense. You know, your seamless get back seamless with Vitruvius play is really not on the table anymore. It's your GFIs are already in the runner's score area, so you're not fooling anyone with that play.
No.
Yeah, Void is obviously a way to make this server more expensive. Force the runner to get through it multiple times is one of the best ways to make it too expensive.
with PD, you've got the potential for even 3 void triggers with the extra hand size. And there's
So
the void.
you ideally don't want to trigger it 3 times because, you know,
Or you get rid of all the cards that you need to win the game.
Yeah, getting rid of the seamless, potentially getting rid of agendas, whatever it is, you ideally don't want to have to do that. But see, this is exactly the problem with this server being so porous to hyperbaric. Each of these runs costs almost as much for Crofi as it does for Mela. Yeah, and I think Crofi acknowledging that. Unfortunately, with both GFIs gone, this was the only out, but this is essentially a scoop in slow motion.
Well, we've seen wilder things happen before.
This would honestly, talking about scooping here, that would be an extremely good bait, right? Like, run through this last time. Oh, actually, it's a Rashida, JK. The unfortunate thing with that is your void gets trashed and it's basically over.
Concession, there we go.
Unfortunately, that is the end of the game.
But Crofi did get the apex win of the tournament, and there's probably still more games. Good games, yeah. This was not great. Sorry for the technical difficulties. I keep being sorry about it, but we're gonna move on to another table. We had reports about table 3 being particularly interesting, so let's just take a look if we can, if they're still in there, because there's a bunch of tables. I think they're done. Yeah.
We've seen kikai already, and Bridgman doesn't want to be streamed.
So table 3 is not the case for us. Let's take a look at Cobra then. What else is in there? Or just let's scroll through what we have here. But in Cobra, there should be some interesting stuff. Table 4 is Haas Bioroid, Ob, and 2 lats. So let's skip that. Table 6, Ag Infusion, Sports Metal, Hoshiko, Lat. So, well, there's a bunch of lats everywhere. But oh no, that already finished.
Not seeing table 6 still up.
Okay.
What are we seeing?
Table
37 started recently.
Table 37. Let me just check.
We've got an R+. We haven't seen an R+ yet.
Yeah, and a smoke and a PD. That could be cool. I mean, there's a lat as well, so it's kind of inevitable. I'm just trying to I'm very hard trying to find a table without lat. Is table 2? Oh no, we've seen those people already.
I've found one.
Okay, tell me.
I'm just waiting to. I'd rather not stream. Okay, no problem.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's perfectly fine, and thank you for asking. What about
table 22?
Table 22.
That is an Adam versus Sports.
That
we haven't
sounds
seen
cool.
Sports yet.
Could you jump in and ask? Yeah, thank you. In the meantime, let me just check the timer as well. Whoops, am I checking?
This.
Yeah, we're fine.
We're gonna ask. This is a 4 to 5 point, 4 to 5 point game, so it could potentially be over pretty quickly.
Okay.
We are okay to stream.
Okay, so table 22, we're jumping in things, and here we are. Okay. Could be over any moment now, but yeah.
So Adams 4 points, 5 points for Sports. Normally a very strong position for Sports to be in. Obviously with the Audacity play to score out the last agenda.
Yep.
Yeah, the fact that Sports is on 3 credits right now does not matter much against Adam. It would matter if there were things like diversion of funds to worry about to get you down to that crucial 0 credit threshold, but doesn't matter much when you're against Adam. So only seeing a biotic labor and a fast break from HQ. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That might signal that this is the moon pool sports that we saw last week, since fast break can quicklessly get that into play. Well, not quicklessly, but it draws you cards, it refunds credits, and it also gets moon pool into play in a single click.
I've just had a look in archives. There's an arc lockdown there, and if we look on the board, removed from game, paperclip. Paperclip is being arc lockdowned.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's spicy.
Which means server 4 is very difficult or more expensive to get in now. behind the heart.
Right. Oh yeah, that is obviously the problem being against Ngolo is Ngolo doesn't care if Paperclip is RFG'd.
No.
It does mean that you only get through once in a turn, but unfortunately sports metal decks traditionally don't have those punishing ways to say you only get to run once on a server, or you have to run twice on a server in a turn. I guess the potential exception could be if this deck is on a Giordano, but again, we have yet to see a Giordano from this, or see some of those. The fact that we see Vitruvius here might indicate that this isn't really the agenda suite that's running that, but we also don't know that for sure.
No.
We're logic bombing through the drafter, and there's a hyperloop.
Hyperloop will get that to 5/5
Yeah.
if that is in fact scooped up next turn.
The issue with the steal is obviously the Hyperloop will give 3 credits, plus the additional 2 credits from Sports. So Sports being on 0 credits, all of a sudden, or 1 credit, that zooms right up.
Probably a spin doctor on one of
and
these
I
servers.
think, importantly, we know we've already seen the biotic from Sports here, so those 5 credits matter quite a bit when 7 credits is such an important threshold.
Sure.
But we do see something behind this Hagen, so threatening. This could be something that you want to use your Ngolo to come check. And if you're using your Ngolo on that, you're not using it on Essential. So the question becomes, how exactly do you get through this drafter if you were going to try to Stargate this turn? Probably worth it to get rid of a Rashida, though. Rashida is crucial for sports. Oh, but a Rashida fires from server 5.
Could potentially
Love to
game
see it.
with
This
right
this
draw
could
here.
be game. We see an install. We see an advance.
That's it.
And we see an Audacity. That's game.
What a finish.
Sneaking the Rashida out on the flank.
What a
Fantastic
finish.
play.
Yeah.
Rewarded with an Audacity Vitruvius win.
Very good game.
Nice.
Very good finish, I should say, because we didn't see the game, but it probably was interesting indeed if things were happening in many different ways, and then we had things hitting the bin quite a lot there as well. Let's take a quick look at the timer. Dun dun dun. Oh, do I actually have the timer here? Is anybody running the timer? That's a very interesting.
12 minutes it looks
Okay,
like.
yeah,
until
yeah.
round 3 ends.
Yeah.
12
No.
minutes. We've got time for table 31's just started.
Okay, if you can go in and ask.
It is Lat versus Sports, but the game's just started, so
Longy and Z-Bag, yeah, I mean, well, why not?
we're going to see some Lat today. So,
Yeah. Are
Yeah.
we okay to go in?
Okay, we're good
Yeah,
to go.
okay.
we're okay.
Jumping in then.
And we already see 2 green orbs down for Lat. That's pretty big. You want them down this early if you're against sports, because otherwise they just will not make you money over the course of the game in the long run, because there isn't really a long run against sports. Sports, on the other hand, has a Tranquility already down, so that's just going to continue to trickle money in as sports installs things in server 1. What do you think this installed card in server 1 is next to the Tranquility?
Next to Tranquility. Rashida. Let's go for Rashida.
I would
Oh,
say
well, we're
ooh,
probably about to find out.
Find out.
I would say it's an agenda actually.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's the Hyperloop or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Which actually, if it is the Hyperloop, it will trigger off of this pinhole threading, correct? No, it's a Spin Doctor. Spin Doctor also makes a lot of sense. You do, with the Eluvalgar bifurcation, you get to de-res that Spin Doctor, get an extra 2 draw off of it, so it's just a fantastic synergy there.
Promptly trashing the Spin Doctor, of course.
Yep, get that off the table.
Yeah.
You don't want that extra draw, you don't want that extra shuffle. You don't want that Audacity protection.
Yeah, you're playing 2 games at the same time as Z-Bag, aren't you? You're trying to set up as quickly as possible and stop sports from sportsing away.
Mm-hmm. RLC, just for some extra draw, some extra clickless draw. Installing in server 1, hedge funding. And icing HQ. The early HQ is definitely interesting to see against this deck.
Into the depths.
This is a bit of a cheeky into the depths, right? Because you have a gatekeeper res, you're going to get 0 into the depths value here. Gatekeeper going to draw 3 cards for Longi. 0 of them shuffled back. All 7 of these cards are wanted.
So what's the... Obviously there's been a shift to sports metal last weekend and this weekend.
Mhm.
What does sports do so well that can beat Lat Boat?
In my opinion, it's just you go too fast for Lat. This Lat deck's entire game plan is set up a brutal, crushing amount of credit drip that no corp that wants to go more than 10 turns can beat. Sports says, it's fine, I'll just win in 6. I think another important thing is this Lat deck, really, we see with these into the depths, and we see with the boat, Lat really isn't on SMC most of the time. And SMC for Clot, like, yes, you are on Clot as Lat, but you have to fetch it the old-fashioned way, or you have to get it on your turn with Into the Depths before you know if it's needed the next turn. The lack of Clot interaction is honestly one of the big things that seems to be helping these sports decks as well.
Yeah, I would totally concur here with Neuropantser. I mean, basically, you put Tranquility Home Grid, which is just speed, value, speed, and you just keep going faster. This is what I think Kahuita's write-up of the sports metal she used to win the American Continentals was basically you want decks, or at least one deck that goes fast in a tournament, so you don't have to worry. You can kind of play on autopilot in a way. And this is definitely one of those setups where if you practice enough, it's very natural, it's very easy to just make the right choices and you don't have to think a lot.
Oh, that's well, this is click 1, so it's not nearly as bad as it could be, but that's, you never like letting a drafter fire against the sports deck. RLC goes back to HQ for some free value. Let's see what the install is. Installing a Spin Doctor from Archives, sure enough.
Yeah.
Valuing that draw. So some pretty punishing face checks, I would say, here early by Z-Bag. Obviously, getting sports to spend money is good because sports needs money to do things, except for Audacity. But definitely some fires you ideally want to avoid. Those are pretty much the worst fires you can get as someone facing a sports deck.
That second Spin Doctor's looking really good with 5 face downs in Archives, isn't it?
Yep. It's looking extremely good. Sure enough, we see one Spin Doctor get fired. And do we see a second? No, we do not see a second. So there is an Audacity in the bin. That's interesting. I wonder what the signal is there. Does that mean there is already an Audacity in hand, so there's just no value to having a second one?
Yeah, could well be that.
In a different way than PD, we are really seeing sports metal deny these lat draws just by having so many Spin Doctors and so many sports metal triggers. Well, not sports metal triggers yet, but so many Spin Doctors and such to say lat can't get up to 7 cards the way that lat needs to get that free draw. Just kind of interesting, I think.
Would you have been tempted there? I suppose hard to say without full information, but tempted to res the Spin Doctor and then de-res it with the Elivagar?
I absolutely would have been tempted. The fact that sports didn't go for that play probably signals something about their hand. Probably signals that this is a very sculpted hand, potentially too many agendas right now, but potentially just, I've already got the Biotic, I've already got the Audacity, I don't need to, and I've already got agendas I want to score with those. I don't need to be drawing extra cards right now.
Yeah.
And you know, they seem pretty safe in HQ right now. Lat is not really putting down HQ pressure. This is interesting. Clot goes down preemptively right now, so we now get the potential sub game of, does Longi prioritize getting him a virus down, or just purging out this Clot and trying to kill it with Arc Lockdown? Here's an RLC.
Yeah.
2 cards.
Gone for the draw here. I suppose the draw at the start of turn is much more powerful than the draw at end of turn that we would have had with the second spin doctor.
Yeah, some quick withdraw. Tranquility home grade gains some credits. What is this install? It's an install and an ice. This is
Agenda.
three ice on a remote server and 17 credits in the credit pool sports medal. This is a little different from what we just saw. Same deck, but the game has just played out a bit differently. And I mean, this 3 ice is pretty threatening, I think, if you're Lat, because where are your breakers? You have not had time to get your breakers and get them down. Okay, we finally have an Ika, but where's everything else? Where's your boat?
Do we just go ham on HQ now? Yeah.
Looks like it, yeah. Yeah, potentially taking the signal of not drawing with Spin Doctor, potentially thinking there's a high-value agenda in HQ right now. Potentially there's... You would imagine Illuminal's probably in server 1 right now, but like this is potentially a Vitruvius in server in HQ, something along those lines. Just the biotic.
Just biotic. Does feel like they've dodged a few agendas there.
Yeah, you have to think there's probably at least a 1 in 4 there.
That said, Longy had the second spin doctor on the table. If it was a bit flooded, could have drawn.
True. Yeah, you're right. That might signal nothing.
Yeah.
In HQ. So Ika, pretty decent breaker against Drafter. It's 3 res, 3 to break forever. Not terrible. Manages to see the biotic labor again, potentially dodging an agenda once more. Do we just see a triple advance in server 1 right now? Yes.
Sounds like it.
Triple advance in server 1. And it's the Luminal. That's the best agenda to score right now as sports, I have to think. Do you think this is just Purge?
I would Purge. With no Simul chip on the table as well.
Yeah, no Simul. It forces Lat to have the Simul chip, and yep, sure enough, we see the Purge. Obviously, the problem with, I guess the quote-unquote problem with purging there is you don't immediately get to follow it up with an Arc Lockdown, but this forces a Simul chip and a trash of another program to get the clot back on the table, so you do at least get to kill a green orb that way.
Thing is, like Z-Bag's scrambling to get set up at the moment and not finding the time.
Oh, there's an SMC.
Surprising in the list. Yeah.
Yeah. That's. I wonder if that is an adaptation. Well, I mean, Pinhole's also a bit interesting for Lat. That isn't in the Saka Lat list. So this might actually just be a Lat that's on a few adaptations to the meta. And SMC, as we talked about, very good if you need to threaten Clot. They have a Hagen. Does this SMC turn into an Ngolo, a paperclip? Probably
You've
one of
got to
the
go
two.
for something, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Sure enough, the paperclip. Do you continue the run here? What's the worst thing you can hit if you're Z-Bag?
Ansel?
Ansel would be pretty bad. You do at least have the Eco down. You could take care of it. Magnet, Magnet just...
bad.
Oh, Magnet! Yeah. Oh, right, it takes up the Ika!
Magnet's
oh,
bad.
That's so bad. HQ is now a server you just can't run. Now you need 2 Simul chips. Well, 1 Simul chip kind of does it, but you need Simul chips, right? You need to get this Ika out. You need to get this Clot back on the table. This Sports Metal deck is asking questions that right now Lat's not able to answer.
That's time in the round.
Oh, time in the round too.
Yeah.
So this is Now, notably, called time after Lat's turn ended. So Longi has one last turn, and then Lat has one last turn to potentially glory run to victory.
It's got to be tough from here, but
Longi, you have to think.
Longi just double checking.
Yeah, making sure. This is an important one to understand if you are taking your turn as Longi, because obviously you can just click for 3 credits if Z-Bag does not get another turn and the game's over, but just waiting for confirmation here.
Yeah, I guess the judges are taking their time, which they should, because of course there's a decision to be made. And just a shout out, we have Javi, Navi, and Thaik today being the main judges, with Sanjay as well.
Sanjay.
Sorry, yeah, there's Sanjay, yeah, and I think we have Ruben as well. There's a bunch of people running this. It's a tournament of almost 100 people, so huge thanks to all the judges being present and available. And there are quite a few judge calls here and there, so huge thanks for running this tournament and enjoying it that way.
Yeah, 99 is it's a pretty large field.
So judge decision there was, as it was posted after, time was called after on the table. There's going to be one more turn for Z-Bag there.
Okay. So Longi does have to worry about Z-Bag potentially scooping points out of archives off of an Audacity or something along those lines. Though we do already know there's a biotic in hand, so as long as there is a 3-1, a 3-2, Longi can get up to 5 and make it that much harder for Z-Bag to actually pull the victory.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure enough, biotic, advance, advance, advance. It's just a Mega Pre, so that is 4. So it is potentially 3 agendas away from Lat having the win here. You have to find them, though, and you have to find a way to get through this magnet or this drafter.
You could just, I mean, no,
Yeah.
it's kind of hard. This puzzle is hard. Yeah, it's very difficult, because even if you run a drafter, for example, I mean, as the corp, you could just choose, as the last click, you could just choose to install the agenda on the table, for example, the winning agenda, and then the runner cannot run back on the remote. Or,
right. Even if you have agendas in HQ, right? One of the valid targets for drafter right now is a gatekeeper in the bin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which at the moment, okay, there's a boat now. Boat's really the only way to get through it right now. Rigging up is pretty big, because that does mean boat immediately comes in with the ability to break 2 ice. So that is potentially a run on R&D. That is potentially 2 runs on HQ. Let's see where Z-Bag choose to go here.
And you have 2 clicks and no multi-access, so what can you do?
Actually, yeah, right. Unless this deck is on multi-access, we typically don't see out of this Lat deck. This probably is over. I think what you're hoping for is to steal exactly 2 Vitruvius to get to a tie. Which is not impossible.
That is true.
But you have to think, if there are Vitruvius anywhere, it has to be R&D, because Longi absolutely scores a Vitruvius if it's in hand, just to get up to 5 points instead of 4.
And no, it's not one there.
That is
Nothing on
game.
R&D, that is game.
What a game then.
Tense
Oof.
finish there.
Tense finish
Yeah,
indeed.
very tense finish.
Okay, let's leave it at
Well
that
played,
then.
both.
Yeah, well played. Absolutely. What a game, what a game, what a game. They corp split, and we're going to be going... This was the last game, indeed. No, there's still some games, but we're not going to be jumping in there. I think table 20 is still going. But we're not going to be jumping in there. We're going to be jumping into Cobra in a second, just to see the things that are happening in there globally. But just to let you know, we are going to be taking a break, not because of my shoddy internet, it's because of the tournament having a break after round 3, as long as this hasn't changed. But I assume this actually has not changed, and we will still have a break until...
it looks like 40 minutes.
Yeah, 40-ish minutes, yeah. And so I will be running a timer on this and whatnot, but don't worry, don't go out just yet, folks. Because there is a raffle running, right? I mean, that's what people tell me. That's one thing, and that's, of course, the most important thing. So this is their last chance to enter the raffle, and we're going to be reviewing the Cobra scores in a second. Or 2, or make it 3. Because the judges are, of course, still updating things. But yeah, let's take a quick look at the tables. I think we may have a dark horse in the running here. And I think I know why Mr. Buggles just said, hey, please don't stream my games. Because that PE and that Hoshiko are so far unbeaten, I think.
Yeah, we've got to assume they're the ones we saw. Yeah, that we saw Lost Geek playing.
Could
Mr.
be.
Buggles, another member of NWE.
Yeah. The scary folks with their scary decks. So
I wasn't here that round. What's happening with those decks?
So the PE is kind of like a normal PE that you're seeing at the moment, not the trappy one, but the one that that tries to do the regenesis. And we saw that for the win. And then the Hoshiko is boat Shiko.
Boat Shiko.
Boat Chico, yeah.
Boat Shiko. What?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Boat is everywhere. This is a 5 influence card, people. What are you doing?
They're using a card that apparently works, I think.
Yeah.
Still waiting for the 47th pairing to be reported.
It just updated.
Okay, perfect.
Just now. We have a very interesting top line here. Exactly 2 players on an undefeated record. Exactly 2 players on 18 points.
Cygamer and Mr. Buggles, and they're both representing different approaches here, and we don't see HB in the top. I mean, look at this top; it's all green. What is going on? And there's an Acme. I think we should be looking at that Acme, huh?
I think so.
No, you actually don't have to scroll down too far to see the purple. The purple's sitting down at lower strength of schedule, but they're the entire bottom chunk of the 15s is all purple. So I'm doing very well today, but we also have plenty of sports, plenty of PD, and 1 Architects of Tomorrow on 12 points. That's very interesting.
Yeah. I'm scrolling down. You do have to remember that the 6 points out of those 12 were a bye. Matuszczak got a bye 1 round, but still. Scrolling down on the 26th, Hawaii with Nyusha, Sable, Sintashta, the first and top criminal in this field, which is rough for criminals. Criminals, what's up? But yeah, them's the breaks, as they say. And here we are.
Notably, Sable seeming to really be carrying that particular performance. Criminal on undefeated and Prav Consulting only on 1 win there. So the top criminal actually performing quite well, despite being on 26.
Then we have a Steve Cambridge of 31 with Edge of Altruism playing Steve Cambridge and having a decent run as well here. Another Sable below, but yeah, this is it. The top is all greens and purples. And a bit of a bit of ketchup and a bit of mustard, I would say. So 1 Jinteki, 1 Acme in there. The Kumalo, that we should totally see Kumalo in action as well.
Yeah,
that looks cool. And I think
Freedom is just so fun to watch, I think.
Yeah, we did have some additional players dropping in between as well, but we're gonna get back to this later on. What's gonna happen is for now we're gonna be taking a break. And we're gonna be taking a timed break until round 4, when I shall reconvene with my lovely guests. So far, you've been listening to Anarchomushroom and Ed and Neuropantser. We're gonna figure out who is who after the break. But for now, taking a break for sure. See you in a handful of minutes, I assume. Thank you so much for sticking around and surviving my technical issues. I really do hope that nothing else will happen, because seriously. Anything to plug before the break? Like eat lunch, hydrate, do other things? Yes, of course. But anything else? Any scoops?
the raffle. Are you leaving the raffle?
Oh,
There's the raffle.
No, the raffle
There's
is
the raffle.
no,
The
the
raffle.
yeah. I'm going to
Raffle.
finish this. Don't worry. I'm gonna finish that on the chat only. But okay, other than that, okay. So if nothing else is there,
Walk away from your screen. Walk away from your screen for a little bit.
that's the
That'd be my
thing.
top tip.
Exactly. Time to take a break. See you in a few. I'm muting my call and I'm putting some music on for everybody. Relax for a few minutes. See you soon. Okay, everybody, we seem to be back, and you seem to be able to see my face, at least that. Welcome back. We're gonna be going up soon, quite soon, with round 4 of the Netrunner Europe and Africa Continental Championship 2022. And I'm gonna be joined by a bunch of lovely people who are gonna help me commentate, and probably they're gonna be taking over the commentating even more, which is great, because as you may see, even though you might be playing this game for a long time, sometimes you get an Apex on the table and you have to scratch your head and go like, what was Apex doing again? So yeah, here we are, day 1, round 4 of 7. So there's still 3 rounds of Netrunner waiting for us. Oh, sorry, 4, because 4, 5, 6, 7. 4 rounds, 4 full rounds of Netrunner. Finger math, very important Netrunner, everybody knows that. Let's take a look at Cobra, shall we? Let's take a look at Cobra and let's see what exactly is going on in the top, not cut, but in the top spots. You may have been around, of course, for our quick recap basically a few minutes ago, and you haven't probably missed much, but we have a bunch of people on quite a lot of points, but only 2 people so far unbeaten today. Mr. Buggles and Cygamer, both on different IDs. We have a Hoshiko and Jinteki, and we have a Lat and Ob Superheavy Logistics. And then we have a bunch of other people on 15 points, and those folks are in a good position, but nothing's guaranteed, but they're in a good position to be able to qualify for the top 8 for tomorrow for the Supercut. And then there's a ton of other people on 12 points, and 10 as well, like until place 30, or actually even lower, because we still have 4 rounds. People on 9 points still, so at least 60 plus people still in decent position to compete. Really a lot of people on Ob. And hey there, Melona. Hey there, Queen Tiranda. Hey there, Doomrat and Gyroscopic and Blum. Welcome to the chat, or welcome back. Congratulations on winning the raffle, Yanktivist. There's gonna be more. There's gonna be more raffles, I promise. But in the meantime, people are setting up already, I believe. Not yet. Okay, the tables are not set just yet. So let me just click around a bit, put some cute screens on you. And by the way, thanks for all the feedback. No, 3 things. First of all, thank you so much for sticking through all the technical difficulties. I have no idea what's going on. Second of all, thanks for all the feedback regarding the quality of audio and video and whatnot. All of this is being taken into account for the future and whatnot, about the backgrounds, about the colors, about different things. Really, that does matter, okay? Your opinions do matter, so keep them coming. And third of all, huge thanks for, watching all this fun unfold before your very eyes, because the only reason for this to be, happening is you. And the only reason this is actually happening is you as well. You've been keeping the game alive for a long time, folks. Some of you might be joining only this year because of System Gateway and whatnot. And that's also great. That's brilliant. And we're super happy and thrilled to have you on board. Some of you may have been since, forever. And you might feel like, old hands or something. But don't worry. There is no so to speak, expiry date, I would say, on playing Netrunner, I hope. So really looking forward to seeing a lot of people participate in the funds in the coming years, because there's going to be more and more of that. Of course, more cards, more everything. And since I mentioned lovely people, I'm going to be going live now and direct, hopefully, with both of my guests for the upcoming rounds. We have, I don't even know if I should be doing left corner, right corner. This is not a boxing match. But we have rejoining anarchomushroom, and we have rejoining as well neuropantser. So from both sides of the big pond, you could say that. Although I think the Pacific is an even bigger pond, huh? Let's say from the medium pond, we will have both anarchomushroom and neuropantser joining whenever they can, and where they're gonna just say something, I will know that they are here. But in the meantime, pairings are up. Pairings are up, and I do have a do not stream list to honor, so I'm going to stick to that. But I also have, you know, I have an illness, and the only cure is more Netrunner games, so we're gonna be looking at that as well. Just double checking with my no stream list which table could be fun. Whoa, there's a lot of people I shouldn't be streaming here. And we're trying to avoid lat, right? I mean, we're gonna see lat probably in the last round anyway. And lat is apparently inevitable. There's a Cabonessa, there's a double Cabonessa matchup on table 5. I'm gonna jump in and ask if I can do that. If they say no, of course, I'm gonna honor this, but it would be really, really, really cool if they let us see the double Cabonessa matchup. People on the stream in the chat, if you see a table that you would like to have streamed, do let me know in the chat. I'll do my best to honor your wishes if I can, of course. And really happy to have you all with us. Was that a Vesper Walken? No, I'm not Christopher Walken. No. Anyway, bad puns. The worst joke of today is my tech levels, huh? I mean, I don't know what's going on with this internet connection. I hope it's gonna keep up. Any table with ob, table 5 looks good. Yeah, I mean, table 5 looks good. I just hope they are going to set up and I can jump in there and ask, because asking and consent is a basic in a civilized society. It's like a basic thing. Like, if you can't do consent, you have to practice it, huh? Like, you have to really, really, really ask people about a lot of stuff, and that's always good. Okay, let's see. People are slowly filling the tables up. I'm probably gonna be joined soon by my lovely co-hosts, and when they jump in, they should probably say something like, hey, and then they're gonna probably briefly reintroduce themselves. Table 11, what's on table 11? Table 11, well, I would love to, oh, actually, we could do table 11. Table 11 looks cool. Okay, so table 5 or table 11? I'm gonna ask table 11 because they already set up. Table 5 I still can't see, so I'm just gonna jump into table 11 and just ask. They could also just say no. Okay, both said yes, so we're gonna be on table 11. Table 5 is gonna be a second option. I promise you that we're gonna jump in there if we can. But table 11 should be fun. Okay, there's gonna be a bit of pondering on table 11. Table 5, again, like I mentioned, coming up later. Some folks additionally dropping, I think. Yes, so as you might guess, you know, after three rounds of very tense Netrunner, you might be going like, well, I don't think I'm gonna have a chance, so let's just take it easy and let's enjoy the rest of the day as well. Okay, both players are ready. I'm gonna be changing into the table then right now, and we have Percomus on Hoshiko. So this is our best chance to see what Mr. Bubbles is on, I believe. And then Edge of Altruism on Precision Design. We'll see how that plays out, of course. And they're not going to be starting just yet. Checking with the Discord. Because all the timers, all the messages and whatnot. Timer started, I think. We're going to be starting in around 3 minutes. Which is always good. And I am ready for both my lovely co-hosts to jump in. And once they show up, both neuropantser and anarchomushroom, hello there. They might say a word or two. Hello, welcome back. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Thank you very
sorry
much.
I've had to dip out earlier, but sounds like all is going well.
minus my tech issues, which caused a terrible fail for everybody, which I feel totally ashamed about.
A minor speed bump.
Yeah, other than that, we had an epic Apex game, and Apex actually getting points.
Amazing.
Which is amazing. This was totally worth all the technical issues. And it's been fun so far, but we're still looking for some spice. And I think the spice is hiding in the top of the tables right now, but we can't get there because we are obliged to not stream some folks. And I'm fine to honor that because that's their wish. What about you? Have you pondered a lot about the current situation of the meta? Are you are you going to? What are you going to bring for Worlds? Are you going to play in Worlds? Are you just going to be gunsling against?
I will. No, I will be going to Worlds. I will be playing in Worlds. I will hopefully see as many people as possible there. I'm looking forward to getting to meet some folks that I've never got to meet in person.
Splendid.
But yes. I will be at Worlds. I will be playing in hopefully. I'm playing hopefully in the team event. I'll be playing in the main event. Hopefully main event day 2. But if not, I'll probably be playing in the startup event as well. So yeah, gonna get as much Netrunner in as I possibly can.
I'm very happy for you. I wish I could be there, but I'm pretty sure that you can get enough gaming for at least 3 people in. So you should play my share of the games.
I will. Don't worry, I will. And there's always BCom. There's always BCom next year.
There's always BCom next year. If there's still a next year. No, I mean, of course, I'm kidding. As much Netrunner as we can stuff into reality, we shall totally organize and have. And this, I just wanted to say, I'm very happy that we're still keeping with the Continentals because it's fun to play online. I know that the offline events, the real deal, the actual bread and butter of the community is kind of restarting as well on a grand scale, and I'm super psyched for that, and it's really great. But online just has this charm to it as well that I kind of don't want to lose. So I really hope that people are gonna keep enjoying events left, right, and center on all sides. And here we go with the game. We should probably get into the game then.
Yeah, let's get into this game. Percomus, a 2-time World's top 4 finisher. Probably one of the best players in the world in the history of the game. Playing against Edge of Altruism, not a name I am familiar with. But yeah, this is Percomus, obviously part of NWE. So pretty high chances the Hoshiko or Hoshiko deck that we've seen or we've heard about a lot. And we see pretty standard start for Hoshiko here, getting the pad tap, trashing Rashida, getting the flip. Edge of Altruism going very poor to trash that pad tap, but they have a Tranquility Home Grid, so no worries in terms of credits there. They'll be able to get that tempo back up.
I definitely have to say that I'm one of those people who, whenever I go below 5 credits, be it Runner or Corp, unless I really, really, really know my deck, I'm always like uneasy. But here we go. Hey, Stargate. Disruption. Ansel
Disruption.
Yeah, there we go. Ansel.
Yeah, getting rid of that Ansel. That Ansel, just very difficult piece of ice for Anarchs to deal with. You kind of need both. Like, it's very awkward to break with MK Ultra. Yeah, good to get rid of that early. And these decks typically only play sort of 1 or 2 copies. So to get rid of 1 early, pretty good stuff.
Money up on the Corp side, and we're going to see what's going to happen here. We have Pants joining us. Neuropantser! You're probably jumping in right now. Welcome back.
Indeed. I'm back. Thank you.
Thank you for indeed
excited
back.
To be here.
Yeah, excited to have you on as well. Wildcat Strike. There we go. That was a good entry. You just started a strike. And we have the runner getting the card. So no credits for you because, well, you have 1 credit. So what are you going to do? But Moshing fixing that?
I believe that's the first. Yeah, I believe that's the first time I've ever seen the runner get cards off of Wildcat Strike, and I think we see exactly why, because a moshing and you're back up to 4 credits immediately, and you're able to play some of these cards.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the trap. I guess people kind of look at this and they think, oh, the runner's only on 1 credit, I'll give them the cards. But remember, it is very easy to turn cards into credits. It's not so easy to turn credits into cards, so even though it feels bad giving them an extra, 7 credits, it's just give them the money. As otherwise, you end up with a situation like this where an Anarch suddenly has access to 2 of their 3 breakers, and they're ready to go. So, but it looks like we're scoring a luminal here, so gonna get lots of clicks for the corp. Lots and lots of tempo.
Yeah, just a natural quick advance. Get back a Rashida.
Gotta go
so
fast.
much tempo here.
Gotta go fast.
Yeah, gotta go lightning fast. That's probably the Rashida in the server too. Hard to. We don't know if this is a Managarm or a Skunk, or Managarm or a Skunkworks. Managarm or a Void. But yeah, I think Pracomus wants to find. Pracomus wants a bit of cash now to be able to run into this server too here. But it looks like he's just gonna...
down. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks...
What's the worst dice here? Is the worst dice Ansel, potentially? Even Ansel, though, you can click to break 1 and you botchless to break 2, so you're pretty safe regardless. Magnus
I think
the worst case, right?
Yeah, the worst is probably a Fairchild 3. That's the one you don't want to see, but yeah, this is just a drafter. And that is a nice that is a nice Stargate.
That's a really, really good hit. It is a little awkward that you have to give the corp either seamless or border control. In this case, border control will be going over to PD. You don't want to have to deal with that in the future, but getting that seamless out of there, getting the off-roll to office, that is probably a scoring play that just got denied.
Yeah, like you're like that is a major. Now, in fairness, the corp is going to probably fire Rashida here, so you know, losing that off-roll office isn't the end of the world for them. But yeah, being able to trash a seamless, which is one of their scoring plans, and also get 2 points for your trouble, pretty good. As we see, just more tempo, more getting a spin doctor, getting that trank grid, getting card. Just it's like playing ETF. You're getting rewarded for doing the thing that you should be doing, which is jamming into the remote.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think the fact that Tranquility is up and firing has honestly been huge because in many ways, Hoshiko has been able to execute the game plan. You have a Hippo down, you have a Stargate active on R&D. You're forcing more money to res, more ice to protect against this Stargate early, but it kind of doesn't matter. PD's on 18.
Yep. Yeah, money not an issue for the corp at the minute. And soon to be, the money won't really be an issue for the runner either. 3 credits coming in a turn. That Rozeki going to negate some of the drip loss from the Hoshiko trigger. So once you get that Rozeki down, Hoshiko just becomes gain 2, draw a card. And just draw a card for as long as she's flipped, which is very, very strong. But yeah, corp, I think...
What's the Spin Doctor game back? We see a Spin Doctor Hubbard and an Ansel.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think obviously you'd prefer to be shuffling back agendas, keeping your agenda, like controlling your agenda flow, but like getting back a good ice and getting back a spin doctor is pretty good. And clearly no seamless. Yeah, so there's either, so it doesn't look like there's a seamless in hand. It looks like this is going to be a 4-2 advance the old-fashioned way, but with the pace of this game and the runner's board state as is, you don't need to get that seamless down. You can just score out pretty normally.
We go with some extra draw with the moshing.
Yeah,
the boat. One of the boats got trashed, by the way, with the moshing. So change of pace.
Okay, so I'd say there's likely a second.
Yeah, I would think so because even if only 9 credits on Pracomus' side right now, you probably need that boat at some point this game.
Okay, so this PD isn't on the Architect deployment test that we've seen. This is on Vitruvius.
No.
But here we go. Here is the boat. And
another Hippo coming down. So, that's the worst case scenario.
That is pretty terrible for Pracomus.
F in chat.
Yeah, we're seeing a sad from Pracomus. Yeah, so now look, in this board state, it's not the worst. You can probably let this daily cast go. Pracomus actually getting rid of the Rozeki. Yeah, Rozeki or daily cast is probably fine. Yeah, But you're going to get a Vitruvius for your troubles and a Mad Dash. So,
Mad Dash. This is huge if this is not, in fact, sure enough.
Yep.
It is not the Spin Doctor, or at least not a Spin Doctor that wants to be fired. Sure enough, Rashida.
Yeah, so this is Percomus. From this board state, you might be thinking, like, you know, if you were just looking at the board, you'd probably be thinking, you know, this looks pretty good for the Corp. They have lots of money. They have lots of ice. They have a big beefy ice on that R&D. But now Percomus is just one agenda score, or one agenda steal away from winning the game.
Notably, can just run R&D with Stargate, click 1, click through, and force there to be a lot of Spin Doctors, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think Percomus. Yeah, I think Percomus next turn you can just Stargate, click 1. Now that ice out, that second piece of ice in R&D is going to put an end to that plan. Look at all these actions.
Also means Hippo can't get this FC3. That's probably pretty big too.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Edge of Altruism here with strong plays 3. Whoa, this is big.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think they just did like 12 different clicks.
Yeah.
of stuff clearance there. Yeah, red level clearance. Good card. Percomus. Problem now is Percomus is kind of poor with all the extra ice coming down in R&D. Like, Boat is good, but Percomus' money situation, you are going to need to like break actual ice with actual breakers with actual money, and Percomus is lacking in the actual money department at the minute.
Yeah, a little tricky on that front. It's I think one thing that is important to note here is Edge of Altruism a few turns ago chose to pre-advance the Vitruvius but not get a counter on it, instead choosing to throw a Rashida in the remote that turn. So Edge of Altruism is only threatening a win if exactly the other 2 Seamless are already in hand. So scoring plays out of server 2 don't look quite as threatening until there are 6 points on Edge of Altruism's side.
Yeah. Yeah, and this with the amount of cards that have been drawn, like I think at this point, I think you do need to be concerned that there's 2 Seamless in hand, so scoring out an unadvanced food is probably pretty straightforward. And the ice coming down on archives. Yeah, that's gonna put an end to any free boat counters and free DreamNet triggers.
Yeah, these DreamNet triggers obviously extremely good for Hoshiko during the while flipped to digital. It's 1 click for a boat counter, a click or a credit and a card.
The chat here with the hot take, is it big deal time? Because we do have over 17 credits on the Corp side, and that might as well happen. You never know.
It certainly could be big deal time. That is a play that's currently online.
Yep.
I'd be a bit surprised, but I've been wrong before. So Hippo value will be going on unlocking HQ here.
Game.
I love game. Sniping it.
Phew,
I wonder if that was drawn off the Spin Doctor.
Oh, wow.
That would have been. It'd be crazy if that was drawn off the Spin Doctor.
Oh, it would have been brutal.
Yeah. Big deal was a thing. Back to the remake of this game.
Good win there, though. Good win. That's
very good. Very good game for
getting into a harder position.
Yeah.
And then I promised table 5 for folks. We're going to be checking that later on, depending, of course, of the speed of this game. But promises shall be delivered. So we have a Steve Cambridge versus an Asa Group. That's going to be interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, obviously this Steve, I believe the second
best criminal, in the field
best
for now.
Best criminal in the field at the moment, yeah.
Yeah, should be it.
Going against Asa Group, that should be interesting.
Asa here with the value of the install.
Mm-hmm. And this is a pretty good start for Asa, getting 4 cards down onto the hand. Obviously, you'd prefer if this spin was a Rashida, Getting an iced Rashida, clickless iced Rashida is pretty good. But yeah, you're just happy to get cards onto the board. Nico coming down is or Nico getting trashed rather is a nice is nice for the runner, slowing Asa down, but Asa can just explode into speed with the ID ability, plus you're fully operational, plus Rashidas and spin doctors. Almost looks like
big overdraw here, going up to 8 cards, potentially looking to shuffle things back. Not afraid of tossing things in archives right now. Just probably looking for installables, maybe looking for ice, just to make some more servers, or potentially looking for an early agenda to push.
Yeah, Percomus forgetting that security testing replaces the access. So yeah, if they're security testing archives while you have a spin doctor out, you do not need to spin anything back because the sec testing will take over the access. So you can leave your spinny D on the board.
We do see 2 pad taps. That's punishing if campaigns do come down on the Asa side, which you certainly expect them to at some point in the future.
Yeah, it's kind of rough for Percomus now to try and get rid of these. I think Percomus is going to need to wait and I think he's just going to have to accept that these pad taps are going to stick around for a bit, and once his own econ situation improves, he can deal with them. But yeah, having 2 pad taps, very, very rough for Percomus.
Another deuces, drawing up first, seeing options. Last act making that deuces draw better, and choosing to gain the money back. Going to sure gamble here.
Yeah, so
Penny Shaver.
This looks like an interesting Steve list. There's a lot of this Steve list, it just looks extremely rich.
It looks extremely fair.
Yeah, it looks extremely fair. But this Luminal coming down, great for Asa. Asa's going to have something like 5 different clicks worth of actions now. Between Luminal plus the Asa trigger. So yeah, it's Percomus hopefully now going to be able to expand his board state and build up to a point where he's going to be able to fully operational for 3 or 4 different triggers.
Yeah, though it looks like we'll not be getting that Asa trigger this turn unless an extra ice is going down on server 1.
Which I'd be surprised of, because Percomus's money situation isn't that good, and I think installing a piece of ice here wouldn't be best. But he's just gonna leave it. Just gonna put agenda behind 2 pieces of ice.
Yeah, and it really shows you the power of luminal transubstantiation. That like, oh, just draw a card, gain a credit, install a potential other scoring play. Oh, it's just that, you know.
Oh, extra draw. So
wow.
Yeah, and Givalto is definitely setting up.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is where these pad taps are going to become a real problem now for Comas with this Maryland campaign ticking away.
Probably have to trash them at some point now. Just single Maryland ticking away is the worst case scenario for this. Other than, I guess, I think the only worst case would be something like Subliminal that keeps firing. Okay, we do have a fully operational for 3 charges. That's going to get 2 cards and 4 credits. Moneying up to 10 credits.
Yeah, fully operational, really the card that pushed Asa over. It is an Asa card. It is the card that made Asa extremely good. We're seeing a build script. That is
the 4th deuces. I love to see it.
Yeah,
dear to my heart.
I was gonna say our commentator here, Pants, was OTG last year. You brought
no, it was New York Store Champs last year.
Right.
The fourth deuces did very good work for me on the weekend.
I don't doubt it.
We do see a pinhole threading come in. Just gonna trash the Maryland, it looks like.
Yeah, using the Sesame.
Mining
a
accident.
Mining accident.
What is going on here?
Oh, mining accident. That's sick. How long has it been since we've seen a mining accident?
Not since 419.
Yeah. But you can see some of the power here. I mean, this is if you're on Essential, that is 3 credits.
Yeah,
That is
even
such immense
Percomus is like, huh. Never thought I'd need to play around that again.
And obviously the unfortunate thing about just once again in the worst possible scenario of exactly 1 Maryland campaign.
Yeah, I think Percomus is at this point Percomus is just looking for, I think like a Rashida would be pretty good, so you can kind of get some tempo. He's trying. I imagine this Asa list is also probably running like Skunkworks and either Void or Border Control. So I think he wants to try and get a bit of a scoring remote down. But at the minute he's just lacking kind of. It just looks like he's lacking stuff to do. But now we're getting into.
There we go.
Now we're getting into the kind of the Asa board states that you like to see. 2 or 3 iced remotes, so your fully operationals are big.
Boom, boom.
Uh-oh, diversion.
Oh, nasty.
And stuff the diversion, but it will be costly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you are okay with this. Yeah. You're stuffing a Steve trigger, like you're denying Steve as well.
Not anymore.
Well, you force the clicks, but I think that's I think you're perfectly happy resing that and popping the border control there.
And it looks like Steve was hovering the 4th deuces.
Oh, that's a food.
Oh,
there's a food.
The food's a really good hit there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure enough, Steve does get build script back. Deuces gets removed from the game. Now this is much more what you want to see as Asa,
yes.
Especially against these 2 pad taps. You have Rashida firing, Maryland firing, and Nico firing, all in the same turn. 7 cards in hand. There's certainly a lot of action that could happen. What do you think Percomus is looking to do? It looks like
I think he's looking to do exactly this turn. He wants to double install into server 1, preferably a defensive upgrade, and then fully operational for about $24,000. And maybe ideally put a piece of ice on HQ, but I think you're happy just making a whole bucket load of money.
Looking like some sequencing issues here.
Okay, yeah. So he's gonna get rid of one of the pad taps, which is wise.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically 4 credit. Yeah, denied, right? Oh no, sorry, 1 credit.
Yeah, we're used to Steve denying credits from Asa, but Asa denying a credit to Steve there.
Justice. It's called justice.
But still, Central's open, and Steve not really kept away from Central's by any means.
And here we're seeing, importantly, HQ left open, so diversion is just free here.
Yeah.
And on a future turn, unless ice comes down, can just run HQ, get a diversion back, offer diversion and diversion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the open HQ is a problem, but the credit totals are pretty even after that doof. And like Percomus has like 5 credits coming in each turn with these campaigns. Chad is pointing out the denial is very relevant because of the big deal threat.
Very true. That's a very good point.
But I think that doof. I think Percomus is still pretty happy with that doof. And there's
money.
The off-world office.
Mm-hmm.
So the game this game could be finished next turn.
Yep, pretty much.
20 credits. That is a pretty big deal, I would say.
You would need you'd need double doof here to get below with the Maryland campaigns and everything. You need double doof here. Which,
yeah, you would need Doof and trash the Nico, I think. No? Well,
Yeah,
you
Doof-
need 18 credits to install Advanced Big Deal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so a Run HQ, Doof, and Trash Nico would do it.
Yeah.
So depending what the ice is on server 4, that may not be possible to do this turn.
Mm-hmm. Even an Eli, or sorry, not an Eli, Hagen would be enough.
Hagen would do it. Hagen would
Hagen
be
would
pretty
do
good because you get to trust the Josve.
Mm-hmm.
Going
It
into
looks like we're
HQ.
just going for a Steve trigger.
Sure enough, diversion and diversion finds a fully operational in HQ. So even this,
Yeah, this
well,
this
both of
doof
these
kind of does
campaigns will tick
nothing.
down.
Because you're just going to gain this money back.
Yeah,
Um,
it does nothing without trashing the Nico.
Is this big deal? Is this going to be a big deal?
Is this a big deal? Please,
I hope it
please,
is.
I want to see a big deal. I
want to see a big deal win.
No big deal. It's a big deal. Uh-huh. Oh, well. Not-
You can use a big deal to get your big deal, though.
Ooh. Now
Big
there you
deal,
go.
deal. Yeah.
Don't let your memes be memes.
I imagine Percomus doesn't have the big deal in the 5-3 plus big deal in hand. Otherwise, he'd have.
If the 5-3 big deal is in hand, this is a pretty rude slow play.
Yeah. Okay. If he's thinking it's not a big deal, unfortunately.
I love how the card name just plays into whatever you say about it. It's no big deal. It's a big deal. Yeah. In the meantime,
So
a
if
shout
there
out.
is
Oh, sorry,
no
go
big
on.
deal in hand, if there is no big deal in hand, what do you think the priority is here? Okay, so fully operational,
fully
just to draw some cards.
Yeah. This is just going to be a green level clearance, I guess. A slightly worse green level clearance, actually.
Sometimes a slightly worse green level clearance is all you need.
Hey, I not gonna yuck that yum. Yeah, Percomus is
Gross.
Oof.
that's a big remote.
Yeah, that is all of those big deal credits going into ice there potentially is what that is. So there may be bad news for the big deal contingent in the audience.
Yes.
Would it hurt you to check R&D's top card? I mean, would you be poking this? This hasn't been defended at all. I mean, am I missing something here, or it's a free?
Yeah, I think you should try and just kind of poke R&D and maybe like just because they're threatening 5-3 plus big deal.
Mm-hmm.
I think you just want to keep R&D honest. Because you want to you don't want them drawing either one. Because if they have the other one in hand, it's game over.
Yeah.
So
Right, exactly. Especially after last turn where they did not have it, where Percomus did not have big deal plus 5-3, you know that you have the window to actually deny getting the combination.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, Bravado into server 1 though, still no breakers on the board.
yeah, and there's no paperclip in bin, so this is a 1 credit border control.
Yep. And it is a Bravado as dirty laundry without a successful run.
Yep.
Amina
comes down.
And this could be
once
game
again,
if there's
over installing class act. That is the 3rd class act of the game.
Rashida.
big deal 5-3.
Big deal.
Come on, Peter. Come on.
Give the people what they want.
I don't think he's got it. God damn it.
We only ask for one thing.
This is looking promising.
Oh no.
Could be an NGO. No, not really.
Could be an NGO.
Nah.
More than likely, I'd say it's just.
How does Steve possibly get in this remote? I think is the question.
This
is safe, right?
Even if you had the time, the clicks, and everything to get all your breakers, like this border control, you're gonna need to get in at least twice.
And
this drafter is brutal because it's just going to reinstall the border.
The border control.
Border control is just going to come back. So you put the border control on the outside. You pop the already rezzed one, and then you just get to res the second one. Then,
disgusting, absolutely disgusting. And a seamless in HQ just for style points.
Yeah, just for style points.
Well, it could potentially be more than just style points, because in theory you could res enough ice here that you go down to 2 credits.
Oh yeah, for sure. So yeah, I imagine these last 2 pieces of ice. I'd say you're probably talking
Another drafter.
Another drafter. Another drafter. I think is just GG. It's just GG.
Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked if one of these is a gatekeeper as well, which does. That does potentially result in Percomus getting drained credits, but still net positive just because have to run through it twice.
Yeah, Percomus just doing math. Percomus just needs 2 credits to score out, so he's got 11 credits here to play with in terms of resing ice, 4 of which for his border control. So if these two pieces of ice are 7 credits, I think he's okay. There could be another border control.
You do need to factor the Omina drain in, so I think 6 is the most you can spend here. But that probably isn't. That's not asking that much, I think.
Yeah, you've probably one of these is probably a gatekeeper, or if it's a Fairchild as well. I think you're okay. Now, one thing here as well is there is the remote. There's the upgrade in the remote. That's probably a Skunkworks, which is going to be pretty significant. Another
drafter. Oh my god,
that's so rough.
Double drafter fires. Obviously, this one not nearly as punishing as the previous one, though.
No, but even still,
you never want to see it, but still. Installing a Rashida from archives, server 3, server 4, server 4,
and server 4. Yeah, so now actually Percomus now will have 3 credits at the start of his turn, so he can res all this ice. If he can afford to res this ice, he can afford, and the upgrade he can, because this Rashida is going to give him enough credits to advance out.
Yeah, actually pretty big.
This remote, kind of gross. It's just kind of gross.
This is exactly the situation you don't want to find yourself in as a Steve who has, installed 3 class acts through the game, but it seems like still took a very long time to find the action cards, to actually find the breakers. And just a border control gets popped here. Bravado will gain back 9 credits, so Steve's still at 20. But all the money in the world doesn't help if you are letting drafters fire all the time.
Yeah, because the drafter is just going to keep, as Psalmstorm's pointing out in chat, drafter is just going to keep reinstalling border controls because you can't break the drafter. So, yeah,
it seems like Steve agreeing here, trying to draw cards, desperately digging for. I'm honestly not sure what Steve is desperately digging for here.
You just need to get lucky with R&D accesses. I think you do. I think you expose an ice and just run R&D, hope you steal an agenda, and then mad dash R&D. And hope.
Unfortunately, there aren't enough clicks left for that. I think the Mad Dash had to already be in hand, and you had to find 2 off of R&D or HQ.
Well, you can use the juices expose. You can expose and run.
Oh, right. Expose, run. Okay. Well, running here to get the Rashida. Knows that this is the Rashida.
I don't get this.
This seems like I'm not sure I understand this decision.
Unless they think server 1 is an NGO, but
yeah, maybe it just has to play as if this isn't the win, is what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think you could have.
No, it's the seamless. It's the advance.
It's the seamless into the food. Yeah, GG.
GG, and we're gonna be trying to very quickly jump over to table 5 if it's still on. But yeah, in this game, I definitely think that there was very little poking of R&D. I would have personally poked R&D way more. But yeah, well, everybody plays their game. I'm getting a black screen. I hope I'm getting into the table. Because if I'm not, this is going to be quite funny. Here we are. And let's ask. Let's very quickly ask. Chances are we're going to get a permission. We get 50. Perfect. Thank you so much to both players.
All good.
Awesome. We're in, and this is gonna be exciting. We have Ob versus Cabonessa Wu.
I think this is what you would call a Mahusive remote.
6 ice, all of it rezzed. We have 2 Stavkas. We have 2 border controls. We have an IP block.
Oh, baby!
right now?
Let's go!
This is what you get for boats. This is boat versus boat. Electric boataloo.
It's boat on boat action.
Oh boy.
So these Stavkas...
one of these boats looking notably stronger right now because Endurance has 0 counters.
Yep.
And yeah, Oscar herself, she's saying better win on Centrals because yeah, these Stavkas are just gonna blow up. You just blow up that oiler, and they can't get in. So yeah, just run through Mausolus a bunch.
Yeah, Mausolus does not end the run, but Oscillate choosing to break Mausolus.
And only 12 cards left in R&D.
Mortivor calling on R&D right now, saying hold tight.
Be kind to me. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
So good.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Oh,
R&D is
Holds out
kind.
this list, looks like. Well,
R&D is kind.
It's an unseen card.
I'm just looking at the archives. This ob deck looks... I'm seeing a special offer in archives, a calibration testing, and urban renewal.
What on earth? Special offer is a really good way to fetch up Rashida, I guess, or other 0 costs.
Yeah, I think you're playing special offer just because it says gain 5 tutor Rashida.
Interesting. What do you get with calibration testing? That's another. Obviously, Ob loves cards that the corp can choose to trash. What do you think you're getting when you trash a calibration testing?
I think you get an Oberth protocol, maybe.
Huh.
If you're doing a
I
fast
see
advance
Regolith
plan,
in the bin. Regolith
you can get
would fit the
Regolith,
bill.
yeah. IP block as well.
Oh, IP block. That's a good one. So seeing a wake up call in HQ. Unfortunately, not seeing an agenda there. Running archives, does not see an agenda in archives. No click left to deep dive. Does see a virus. Is this?
Yeah, that looks like it's GG.
Well, GG.
Yep,
more
we're seeing
control.
GGs on both sides. It looks like this is the winning agenda.
Oof.
That is quite a remote. I agree.
Understatement of the year.
Let's appreciate the fact that is 15 credits of install costs on that remote.
Yeah, that's before you even get to the res.
Yeah.
That's not even counting the res cost. Res cost is something like, I think it's like 20 credits. So that's 35 credits. Probably all from Ob.
And it is the Azif protocol to end the game, so it does have to trash that down to a paltry 5 ice on the remote at the end of the game.
They're switching
like
sides.
Yeah, so it looks like this was game 1, so...
Yeah. We shall switch sides with them. This was, epic ending. It's like walking into the cinema at the end of a movie and just seeing the explosions and somebody when you're like, oh, okay. At least I got to see the explosions.
But then you get to watch the sequel straight after.
Yes! Here comes the sequel. Boat on boat 2, I guess. I don't know. Let's see what happens. And I'm pretty sure after a game like this, you do have to take a bit of a breather, just like, inhale, exhale, and relax a bit. But here we are for the repeat of the matchup. Well, not the matchup, the pairing. But the matchup is going to be slightly different. Precision Design versus Cabonessa.
Unfortunately, we are guaranteed not to get the boat versus boat rematch. But we still could see boat on Cabonessa Wu's side very easily.
What boats does HB have? They used to have Friends in High Places which featured boats, but that's banned. So.
Yeah, unfortunately, their boats are banned now, I think.
Oh. Team Boat!
They have sharks, I guess. We could have a reenactment of Jaws here.
Yeah, pretty much. You're going to need a bigger boat.
That is just a draw, an ice, and an ice. So locking down the centrals, not ready to push a remote yet. Kind of makes sense. I think Cabonessa Wu has all sorts of ways to get value off of early runs by popping overclocks, grabbing SMCs out of the bin. Also, just Cabonessa Wu, very tricky ID. You don't want to leave yourself too open against Wu ever. But so far, just drawing, gambling, and sure casting.
Daily cats, meow. And we keep going with the money.
Now we see something come out in the remote. Sure enough, remote, ice, credit. And this could easily be a turn 3 agenda score. That is one of the beauties of this PED deck, how early the pressure goes down.
Yeah, this PD deck can just like score agendas as early as turn 3 or turn 2. But yeah, Mortivor doing what I think is the right play here, just running this remote. What's the worst it could be? It's a gatekeeper. Perfectly fine, because now for the rest of the game, that gatekeeper is going to have no strength. And it is going to be that remote now is suddenly very, very porous.
Right, Hyperbaric comes down for 3 credits or 2 with Woo, and only costs you 2 credits to get through that gatekeeper.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't like giving this draw to PD. PD, a deck that can really make use of extra cards early. Mortivor lamenting the hand a little bit, it looks like, potentially just not finding the early action that Mortivor wants to have.
Ooh.
Oh, an SMC, though.
Maybe that wasn't a joke. Maybe that's actually what a nice hand.
Yeah, maybe it actually is a nice hand.
You never know. Reaver? Okay.
Oh, Reaver. Okay.
But what's
This is
Reaver?
Reaver Woo, absolutely amazing.
Reaver Woo's so good. I mean, Stoneship just immediately becomes 3 cards whenever Mortivor wants to pop that on the Corp turn. Because Reaver does trigger once each turn. And it triggers for either player's installed cards. As long as the runner's doing the trashing. So it wouldn't trigger on a Corp over install, but it does work on Stoneship, it does work on Aesops. A lot of synergies with this little card. So we see what is likely a defensive upgrade, could potentially be a virus, but or potentially be a Tranquility, but also very likely to be a defensive upgrade, and an ice going on server 1. Once again, threatening to start scoring out of this remote. Probably need a little bit more money before that becomes a real threat, though.
So Mortivor definitely deciding to draw up here, even though the 6 credits, well, I mean, you do need money to play all those cards you have. You have basically double your hand size right now. What are you going to do with all those cards? You don't want to trash things because, well, might as well use some of the cards in your hand. But money, you need money. I don't know, sure gambles, left, right, and center. There's 1 in the bin. More money, I would say. Unless Cabanessa has some tricks up her sleeves. Actually, does Cabanessa have sleeves? Yeah. So very, very likely there's something in there. Harbinger, okay. And that's a 0 cost card. Still have 4 over limit.
Yeah, I think you're hoping that you can, or I think Mortivor's hoping to have, or at least it was. I think Mortivor wants an Aesops as quickly as possible. No Aesops yet, though. So this Reaver not really doing anything, unfortunately. Once you get that Aesops Reaver engine going, the deck does become very, very good, and you're able to just start drawing cards, making money. It's a little bit like playing the Lat deck, but you just have to jump through a couple more hoops to get the 3 credits a turn plus a draw. But yeah, it's very, very powerful. But we see our Osculate looks to be jamming something, probably an agenda into the remote.
That's a fantastic get there. That's Tranquility home grid to get 2 credits, then credit and hedge fund. So threatening to actually res this ice and still have enough money to score whatever is in server 1. So that's really where you want to be as PD. You want this server to become a real threat, and that's what it is right now. Especially if this outermost ice is something that a Hyperbaric itself can't get. If this is, a border control, a Fairchild, which at the moment Hyperbaric wouldn't be able to break. Another Gatekeeper, though, so this turn it's going to be annoying to get through. Overclock, though, so plenty of money to work with here for Woo. I wonder what we're going to see. I assume, regardless, SMC is going to fetch something.
Yeah, I think Yeah, so it's an Ngolo. So, yeah, so the Reaver Wu prefers to play Ngolo
Ngolo.
rather
You're
than
right, yeah, Ngolo.
rather than the hyperbaric that the lat deck plays. So this remote now, in the face of an Ngolo, looks so bad.
Yeah, this is 6 credits to get in this turn and 4 any other turn.
4. Yeah.
Ooh, that's quite porous. That is not where you want to be as a PD deck. You need these ice to actually tax the runner out of resources, because your game plan is jamming in this remote as often as possible and forcing runs through it. At the moment, those runs aren't that hard to do.
Importantly, though, Mortivor had to let Osclet trigger the first subroutine because there's not enough money to break all the subroutines. So we do have a draw up, and then we can reveal agendas and do something about it. So you can shuffle stuff back if you want to, of course, or you can just stay on a huge hand there, which is what Osclet goes for, apparently.
Nah, those 8 cards. You want those 8 cards. So, gonna break the end the run. Once again, allowing Osclet to fire a draw 3 if Osclet wants to. Choosing to draw 0 there.
Oh, yeah.
So, Mortivor keeping on 1 credit in case this is a void.
And yeah, there's the off-world office. Yeah, Osclet was trying to push that one through.
Yeah.
Money. But not
So
for the
that's a
core.
really good hit. I mean, that almost certainly is something that Osclet would have been able to score out this turn.
Yep.
You really want to deny that early tempo PD if you can. And Osclet, honestly, in a bit of a hard spot, needs to find another ice for this remote because of how porous it is. But it costs money to res another ice on this remote.
And install another piece of ice. So something like a
hedge fund will help with that, though.
Here's
Hedge
the
fund
money.
helps a lot.
Here's the money.
hedge fund helps a lot. Yeah, so something like a border control would actually be really nice. It's not going to stop Mortivor getting in the first go round. You know, another overclock will get you in pretty comfortably. But then getting in a second game, because Mortivor's economy right now is not good. Without that pawn shop, like it's this Reaver shop deck, so slow to get going. And we've seen no burst econ either. Aside from that first sure gamble, so no creative commission yet either. So Mortivor,
just
this
drawing up.
This remote isn't a problem for Mortivor in terms of getting in terms of the tools that he has, but the money that he has, definitely a major problem.
Yeah, this remote does. It is a problem this turn, unless there's an overclock. But in the long term, okay, we see a DJ Fenris. We still don't see the pawn shop, but DJ Fenris for Steve. Following up Steve, as you often do. The Steve ID ability is just so strong. And sure enough, we have overclock into HQ, basically just guaranteed to get your Steve fire here. Magnet.
Really?
Magnet, it's a little gross for Ngolo. Ngolo doesn't like having to pay 3 for this, but sure enough, 3 with no problems.
Yeah, it's really annoying. Magnet, we're in a magnet meta, folks. Magnet really annoying for Ngolo, really annoying for Cat's Cradle, really annoying for Boat.
Really annoying for
office.
Ika.
Oh,
I mean, you know,
that's
you pay 3
heartbreaking.
credits, you get 2 points. That's an exchange I could, go for.
yeah, Mortivor's really happy with that. And getting the creative commission down. So Mortivor is, despite the lack of ASOPs, he is doing really well.
So here's an interesting thought. Do you think it was correct to remove the diesel from game and give the stone ship? Stone ship is just a diesel on the corpse turn, right?
Yes. So Stone Ship has a little bit more flexibility. So like you can charge stuff up, you can charge up Boat. I'm not certain I agree with removing the diesel. I'd much rather give the runner diesel than a Stone Ship when you've got Reaver out.
Sure enough, we see the stone ship go down. Now, this is 4 ice on the remote, only on 7 credits, so despite having the Luminal in the score area, probably not threatening to res both of these ice and also score whatever's in server 1, but certainly could happen, depending on exactly what the ice are. Definitely threatening to res one of them and score out whatever's in server 1. And I think
Okay.
important to note, we know that there is a seamless launch in server 1, so Penhole is going to access over Sheeta, trash over Sheeta. Yep. This is exactly the case where you really want something like a Pinhole threading, get that knowledge, get that crucial Rashida trash. Do not have to pay any money to get through server 1. You trade all the money you'd have to spend breaking that ice for 1 credit.
A very elegant card indeed. Rejig. Nice.
Here we see the rejig. That's usually with this deck. You usually just want to get Reaver down like basically turn 1. So wooing with rejig, wooing get SMC, get Reaver, etc. You have a couple of ways, and yeah, rejig is one of the ways you can get Reaver down.
It's also a way to refresh your boat if you're low on counters, right? Because rejig does actually hit hardware.
You can rejig boat?
Yes, you can.
Oh my god, you can rejig boat. What? That's amazing. Okay, yeah, you can rejig boat.
Just make a few tweaks, get it back in the shop, and then back in the water.
Yeah.
You would usually say you would re-rig, but well, anyway. I guess you
Yeah,
can have a jig on a
one
boat.
sec. I gotta do some on the fly repairs to my massive boat.
It's fine. It just takes you 1 click.
Yeah, apparently that's all it takes to fix up a
Gauss.
giant boat.
A Gauss does go down. Gauss, obviously, the turn that it goes down on 4 strength, is able to break any Hagens that get encountered. So far, seeing a border control, so Gauss install already paying off, not having to use Ngolo on this on this border control in case the next one is also something that needs to be
Oh, that's a Hagen.
sure
You
enough
read it.
Hagen.
Yeah.
There we go.
So this would have been bad news without the Gauss because Reaver would have gone by.
Yes.
But instead, just 2 credits.
Just 2 credits.
And
So the one problem you do have here is that actually no, I miscounted. Yes, you're gonna be able to get into this remote.
Yeah.
with 1 credit left to trash. Okay. Letting fire. Okay, so I presume this means going to let both gatekeepers first subs fire. So we'll get through the server with 3 credits left. That is enough to trash a
Skunkworks.
Yeah, anything relevant, right? A Skunkworks,
Yeah.
a Rashida, a Void. All of that is possible to trash right now.
The question is, will Oscar let actually that happen? Because you could still just trash the border control.
Fire the border control.
Yeah.
And I think that's exactly the decision that Osclit's making right now. Well, actually, I think the decision that's being made right now is anything to shuffle back, but probably also thinking over, after I shuffle or don't shuffle here, do I want to border control? Yep. Global food gets shuffled back. Okay, I missequenced. We still have 1 more gatekeeper to go, so potentially a very similar decision to make on this gatekeeper. Break end the run. Allow all other subs to fire. Osclit could go up to 9 cards in hand if she wants to.
9 cards in hand, but only 1
Enough,
credit.
9 cards in hand. Who needs credits?
Yeah, who needs credits?
Who needs foods? Run back into R&D.
So Mortivor's gonna get in here, and that's
it's a food.
Oh
Wow. That's big. 6 points. That's definitely match point.
Yeah. Tough one to have in the remote there. I think Osclit, that's the last agenda that Osclit really wants to score there.
So this remote is beginning to look a little bit impenetrable. Border control, a defensive upgrade. I think at this point, if you're Mortivor, you're fine just letting Osclit have this remote now because your central pressure now is quite good. You have Steve. Osclit doesn't have a lot of money, so resing this ice and R&D is going to be pretty. It's going to be expensive. It could potentially be all of Oscilit's money.
It's a Spindo.
Spin Doctor does happen.
Good old Spinny D.
Spindo Calrissian.
Just allowing the Spin Doctor access, not valuing what's in archives over those 2 credits for Mortivor, which honestly I think makes sense. Mortivor does get another fun interaction for Reaver. You do get a draw off of trashing the Spin Doctor there.
Yep.
Look who's finally here.
I think we found the Aesop's.
Aesop's Pawn Shop has entered the chat.
It just opens in the evening, you know. It's not like an 8 o'clock in the morning
Just
thing.
a cool 8 turns too late.
It's here.
I
Money's
agree.
here.
A bit late to the party, Aesop. We do see a Seamless come down.
So
We
yeah,
see
if you're Oscar here, I think you want this to be an off-world. It's probably going to be an ADT. Yeah, it's an ADT.
ADT. So ADT, you do get to look at the top 5 cards of R&D, install and res one of them, ignoring all costs. So that could be good.
It could be good. You could find the game-winning agenda, which you could pop into server 1.
True.
You could find the game-winning food, and provided you have the 2 seamless. Actually, you would be a credit short.
Yeah. So potentially just looking for a free ice to put on R&D, free ice to put on HQ.
Yes.
One of those.
Oh, I was putting it on.
Okay.
Okay. I am.
Okay.
I would have thought that the remote's pretty safe at this point. You've got a border control.
Safe to me. Yeah.
A border control, an upgrade. I guess Laura's, or I guess Austin is just saying, yeah, R&D's fine.
Yeah, let's not mess around here. Let's make sure you are never getting through server 1 is I think the signal here.
Mm-hmm.
Server 1 is officially closed for business. Go try elsewhere. But that's exactly the problem. I think Wu is 1 access on any central away from this game.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a question of can that happen this turn. Osquid on 0 credits. There's trashing Steve. Steve goes down.
Interesting.
That
Might have been a misclick, but then again, maybe you just don't need Steve.
Yeah, I think giving up on HQ potentially.
I guess, but like Harbinger is there. Harbinger's
I'm a little surprised that Harbinger's not the play. Yeah.
Yeah, I would have just gotten rid of the Harbinger. Harbinger's free. I guess. So Chad is saying like you do want the option to maybe reset Gauss. But
True.
Yeah, I think I just want
Stargate coming into the game.
Oh,
Stargate?
I see it now. Yeah, so they're not going to reset the Gauss. They're gonna woo out the Stargate and reset the Stargate instead.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
But
That is very cool.
So trashing the Reaver.
But now you're kind of low on money. I mean, then again, okay, Oscar is on 0 creds, so sorry.
Yeah, so there's no
Didn't
res
notice
here.
that,
This is
yeah.
just a free double Stargate.
Yeah.
It's not a Chthonium, unfortunately.
Spin, Mavirus,
Spin
Rashida.
Doctor, Mavirus, Rashida. So not seeing it here, but seeing plenty of trashables. Trash the Spin Doctor, go back in. Trash the Mavirus, go back in. Trash the Rashida. And you get 1 more Stargate. Not enough clicks to... Oh, actually, yeah, just not enough clicks in general to do much here. Trashing the Spin Doctor, though.
This is not gonna happen though. 3 less. Oh no, you can still do it.
Are you gonna rejig?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Correct, perfect.
You can rejig
Oh,
Stargate too?
yeah, true.
well then I definitely don't understand the. Oh, they're gonna double Stargate.
Yep.
Yeah. No,
Just sees the
it's a
gatekeeper,
whip.
though.
So I think you definitely kill the Rashida here, 100%.
Yeah, Osquith is gonna be able to fire it. You have to think out of server 1. Sure enough, Rashida goes down. A virus, that's fine. You can have a virus. Gatekeeper, that's fine. You can have Gatekeeper. Can't have those 3 cards, 3 credits.
So there's 3 agendas left in the game here,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and there's 18 cards in centrals. Well, 21 if we count the 3 face downs and archives. I wonder are they just all in HQ?
Yeah.
Or I wonder what, like, there's got to be at least 1 in HQ.
Oh, at least, yeah.
So if there is one in HQ, I have to imagine it's about to be in server 1.
Yeah.
Unless it's a 2-pointer. You might not want a 2-pointer in server 1 right now because it clogs it up for food.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the fun part. I mean, Oscillate is on 0 credits and on a server 1, which is just scary in a way, and you have a border control in there, so that's at least 2 clicks to get in. But you have no money.
A server 1 that rivals the server 1 from the reverse of this game.
Yeah.
People just love 5 deep remotes.
Yeah.
Like that's what all the kids are raving about these days. I see TikToks about it.
Well, sorry, that was good.
So installing to get the tranquility credits.
Yeah.
Oscillate on 2 credits here. Clicking up to a pretty important number, 3.
Yeah, so 3 is the magic scoring a 5-3 with double CMOS number.
Yeah.
And it is probably also the magic res the us on R&D.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So asking if there's a trash on install. I wonder if this is trashing the defensive upgrade so that a potential drafter fire gets to install it on R&D or HQ.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting read.
It's a smart play if that's the case, because it's one of those really, really edge cases, but if you get the chance for that to happen, it is so important.
So the question is server 1, are we certain it's an agenda, or is this the spin doctor, or are there actually spin doctors in the bin? Never mind, forget about it. Cannot be a spin doctor, because I'm thinking Mortivor, you just cash in the exactly, and then you just go for R&D and that's it, and you hope for the best, right?
Yeah, there are 2 spin doctors in the bin. There is 1 removed from the game. There is no spin doctor threat at all for
and
these
Ngolo is online, so
Ngolo's a little bit online. A draft for an R&D here though is pretty brutal.
It is. You can't do anything with a drafter. Yeah, so Mortivor clicking for credits before going towards R&D, I think that's wise.
Okay,
and here we go. Stargate, exactly enough to break a potential drafter.
And there it is.
And, yep.
There it is.
So now
playing around drafter
also
on both sides. Great play.
Yeah. So now both sides are basically broke. Mortivor's gonna end his turn on a credit. Oscillate's gonna start hers with a credit. This is what's getting trashed here. Is there a?
If it's an agenda, the game is just over.
What happened with the signature?
That is the major upside of the Stargate play.
What is getting reinstalled? They're
nanotech.
Reinstalling a nanotech.
Okay.
Trashing and go.
Planning to go back in, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you don't really care.
Let's see what's in there.
I mean, it's 1 credit cheaper.
Yeah.
No! Cheaper on future runs, but it's the same amount on this run, right?
Wow. Gatekeeper border control seamless launch, nothing. This is rough.
What do you toss here? Do you toss border control? Yeah. Just because it can potentially stuff a Stargate run, and either one of them's going to force an ice install, or force a breaker install.
This game is like 2 stumbling giants, at the end of their strength, just trying to get. But it's epic to watch. I mean, this is just both players reading each other's plays and kind of respecting what could be happening any click now. And this is just so good. And the numbers are so low. We're not looking at huge 7-card combos with 30 credits in play. No, this is just like, I need 2 more credits to pull this off. Wow.
Yeah, I think the thing about the nanotech install is it's only cheaper on future turns, right? It's the same amount because Sybil chip only saves 3 credits.
Yeah, so it's gonna be 5 credits to get through this, unless Oscillate decides to put an extra ice on R&D, which
easily could be the play, right? Click
easily could be the play, but at the
credits.
same time, now you're just suddenly making it 2 credits to get into.
Here we go, 3 again.
Well, actually, I guess the argument is next turn you get
Gatekeeper.
to Aesop's a card, click for credit. Now you have enough to nanotech, but the drafter's gone.
Yeah, the
This
draft is
is
gone,
a
and that is
gatekeeper, right?
that
This
is the gatekeeper that
Yeah.
Oscar drew last turn. So
Yep.
and you don't have a decoder. So I guess what you could do is if you have a symbol chip in hand, you could trash nanotech, play symbol chip.
I'm used to Wu putting breakers on the board, not taking them off.
Yeah.
This
This
game
Wu,
has
this,
been wild.
this Wu is very lackadaisical about their breakers.
Is this all a ruse? Are they in HQ and this is just a bunch of keep you busy over here because it keeps you from looking over here? And Gatekeeper's
Gosh.
going to fire, so drawing up 3.
Yep.
Only 6 cards in R&D right now. And not going to shuffle anything back. 8 cards in HQ, 1 credit.
They've got to all be in H. They're 100% all in HQ.
They have to be now, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Oslet is just like, this magnet is going to win me the game because the runner has rig shot themselves.
You're the one who said it. We're in a magnet meta.
Yeah, it's the little magnet that could.
Do you run archives here? Nah, you don't, right? Like, there's no point. There's 5 cards, but no point.
I mean, it keeps Oslet honest. I think it's a respect check. Do you respect me enough not to have the win in in archives?
I think Mortivor is... Well, it's definitely...
It's definitely not this turn. Mortivor's, I think, guaranteed to get at least...
This is the 4th overinstall or 3rd in server 1?
Overinstalls.
Yeah, it's just like, is this the agenda finally? Are we doing this? Will I have the money? Will you let me make my money in peace and be able to... Oh, okay.
Oh,
we're
and is
defending
that a
this.
Skunkworks in R&D?
Could be.
Potentially
yeah,
a void.
that's got to be a skunk.
Yeah.
I think the influence, if Laura's or if Oslet's on border controls on 2 border control,
undoing that
Undo.
click.
Wait a sec. This is probably going to...
Oh.
No, yeah, another thing.
Yep. Installing a potentially the same, potentially a different upgrade in R&D.
So I think here, if you're Mortivor, I think you need to find a symbol chip. You need to get rid of this nanotech, which isn't winning you the game.
Oh,
Time.
this is time though.
Oh.
That's huge. The win has to be in server 1 now for Oslet. Can't spend more than 1 credit. Have to have both seamless in hand. Although having both seamless in hand, not difficult to do given that almost the entire deck's been drawn.
A question in the chat.
What if there is no active player?
I would say, so my reading, and I'm just reading this from the situation. Osklet ended the turn, so that kind of passes the initiative to Mortivor, so it's runner corp over. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, we saw a similar situation in a previous round, and the ultimate decision was that yes, the turn had been passed, so this would be Mortivor gets a turn, Osklet gets a turn, but we do have a boat coming down, which is going to enable a Stargate run.
Yeah, Oslet can't res Skunkworks here.
No, can't res Skunkworks. This is huge. We have the win right here.
Last minute boat.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be.
No, it's 5 cards. I'm pretty sure there's no agenda in there. All of them are in the hand. No.
They're all
HQ?
in the hand. That's so sick.
Yeah. No. Osklet is just poker face because you don't need to show your face. So this is full poker face. Osklet is saying, yeah, okay, keep running R&D. The tension is rising.
I think as well. I think I'm just trying to
thinking. Oh no, is this not the win in server 1? Is this? Oh,
my hubris.
hubris.
Oh,
oh no.
Oh, dang.
Could have played next instead of clicking for a credit. That would have made it impossible to use endurance like this. So does this mean there is an agenda in R&D?
But it's 1 in 5, right?
yeah, so Laura has to
Skunkworks?
res the
Wow.
Skunkworks here.
Only playing for the draw now.
No, but that means if you... Yeah, exactly. Like, if you...
Only playing for the draw.
Yeah, GG.
Oh, saying GG though.
She's saying GG. Yeah, she knows it's up. That must be a GFI in server 1.
It must be. That's really unfortunate.
But the thing is, if Mortivor pays the 2 clicks because no credits can be paid, can't run archive. So yeah, this is just gonna be okay. End the run. Yeah, okay. And now, I don't know.
But it doesn't. Yeah.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I think Osclit's left without
no money.
the resources to win.
Yeah. You could, I think if you're Mortivor, you could
Run HQ.
maybe run HQ. Like,
Go
there's no
HQ,
reason not to.
go. Oh no, he just honorably took
Just
a
put
credit.
for
That's
credit.
it. GG.
Yeah.
Wow, seamless.
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 That's a draw.
Okay, so it is going to be the tie.
Oh, no!
Oh,
What a game,
unfortunate.
though. What a game. What a
game. It came down to exactly 1 credit.
Wow.
Wow.
Oof.
Well,
Wonder was always.
GG to Mortivor. Mortivor does come away with the full win on that game.
And GG to Osclit. What a game. A couple of games.
What a game.
Epicness.
Fantastic round. Yeah.
Epicness achieved. And I think that was time, so we can just hop out of this. We can just hop over to what can we hop over? I don't know. Let's hop over to.
I think that's
Cobra's got a lot of results. It doesn't have all of them yet, but
yeah.
it's got a lot of
I'm
them.
pretty sure we're gonna be going into round 5 next. So that only means what? 3 more rounds of Netrunner, right? Aren't you getting tired? No. By the way, I just wanted to do a shout out to the streaming team on day 1. So for the Apex streaming team, so that's Ginevra, that's Inactivist, that's Dropbear. I think there was and there was of course. Oh geez, I wish I remembered everybody's usernames. This is terrible. I'm just taking a break here from the proceedings to kind of cool down. But yeah, basically. There was also Large Mouse, of course. So yeah, Dropbear, Ginevra, Inactivist, and Large Mouse, they've been absolute aces. And then on the Americas streams as well, with one of the folks returning, neuropantser, yourself, of course, Andre from the Metropole Grid, Captain Nice, and Cranked, and Sanguine was jumping in at some point. Yeah, but yeah, shout out to Crank. Cranked, thank you so much for being there. It was awesome to have you over. Andre doing a marvelous job as well, and people will be coming back for the Intercontinentals next weekend as well. Hopefully no internet problems for anybody on that day, because seriously, shucks, today was terrible for me. But anyway, here we are. This is round 5. It's going to be round 5, and Cobra is getting updated as we speak.
Yep, I think we have exactly 1 match still outstanding on a result. We did see an ID at the top table, it looks like. So round 4 IDs have started for people who were on undefeated records.
I see all results. No, you're right. One result is not in there. So we're just gonna wait until it pops up. But yeah, IDs have started. Pinsel sweeping, that's big. Is Sanguine sweeping as well? There we have table 4 split. Yeah.
So we're gonna start seeing some separation at these top tables. We're gonna start seeing a number of people on exactly 1 loss.
Yeah, so you're going to see... So I think anybody who's going into this round now on 21 points will be able to just ID now for the last 2 rounds.
Yeah.
It looks like a record of...
Standings just updated. So we have 7 players on 21 points right now.
Oof.
That's big.
Oh my goodness.
Look at all of this ob at the top tables.
So much. Oh, you love to see it.
Because I want to see them play this.
It's finally happened.
Would you say that tomorrow there will be a TugtetguT? That was terrible. Okay. I'm quitting. Sorry. Never again. But all the 18 pointers still stand a chance, right? So there's basically up to spot 14. There's a fight for the So
it looks like 9 and 3 looks safe. But there's going to be a lot of people on 9 and 3, so anybody who's like... So, I'm just trying to, do basic back of a napkin cut math here, but...
It's very interesting. Looking at the 18s, a lot of them have worse breakers than the 21s, so I think the 21s probably do want to ID as much as possible, but anyone who gets paired down is likely to not get that option.
Yeah, the 18s are going to want to play... The 18s can all play it out. They don't need to sweep or ID or because it looks like X and 4 will make it looks like 1 person on X and 4 will make it in. Now the other thing that could all throw a bit of a wrench in all this is if any of the 21s choose not to ID. But I think at this point, if you're on 7. If you're 7 and 1 at this point, I think you're in ID town.
So
there is incentive not to ID, right? There is legitimate incentive, and the incentive is you potentially get choice of side in the first round in the cut if you're able to sweep one of your rounds.
Yes. But I guess is that worth?
It's absolutely a risk. It is absolutely a risk. I'm not saying otherwise.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the 21s. I think the 21s all just start IDing. Because there's an odd number, it is going to mess things out. So we're not going to get a close. So we've still got. There's a lot of things could happen here in terms of this table.
Honestly, even these 15s aren't out of it. A few of these 15s sweep out, and we've got some of the best breakers in the entire tournament sitting down here at 15. I mean, you look at Matuszczak, Osklet, Big Unit 3000, all of them on fantastic breakers on 15, potentially poised with a few sweeps to be in there.
Yeah, so if they can, they're still live. They don't need to do anything this round. They can just play as normal because a sweep or an ID keeps them live. Or a sweep or a split keeps them live because it looks like 10-4 is what they're aiming for. So they can just play this round and then wait and see what they need to do for round 6. Is it 6 or 7 rounds?
7.
7.
7. Oh, crikey.
Yeah, so actually we're doing cut math a little bit prematurely here, I think.
A little bit premature. I still think the 21s are fine with IDing out from here on in.
In the meantime, just letting you know that the next round is going to start in 2 minutes. We have the pairings up, so I'm bringing them up on the table. But we will wait until we jump into any tables because there are, of course, like you just said, 2-4-1s, IDs, and whatnot. So big chance that stuff is going to be shifting around here, or there just won't be all the games happening, especially in the top tables.
Yeah, and I believe we are seeing a lot of the top tables talk over if they want to ID.
Yep.
We're not seeing the requests come in quite yet, but I'm just going to head over to Jinteki and see how many tables have currently been made.
Sure thing. Thank you.
A lot of these tables have, in fact, been made.
Okay, well, let's see.
They could easily be chatting over if they want to ID in those chats. So do we want to potentially...
Pick a table, yeah.
Pick a table? I would love to see this op deck in action for a whole game. I think.
Which one? The one that Oskar just played? Or, sorry, no.
Honestly, any of these op decks. I would love to see some of these op decks actually in action for a full round.
Well, if Mortivor and Isengrin are going to play table 1, which might happen, that would be cool. That would be our first visit. And there would be a lot. We're sorry, but it could be fun.
It's a little hard to avoid that at this point in the tournament, I think.
It's obvious we're going to, see Lat. Sooner or later, we're gonna see Lat. Terrible. Okay, no, I'm shutting up now, and
Oh man, that was real bad.
I know. That's my specialty. By the way, if you're on GLC, people, you will notice that on GLC on the Discord, there is a channel that's in the Essentials. It's called Net Punning, and this is where you should all go. Go to Essentials to Net Punning. Net Punning is the only channel that actually matters on all of Discord, but don't let anybody know, okay? Votes for table 11. Śmieszny versus... Oh, that's a Polish... Oh, that's it. This is a derby. These are 2 players for the Polish meta. And this is rough because they're taking each other's points away here, basically. On any given day, it would be cool to see. If we get that, that would be cool. Bioroid versus Kikai.
I'm in table 1 asking if we're able to. I'll let you know what they say.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So yeah, like anything goes, of course. Like I'm super happy we got to see both table 11 and 5 last round, even though that wasn't a lot of different games, but the games were just super cool.
Really good games, though.
Yeah. This whole field, I was saying it to some folks this morning, but the field for this tournament is just like these are some shark infested waters.
Yes, they are.
Like just scrolling along the table, you've like I see here Simply the Onion, very good player. lostgeek, great player. Jackmade, great player. Where else? Deer, great player. 114141. Test running bind. Like there's so the field here is stacked. So yeah, the games here are going to be extremely high quality, I think. This tournament. Actually,
yeah, I'm just wondering because I don't even remember because there's my memory is short. But would it be a good idea for the next year's Continental Championships if they happen online? And I would love for them to happen, of course, but that's completely in organized play's hands. To have, for example, the Euro-Africa firsts, then the Asia-Pacific ones, and then the US ones, for example. Like, sorry, the Americas, or the Americas first, then the Asia. Like, yeah, exactly. Because I mean, it kind of stacks, like, in the third tournament, you kind of see a lot of
We are
action.
good to stream on table 1.
Oh,
FYI.
perfect! You are the best ambassador ever. We're going to table 1.
Okay.
Let's see table 1.
So this will be boat versus boat. We have Ob versus Lat.
Let's just
I
boat
will,
into the table.
I as well. Unfortunately, I will have to bow out for the day. Unfortunately.
Ooh, you're boating
so
out. Fair enough.
I will let I
Finish
will
it out.
return you over to the wonderful hands of Pants and Vesper, but enjoy the rest of the tournament.
Thank you so much for spending all this time with us.
Yeah,
Really
good luck.
appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope the boats win.
Huh?
I'm
Chances
rooting
are.
for the boat deck in this matchup.
Chances are. So Orbital Tangent. If you're around, if you want to jump on. Otherwise, we're going to be calling on Ed. But in the meantime, let me just edit a couple of things here so we're not lying to you who's on and whatnot. And the game is starting. But huge thanks.
The game is starting.
Yeah, huge thanks to Pairings for being with us.
Immediately oaked out and getting pushed. Love to see
Absolutely.
this. So
Just-
Yusengren starting off with a gamble and running server 1.
What
Not afraid of this ice.
This is Oaktown.
Well, I think saying it's Oaktown, it did matter. There was for
There was
a
a
while
bug.
a bug
Oh,
with
yeah.
Oaktown where it was not face up.
Oh,
So this is just a border control res for effectively 3, going to fire, going to end the run. So Yusengren knows if there is a paperclip in hand, if there is a boat in hand, this is a free Oaktown of
Yeah.
sorts.
urban renewal.
That's an urban renewal in
Going
HQ.
trash.
Yeah, that's a good one to find early. It is annoying to get dragged through a remote to have to trash an urban renewal later in the game. You want to get that as fast as possible. Oh, and finds an above the law in HQ2.
Big deal.
High value runs early here. Oaktown getting scored out, so Mortivor will stay on 6 credits against Yusengren's 9 with 1 ice resed, but already a lot of action early in this game.
Yeah. This is just turn 2.
Continuing to run HQ.
Yeah.
I think Yusengren's showing something that we've heard from a lot of players who've been successful on these lat decks is you need to remember to be aggressive early. We're seeing that out of Yusengren now. Like, this is not the sit back, wait, install 17 cards and then eventually make a play shaper. This is, I'm running HQ while it's open. Give me these accesses. I want your cards. Oh, install advance.
This is just pressure because you don't want Lat to set up. You do see that Lat already has tools. Oh, well, this is getting better and better.
Oh, here comes the drip. Here comes the green orb. Here comes the blue slab.
The blue slab. Here comes the boat.
And here comes a boat. Not running yet, just the boat is down though. No real way to punish the boat being down at the moment. So Mortivor could score out potentially an Atlas with a counter, potentially install the card, score Azyaf, and be able to trash something other than your border control.
Yeah.
Let's just see. Boat incoming. I agree, Mortivor.
I mean, who would have thought that the food delivery dude, being Lat, of course, with driving around stuff and whatnot, would be able to afford an icebreaker in the Arctic? You know, like this is wild. And now we do have a over advanced project Atlas going into HQ for an IP block access. Nothing in there, poking R&D, and yeah, we're going. Yeah, toe to toe. That's 4-4, and this is what, round 3, right? Turn 3, I think.
Yeah. It being rewarded with these
Turn
early
forward.
agenda steals.
Yep.
For sure. Quite good for that.
So yeah, turn 4, we have both sides on 4 points. At this pace, by turn 7, they're going to be done. I'm just curious if Mortivor, with 6 credits, is able to stop the boat. Right now, this border control is not really a match. You could try
Not
and...
at all.
Yeah, you could try and make Yusengren run twice, but what's the point for that? Okay, finally some ice. Not enough money though.
On R&D.
Oh, there we go.
And us on HQ. You're going down. This is one way to try to deny the lat draw. All right, you have to go down to 1 card in hand if you want to get rid of it. If you want to get that value.
A lot of
So,
value here, yeah.
Yusengren starting off with the dirty laundry. That's a good way to start.
Yeah.
Getting down. unfortunately Enigma here, so have to spend boat counters on just an Enigma if you want to get this dirty laundry value. Chooses to do that though. Unseen card from R&D. Just gains 5.
Ooh,
Attack goes down.
this is rough.
Yeah, firing a Rashida looks a lot less promising if you're going to give your opponent 2 credits by doing it at the same time as Mortivor. If this is a Rashida, I think you want to fire it.
Yeah, you
need
have
those cards,
to.
You need those credits.
You do have to. Isengrin just sitting back for a second. You could try and poke HQ just to... Yeah, this is the Rashida.
Yep, Rashida.
Yeah. And the Atlas counter here could be a big thing. If you have Audacity, you could just try and do stuff. But first, you do have to get to 5 or 6 points.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was actually going to ask you, what do you think the Atlas counter eventually goes for? Audacity seems like a good pull. You know, you get up to 5 points and it closes the game for you. As we talked about, this lat deck doesn't have quite as many ways to get clot down.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there are 2 Audacities on this list or only 1. If there are 2, I would maybe try to put more pressure on the runner now, just by if I have an agenda, and depending on what I have in my hand. But like, okay, let's lose the hand, but I'm just gonna score another 2-pointer if I can, and then just try to hunt for the Audacity and the winning agenda. But of course, I mean, what do I know?
Or just hunt for the hostile, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's...
Hostile
there's hostiles in this as well. Yeah, precisely. So chances are you will be forcing the runner to spend those counters from the boat, which is good for you, but the money is going to be there for sure. Isengrin just comfortably in the bank here with 12 credits, taking it super easy. Basically,
the Audacity window doesn't stay open incredibly long.
Yeah.
Against this lat deck that drips so much money. Like,
there we go.
You do have to... I think you're right. I think you might have to start putting pressure on the runner. See an IP block. Lat with 1 link can get through this pretty easily.
Mm-hmm.
It is a small drain of credits every time you want to run HQ, but going to get all of that value and more from Into the Depths on this particular run.
Yep.
Going to install program. It will be a paperclip.
Yeah.
Finds the regolith. Chooses not to even trash the regolith. Running the remote now, so that paperclip will definitely get through. Oh, here's the special offer.
There we go.
We were talking about the special offer earlier. What's this thing doing? Well, it's not getting broken by border control. That's one thing that's doing.
Yeah,
so the corp is going to gain 5, trash special offer, and get to ob up a 0 coster.
You could, for example, Rashida into a server 2, and then kind of force the runner to lose their last click. If they want to, of course, go there and trash it. But that would be kind of... I don't know. We'll see. I mean, the special offer can still be broken with the boat, but it's not. Okay, so that's...
It's a tough ask to spend 2 boat counters on a special offer that you're gonna have to break next time anyway.
Yeah.
But ob up to 8.
Overwriting.
It over-installs
Yeah.
with a spin doctor that is there to shuffle it back if it's an agenda. That's a sick play.
Yeah, that's a very good combo.
Pretty sick play.
Because now the runner has to break the border control, and you can just spin doctor the agenda from the archives back into R&D. That's a good one.
Plus whatever else you want. Maybe you want your special offer back. Maybe you want your Rashida back. Maybe you want your hedge fund. Whatever it is, this play enables it. Okay, just gonna let border control fire, gain 1 credit, end 1 run.
Okay,
and force the spin doctor fire in a cheaper way by running archives. And sure enough, it is the special offer, so really prioritizing getting that special offer back. I guess that makes sense. It is a lot of value for this deck. You get to, for the cost of installing an ice and 1 credit, you get to trigger ob, you get to gain 5. It's pretty good value.
Yeah. So this is turn 7. Nobody at 7 points, so I was a very bad profit, but that doesn't make for a less exciting game. And we do have both players playing to their outs, and basically you could say that the runner here is better positioned, but then the corp has really a bunch of interesting tricks, and we did see that huge server the other game protecting HQ. Okay, I wonder what's going on here.
What is this? Is this a Chrysium on HQ? What is this upgrade on HQ?
I don't know. Could be. Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
Probably something for 1, or well, Chrysium is for 3, right? So that's a virus. Okay, yeah.
Chrysium is 3.
Okay.
Virus. Yeah. Virus makes perfect sense. Yeah. So it makes perfect sense to have it on in the root of HQ then, because you want that in the safest server. And at the moment with 2 ice on HQ, obviously one of them is just an IP block. IP block not very good right now, but
there we go.
And again, neither
game
is
point.
Control with the paperclip out.
This is now game point.
Then. Yeah, this is game point. And the Mavirus is already done. The Mavirus is pre-installed.
Yeah. So now Isengrin honoring that.
Plot.
Yeah, you have to go there. You have to see what's up. Afshar finding on HQ.
Afshar. That's gonna fire.
Properly
installed
Afshar. Yeah.
You vote it. But here's the fun thing. Oat, even though you spend 2 counters, still cannot break runner loses 2 credits as
exactly. Yeah.
Obviously, lad on 14 credits, it doesn't matter that much, but there's a fun little interaction. The boat hates that ice, I think.
Yeah. Now the question is, if this is a virus, do you fire it? Do you resident fire it before it gets trashed, just to get the value from the ob install, or you force Isengrin to trash it? Okay, I guess we're gonna get the answer.
Yeah. And going to trash. Yep.
Yeah.
Choosing to find a 2-cost card.
Yeah. Okay, that's an IP block.
And that will be, yeah. So IP block again. IP block isn't amazing right now, but it will at least.
It's a bit of tax.
Be getting that extra 2 credit tax value.
Yeah, the beautiful part of Ob's ability is install and rest the card you found ignoring credit costs. So you can install it ignoring credit costs as well. Into the depths. Here we go. We're going to be digging, or should I say diving.
Into the depths seems really important here. You absolutely have to get Clot down. And importantly, Isengrin did knock down the Mavirus before doing this, so this is a safer Clot play. It's going to be harder for Ob to actually get rid of this Clot. Probably has to get time walked and just purge it. But that does open up lines where Lat can install a Simul chip and get that Clot back.
So 4 creds, and then we're going.
Is this the Clot? You have to think this is the Clot.
Yeah, I totally agree. Oh no, it's an
SMC.
SMC.
It's even better. It's an SMC.
Just in case.
That's an adaptation.
Oh, we lost the spin though. Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's a.
Wait a sec. Are we gonna have a?
Is this a deep dive?
Yeah.
I think this is a deep dive.
Could be a deep dive right now.
That's actually, it's big to have the SMC here, because installing Clot would be really bad if you have to run archives with this Mavirus.
Yeah. So here's the deep dive. You could get the hostile. That's okay, but that doesn't.
Yeah, fine.
Okay. No. Yeah, that's okay. You're both on game point, and now it's all about the Clot.
It is. Yeah, and as we were talking about earlier, one of the weaknesses of this lat deck that has been so popular in recent weeks, especially in the context of sports or a deck like this that wants to close out with Audacity, is the lack of instant speed Clot. That is fixed now. You can get an instant speed Clot now.
Yep.
There isn't a Mavirus down, so this actually is a pretty tough spot for Ob. You really need that Mavirus back.
Yep. So here's the thing. If you want to ruse the runner into running to server 1, you better build the server up, because right now it's only the border control, but that will cost you credits, and even if they run, they're just delaying stuff, and they probably won't be installing any Clot. I mean, you would have to advance the card. If you don't have anything you can advance, will they be running anything that's installed there? I don't know. We do have 1 Rashida in the bin, so you could try and cheat a Rashida out, or an agenda as a Rashida, but everything's going to get checked because you're on game point. So there's no point for the runner not to run anything you install, especially if they can do it for cheap.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. It doesn't even tax them out much
Yeah.
for them to actually check everything you install. So
There is a BATPub on the table, so yeah, border control is almost free for paperclip. So how exactly do you deal here with, what do you do to deal with the clot?
I think you
guess.
trust your essentials and start
Yeah.
installing server 1 maybe.
Yeah.
If you can naturally find the third hostile, it's a good bait here.
Mhm.
You can install advance,
Yeah.
force them to pop clot, and then they don't win on the run back.
Oh,
hold on, here's a wake-up call,
Oh, but what goes?
The boat,
The boat,
right?
I guess.
You trash the boat.
Yeah, I guess.
That I mean now server 1 starts to look like a much more reasonable play.
Yeah.
Oh, chooses to take the meat damage.
Take
So
the meat damage.
an
Simul
ASOS goes
chips.
down, a creative commission goes down, and 2 symbol chips.
This is
2 symbol
big.
chips is big. Oh, you still have the SMC.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
yeah.
SMC still represents clot threat.
But now, what is server 1? Could this be a trap? Drawing only 1 and running. I would draw up to 2. Seriously. There are cards that give you 2 damage, on access. Just saying.
Is
Could
this
be a
deck
price.
on any of them?
Could be a price. No, I'm kidding. But like, it would be wild if this was a price.
I
Oh
mean,
my
it's
god, this is a
expensive.
price.
It's a price tag. It's only 1 damage.
I know.
so-
I just forgot that this Pressing is only 1. Okay. Oh, I was just like, what if I misremember in Pressing is 2? No, okay. Ah, oof, but what a play. Deep dive number 2. Oh, this is big. Isengren here well, not in trouble, but this is getting, wow, this is really,
It's getting very interesting.
yeah, this is exciting.
Mortivor still seems to be, in my opinion, in a pretty tough spot
Yeah.
because Mortivor has to start building up server 1, but where's the money? There's no money to do that.
Precisely. And next turn, I mean, Isengren can easily clear a tag if that actually matters, but then there's just, it's easier to access stuff. There's barriers. There's at least 1 barrier on each server, so both can break the other thing. You do have paperclip. Server 1 gets a bit bigger, but you do need the money, like you just said. Okay, yeah, well, that's a play. Probably a Rashida in there, right? I mean,
Rashida would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Potentially, I mean, if there isn't, actually, Spin Doctor would be a pretty good one to have in there as well because it lets you potentially get them a virus back.
yeah.
At which point, popping a border control at any point turns into it turns into a virus.
Yeah. Okay, running the archives. Are we doing a reverse deep dive now? As in,
I mean,
you're starting with the archives, then you're doing R&D, then you're doing HQ, and then you're playing a deep dive? If you still have one, I guess you
would
would.
require you to be on 3 deep dives. Yeah.
Yeah. Apologies to everybody on the stream that I just got super excited about Priceg, but it was a fun play.
That's it. Priceg's always exciting to see.
Yeah.
I think the real value from running archives is this boat counter, since it does help
Ooh.
break whatever this outermost ice is, but it turns out it's just a border control that is still just 2 credits for this paperclip.
True.
But it does represent a real click tax on a turn that you have to get through server 1.
Yep.
Mortivor potentially trying to recreate that remote that we saw last round with 5 res things, 2 border controls. A long way away from that right now. Certainly going to have a harder time doing that this game.
So what is this card in server 1 now? That's a big question. We're probably going to see it. I don't think Mortivor is going to be popping cards.
Spin Doctor seems like the best option here, but no, just going to be a breach. Finds a Rashida. It is a Rashida.
Yep.
Seems like a good trash if you're Isengren.
Yep. And a pricing,
Fair
of
enough.
course.
Trashes it. Prisec will fire once again. That
Yeah.
does cost 2 credits. Mortivor down on 1. Trash is a sure gamble for those troubles. Boom is live-ish.
If you have a lot of money.
It's quick for 3 and Boom's kind of live. I don't know if there's a Boom in this list, but that's a very unorthodox way to get to 2 tags.
I mean, Isanger can easily play Tag Me here because there's just the resources, you know, there's no money on the corp side. This is the big problem here for Mortivor. There's no way you can do anything useful or interesting with only 1 credit. And clicking up for credits does give Lat extra time to just, well, get the game going and find those missing 2 points. So definitely Mortivor in the corp here on a harder, like on a tougher setting, I would say, for difficulty, but it's still not over. And as long as we don't, oh, there we go, we got a wake up call. Okay, we're getting rid of the boat.
Gonna try to. This time it is going to successfully trash the boat. Boat is dead. Boat has been docked. Just took that baseball bat and knocked a hole into the boat.
That has to be a huge baseball bat.
It's just very sharp.
Very sharp? Okay, well anyway. It's a very sharp baseball
another jam in server 1, so saying please spend 4 more credits just for the pleasure of seeing whatever I've jammed in here that isn't an agenda.
Yeah.
There is, I believe, there's 1 more Rashida that this could be. If it is a Prisec, it won't fire, but it certainly could be one.
Mm-hmm.
Let's find out.
It's a regolith. Oh, that's a good play, but yeah, you do. Oh, you leave it. Okay.
Choosing to leave it. Okay. I guess you do get money off of pad taps, but it seems like a good opportunity to just keep Mortivor really poor right now.
Yep.
Finds a stone chip, so gonna get the lat draw for this turn. Stone chip on the field for any potential. Yep, drawing up just in case. In case there's a Rashida into boom, or something, or credit into boom. I don't know. Probably have room here. Probably also just wants the draw right now. Potentially needs to find another boat.
So we're definitely going in for the money because we do need money, or at least a bit. I mean, you know, a click or 2 is a good setup here. Even 3 clicks wouldn't be bad, right? I mean, yeah, that's not a bad play. I mean, it's not winning the game.
We're seeing in chat, choosing not to trash regolith because then you can get your wake up call hits. A wake up call only hits hardware or non-virtual resources, so it actually can't hit the SMC.
Yeah. It's not retribution. Retribution would be harder here.
Yeah, retribution would do that.
Yeah. It's just I really find it. Yeah. Oh, go on.
Regolith up 10 credits is much more threatening. 10 credits says I can actually start installing ice on server 1. You have no boat right now. It suddenly becomes very difficult for you to actually challenge any potential scoring plays in server 1.
Yeah.
So who needs to beat quad? I can just have a server.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why Isengren wouldn't worry about the money differential, because of course you do get the pad-tab money from regolith clicks, but the part where the corp goes above, let's say 5, 8 credits, whatever, that's the part where things start getting out of hand again, because you will have to, go through servers, and at any moment where you have to use that SMC for anything else than Clot, it's gonna become oh, there we go, boat.
Oh,
okay,
we have
never
a
mind.
boat. Boat's back. And an Into the Depths on HQ.
The boats are back in
town.
So
betting that I think there's a reasonable guess that there's an agenda in HQ that Mortivor doesn't have the ability to score right now because of Clot. Or potentially just doesn't have the ability to score in general if it's something like... Oh, no. Using to undo quick.
Yeah.
Into the Depths. Okay, still going to HQ.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, broke the wrong subroutine with Endurance. That's what that was.
Okay.
So, still going to lose 2 for those troubles. IP block...
Paperclip?
Probably have to actually break that for real.
Yeah, you do have to.
Because now there is a credit differential.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Also tagged. Yeah, also tagged. So, doesn't matter if the trace fires.
No, let's see.
Going to approach HQ? What's the access going to be?
4 creds, charge a card, so more boat. Audacity. Oh, the
Finds
win is
the
in
Audacity.
hand.
Oh, boy. Woo.
Yeah.
He's
Here
gets
comes the
real
clot.
spicy now.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, and that was from hand, so has unfortunately drawn clot naturally. This is not 2018. You no longer have Haley plays to install a clot. You actually have to put that on the board, and Mortivor has a potential window here to purge this clot out. Force there to be the third simul chip in Ysengrin's hand to actually get this clot back on the board. Things are starting to turn in Mortivor's favor, I think.
Yeah. This is a tricky part where, as a runner, you naturally dominate mid and late game most of the time, technically speaking. But if you're not lucky, or if something happens, if the corp has ways of just messing with your plans or just plays the longer game, you might find yourself a bit pressured for action here. Oh, there we go. That's okay. We're trashing things. We're installing things. That's special offer off the ob, and then server one gets a card. But that has to be something. That has to be a ruse or you know, like, what could this be?
This could easily be an agenda, right? Because of the play we saw earlier. Special offer threatens.
Yeah.
Okay. Run. Special offer fires. If I think you can get through this server, I just overinstall the Spin Doctor.
Yeah, and that will be the last Spin Doctor, but yeah.
Yeah, the special offer is a very, very cool adaptation to these obelisks that I at least have not seen before this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Special offer, sure enough, is going to trash. Is Ob going to search for a zero cost card?
Oh, wait a second.
And installing.
I think this is game. Or I have no idea what Mortivor has in hand. Oh no, and this is only whenever. So imagine now, you do have. If the border control gets trashed, you can actually install a virus because my virus is 3, right?
You can't, right? Ob is only once per turn.
Yeah. Oh shoot! Yeah, I keep forgetting. Why was it says whenever and then it's once per turn? Damn, I always forget about it. grumble.
Yeah.
Grumble.
So the ordering in the turn doesn't matter, but you can't get him a virus here, unfortunately.
Yep.
Unfortunately for Ob, I should say. Obviously, that's exactly what Ysengrin wants and was counting on with that interaction.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the tricky part.
Yeah, Lat saying nice skateboard trick, but I still have the clot on the table. That's what matters right now.
We're firing. We're going over to the Spindo. Now the Spindo, if this was an agenda, of course you have to do this. You probably put the other Spindo and an unseen card, I would assume. Yep.
A virus and an unseen card.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Spin Doctor will stay in the bin.
Okay.
That play that just happened is now off the table. There's no more Spin Doctors that you can over-install and shuffle back with.
Yep.
So was that Mortivor getting a little aggressive, going for potentially just trying to win out of server 1 there rather than dealing with clot? Because obviously the main competing line of play that past turn would have been snap purge. Just get rid of this clot right now.
Yeah. Stone ship. Okay, so we're so I don't know. I mean, I guess it was forcing Ysengrin's hand a bit. But both of them right now are just drawing up. So things are getting used straight away.
If there is a third deep dive, does Ysengrin have the ability to play that next turn? I think so. Well, you're going to lose 2 to Afshar. Then you have to pay 3 twice with IP blocks. So that's 8 credits. Yeah, so I don't think you quite have enough money to actually deep dive next turn if there is another one.
Ooh,
wow.
Big play.
Really going for the win out of server 1 right now, saying you can't get through this. Yeah. And honestly, I buy it. 20 credits on Mortivor's side.
Yeah,
2 border controls on this remote.
This
is probably an unbreakable server 1.
Or you can break it and break it again and then break it one more time.
Right, I guess more accurately, it's a not breakable enough server 1.
It's non-enterable. You can't breach this thing, basically.
Yeah.
Break yes, breach nopey. But there is the bad pub. So,
Stavka,
yeah.
that one to have fire here. The tank is up and running. This is going to trash installed programs. Trashing that clock could just be the game. Trashing the paperclip, very punishing because you have to reinstall that to get in.
Would you... What just happened? Wait a second. There was a trash to get it... Okay. What just happened? Wait a second. Oh, because there was a trash... Oh, right. But... Okay, so yeah, this is just making sure that you get to fire the ob ability. But that kind of just says, hey, go into HQ. I mean, I don't know, I would be poking HQ right now. This is, you're not going to get into server 1, but HQ is probably safe, though.
Oh, right, I forgot. Yeah, Stavka's other
triple border control. This is just...
Oh, third border... Oh, my God.
This is adding insult to injury. This is just... Yeah, okay, yeah. I mean...
This is one of the rudest servers I've seen in my entire life.
Wow.
This is just...
Yeah,
disgusting.
I mean, what are you gonna do? You're just gonna poke HQ, that's it. If the win is in HQ, no, in goal, yeah, okay, perfect, fair enough, why not?
Okay.
Worth it. You're gonna poke it.
You have to find it on Centrals now.
Yeah. The money doesn't matter, actually. But, wow, what a game this is. Whatever the result, this is just brilliant.
Just finds the audacity in HQ.
Okay.
So I think, can take a tag here. Well, hold on. You have to pay 3, and you have to pay 1. Yeah, so you have exactly enough to get into R&D.
Let's see if R&D, and we've seen this before, right? We've seen Mortivor saying
R&D might just
be
say
kind to me.
Right now.
Oh wow.
Let's see. This is almost certainly the game here. You have to think.
Okay, that doesn't seem to be the agenda.
Does not seem to be an agenda.
I'm just... I guess you try and poke. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the only thing you can do, realistically. Yeah. So, Midas...
Only place you can get in. Lose that very last credit.
No. Oof, Mausolus. Oh, wow, what a game.
So is it server 1? Is this in fact the agenda?
I would guess so. I mean, it would be wild.
It seems like it has to be, right?
GG from Insangren, but Mortivor's not saying anything.
Mortivor's not advancing yet.
Nope.
No, it's not game. Whoa!
What the heck?
So, click for 3, run R&D is a play next turn.
Yeah.
That is available. If you think the win is in R&D, not HQ. Yeah,
Wow.
not even purging, just drawing up, trying to find something to jam in server 1.
Yeah.
It does install the second card, so not the top card of R&D, but the second card. Was the win the second card of R&D and you said it was off by 1?
No,
That's certainly what's being signaled right now.
Yeah. This game... My hands are sweating here, huh?
Oh, installing icing R&D, so really taking that option away.
My hands are sweating.
HQ's probably safe here, right?
I guess, or this is just a 1 in 5 bet, and that's what it is. I mean, I don't know. Diesel, but Isengren, the thing that you need the most right now is Isengren is just money. I mean, you are running this because if the core pops special offer, which you will happily let them, you will get credits from the path taps. So you definitely want that to happen.
I'm wondering if that was Diesel to try to find a creative commission for clicks 2 and 3. Could have been. I'm not sure. Either way, this is wild.
Yeah, this game is definitely wow. It's serious business here.
So Deuce is wild. That's going to be money. And is this a run? Exposes a Mausolus. So Mausolus does not end the run. So unless there's an overclock in hand, I believe this isn't enough money to get through R&D just from the ice we know about, because about to lose 2 credits. Finds a Rashida in HQ. Chooses not to trash. Yeah, I don't think this is enough money to get in.
Oof.
Oh no, there's boat. Duh, there's boat. Okay, there's enough money. Never mind. You even have one left over.
What a game.
This game has been wild. This again easily could R&D could just say, sorry, you did all of these skateboard tricks. You have 3 border controls on a remote, but it doesn't matter. You're gonna lose here. That is a potential outcome. Let's see. What is at the top of R&D here? Unseen card? No, it looks like it was not the agenda.
Wow.
Is server 1 the win now?
I would guess so, because if this is not the win, is this GG now?
This isn't the win. This is just... we see an advancement, and we see an advancement. That's the game.
What a game.
Hard fought game on both sides.
What a game. This was epic. And this is just the first of 2, of course. I mean,
yeah, just the first of 2. So let's go ahead and get ready for the run back.
Wow. I'm also wondering if we're gonna have Orbital Tangent from the Organized Play organization joining us on stream or not right now between the games. Orbital, if you're around, jump in, and if you're not around, just jump in whenever. But by all means, oh yeah, okay, we're in. I should be changing things and whatnot. Welcome, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I believe
Yes.
so.
Excellent. The Slumscast takeover of the organization is complete.
This is officially the okayest Continental commentary
I'm pretty
that
sure
you're
it
going to
is.
see
there's
these
no
3
other,
weeks.
There's no other way to do it. Yeah, it's over to you then. This is now a recording. Don't cut the stream though. Don't cut the feed, please. Sorry, this already happened. It already happened.
That already
No,
happened.
we got that out of the way earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, terrible. So while they run up with the game that will be interesting in approximately 5 clicks, Orbital, what's up? How are things going? What's the tournament like? What's up in general? Scoops? Do you have scoops?
No scoops today, unfortunately. I know everybody's ravenous for those, but everything's going well. I took a nap, honestly, so that was an A tier move on my part. I gotta give myself props. The actual tournament itself looks like it's going pretty good. I'm actually shocked that there's nobody undefeated, although was that due to some IDs here?
Pretty much. Yeah.
There is a lot of lat in the top portion of this tournament.
You could say there's a lot of shaper. I'll show myself out. Sorry.
A lat of shaper?
It's a lot of shaper, yeah.
All right. We need to stop with the puns here.
This is bad, y'all. This is really bad.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
We do see Aesop's trashing his stone ship chart room. As we've talked about, that card has a ton of utility, can do so many things. It can even get trashed for 3 credits.
Yeah.
Sengrin threatening an early, just advancing, saying, I don't need a seamless. But Wu saying, I don't need anything other than this Stargate running on R&D right now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's
you have to imagine
solid.
Probably a rejig in hand just to refresh this. You probably don't want to lose the Stargate forever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Stargate coming down early on a naked R&D is pretty rough. So, I mean, Jeff's gonna have to take care of that.
Yeah, agreed. It's one of those. It's one of those classic, like, turn one turn one Maker's Eye is not good conundrums, because you do spend a lot of resources early getting this Stargate down, but it does provide you a bunch of value over every single turn that R&D's open. And yeah, already trashing a Gatekeeper, rejigging just to keep that in. Now, there is a Gatekeeper near the top that could go on R&D, but that's going to give an extra Stargate, so actually this Gatekeeper could be gone.
Wow.
Yeah, rejig to get an extra Stargate is such a cool play.
Yep.
We've seen it already, but it's so cool.
It's a very cool play, and notably, Stargate is better than an early Maker's Eye, because with Maker's Eye, you're only looking for agendas, you're only fishing for agendas, and R&D is going to be not very rich in those at the beginning of the game. But Stargate can trash anything. The Gatekeepers, they're getting trashed out of PD is pretty huge, because it's one of their key pieces of eyes.
Now, I see a question in the chat right now, Orbital. You are kind of the master of organized play, just the big boss, if you will. We have some questions about how does a Netrunner tournament work? Do people play one game with each other? Just how do you actually play a game of Netrunner, which is like a tournament of Netrunner, which is asymmetric?
Is this a serious question, or am I?
I think so. Yeah, I think we have a new player in the chat.
Oh, so basically with online play, what we do is the leftmost player on our tournament website, Cobra, or actually KOBR.ai, but we call it Cobra. The leftmost player will actually start corping, and then once that game is over, you switch, and you only play both sides. Each win is worth 3 points. You can get a total of 6 points if you win both games. If you tie, it's 1 point per player. So you basically can get anywhere between 0 and 6 points. 0 meaning you lost everything, 6 meaning you won everything, and then the in between is 2 and 4, which means 2 ties. Or a win and a tie. You also can get 1, I guess.
That's
probably more
result if you get 1.
Yeah, probably more information than you need on points, but
and then basically, what do you do with those points? What ends up happening with those points? Why do you care about them?
The points determine your standing in the tournament order. And your standing determines who you get paired against. We use a system called Swiss. Most card games use Swiss, which basically means that you get paired against somebody on similar points round by round, but you never get paired against the same opponent ever again. And classically, Swiss is used in a lot of competitive games just because on the day, it's the best at selecting mathematically the best player. And then we just do double elimination at the end of the tournament because it's exciting and fun for everybody. It's not really the best way to choose the winner, but it's fun.
Unfortunately here, so a number of things have happened in the game. An off-world office did get scored.
Yep.
Yusengrin gaining some credits there. Pinhole threading comes in after a stuffed run by border control. Sees a luminal, but does not actually get to access it, does not actually get to steal it or trash it. So luminal, you have to imagine, is getting scored next turn.
Absolutely. There's not a click to deal with this border control. There's no other way in the remote. However, Mortivor can still challenge this and force the border control trash, which will put Jeff at a weaker position moving forward. So it's not worthless to challenge at this point.
Well, I think the issue is you can't challenge, right? There isn't a quick to woo something out and also run. There's no paperclip in the bin.
Oh, well then that right there is probably going to seal it for the luminal to be scored. But yeah, if there was a breaker or a way to get a breaker, the challenge might still happen even knowing that border control is going to take that final click.
So we have a daily cast come down, and we see advance.
Absolutely.
Oh, we see advance, in advance. Luminal Transubstantiation, fantastic. Limit 132 that was printed in System Gateway. You basically gain an extra turn. You get 3 extra clicks after you score it. You just can't score agendas the remainder of the turn. But Sengrin will get these 3 clicks and get a hedge fund back to HQ. So just going to play that hedge fund, get back up to 10 credits, install a card in server 1, and advance it. So this is the pressure that this PD deck can put on you.
Yeah. And Luminal, fun fact, that ID actually, its entire game text is just "I'm cheating."
That sounds right to me. It's a very, very powerful when scored effect. Now, PD though is very much threatening the win here, because with one advancement on this card, a single seamless means that you can seamless advance, and this game is over if this is a GFI. So Mortivor taking a minute to think seems very reasonable to me.
Yeah, if you're Mortivor, you're seriously considering that you have to challenge this remote, even if it's a 3-2
trashed, right?
or a 4-2.
Yeah. Trash the Stargate. I think that indicates like very much not worried about the long-term value that Stargate provides. Just need to get into server 1 right now.
Yeah, on the right draw, these PD decks just pour gas on everything, and they just go. So they're really hard early game to deal with if they're on the right draw.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Simulchip comes down. That does mean that an SMC threat is live. That helps you get through 1 ice on the remote. I think the question is, does it help you get through both?
Yeah, the big question here is, how with 2 clicks, how do you combo out with a border control in here? And Sengrin can pop that border control, of course, so you do need 2 clicks anyway. If there's a second border control, you might be slowing down the corp a bit, because that's 4 credits, but that's still enough. Oh, Ngolo. Okay, so Mortivor is probably not running in here. It's just...
Yeah, it doesn't have enough clicks to get around border control now is the problem.
Still going to challenge anyway.
Yeah. I wouldn't be shocked if this is the... Oh, sorry, God. I was thinking this is the special offer. No, this is not the op deck. It is a gatekeeper, though, so the Ngolo would have been necessary to get through. I think the issue is here, though, Sengrin's still on 6 credits. This does not deny enough credits to score if there is a seamless in hand.
Yeah.
It is very likely the play that you were talking about, the advance, may have come down to threaten that seamless GFI score, and I would not be shocked if that's what we see next turn.
Yeah, I think so, and obviously you might ask, oh, if that's the case, why not use the seamless on the Luminal? I think the answer is because you don't have to, and because the 4 credits off of Hedge Fund are better.
That's good.
Yeah, Seamless doesn't even need it. Style points winning with a click left, so this is just PD straight up rushing out. Woo.
Absolutely.
7-0. What? This is turn what?
Turn 5.
This is turn 6.
6, yeah.
Turn 6 win. This is a sports game.
Yeah. Jeff comboed out.
yeah. This very much is exactly like this is like the archetypal deck, like hand that you want to have as PD.
Mm-hmm.
Fantastic game.
Yeah. Great game for PD here and for Sengrin, but let's just keep rolling with the tournament games and let's check another table.
Yeah, it looks like we have 15 minutes left in the round, so we do have time to find another table if we want. Josh, do you want to choose? You are the newcomer on the cast.
Pick a table, any table.
Ooh,
Try to find a table without lat. No, I'm kidding. I mean, it's impossible, but...
Is Ellen on no stream?
Who? Sorry?
Scroll up.
Oh, Ellen. I think unless I missed something, both players are okay to be streamed. But if one of you could just pop in and ask anyway, that would be cool. I would appreciate that, because if I jump in, we're gonna get, or I can just jump in there as well. But table 4T, right? Dr. Crystal versus Ellen. That's the one you mean?
Yeah.
So I can pop in.
I'll jump in and ask.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Very kind of you.
It is a pretty advanced board state. I'm asking. It's 4 to 6 right now.
I'm just thinking about boat puns.
It looks like we have a prefer not to stream on this. So.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's why it's nice to just ask. Thank you so much. I don't know. There's Snoopy versus Baramu on Precision versus Lat. Surprise. Table 34 could be a good thing. I don't know. Like, we have Pravdivost versus Adam.
Oh, yeah, I'm into that.
Yeah, how about
So
it?
table 34 top.
Let me ask him if we're good to stream.
Thank you so much. Whoops.
Notably for the viewers, it's table 34, not roll 34.
No, yeah, we're just yeah, absolutely.
I'm hoping no one made that mistake, but. Okay, we are good on table 34, and we are already off to the races here. We have a ubiquitous Vig with an advancement on it already ticking away. Adam with a pad tap, making that ubiquitous Vig look bad, and a logic bomb.
Oh, yeah. That's kind of a rough spot to be in against Adam, but it's also a very common one.
Yeah, it's still early stages of the game. This is just turn 2.
Yep.
Running to take down its spin doctor before it has anything to shuffle back. So compelled to trash the spin doctor. In fact, couldn't back out at the last minute if they even wanted to. Another logic bomb comes down and a misdirection. Obviously, we don't know exactly what this prov is up to, but misdirection does protect from hard-hitting news, does protect from... It tags building up over time, which is a thing that you might expect to happen against prov.
No, Aket.
Aket has been rezzed. Aket, that might be a reader for some people out in the crowd. So Aket is an advanceable ice. It is a barrier strength 2. While there are 3 or more advancement counters on it, it has 3+ strength. And the runner can't break more than one of its subroutines during an encounter. Its subroutines are you gain 1 credit and you place an advancement token on an installed card and end the run.
Yeah.
All of what I just said, I don't know if it matters that much though. There are 4 points suddenly in the runner score area.
While you were reading this, you could score 4 points.
Oh, also trashed an NAPD cordon.
Yeah. Would you say that this was a big deal, even though it wasn't a big deal?
I would say it's at least a medium-sized deal.
Okay.
It's got big deal energy.
Big deal energy.
Notably, that did take a logic bomb to get through, so obviously there are only 3 logic bombs in the deck. 1 just got used on that play. I would say trading a logic bomb for 4 points is a pretty good trade if you're Adam.
Absolutely. Especially since that early score for Brain Chip, if that's what you're on, is very critical because yeah, we've seen a lot of boat atoms, which is not that weird if you think about it, because the emergent creativity allows you to effectively have 4 copies of the boat because you only run 1 actual real copy. This is a classical atom running the Brain Chip, which turns on safety first and gives you almost an unconditional drip draw.
Now, Orb, you've played a lot of Adam in your day. What do you think Adam's game plan is right now in this board position?
You're probably looking to see if they advance something in the remote like that, and you may go after it if you think you have enough credits, but otherwise you can kind of sit back, and you may try to plan to win off a flooded HQ, unless they start pushing a lot of agendas through the remote. The other thing that you can do is you can start to build up your own credits, and if they leave R&D or archives open, you can use Find the Truth.
Our R&D is open right now.
Yeah, so you could just take a peek off of R&D, which is probably fine unless you think there's going to be a lot of trashables.
Actually, I think R&D, important to note on R&D, we did just see a mad dash go into Adam's hand. So any random run here is potentially live to just win the game off of any agenda.
Yep. And because of your find the truth value, you really don't mind pinhole threading here to see what that upgrade is.
Oh, does not have money to trash the Vlad City grid.
That's actually kind of good right here, I think. Maybe.
So crediting up to 5,
Yep.
that is an important number.
Yep. So crediting up, that, like I said, that just a free peek off of R&D and then crediting up is absolutely something that you can do on 4 points right here. You can let a couple go through if you don't think you can challenge the remote.
Obviously, I think the heartbreaking play here would be advance, and it's the 3rd crypto crash, and all of that money goes away.
Yeah. Yes, that would be awful. Which maybe you're correct. Maybe that's why having the money to trash Vlad would have been good.
Oh, interesting. I think the advancement counters might be on the Vladimir City grid in that case. Because we just seen it install advance in that server. So not threatening a crypto crash this exact turn, Adam does have a chance to get into server 3 or just win here before those credits potentially get drained. It's a very tough spot to be in right now, I think, as Vlad, when you're not able to ice up R&D at the moment.
So one of the interesting things here that you should notice about the Adam play is that there's a reason that they ran the archives. It wasn't just to check the face down there. It's that with neutralize all threats, if you go into archives first, you've already accessed a card that has a trashable cost, and when you then go into another server like R&D or HQ, you are no longer forced to trash any trashable cards that you access.
Very good read on
that.
This
Is pretty
play.
important.
Yeah, because it might be catching some people unawares, like, what, why? But yeah, exactly. This is to just switch off the bad side of your directive, of which you have 3.
Yep. And you're getting a peek at R&D anyway because of Find the Truth. So it's almost always in this situation better to run archives.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's obviously better than running the pad campaign, because obviously the pad campaign still gives you the R&D peak from Find the Truth, but you have to actually trash the pad campaign, which you might not want to if you see a Bologna on top.
Absolutely.
If you're, I think Prav is in a pretty tough spot here. What do you think Prav's goal? What is Prav trying to do right now?
They're gonna have to do some cordon tricks because Adam's low on credits. The naked R&D right now though is pretty rough. Even with 1 ice on it, it would still be pretty rough because the Adam, as I said, on 4 points, they're gonna be more than content to do their once a turn run and peak, and then just money up. Like this.
Okay,
this right here is now a game because now there's nothing for free. So
yeah, and interesting that server 3 is just continuing to sit around, clearly valuing shutting off these free runs versus scoring whatever's in server 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it
possible
possible that
we have a no free lunch? That's a cool include.
I suppose it's possible that they could have an advanceable that's not.
Oh, it looks like that's the
might
case.
have been a trap.
Yeah, that might have been an Urtica potentially. But okay, we just have install events. Vlad.
Crypto crash
down to 0, baby.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, that will be for the start of the turn, so it's not as good as it seems.
Yeah. Yeah, that drip coming in is pretty good for Adam. They're in a pretty good position. They used their position to solidify their board. So,
Josh, I have to ask you something important. Given the artificial crypto crash just drained 6 out of a total possible 7 credits from Adam, does that confirm that Adam is a crypto bro?
Oh no!
What
Why would you
have
talk about my boy like that? Why?
done?
Uh, well, either way should not have invested in Fisk coin, is what we've all learned here. Now, here's another interesting way to neutralize the downside of neutralize all threats. You saw Pad Campaign accessed on a dirty laundry run after dipping down to 3 credits, so did not have enough money to trash it. That's another way of just getting around that ability and still seeing what's on the top of R&D.
Yep.
I mean, we see a jailbreak into R&D. We see a logic bomb breaking this toll booth. Oh, okay. So going into trash the cordon and still access another card. So, I mean, yeah, that's a heavy price to get into R&D and actually trash that cordon, but it seems 100% worth it because I don't know if you're ever gonna get rid of something that's on that like a cordon is protecting.
Yeah, Adam notably, especially not this one not being on boat, is not gonna have that much money. Not as much as Lat, so they are not happy to pay the cordon tax. And Pravdivost is really good at making that really expensive. Oh, just a shout out to everybody in the audience. I'm pretty sure that this has been said before, but please don't spectate games during the tournament. That's what the stream is for. Especially if there are already spectators on the table, the streamers. That helps us keep everything smooth.
It helps prevent any possible issues with at times in the past, JNet has essentially closed because there have been too many spectators in games. We want to avoid any potential for that to happen, even though obviously we have a pretty stable instance today. So
Absolutely.
a
Triple
third
pad
tap
tap.
comes down. That is brutal. That is now officially, with the pad campaign trashed, Adam gaining more off of Prav's drip than Prav is.
Absolutely.
Ugh. That's disgusting.
I don't think it's Pravdivost that you're gonna deal with that in any way. That's just too many credits and too many clicks.
Yeah, I think you might just say, all right, that's fine. I have to just do this the old-fashioned way now.
And we might be seeing a push for an agenda here, because of Adam's current board state with no breakers.
Yeah,
The outside
I'm
promote,
looking at
I'm
the heat.
interested
There's
what
no
that is.
paperclip even. There's basically no way to actually break ice right now. Do you? I mean, I think it could potentially be a Bologna in server 3, since the Vlad will put 2 credits, or will put 2 counters, and you can just advance, stay up on 8, and still threaten to res a lot of this ice.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a good call. It could also be something like an off-world office to increase that tempo a little bit more, and accelerate. It seems safe in that remote, depending on what the ice over top is.
Someone in chat asking how many credits gained from this VIG now. I think the answer is a lot for both players. Big has gained a lot of
pop-up window?
a lot. Oh, pop-up window is just so punishing with these blue slabs.
Yep. Just another
Second
pop-up window. Wow.
Oh man. So this server was just so porous the whole time, and we had no clue.
Yeah. If this is Bologna, that's game though.
Yes, it is. It's Bologna. That's game.
Yep. Oh, you
Tough
called
spot
it.
for Vlad. Tough spot for Vlad.
Yeah.
Needed to be on less porous ice on that remote. That was just going off the thread of them not being able to break real ice. So that is game. Congrats to Adam and Fish. Well played by both.
Yep.
And I believe
Absolutely.
this is one of the final games happening. But yeah, that server was brave, I have to say.
Yeah.
At least.
I mean, the fact that points got pushed out of there in the first place, like honestly, strong play. Like, what a good bluff.
Yep.
Yeah. Commonly as NBN, if you don't have the ETR ice flowing, that's something you gotta do. You just gotta hope and pray that your opponent doesn't want to challenge and try to push behind a pop-up.
Might
Yeah,
do
that's one of the
this.
strengths of MBN as a faction, right? Especially Prav, which is a less known ID. You don't know exactly what they can do to you.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yep. So we are almost done, I think, with round 5, round 6 coming up. I'm just checking the timing, and
I'm seeing in chat that server was a crypto scam.
it was pretty much.
Oh no!
No.
For anyone who missed the very end of that game, I'm seeing a few
Yeah.
questions in chat. It turns out that the ice on that remote server was just 2 pop-up windows, which ended up actually netting Adam credits.
Yeah.
So it was 2 pop-up servers that ended up netting Adam credits, and it was a Bologna behind those. So a tragic end for Prav Consulting.
Brutal.
But
That
yeah,
server was like if you join a crypto Discord and they keep spamming you with the new coin and NFT.
Except for some reason you're making money off of it. Like you're making money off of them spamming you. Like you own Discord or something.
I suppose. Oh, that's called the Musk.
oh,
You buy into Dogecoin, you talk it up, and then you dump it.
okay, so let me just think
Waiting
about
for
it.
the last results to come
Exactly.
in.
Let me think about it on the level that we have not touched upon in a while, because we were enjoying thoroughly the memes and whatnot. But I should be heading towards and the puns and whatnot. I should be heading towards Cobra, and
We
should be
are
taking
seeing all sorts of sweeps in these top tables. I am imagining. We already talked about this is a boat meta. I think we're seeing the lifeboat meta in action right now. A lot of 2-for-1s coming in. Seeing some splits on the top tables, but almost every. I think of the top 14 tables, 3 of them are splits. Everything else is a sweep.
Yeah,
Wow, that's wild.
2 for 1.
I have to think this is just people recognizing that it is already time to 2-for-1.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, just due to how the OP policies work out here, the cut for this particular event is absolutely brutal. Because on 98 players, you can't really cut to top 16 because it's almost 20% of the field. So you still have to keep it at a top 8. That is kind of the correct move for the integrity of the tournament. But that also means that you can drop very few games to get into the cut.
Yep. Yeah, and people on 3 losses probably thinking, like, unless I have the absolute god tiebreakers, I need to be on 3 losses rather than 4.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm just doing the fancy scrolling here up and down. I hope people can appreciate on the stream, because they can totally just scroll this themselves. But just to show you that we have so many players today playing so many games. Still 2 pairings missing, I assume. Only 1 now.
Oh,
And
just only 1 at the moment.
We're going to be jumping into the table in a second to see how all this 6 pointing and splitting, so sweeping and splitting, how this affects the field. I think Mortivor and Sangrin are pretty safe in their spots, even though this was a rough game for the on the top table, huh? And Sangrin, I mean, yeah, so much fun here. Mr. Buggles splitting as well with pinsel, but I think that was an intentional draw, so they just agreed to draw, and that's fine as well. Okay, all pairings reported. Standings, here we go this is only after 4 rounds. Okay, somebody still has to complete the round, or maybe my Cobra just needs to refresh.
I think we just had the last one reported, but
exactly.
I don't think we've had things updated in Cobra quite yet.
Yeah, the completion has to just be.
Yeah. There are a few steps between all of the rounds
Absolutely.
being in and actually having everything ready for the next one.
And you want to probably, with so many tables, you want to double check the scores. You want to make sure that things are okay, because
it's much harder to remake it than it is to get it right the first time.
I mean, let me tell you.
All right,
there we go.
standings
We
should
have
be
results
refreshed now.
Bridgman,
Yep.
so far top spot
the
here.
one lost player currently.
Yeah.
Exactly 1 player on 27.
Yep. Then we have Pinsel, Guya, Mr. Buggles, is Sanguine, Kikai, and a field down all to 24 points, Arm and Firecracker. So this is a clear top 8, which would be great if this was the last round. However, we still have 2 rounds to go, and look
Still
at the
two
field.
more.
Yeah, look at the field
If
of people on 21.
If this was the last round, everybody on 24 that could would probably ID, but since there are 2 rounds left to go, if you try to ID, you could get caught up with.
Yeah, and
It's
as
very
we see,
likely.
some people on 24 are probably not safe to ID. Look at that difference
Absolutely.
in breakers between them and the 21s.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The 21s are very likely going to go for 2-for-1s here, if they can. You may see some of the 24s try to sneak in a cheeky 2-for-1 so they can ID the last round. But it's unlikely that their opponents are going to accept. As a draw still puts you in contention.
If you're on 18
but
points right now, do you have a chance for anything whatsoever? I'm just curious.
not with the number of 2-for-1s that are probably going to happen.
Okay.
I don't believe.
Thank you. No, I was just really curious if the first 22 players have still something to fight for. I mean, of course, that doesn't mean that everybody else is just going to drop, because you're still fighting for position and whatnot. But this is like you said, this is a brutal field. It's very rough.
There would be 12 points available, so you could end on 30 if you sweep out. And let's say that your opponents, so they could be on 29 if they split both games. Let's see, if all of the 21s split both games in both rounds, then an 18 could make it in if they swept out. However, as I said, what you're probably going to see with these 21s here is you're going to see 2-for-1s. So that's a guaranteed 6 points, which puts them on 29, which is the one less than the maximum that an 18 can get right now. And then all the 21 has to do on the final round is win 1 game to beat anybody that's on 18 points. So, yeah, 18's probably out of contention unless some really weird math happens here.
Okay, I think people are being paired up right now, so we can start checking the pairings in a second, I believe, just to make sure that this is actually the case.
Yeah, how do y'all feel about table 5? That would be a freedom. I don't think we've seen a freedom yet this game, or yet this tournament. Let me ask them if they're open to us streaming.
That's Warlock and...
Oh, one of them's currently in the lobby, so I'll wait for them both to be in.
Okay. I think one of them could be on a no stream, but yeah, that's okay. Otherwise, we still have... well, I'm trying to figure things out here. Table 6 is an option from what I see. For sure.
No freedom yet today. I suppose this is not the American Continental.
Pretty much, no. Table 7, although we've seen both of them on stream already, could be interesting. Table 8, we haven't seen neither RTSA, no Baron Mu, and that could be fun. Even though there are 2 lats, but there's a PE and a precision, so, well, potentially interesting at least.
Yeah, looks like we are a no-go on table 5.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just checking if there's any crims. I'm just going to be scrolling here looking for crims. So while you're looking for the tables, I'm just going to pop this on the screen and have patience, our dear friends. Table 17 is the highest, I believe, the highest criminal right now. So that could still be an option, I guess. If we want to,
I don't know all the players we've seen yet today. Table 7 has the next highest Anarch, I guess.
Could be a thing. I mean, there's Asger we've seen a bit of, and there's Matuszczak repping for the Polish meta, which I'm always happy to see. So if you could jump in and ask, that would be awesome.
Yeah, let me go ahead and ask them.
Thank you. I have to say though, I'm really impressed how good we kind of collectively got as a community at just jumping onto an online event which has dozens upon dozens of people, and things just work.
We are good on table 7.
Table 7! Awesomeness. Thank you so much. so we're jumping in, and this is going to be an interesting one because we have TugtetguT, also known as Asger. We've seen him a bit before, and we have Matuszczak from the Polish meta, and the game is on, or the game is afoot. I don't know. I mean, the game could also be a hand. It doesn't really matter which body part it is, but it's definitely happening.
Whatever
Sorry,
it is,
Sherlock
it's
Holmes.
happening.
It's happening. It's on. It's a boat.
Oh, boat already.
Oh.
The boat is down. The boat is boating.
So
Running HQ.
So, gentlemen.
We've joined the yacht club.
Yeah, just a quick question to the two of you, totally unrelated to whatever's happening with the ban list and so on. Do you think boat is going to be banned for Worlds? Personally and privately, not officially. This is no scooping, no nothing, nobody's quoting anybody on this. But
You don't have to worry about me scooping anything. I know absolutely nothing about any of that process. My personal thought would be no. But
Okay.
to be very clear, that represents myself because I don't know anything.
I have a decent idea of what may happen. lostgeek has said publicly that the SBL is going to take a hard look after Continentals to see about reshaping the meta for Worlds. They had also said...
Reshapering.
Reshapering. But they said it's probably going to be more of a tweak than some really spicy bans. As to what they're thinking, I can't comment. I'm sorry.
We do have a fully operational coming down here quite early already for 3 charges, getting so much value, 2 cards, netting 3 credits off of it. That's what a card fully operational is.
Would you say this is a strong play on the corp side, just saying, okay, I see you have the boat with the 4 counters, but all of these ice pieces here, they're expensive, but they're, for example, fair children or fair childs, which means 3 subs, which means it will actually cost you more than you think, and server 1 and server 2 are safe. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a way to try to, like, obviously there are many ways to try to tax out the boat. One is forcing it to break multiple ice on multiple servers, and that might be what we're seeing
absolutely here. And one of the other things that this deck can do, depending on the type of deck that it is if it has the how do you pronounce that? Trest model Bioroids?
Trieste or
Trieste, I believe.
Yeah. But yeah.
If it does have that, it can basically say, okay, if all you have is boat, eat this Bioroid.
True.
And even if that means clicking through, even if that means clicking through, you're normally pretty happy about that because that means that they can't advance the rest of their board state.
We do see a Maryland campaign beginning to tick away. Spin Doctor coming down for more draw. Lots of tempo positive plays here for Asa, which is exactly what you expect out of the ID.
Yep.
Not really threatening a score quite yet, just given the state of this boat, but I think not far from threatening a score either.
I just love how the chat got into all sorts of banning discussions on so many different metal levels and puns and whatnot, and yeah, memes. Absolutely, let's ban everything. Let's ban this game.
I see one take that I absolutely agree with, which is ban players who willingly put the gauntlet in their decks.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We could get into.
It really is a Slumscast episode, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
I finally got invited.
Yeah,
Thank you
we're
so
also.
much.
We're also getting in the chat expletive deleted Shaper.
Yeah.
Now boat is up on 6 counters right now.
Wow.
Obviously, we have 3 campaigns ticking for us right now.
Yep.
That's a lot of money.
Yep.
That opens up
Getting
a
all
lot
their
of
money.
lines of play.
Getting all of their money early though is good because there are no taps down right now, either worm or pad. So. If they can get this money early, and if a worm comes down, they're just going to clear it right away, probably.
Yep.
So
probably
we're seeing
probably worth the time walk if it actually is 4 or 5 credits.
Absolutely, and I think that we're seeing them kind of really just try to gain this tempo upper hand so they can solidify maybe the mid game. 6 boat counters is rough though.
6 boat counters is never a number you want to see if you, I don't know, need your ice to be relevant in any way. Now we do see an Asa install and an advance here. So server 1 certainly threatening to go for a scoring play here. I have to think this is signaling that there's a Fairchild 3 somewhere on server 1 because otherwise that is probably just not taxing enough for the boat.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could be seeing that upgrade be Skunk or Void. So one of the ice may be border control, depending on what they're running.
Yeah. Border control
Likely
would be a
something
really good
taxing. Likely something taxing, like you said for the other one, like a Fairchild 3 is a good shout out.
Yeah, and I mean border control in the current board state, another way of trying to tax out boats, saying you have to boat through the server multiple times. Obviously, in the long game, after a paperclip eventually comes down, it does not do that anymore.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Matuszczak is sitting on 6 credits with 3 drip, and what are we on the breaker front? Like, not much, really. I mean, you really do have to start building your board state, so those clicks are probably going to go into getting more cards. Oh, there we go. That's actually brave, but you will be installing stuff. Yeah, you will be installing stuff, and you can definitely break through this. Oh, there we go.
Just the border control. You could technically pop the border control to stuff the Into the Depths, but I think you want to save that for something else.
I think you're correct. I think you're happy to have 2 boat counters drained right here, and continually have 2 drained if they're going to try to go after R&D. Technically it's 1, because it's going to be a successful run, but...
Oh. Thinking it over.
Oh. Stand corrected?
Oh, I imagine it's always worth thinking it over, even if you probably aren't going to pop the border control. Just verifying with yourself, is that the right play? Should I be taking that option a little more seriously? Chooses not to, though. Into the Depths will, in fact, get to install a program from the stack, and it will be a Reaver.
Oh,
interesting. So this is a Reaver lat. This is not the Sokka lat list that we've seen all over the place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Probably means there's an Aesop's coming down at some point in the near future. We don't see it yet, though.
Hate against the Nico campaigns.
Getting rid of
getting
Nico.
that sweet Reaver value off of trashing the Nico.
And Ica. Okay, so yeah, this is the thing. Now you're a bit better prepared, even though you're poor, but at least you have some program presence on the board.
Yeah, we are. This game has kicked into high gear already.
Yeah.
Maryland and Nico continuing to tick down, though. So, I mean, the remote was not challenged that turn.
Nope.
Whatever this scoring play, or at least what is presenting a scoring play, it can go off without a hitch now.
Yeah, it looks like it. And I think that we are starting to get a pretty good idea of what's in that remote then. Not going for the Vitrovis counter, interestingly enough.
Choosing to have that quick to jam a defensive upgrade along with something else in server 1. So, yeah, valuing the click over the Vitruvius shenanigans.
Yep. Very likely looking at a Skunk Void here, which is a problem for boat if you can get it up and running. Because you can force them all the way through the server, have them spend clicks and money, and then still end the run. Plus, you're draining boat counters at that time, too, so a pretty good way to try to score out in a boat meta.
Absolutely.
Spin Doctor accessed in HQ.
Gaining another power counter. Yeah, Spin Doctor from HQ. I'm sure that Asa really wants to have that Spin Doctor at some point in the future, but may not have
Notably,
that
there's
option.
another Spin Doctor on the table, so the runner may choose not to.
And it looks like
trash
chooses
it.
not to
Yep.
trash. Yeah. I guess currently Lat only on 6 credits, so a little harder sell there. Gonna Into the Depths into the Maryland server, and that's a Fairchild 3. Gross.
Yep.
Oh, that's disgusting. So Boat is gonna get through 2 of these subroutines.
Yeah.
We're gonna see one of them fire.
If you can get that server 1 agenda next turn, and if it's something tempo positive, you're very happy to drain 2 boat counters here.
Extremely, yeah. Honestly, I don't know if it even... Well, how many things aren't tempo positive that could even be in server 1? I think GFI is the only thing that isn't tempo positive.
Yeah.
Offering the option of trashing boats for the Fairchild 3 subroutine. That is a valid play. Going to be thought about, it looks like. I have to think not going to be the final decision, but it is a valid play. Reinstall a new one with all the money you save. Good banter at the stop table. And that's an Aesop's going.
Not a ton to try at this point, so that's a good way to save money.
Could also easily be a second one in the hand.
Absolutely.
So the Depths is going to search up another program, which is, sure enough, another Aesop's. That's kind of the optimal answer to that. You really want that Aesop's down just to get that Harbinger value.
Absolutely.
So, the campaigns tick down. Nico is gone. Marilyn is gone. Marilyn shuffles back. Nico draws a card. Despite resing a Fairchild 3 and a Border Control, still on 15 credits on the Asa side. So, still very much threatening a score here. Still very much threatening ice reses. This is a pretty good position for Asa, but you can imagine the window starts to close relatively soon.
Absolutely, but if you can draw those agendas, you may be able to capitalize on this. That's sort of the key thing here, though. The deck has got to feed you those agendas at the right time to windmill into that remote.
Yeah, you really need that.
You can very easily see how this game could turn, once Lat gets established. There's definitely some drip coming down next turn. They're definitely trashing that Harbinger to Aesop's, so they're gonna tick up. What is that?
7 credits. Back
7
up to 8 credits.
So it'll be on 8. Yeah.
Yeah. So you say once Lat's established. I think we've reached that point. Lat is pretty much established at this point. Only thing that's missing is maybe a real breaker. That's probably all you're really looking for.
Mm-hmm.
So
we're seeing
we're
a
just
double
going to have
advance.
hedge fund and double advance. Does that smell like the food? That smells like the food to me.
That smells like a food.
Yeah.
We can smell what TugtetguT is cooking.
So something's cooking on server 1, and the thing is, you're not playing glue, so you cannot really outcook the core. And yeah, I mean, the situation here is pretty dire for Matuszczak, but look at this, bouncing from 1 credit with all the econ, before you click in, you get 9. So
choosing to trash a daily cast, so still ticking up, but keeping the Harbinger around for future efficiency. Honestly, that does make sense.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
it also
it's also a good trash
lines down for this turn. You can trash, I don't know.
Yeah, you can trash it to the Fair Children as well. Yeah, save you some credits there. It's technically saving you 3 there as well. So not a bad idea to keep it around.
Yeah, there's a lot of good value that you can get out of having these installed cards. What they aren't really doing is breaking the ice on server 1 though. So we're just seeing some HQ runs, still got a border control in HQ, still got all these. Probably gonna show up on server 1 at some point in the future, but not yet. Just have a power tap and another green orb. And sure enough,
and then there's the food. So, however, if you look over on the other side, the boat is pretty leaky right now. There's plenty of drip.
Yeah. we got 2 green orbs, we got 1 blue slab, and we have Aesop's Pawn Shop snapping up that Harbinger as fast as possible. Do you think that this Asa list is on big deal?
I think it's a distinct possibility. A 1x is something that we have seen in the previous Continentals, just to close out with the last
there's
score.
The food!
Oh.
Yeah. I think notably, this is a little bit different from most of the big deal situations we've seen in the past, because the credit threshold is different, and also the play pattern is slightly different. If there is, in fact, a big deal, all you need is 17 credits. So I know 17 versus 18, it's exactly 1 credit difference. It actually does matter here though, because that's 1 turn of clicking for credits for Tug right now. So that threshold actually does matter in this particular game state. Fully operational and hedge fund coming back. That, I don't know, that seems a little bit like looking for big deal money to me.
Yeah, it certainly does. You could definitely see a world where that's going on.
Have we seen
Come
any
on,
big deal?
we gotta have a big deal win.
I
We
was going
haven't
to
gotten
say-
any yet.
Yeah, like in any of the Continental tournaments, there hasn't been a big deal win, right? Like we haven't seen that, I assume.
Yeah,
I don't know if we've seen it, but I
Sam
experienced one.
Oh.
Sam Sweet is just sobbing right now because we haven't gotten to see the big deal wins. Like, let's make Sam happy.
Exactly. It's a beautiful card too.
So-
Big numbers.
Oh God, it's wonderful. I love the art on it too. The art's just it is exactly the art you want to flash to your opponent when you're like, "Yep, I just won because of that bullshit."
Yeah, big deal is great all around. Anything with such a high cost is just it's gonna be a good time.
So you can see here that Asa Group
Oh,
is actually the
server
one
one, though.
building the beanstalk, because you can see, the base of Kayamba here in server 1, and then it just keeps going up.
Oh yeah,
This is getting
Absolutely.
big.
Yeah. Oh, I guess not taking big deal money here. This is Res My Ice money. Much less interesting money, in my opinion. Still a very good play, though, in this position. I mean, it's going to be tough for Lat to actually get through if we actually do have the Skunkworks, the Void, anything like that in Server 1.
yeah. You're probably looking at that top ice being border control, because we know the one is on
Yes.
R&D, and there was one in HQ. So Tug is basically saying, "Come and get it," and it's very possible that this is the win in the remote.
It's very possible that not only is it the one in the remote, Lat can't go get it. I think that's very plausible right now. There's no paperclip down. There's no paperclip in the bin. You know you have to break a border control at least once. I am willing to bet you might have to break it twice.
Just on
Probably
this
Then you
have
have
to
to
break
get
a
through-
drafter at some point.
Skunk. Void notably actually would be turned off unless there
Yeah,
is a
Void-
spin
Void
doctor in
wouldn't
one of
be
those
good.
remotes.
Oh, we see a pinhole threading though, so we're gonna get some answers on what's in server 1. But we don't know which card. But they do find a Skunkworks. That's
Skunks,
just gonna go
yep.
down to 3.
It could be a second skunk that's in the remote as well.
That would be disgusting.
Well, if it's an
Playing
analytic,
around
it's
pinhole
gonna be a bit
threading though,
hard.
yeah, it absolutely, it would be playing around pinhole threading, which is one of the few things that probably bails a runner out of that situation potentially.
We're going in.
So running server 1,
Yep, contesting.
let's see the border control res.
If one of these installed outer remotes though is a spin doctor, we've got Void turned back on.
That's correct. And I would definitely believe that one of these is in fact a spin doctor.
I think we're thinking on the res.
Thinking on the res, I think that the stream is fairly convinced that this res is in fact a border control, but we will see.
I would be shocked if it's not.
It'd be quite a ruse if it isn't the border control.
What's probably going on here is Tug's probably doing the math just to figure out if they're gonna, I think, be able to score next turn. Honestly, and if they can keep the runner out entirely.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons
That's-
HB is such a difficult faction to play. You actually have to do math like this.
Mm.
Why I'm not an HB player.
Because it is possible that they can keep the runner out with all of the reses here, and whatever the upgrade is. However, if resing all of that puts them below 3
It's the board
credits,
control.
then yep,
Not threatening the win if it puts them below 3 credits. That's correct. But
correct.
so we do see the
yes.
border control res. The math has been done, and the math is in favor of resing border control here. So that's 2 boat counters.
I mean, the next dice.
Next ice. Still thinking it through. Obviously,
Notably, if
one way
it's
that
a-
you can potentially win here is taxing out the Ngolo's ability if it is a must-break ice that is not a code gate.
Absolutely. The other way that could potentially seal this is if there's 3 border controls in the list, they could res another.
Yeah. Oh, that would be
And then
disgusting.
if they pop both, they take both
It's a
clicks.
gatekeeper. It's a gatekeeper. So this will cost 4 credits to get through,
We have a whole
and
hot
notably,
take-
it will
yeah. Oh, sorry.
it will stay at 6 strength for the rest of this turn.
We have a hot take
So-
in the chat saying maybe server 6 is the agenda. Who knows?
That is
Ooh.
a valid play. Server
Yeah.
6 could,
Yep.
in fact, be an agenda.
Yep.
We're in
The classic misdirection.
Manigarm.
And, you know, here you click through Manigarm, Server 6 agenda,
Oh.
advance, advance, advance.
I
It
think
could
you,
happen.
I think you paid us.
So that is confirmed
think
the double
so.
skunk.
Yeah, the double skunk playing around pinhole threading.
This is a good play.
You're clearly paying off here. This is cheaper than any ice
Absolutely.
would be and more taxing than any ice you would res for
Yep.
2.
Double skunk now, the Funksel brother, and let's see if Matuszczak is actually going to pay this in credits.
Thinking.
I would
Yep.
go for credits here. I'm not the best player ever, but you still have clicks to do stuff if you pay with credits.
Yeah, notably, there's a ton of drip on their side of the table, so
Yep.
it's not a bad play to go for the credits here. And Tug also is pretty low as well at this time.
Yep.
Also, they can't do clicks because they wouldn't be able to run back if
Exactly. There we go.
True.
That's
And
the
that
credits.
window does exist, right? The border control does
Mhm.
have a window. Oh, that is an off-world
Oh.
office.
That was
it is
good.
an agenda.
Now, do you trash the Manigarm here for 3? That's the question.
I think so.
I would.
Server 1 is just such a problem for you if you
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah.
I think.
That's a second Manigarm, and the corp is on 1 card in hand, so I would just go for that.
No. Legitimate question. Is
Counter
server 2 an
argument.
agenda?
Yep.
It's possible. Also, counter argument. You're probably not going to get into this server again to contest another score.
It looks it looks like that's the line of thinking here. Not going to get into server 1, just going to leave the skunkworks in, save those 3 credits. Run server
Checking
6.
6 in case it's a cheeky install.
It's
the
spin
Spinny D.
doctor.
Spinity.
Spin doctor is going to shuffle back something. Nothing. Rashida being hovered. Yep, Rashida and a hedge fund. All of
Now,
that
if they
money.
believe
Just
that
give me
server
money.
2 is a cheeky agenda install, they may go in there with their boat counters.
Oh, what a sick play that would be. I would love that. If you want to save the boat counters, technically speaking, you can just Ngolo, break 1 subroutine, and then trash 2 installed things, but probably better to use the boat counters? I'm not sure. If that's an agenda, you deserve it.
Oh, Matuszczak here with the memes. That's a
Oh, it's just
Oh.
a Nico. It's just a Nico.
Oh.
Acknowledging that it could have been an agenda. That's nice.
So for those of you who may not know this because you're not pre to the Polish meta, both Odol and Matuszczak, they're very active in the Polish meta trying to spin up kind of a regular online league, and they usually face each other off in the weekly meetings on Thursdays online on Jinteki.net. And I mean, I've seen quite a few of their games, and there's a lot of camaraderie and good stuff, but those people jam games hard. Like, the same way I assume everybody else who's competitive enough about Netrunner. But in case you haven't played against Matuszczak, he's not a bad player. He's just not maybe that visible everywhere, but he's good. So beware. Oh well. What a read though. Yeah, like this if this is an agenda, you deserve it. That's a good one. Really like that.
I'm a little sad now that it wasn't, but
That would have been a sick way to end the game. If it's an agenda, you deserve it. Thanks. Advance.
GGWP. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
so we're seeing an install in server 1. And taking a credit.
Yep. So I think what you were saying, Josh, about not challenging server 1 in the future, certainly taking advantage of that information. Lat obviously could be on Mad Dash. We are still potentially one agenda away from this game being over. Just might not come for server 1.
Yeah. So the thing that I was saying about not challenging server 1, though, might not be true because they bursted up to 14 somehow. I didn't do the math
Where did all of this
on
money
that.
come from? I guess Nico campaign helped out
Exactly.
with that. That's where that money came from.
Absolutely. So it's hard to think about what would be threatening as that third ice here.
Crafter forces you to spend extra boat counters, probably. I'm not sure what's too threatening here.
It's possible the Tug is just trying to drag them
Yeah.
through the remote.
It's tricky. You're slowly taxing out boat counters. Slowly taxing out.
And it is a
money.
Maryland campaign, yes.
Now trashing the Skunkworks, leaving the Maryland.
Yeah.
So Tug back up to 8 credits now. And Matuszczak on 11, with 2 more drip coming at the start of the turn, plus 3 more if there's anything that they want to Aesops. Oh, because it's the stream. Hold on.
We're going.
Hold on.
never-
Oh,
no.
never mind. Oh, can't
that
tease
was-
us like that.
That was rused.
We just got taken on a ruse cruise.
Yeah, I was already excited. I was already busting up the pom-poms. I was like, what's going on? But no, never mind. Safe play.
Just a nice honor, indeed.
Oh, fair enough. I
Oh,
do
well.
appreciate the gesture, though, Asger. Thank you so much. Oh, jeez.
It's all right. There's always next turn.
Exactly. And this game is kind of, it's on the edge because, well, I mean, of course, the runner is definitely not on game point here because 4 points with the foods in play, nah, good luck. Unless you mad dash into a GFI, but there are 2 GFIs already scored and or stolen, so chances of getting one with a mad dash, low. So you do have to steal 2 agendas, I would say, to be 100% sure that you're winning this. Well, unless you get a 2-pointer with a mad dash. Does this list have a mad dash? That's the question. Probably it does, right? I mean, why wouldn't you have a mad dash? It's a good card. But you do have to locate
You'd
the
imagine
agenda
one,
here.
yeah.
Yeah. So on the other hand, Asger on the core side, definitely on match point here. The thing is, you don't. This is not a fast advance or like this is not one of those lists that just scores in a turn. I don't think we're gonna see any biotics.
Unless
popping up
there's a
here.
big deal. You know, we talked about big deal earlier.
Yeah, I know, but
We have 5 credits dripping in next turn. That's 14 credits. That's 1 turn of clicking for credits away from big deal territory.
so Pans, that's the thing. I completely get you, and I would love to see it. That would be amazing. But the thing is, everybody here is playing, like kind of very safe games. Like people have been working on those decks for a long time, and I don't think big deal just crossed their. What?
Beta test.
Okay, sorry. I retract whatever I said. What is this?
Hold on.
What is this? I'm just gonna
This
read
is
it out.
probably the 4
Okay.
stream one.
Play
This is a
only-
reader. So Hellion beta test, a Black Ops operation,
Yep.
1 cost. You can only play it if the runner trashed an accessed corp card during the last turn. It is a trace 2 to trash 2 installed non-program cards. It also take a bad putt. That part doesn't matter.
This
But
is
that is an answer to boat. You get to trash the boat. You get to trash the Aesops.
you get to trash the
You get
boat.
to trash Simul chips.
You can trash the boat, and you can trash the boat again with this. I mean, if wow.
That's spicy. I forgot that card existed.
Exactly. I mean, people are, with boat and other things popping up, and everybody's focusing on the new cards, and they're really cool and powerful and whatnot. But people are just, hey, wait a minute, wasn't there like a cool card with a baseball bat or some sort of a robo dog hiding somewhere? We could use that, right? I mean, wait a minute, I don't even have a cat.
Is that robo dog holding a baseball bat? Is that what's happening here? Oh, hold on. Okay, we have an install on server 2. So, protecting up whatever's in server 2, that potentially just something as innocuous as another Nico that. Well, no, all 3 Nikos are gone, so, potentially something as innocuous as Maryland campaign that Tug really wants to make sure it ticks down, but, it could be an agenda.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it really does, I think you're right, look like they're trying to get into big deal territory. And either getting the runner to...
I told you about big deal, bro.
Getting the runner to run that remote for boat counters, like spending boat counters, is good. Or if you just get to have your money, that's also good.
Mm-hmm. And we have a drafter here. That's one you have to boat or Ingolo, I think. You don't want drafter firing. Getting a skunkwork back into a server would be pretty bad right now. Drafter,
Do we know if the shaper is on Clot?
We haven't seen it yet. We certainly have not seen enough influence spent that Clot is out of the picture. I would imagine there's probably a Clot, but that's just my imagination.
Rashida in the remote.
Rashida in the remote. Yep, that's a good one. Force the run here. Force spending some credits. Force spending some boat counters. In this case, just the credits. Just 5 on Ingolo and yes, 2 boat counters to get through drafter.
You're not altogether unhappy with the exchange. Lad is still getting steam here.
Yeah. Just continuing to have this drip taken. It is Congress is this resembles the Congress board states where it's just like you made how much money this turn?
Yeah.
More than you spent on my ice? Oh, I don't like that.
And this is just a slow build towards inevitability. So, if Tug is going to pull this one out, they've got to do something here soon. Notably, an agenda and a big deal would save them. So.
Yeah, still at least 1 turn away from that, which is 1 more turn for Lat to potentially find a way to get that Clot down instant speed. If there is a Clot, in fact. So the window for big deal is probably closing pretty quickly, and honestly, the window on this game seems to be closing. It's going to be tough to actually push for a score.
Absolutely. I think that you definitely could see a remote and or R&D lock. I mean, you're already pretty close to there. And Lat, just because HQ is free, taking a lot of pokes at HQ, so there's nothing that's going to survive in HQ for very long.
Yeah. Obviously, you have 2 good servers to install your installables from HQ. Sure enough, we see something go into server 1. I wonder if we're going to see... And with the Asa trigger installing ice on server 1, just moneying back up, saying server 1, I am going to take your credits that you're dripping for come hell or high water. You have a boat, I have a reef, is I think what the message that's being sent right now.
I have a reef. I like it. I mean, reef should totally be a piece of ice. We need some anti-boat tech. Yeah.
But that money just keeps dripping in, so Lat's starting the turn on 23 credits.
Yeah, that's
It's
not
tough to beat that.
something
And Gauss
see
comes
on
down,
that
so
side.
not even... Gauss means you're not taxing out endurance counters as efficiently anymore either.
Let's go. I mean, this is gonna be probably run on server 1 right now because you do need the clicks to get it back in case border control gets fired, and there could be a second border control. I mean, still looking. There's none in the bin. There's one on R&D, so chances are that server 1 does have. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Oops, there it is.
Sure enough.
So there we go. Yeah.
So that's where all the influence was.
And now it's just about finger math. Left, right, and center, the Gauss doing the things, of course, twice, going towards Gatekeeper, slowly but surely. Breaking the Gatekeeper with Angolo.
Yeah, so
No
only
sweat.
6 credits to break through these ice. That's I think if you're Tug, you want that to be more.
Here we
Here's
go.
a more expensive ice. That's a fair child.
Yep.
That's a corp kind of baby. It's a fair child.
Now, if this is a Rashida at the bottom of this server, this is obviously not backbreaking, not even close to it. It's very rude.
Yeah.
But we do have
Okay.
a border control pop, so forcing to run back through. That is going to be another 9 credits to get through this server. This is the point where it starts becoming very punishing.
Yeah.
Mm.
So the fun part is the corp doesn't have to spend any more credits, so you do have 2 credits, which is just enough for a double, what have you, seamless, right?
Yeah, threatening double seamless to
Yeah.
still win this game.
Yeah. You do have to run this.
Do you run this, or do you try to find it in Essentials? Because at this moment, Tug doesn't have to spend another credit to still win off of double seamless. And this almost bankrupts you. I guess if you pay your boat, it doesn't almost bankrupt you, but it runs you out of boat counters. Almost. So you can trash your face down installed rather than paying 3 or 2 more boat counters.
You can probably just trash a card. You just run, you break 2 subs, and then you just trash one of your installed cards.
Trash the face down, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the
An interesting
path
play
tap.
here would have
Or face
been
down.
perhaps a skunk works here, but I don't see that being.
I mean, it is. I could see it, honestly. I think that the trick is these border controls. Obviously, they're multiplicative in their effects, so you really want to pop those on the key turns if you can, because that's just gonna drip for 5 more credits next turn.
Yeah. We have a question in the chat. Sorry, in the player chat. Trashing a face down Harbinger doesn't count as a program trash. It absolutely doesn't, I think,
Correct.
because it doesn't
Yeah.
have any type text or whatsoever when you trash it, so it just doesn't exist. It's a card you trash, but it's just nameless. Just like Harbinger is faceless and so on, so, kind of goes with the territory. Okay, here we go. Third
Unfortunately,
time.
as the streamers, we cannot give them rules advice.
Of course not.
Mm-hmm.
I would just tell them
Nope,
to
sure
play
enough.
more boats.
Got enough. Got 2 more credits off of Gauss and 2 more boat counters plus an installed card. Matuszczak can get in here, is going to go very poor to do so.
Like the pirates say, there she goes. Well, anyway, sorry. Here we're getting into that server for sure. But the question is this a 2-pointer or is this a 2-pointer? Because it's probably a 2-pointer. That's what it is, right? Or
Probably.
Absolutely.
or maybe not. I mean, you're just.
Or is this selling out for the Rashida bait?
Here we go. Here we go. Oh,
It's a luminal, sure enough. it's a
Luminal.
That was the game. Yeah, that was the game.
That would have been the game. Just needs a seamless advance with the luminal. Don't even need 2 seamless.
Yeah.
So it was the right decision to run through all of those times.
Yep.
Did need to get through border control every single one of those times. Tug has a very, very. There isn't really even a window here, right? Because
Yeah.
one more run, one more counter on endurance, and there's enough to get into server 1. I think
Yeah.
It becomes very, very difficult for Tug now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this was the turn, I guess, that definitely. I mean, it did cost the runner a lot, but then you're back on 10 credits straight away.
Yeah,
so.
already back on 10 credits. That's just that's absurd.
Rude. Oh, find the truth.
Find the
Find the truth.
Whoa! Now that's spicy.
Hellion beta
Sees
test.
the Hellion beta test once again. Unfortunately, Hellion beta test not very good against a runner with Link that is dripping 6 credits a turn.
Yeah.
Oh, running on R&D. This could be over. Well, we see a drafter res to make it harder to get in.
Boat to the rescue, I guess.
Notably to chain counters and credits as well.
Mm-hmm. But if this is the agenda on top of R&D, it doesn't matter. You boat this, you Gauss this, and then well,
the thing is, this is a border control.
yeah,
so
you can trash
last
border
click,
control. Yeah, you can
exactly.
trash
This is still so. Do we? I guess we do because there's no other.
trash border control.
Yeah.
If this was a run just to bait trashing the border control, that's actually really good.
Oh, so cool.
Now the
Install
the
and
really
server
tricky
2,
thing is I
take
don't
2
know
credits.
if there's anywhere safe for this agenda.
Nope.
I guess server 2 is the safest place because there's only one boat counter.
No, but this is the question now. I mean, if you're the corp, did you put the agenda in the server or did you keep it in your hand? Because it's 1 in 5, right? I mean, there's no multi-access on the runner side. Oh, sorry. No, there is no multi-access on the runner side, so...
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, this is find the truth, not neutralize. So
Yeah. So chances are it's just 1 in 5 you're going to be poking in there and wasting time. Or if you have to... I mean, this is the thing. This is the beauty of Netrunner, where you just put a face-down card and it can mean so many things. But it's up to the other side to decide how serious or difficult or important this card is to access or to see.
and is deciding it's important to go after. This is
Here we go. Oh no, that's a
and
concession.
that's
Okay.
self-concession.
GG.
Yeah, there's plenty of money to get through here.
What a
That
game.
hard-fought game.
Yeah. This was rough on both sides. Okay, so...
Oh, right, and that was just game 1.
Yeah.
Yep.
That was just game 1. We're going back for game 2. Whew. My hands are sweating here, and
I feel emotionally exhausted after that game.
and this is just round 6 of
Absolutely.
7. So we're gonna be back for round 7 after this round, but there's still a raffle on. So I'm just doing a very quick jump over, just to remind you that you're watching the 2022 Europe and Africa Continental Championship on our channel here. The pairings are there. Round 7 is going to be coming up next, but we're still in round 6. You just have to make sure that you don't miss this game, which is going to be the rebound of the previous one, which was hard fought and it was very exciting to see. But now we have Hoshiko versus Architects of Tomorrow. So this is the only Architects of Tomorrow in the field. The first time each turn the runner passes a rest piece of Bioroid ice, not whenever, the first time only. You may res 1 Bioroid card, paying 4 credits less, so nice cheap reses. And Hoshiko, of course, with the flip identity on the Anarch side. When your turn ends, if you accessed at least 1 card this turn, could be from the archives, gain 2 and flip this identity. There we go, Spin Doctor turn 1, sorry, and not trashing it. And we keep going. Paperclip in the bin already. The beginning in the chat saying this is probably the most excited I've heard somebody be about HB Architects. I mean, come on, this is the bread and butter of HB. This is Bioroids.
And more importantly, this is HB Architects of Tomorrow in clear-cut contention, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is top 8 territory here, so server 2 getting double advanced is a big deal. Like, what would you do? I mean, is this an agenda? What is this? What is going on? People, I'm saying this, I guess this is a Trieste deck. Could be.
Could be an NGO or bluffing an NGO.
Have we seen an NGO today on stream? I don't think I've seen a single one. Honestly,
I don't know if I have.
I don't think so. I should have an NGO.
Which is very interesting, given that card's just been omnipresent for so long.
And it's so good. I mean, it's Biblum correcting
it's a good
me.
Card.
The bread and butter of HB is gaining 1 credit the first time each turn. So fair enough. Yes. Okay, fair. No, you do have a point. But this is like Bioroids. It has Bioroid. It has an effect on Bioroids. Just makes sense. Nothing happened in server. What is server 2?
I think this it certainly is representing itself as an NGO very well right now, if nothing else.
Absolutely.
It's an NGO. Oh no! It is an.
It is an NGO.
Finally. Thank you, Matuszczak, for the first NGO of the tournament, and we get a Hakal because why not?
You could say that this ID and Bioroids are stronger together.
I might have to do the math on that statement. So we do, yeah.
Getting a res over
the
server 1.
Shark has come down, and we do. Yeah, what?
Getting an Ansel for 2, just pure value.
So good, so good.
This ID notably has porous ice, but you know, you're happy to tax those boat decks of clicks, as I was saying with that Asa Group deck, and how a lot of them are playing the Treste model Bioroids. So the 4 credits of value here, plus the high number of subroutines on a lot of Bioroid ice, plus the fact that they tax clicks, may be something that has carried this deck through.
You know what I wouldn't be shocked to see in our future? Architect deployment test. That also, you know, the quote-unquote downside of Bioroid Ice is, oh yeah, the runner can just click through it. Not if you have a deployment test up.
Absolutely. Corpse in the Field notably trying...
imposing server... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was saying Corpse in the Field notably trying almost anything to try to deal with that boat.
Yeah.
Another thing to consider is that the ID ability here on Architects of Tomorrow doesn't fire pad taps, because it's a deduction on the res price of the Bioroid. It is not actually credits going into your credit pool.
That is actually pretty relevant. It's not relevant at the exact moment no pad taps out, but I mean, we see pad taps everywhere. I wouldn't be shocked if it's relevant later this game.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So you can actually see why this deck may actually have some sort of game and why it's at table 7.
Exactly. Yeah. I would imagine a fair amount of good play goes into that as well, but you can see some of the natural synergies that are currently helping this deck out too. R&D still just wide open right now. That's obviously, Hoshiko loves having open servers for triggering the ID ability, but there we go. We have an install Ice Advance in server 1 already threatening a score. Tug starting off the turn by getting that DreamNet value. That is a credit, a card, and seeing the top of R&D. Botulus comes down.
Yeah, going
And
after
a
the
Hippo.
remote here.
So Hippo threatening whatever this outermost ice is, if it happens to be a paper clippable ice. Or one that you can just click through next turn. No time to deal with that, though.
And
Triple score money.
we're seeing an off-world.
Money. Love seeing that money. For Architects of Tomorrow, you want your money to res the ice so that you can get more money to res more ice.
Seeing a Wildcat first click on the runner's side here.
I imagine this will not be the second time in my entire life that I've seen Wildcat Strike give cards. This seems like a situation where you almost certainly want to give credits instead. Yep.
Oh,
what?
no.
Wait, hold on. What?
We're getting cards.
Man. I'm so bad at Netrunner.
And a moshing for even more cards.
Your value, discarding a duplicate DreamNet, discarding a probably irrelevant Citadel Sanctuary, and a Black Orchestra you want in the bin anyway for pure profit. Dirty Laundry comes down. Archives.
Just all gas after that
I know
that
that's so
click.
sick. Still drawing up thanks to that DreamNet. Still on 8 cards right now.
And another motion comes down. Last
Another
click.
moshing, bro. Paperclip, Black Orchestra, and Liberated accounts. There's already not enough time to click Liberated accounts. Get that out of here. And the third moshing goes away as well as a Wildcat Strike. We've kind of seen why you don't give cards with Wildcat Strike so far, right? We've seen it in 2 separate rounds now.
Yeah, but I think that this is the thing, because I did give cards with Wildcat Strike on several occasions, but you have to see the credit total on the runner's side, and I don't think this was the right credit total to give them cards. This is the thing. If you have a runner on like 2 or 3 credits or 1, yeah, okay, take the cards, because chances are you won't be playing them. But this is why people put moshing in, because it's perfect. It's the perfect cure for you not having the credits to pay the cards, because then you're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna trash the cards, get money, and keep going.
Now we have a much more sensible turn over here for Architects of Tomorrow. Just install, and hedge fund.
Bochiko.
Boat comes down on Hoshiko.
This shark might not be long for this world. Now, do you actually pass an ice if you hippo it?
Oh, interesting question.
I don't think you do. So I don't think you even get an Architects of Tomorrow trigger off of this.
Everybody pulling up their bot.
Correct.
Bot commands for the.
Yeah, looks like that's the case.
Yeah.
Just gonna access this Rashida, just gonna trash it, denying the AOT value. That's good play. Hippo, yet another thing that Hippo does.
Also getting a boat counter off of that as well. Overall, pretty positive for the runner.
Yeah, once again, seeing this is a boat Hoshiko. Boat is everywhere. This is just we are in the sea meta.
We've all joined the yacht club.
Ravana gets rested. Ravana, a fantastic piece of ice out of Architects of Tomorrow, because you're already resing all of these Bioroids. It's going to have so many relevant subroutines to copy.
Wait, wasn't this list on Loki the other time we saw it in play, right? Yeah, I think it had Loki and fun stuff,
Really?
right? Yeah, I think this is the Trieste Loki playlist, or maybe I'm just...
Well, the one that we saw last week was an Asa list, and it was on Trieste. It was on Loki.
Could be this
but
list,
it wasn't AOT.
Okay.
So I mean,
a Bontulus
it
counters.
easily could be Loki in this list, right? Loki goes so well with Trieste.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Let's take a look. Lumin. Oh,
It's a luminal.
And ganked.
And it's a gank.
Ganked.
Sure enough, it's a ganked.
Ooh, time to answer.
Hold on. Is there? Yeah,
Yep,
have to
Ansel.
break. Yeah, you have to boat through this, otherwise you get into a ganked loop.
Yeah.
Because the only breaker that we don't have in the heap right now, Hoshiko, is the MK Ultra.
But wait.
Yep, so trashing the trash card and install card.
Okay.
The ones
Yeah,
that you want to
fair
trash there.
Yeah.
Avoiding the infinite loop that will trash every single card on the runner side.
Oof.
Usually a thing that you want to avoid. Though notably, we did have players win through it last week.
So boat completely free of counters here now.
Yeah, not much fuel in the boat. Have to stop by. I don't know. Are there guests? How do you refuel a boat?
I guess with the corpse tiers. I don't know.
The corpse tiers.
This kind of boat. I mean, there are different kinds of boat, but this boat you just refuel with the corpse tiers. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think that we have a canonical fuel on the Endurance. Probably either
It just endures.
some sort of nuclear or fusion, I think was what was decided.
It has this
by
green
narrative,
shine. I mean, it could be the Aurora Borealis, but it could also be radiation. I mean, maybe there's a Hulk
time of year?
inside. Oh, there
This
we go.
latitude?
I don't know. Pat
allowing
tap
the
and
advancement
hippos.
through.
Oof.
Yeah. So if this is an off-world office, it does at least make some money here for Hoshiko. Just the
It's
architect deployment.
deployment.
Test.
ADT.
Another way of getting around that pad tab value,
Yep.
and potentially protecting this Fairchild 3.0 from that hippo that just got installed.
That would be a good
Mhm.
move,
Oh.
yeah.
Or
Or
potentially be more important to protect a different server. We'll see.
or further icing the remote is another
Mhm.
possible play.
Or if ADT finds nothing, potentially just fizzling.
Yeah, you
That is
do have to find it in the top 5 cards. So pretty
Are you
good
forced-
odds
are
to
you
hit.
forced to res if you find something? For instance, if the only thing you find is a ganked, are you forced to res it? Okay, well we have a void. Fair enough.
You are forced to res it, yes.
Yeah. Thankfully,
but you
save the very punishing credit cost of 0 on resing that void.
Stargate. No.
You may install, it says. So
Yeah, so you're not forced to install, but you are forced to res if you do install. Okay. That's how that works. Stargate's down though. That probably matters a little more than that minutia of the rules because we have an unresed ice on R&D.
Ouch.
Is this getting turned over or no?
With Matt being out
Looks like
4
no.
credits, yeah,
Seamless hedge fund seamless. Trashing the hedge fund, saying I'm not even worried about your seamless right now.
so that shows just why their deployment test was probably not good because the top 3 are operations. So
Yep. So I mean, we do need to remember. So seamless is in hand. A second seamless could very easily be in hand in the future. So that does make some scoring plays live that would not otherwise be live.
2 seamless in hand, we see a draw.
And we see an install gain a credit. All right.
Yeah.
Come get it.
Threatening the double seamless.
By the way, we're all excited here and this is going really well, but I'm just telling you that in around 7-8 minutes we're gonna have the time called more or less on the round. So this is getting close, I would say.
Yeah, I think it's getting close in terms of the game itself too.
Yep.
So obviously you have this hippo. None of these ice are safe. The only ice that's relatively safe right now is Onsel, and even that has a virus installed on it that's just going to eat through it. So none of this ice is actually really safe right now. It's a tricky position to be in as Matuszczak as well. Yep, and we have Black Orchestra does not like seeing Ravana. Ravana is
and we're seeing the
expensive
hippo.
for it. It only needs to see it once though. And I imagine
it is
we'll
possible-
probably see Botulus.
It is possible that we see the void here.
It is very possible. That would potentially, like, voiding here would tax out ways to break this Onsel, at least at the immediate moment. Also get a res for Eli for free. That's a pretty good one to have on.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, actually, Paperclip's already
And we
installed, so
see
it
the
only,
void.
it only taxes 3. Yep, we do see the void. So, probably still 2 seamless left in hand, though. That's at least what's threatening right now.
Yep.
See a run back, though, so... Need to break
Notably,
Onsel.
Ansel cannot. All of the subs can be broken.
You could
You can
just
boat through, you can click through. That does open you up to a potential gank loop.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
ganked loop,
That's
doesn't
the
it?
thing. Yeah, yeah. I'm looking into the bin right
Ooh.
now just to see what's going on.
Crazy.
You have the gank loop, you have the spin doctor if you want to overwrite whatever is in server 1.
It's the spin doctor.
Oh,
Okay.
Okay.
It will not be the gank looped today. At least not yet. Trieste comes back, NGO comes back. So we could see the second NGO of the tournament. And Void is gone.
2 face down cards in the bin.
Another hippo.
Oh, and another hippo. That's so punishing.
That is brutal. How many hippos is that? That's 3. That's the third. Okay.
That is the third hippo. All of them would be unlocking serious value too.
Protecting that Ansel. Putting another
Protecting the
thing in the
Ansel.
remote.
And crediting to stay on the double seamless advance threat. Now the Botulus has ticked down and Boat only has 1 counter. We're just gonna see Stargate rake through this Eli probably with Paperclip and goodbye.
And
Hippo
Hippo.
gets rid of the Eli.
Yep.
Seamless Trieste fully operational. So
Oof.
do you think that the second... I mean, you know the seamlesses are in hand, so the third doesn't matter.
I guess
What do
the
you think you get rid of here?
Fully up for the
Probably the the fully op or the Bioroids.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
fully
because
op-
you don't
fully
want
op,
to
yeah.
open yourself. You don't want to open yourself to ganked.
Yeah, and Trieste does get rid of. I mean that's something you don't want to have to deal with later.
Yeah, its trash cost is not terrible, but it's not nothing either. 3 is sort of that middle ground. And notably, this Hoshiko has had trouble getting up to a huge number of credits. Rashida.
Trash is a Rashida. So
That's one that you're happy to have the runner come and try to take a look at, or get value off of, either way.
Mm-hmm. Hoshiko's still on 2 boat counters. That is pretty important.
2 boat counters, pretty low credits. We're seeing another jam in server 1.
And the fully up.
Yeah,
Drawing
fully
up. Okay.
Drawing up.
Yeah.
And gaining some money. Pad tap, making it just as much money for Hoshiko. And
Seeing a
Stargate just has free reign
That's a
right now. That's a
food.
GFI.
Oh, food.
A
Yep.
Mad Dash here would... Yep, Mad Dash. That is threatening to win on time.
So just getting the food, which is actually 5 points at this point. But if server 1 has an agenda, who knows what's gonna happen?
Yeah, that's...
Still 2 clicks remaining.
Yep.
We have 3
Things get
boat
interesting
counters.
now. Things get very interesting. Just
Taking
getting
2
getting
credits.
money.
Ooh.
Saying this isn't the win. You
Is
don't
this a
have
food? Is this a food? Is this a food?
it. Does Matuszczak have it? Matuszczak has it. Then that's... Seamless?
Oh, seamless?
Seamless?
Seamless? Oh,
Oh,
no!
no, that's still 6-6, right? 6-5, sorry. Oh, wow. This is
Also
huge.
threatening to win on time.
Oh, man.
Ooh, exciting.
Oh, man. Had us fooled on that. 2 minutes, so very much threatening to win on time. I mean,
Well,
Ice on R&D seems like a pretty good pull right now. Ice on R&D that you get to res for free would be something great.
But what do you put
To
there? I mean,
interact with
there's
the
a
Stargate.
boat.
Notably, 1 click remaining.
That's
Yeah,
a
one
food.
quick remaining. That is important to point out.
What do you put there? You have
And we also know that there is a 3rd seamless in hand.
Mhm.
So you could install something in server 1 and still threaten to seamless advance it for a win if it's
Huh?
it would have to be a Vitruvius though, which I don't think we're worried
Ravana.
about.
Oh,
Another
okay.
Ravana.
On it. Oh,
And a
Yeah.
jam in the
server
remote.
2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Down
Stargate
to
is
the
going to go on
wire.
R&D.
GG.
Is it?
Oh.
Yeah, that's a
it's
food.
the
Yeah.
GF.
It's a food.
It's the GF.
What a game, though. What a game. Both
Dang.
players really doing their best, and the cards doing the rest. Wow,
Yeah,
what a game.
really playing to outs there. Both of them playing to be ahead at time, and wow. Yeah, I was sure that game was over when the double seamless came
Yeah.
through also.
Yeah. Oof, what a
Okay,
game.
so we're seeing a split here. So
Great games. Very good games.
Very good games. That is a
either
runner
one of
split
these
on this-
players. Yep.
Yep.
Runner split.
Checking the Cobra.
Both of them will be on 24 at the end of the round, so that's 4 losses at this point, right? So I think they need to sweep last round and pray.
So we still
based
have
on this
a
result.
Yes,
handful of games
absolutely.
happening. Yeah, we have a handful of games happening, but it's like 50 seconds left in the round.
Well,
so-
if there are players who are able to sweep and pray, it would be them. Matuszczak on 4.05 strength of schedule, Tug on 3.84. So they are among the strongest strength of schedule in the entire field.
yeah.
So they are still potentially live for top cut even after that split.
Yeah, absolutely. The 24s and 27s would have to have not ID'd, and then you'd have to have a lot of 2-for-1s sweeping out on the other 21s. So it is possible that this knocked them out mutually, but it is also
It's
possible
not,
they could
yeah.
make it in.
I think if anyone was if anyone didn't absolutely need a 2-for-1, it was definitely this table.
Yeah. Looking at some of the results coming in, though, we do certainly have a lot of sweeps.
We do.
Yes.
Certainly a lot of 2-for-1s going on in the 2-for-1 channel, so the math does get a little funky here. At least with my brain. I'm not a mathematician.
Yeah, so someone just can someone please make a repo that does tournament math so that, like, I don't, as a streamer, I don't have to think at all.
I totally support this notion, and if somebody writes this, I'm totally going to praise them, every single tournament I watch, and you just click a button and it says, oh, okay, you should be doing this or that or the other thing or whatever, and that would be awesome. And I'm pretty sure we have people who are smart enough in the community to do it, because they always do it. People always do it at tournaments, and they just, I'm sitting there, my mind is just totally destroyed after 4 or 5 rounds of Netrunner, and they're like, oh, so you have to do this in order to do that. But if the other person, and then you and the other person, and you're like, what? I don't even know my name
at
anymore.
full strength, I wouldn't have been able to figure this out, and you're doing this after playing like 17 games of Netrunner?
Yeah, which is great, but still.
A little scary, though.
Pretty much. Still some games incoming. 37 out of 41 pairings reporting. So, if you've been with us since the very beginning, approximately... Geez, was that like 8 hours ago? More or less, yeah. So approximately 8 hours ago, the whole tournament started, and we're going to be starting round 7 quite soon. But we had a few people dropping, just because, you get tired, you want to do other things, you have a life outside of this tournament. But this tournament is epic. It's 7 rounds. It's the longest Continental tournament we've had so far. Mm-hmm. And we're going to be definitely... I hope to see some really cool games last round as well, because we've lasted until here. So there's going to be more fun, I hope. And for the raffle front, by the way, because people keep raffling, the raffle is going to finish any second now, and then there's going to be one final raffle. But
we're seeing ID requests.
Yeah. In the meantime, my lovely co-hosts, who are, of course, Orbital, Tangent, and Neuropantser, so basically the Slumscast. So why don't we just call it the Slumscast Championship? We should. This is officially the Slumscast Championship right now. In Europe and Africa, we're Slumscasting, and
I think appropriately, the Slumscast is not actually going to win the Slumscast Championship.
No, of course not. You're organizing this, and the thing is, it's the it's the okayest championship out there, obviously. But yeah, you said there's a lot of requests happening in the 2-for-1 channel.
Oh yeah. So we're seeing a couple of.
We don't have pairings for the last round, do we?
They're already
how are they requesting?
They already know. These are the people who know already what the math is. Neuropantser, like that's the thing. Like they just know.
They don't even know who they're playing, though.
They don't care. This is the thing. When you reach a certain level of competitive Netrunner, you're above mere mortals like myself, for example.
You're just
no.
You're just typing in the 2-for-1 request channel at here 2-for-1 question mark.
I am misreading this actually. Oof. Those are previous rounds. Rounds. No, that everybody's waiting.
I thought so.
I can feel smart again. Thank you.
They're not as above us mere mortals as I thought. All right.
In some places,
no, we still have a couple minutes until the round ends, so we're still waiting.
So I'm gonna totally scoop you in a direction that you were not expecting. What's up with Slumscast in 2023, huh?
What's up in Slumscast in 2023 is we will continue to make extremely okay content.
Yay!
I mean, to be completely honest, I have not thought that far ahead. We obviously did a movie. I say a movie. It's not visual. It's Lord of the Rings length. We did that in 2022. I don't anticipate we're going to be doing that right at the start of 2023 in the way that we did in 2022. But I won't make any promises either.
Notably, also like Lord of the Rings, the Slumscast movie does have a lot of walking as well.
That's true. That's true.
Makes sense.
In the form of uncut audio of a draft in progress.
I don't know. I think that there's interesting stuff happening in the Netrunner community right now, though. There's, we have new cards. New cards always bring many things to like. We have a lot of new content creators as well. Just there's so much energy in the community right now. We could honestly just talk to people related to what I just talked about, and that would be 6 months of content.
Yeah.
There's just so many people to talk to that are just bringing new energy to the community. So who knows? That's without us even talking about other things. So
Fair
we'll
enough.
see.
Makes sense. We're still waiting for all the results to be reported. People, get your results in because we want to know the points, because the last round of 7 is coming up your way just after a short... do we have any commercial breaks? No, we don't. We're just going to wait. We're just going to chat about stuff. We're just going to... I mean, okay, so...
But we could... let's have a commercial break for Worlds. Orbital, tell us about Worlds.
Oh, yeah, please do.
Oh, yeah. So there's this little thing coming up. I don't know if everybody's aware of it. I mean, it's just a small event. It's called the World Championship of Netrunner.
Objection. It's the Earth Championship, because if it was on Mars...
Yeah.
Well, anyway, sorry. Keep going.
Yeah. Fair enough. So anyway, that's going to be in Toronto, Canada. It is going to be in person. We do have a COVID and masking policy in place. So if you are concerned about COVID, we have thought of that. We are going to try to have our event space be a tad safer than the rest of the world right now. We are going to be providing N95 masks to all participants, 3 of those. And there is plenty...
Orbital, hold on. But Orbital, I don't think that I'm going to win the World Championship. Why should I go?
Well, so in addition to us being as safe as we can be, the World Championship of Netrunner, or the World's Weekend, is less of a tournament. That's more of an excuse to get everybody together and have a big old celebration of Netrunner. It's more about the game itself. It's more about playing games of this fantastic game, getting awesome participation prizes, and creating new experiences. Statistically, there are only going to be 5 winners at this tournament. There's going to be the 3 people on the winning tournament team, the person who wins the Standard World Championship, and the person who wins the Startup World Championship. So statistically, not a lot of people are going to win. And as I said, not really the point. It's about meeting new people, seeing your community. This is a fantastic community. I know a lot of game communities and board game communities in particular say that their community is different. I think the thing with Netrunner is that actually happens to be true. There is nothing like us around. The fact that you had a queer communist collective of weirdos pick up the game and continue on after official support. And not only that, we've been successful and we are doing huge world championships. There's nothing like it. And I guarantee if you come, even if you don't win, your heart's going to swell in some way and you're going to come away with something cool, whether it's an experience, whether it's participation prizes, whatever it is. But
I'm going to cut in here just because we have the last. I'm going to cut in because we have the last pairing being recorded.
And so this was a glorious, this was a glorious celebration, and you should totally go. If you can go to Toronto this year, please go, because it's going to be fun. I wish I could be there, and I would love to be there. I can't be there, but I'm going to be there next time. No worries.
Yeah.
But we have the results.
Before we jump into results, hold on, real quick. Orbital. How do people learn more about Worlds? How do they figure out how to go? How do they actually start?
Good point.
Figuring out the
Absolutely.
logistics here?
So just real quickly, you're going to want to go to www.nisei.net, and there's going to be 2 articles there. There's going to be a ticketing and lodging article. The lodging, the hotels, they have a cutoff of September 8th. So it's coming up real quick here soon. If you want something at the lowest rate in Toronto for hotels of that caliber, then you're going to need to book here soon. Also, if you want to get a sneak peek at the pricing for the event, that article is getting constantly updated as I spoil things throughout the community, just wherever I want, because I have that power. So you can see what you could potentially win for the tournament. And one thing you should be aware of is all of the prizes that you see in there that are cards. Winning the tournament that they're attached to is not the only way to get them. Side events will happen where you're able to get additional opportunities for prizing.
Perfect, awesome. Please go, have fun, enjoy, win all the cards. But in the meantime, dear friends, we're gonna be going into Cobra right now just to take a very quick peek. But thanks for this Orbital tangent. This is gonna be awesome, fun at the event, I'm sure. And I'm gonna miss it, and I'm gonna be a bit sad. But never mind. I mean, I don't matter that much in this particular moment because we have the 7th round going. But before that, the scores. So the situation.
I need to.
Oh yeah.
Sorry to cut in here. I do need to drop out. I'll be right back here,
Yeah,
but I do
no
need
worries.
to go into a judge channel real quick.
No worries, jump in there, and I'm just gonna be picking the winner for while you bask in the glory of this. And Pants, if you want to jump in and talk about the top 8 here right now, if you feel like it, I'm gonna be picking the winners for the raffle.
Sure thing. Yeah, so at the moment we have a pretty interesting top 8, I think. Throughout a lot of this tournament, we've kind of seen the top 8 dominated by green on both sides. We've seen a lot of Ob in the top 8. We've seen a lot of Lat, a lot of Wu. We still see some Ob, we still see some Lat, we still see some Wu, but purple is starting to rise to the top. We have 3 precision design decks currently in the top 8, and we also have a sports. So things were very heavily weighted towards purple in terms of participation today, and we're starting to actually see some of that translate into the top tables. I think the most interesting fact that we have in this top 8 is that up here in second, on 30 points, one of only 3 players on 30 points, we have a personal evolution and a Hoshiko. So there is definitely, I'm thinking, some secret spice in that Jinteki personal evolution and that Hoshiko, and potentially in position to ID into the top 8. We'll see after this round.
Yeah, that's the thing. I would love to see the game by Mr. Buggles, but I'm pretty sure we're going to see Mr. Buggles tomorrow on stream anyway, and we're definitely going to be watching those games because the deck lists are going to be public anyway, so we're going to be totally...
Yeah, and we won't have a chance to watch that game this round because we are in fact getting an ID between 2 of the players on 30.
Dang it.
Mr. Buggles and Kikai are going to ID, presumably ID into the top 8.
Fair enough. I mean, let's take a look at the pairings. They already, yeah. So let's take a quick look. Let's pick tables, and in the meantime, well, let's see what we can do for you folks. There's gonna be another and the final raffle for today, because why not? You seem to like typing raffle into the chat, but not starting just yet. We're gonna start it right after the game starts. But what tables do we have out there, and who can we stream? I would say, well, table, I don't know. Let's take a look at the points again. Maybe let's look at the people on the edge, because the people on the edge are the ones that, I mean, if they allow us, right? But we're looking at 27 pointers, 24 pointers.
Yeah, the 27s are almost
pointers.
certainly 2 for 1 to try to get in.
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And the 24s are going to be 2 for 1 and also praying, but I think the 27s are probably the place that we want to look. So that would be everyone from Amoeba up.
Yep. So let's just look at the pairings.
So we've seen a lot of these people, I think, in previous rounds. Let's see, Barem Wu against Cobra Bubbles. Have we seen either of those players?
I don't
think
think
sports
we
and
have.
Lat.
That would be awesome. I mean, that would be really nice to see. We haven't seen
It's
any of
sports
those.
and Lat against PD and Lat.
Yeah.
So we will be 2 Lat games.
If we can
But-
jump into table 4, that would be awesome.
Yeah,
If they
let me
actually
go
decide
ahead
to
and
play.
ask him.
Yeah, thank you so much. Table 6 is also an option. Frida and Shorty, why not? I'm just checking. I'm always double checking or triple checking the no stream list. I just want to make sure. There's an Asa indeed. So that's a, yeah. If they let
They're
us on table
good
4.
on table 4.
Okay, could you just jump in and ask table 6? I'm sorry for reusing you like this, or I can just jump in myself. Wait a second.
Okay, yeah, we are good on table 4.
Yeah,
if we
I'm
want to
just,
use table 4. Okay. Actually, yeah. Do you mind doing table 6? I just want to. I would have to find him in the list again.
Yeah, no worries. I'm jumping into table 6, asking just in case they're okay with that, because the reason we're streaming table 6, if possible, is that it's Asa Afontov, which we haven't seen.
Oh, I missed that.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Reality Plus.
That
That could be cool. I'm just getting confirmations, and I just want to make sure that.
I think They are on 24 points, so if we're worried about seeing people who will be playing tomorrow, they are in the position of having to sweep and pray. But this is also, we definitely haven't seen an Asa yet today.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we're gonna get a confirmation here. Just getting confirmation from the other side as well, because one player confirmed. And Wentagon, just to answer your question, top 8, it is a top 8. This is why Orbital Tangent mentioned it is a brutal field with 90 plus players. Cutting down to 8 is really harsh. So we really have to, right from the gate, like from the start, you have to really perform really well and make sure you get the points. Otherwise, it is quite rough to get in. I'm still waiting for a confirmation just to make sure, because the games are more important than any streaming, let's be honest. And I'm just gonna stream the... stream. I'm gonna start... Okay, we're fine for table 6. We're gonna jump into table 6 then. Follow me! We are going to watch Shorty and Fridan on Asa Afantov, the Echo Insurrectionist, and Reality Plus, the evil megacorp that does things. And the raffle has started as well, so enjoy the raffle, folks. This is the last one.
Right.
So yeah, table 6 it is. Yeah, if you can find this. Very easygoing start by the corp. I think there was a... let me just see. No, both players kept, and we're back in the game indeed. So sure gambling, installing, and whatnot. So far so good. Both players quite chill. But we're running server 1.
Alright, so
Yeah.
That's a ping. That is a free ping that just got rezzed, thanks to the Reality Plus ability.
Yep.
So we obviously don't know exactly what R plus deck this is. There is a chance that it is the Prison R plus deck that we've seen floating around these last couple weeks.
Hello, Draco.
If that is the case, depending on exactly what Ace is up to, this could be a Prison versus Prison matchup. This easily could be a mill the corp out versus make the runner slam their head in frustration until they lose matchup.
I mean, that's the thing. You're running Core Sabotage as your main ability as Asa, so you definitely want to, well, make that happen, of course. You might be suffering core damage, but then you're going to be sabotaging, so it's always good for you. It's always bad for the corp. And then let's see what the corp
I
is
think
gonna do with this.
importantly, almost certainly is not going to be helped out by the corp on that core damage, is going to have to actually self-inflict it this game.
Yep.
And here we see one of those sources. Marrow comes down, only a 2-cost console, going to deal core damage, trash Matuszczak because of that, draw a card, and now we have a Sabotage 2. Sabotage 2 is going to be... I missed where those came from. One from HQ and one from the top of R&D.
Yep. So that's the thing for people who might not be familiar with the sabotage mechanic. It's basically the corp is forced to trash cards from either their hand or the top of their deck, but they get the choice. And here we go. This seems to be the oppressive deck with Drago.
Oh, it's a self-growth.
Oh,
That's an interesting That's very interesting, because self-growth means that you get a free extra marrow trigger. That's one fewer card you have to find that inflicts core damage on yourself.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
But now your hand size is a bit smaller. It used to be 7, now it's only 6. Interesting matchup, and it's good to see something that's not green and green, or green and purple for a change. So that's why we chose this for the last round. And thanks for jumping in, and thanks for suggesting this table as well, people from the chat. And by the way, I hope chat folks are going strong in as well, because hey, you've been with us for quite a while. So wherever you're seated on a couch or in a chair or just chilling, or I don't know, maybe you're on a treadmill, I don't know, whatever you're doing, I hope you're enjoying this. And we're getting running hot here. Okay, this is a heavy core damage package here. We're definitely going full in on the ID. We're gonna be running hot. We're gonna be wildcat striking. So now, cards or credits? Credits. And Shorty is just drawing up. Still plenty of clicks to do stuff with the cards. Johannes is just 5 right now. 3 core damage. This is serious business. But then again, you're Asa, so you do enjoy that. And there's 6 face down cards in the archive, so that's that's big. I mean, I don't see any spin dose, so if there's no spin doctor, you should be running last click into the archives maybe before things get safe. Nope, that's not happening.
So Fermenter going to gain 4 credits, Shorty on 16 credits, so that's, you know, that's a few market forces of work there.
Yep.
If there are market forces, obviously some of those may be in the bin right now. That's part of the beauty of Sabotage. You're never completely sure.
Yep.
Drago just going to give that tag. Now, there is the ability to get up to 2 tags here after if there's an advance, but going to see Stone Ship potentially used here. Shorty thinking about that. Since obviously Stone Ship could be trashed right now.
Yeah. Probably not.
It seems a little bit like a slightly unfortunate draw for Shorty that there is not currently a way to go challenge this Drago because it's just behind a Ping. Ping already fired the tag. This is just 1 credit off of Paperclip.
Yep.
This is the easiest Drago to go take down that you're going to see in a long time.
Yeah.
Now, popping the Stone Ship, I guess, if this happens to not actually be the prison list, it protects you from something like Seamless Boom, but seems like that's not the case this turn.
We're loading up the Drago again, just to make sure that you can pop another tag onto the runner, and the runner drawing up even more, looking for solutions, probably to trash the Drago, of course, and, you know, I mean, this is Anarch, so chances are you have Stargate. Wow, that's a lot of draw. What is Shorty looking for?
Potentially found some bin breakers, wants to toss them in the heap.
Okay.
That easily could be part of this. Yeah, sure, just gonna run HQ. Not worried about whatever this is. It is a funhouse. That's an easy way to just say R+, okay, you got to spend 5 credits, I get to bounce.
Yep.
And yeah, this is going to be a lot of discards here. This is, despite the extra hand size that you get from Marrow, there are 3 core damage, so it is only 5 hand size.
Is this list on
And yep, sure enough, MK Ultra, Black Orchestra, and MK Ultra hit the bin.
Yeah.
Mad Dash also does.
You could land 2 tags and boom.
You could. You absolutely could. There's no Stone Ship to protect it.
Yeah.
The real question is boom in this list? Is this in fact the prison list, or is this one that is trying to prey on the fact that those were vegan lists?
Yep.
And people are not expecting boom out of you right now. Not seeing the tag go down, so just drawing, protecting R&D, continuing to install ice on server 1. So the window for Drago being really cheap to take down has closed a little bit.
15 minutes.
Oh boy, found an agenda.
And Orbital is back, and this is the 15 minutes of fame for Orbital as well. Hello, welcome back.
Stone Ship.
Well, thanks for having me.
No, always a pleasure.
Sorry for the join tone.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
It's always unfortunate to have to discard these pad taps because they are so good against R+ when R+'s ability is just triggering so often with this Drago.
We're getting really fast here in a different style, and this is very refreshing to see on stream, I would say. So, yeah.
Any action.
Why would you ask?
Thinking about trashing that stone shit.
Asking the question of the match here, is your deck even on boom? You have to tell me.
They have a judge in the spectators list.
What a play.
I think they should just slow down.
What a play.
There could be questions. They could be friends from the same meta. I don't know. I do know Shorty, Frieden. I don't know where that player's from. Could be from any meta, to be honest, because this is the online Continental.
Here's 2 tags, though.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go ahead and see. Just going to continue to advance up Drago.
Loading the Drago, yeah. I mean, this could be on psychographics, right?
Yeah, could also just be saying, I want this market forces to be absolutely backbreaking when it lands. That's honestly what this smells like to me. This is saying, all right, I'm going to protect this Drago, get up to 3 tags,
Yep.
and you will never have money again.
Notably, they were not giving out 2 tags, which they could have done with that Drago. They reserved tagging on this one at this time.
Yeah, probably protecting against things like, okay, I have deuces to maintain my tempo while I drop some of these tags. You want to actually use those tags, and you want to have tags ready to go. Worst case scenario, absolute worst case scenario for R Plus right now, can still advance Drago and market forces for 6 credits if for some reason Shorty drops down to 0 tags.
Or
Still
Shorty
skin
tries
goes down.
to get sneaky and drops down to 1 tag. They can still Drago boom if they need to.
Very true. I've now gotten through 2 of those stone chips by asking action. So
And Tamajo is saying, I think they're on boom for what it's worth. Yeah, this is, I mean, you know, it's a good read. I would totally agree with Tamajo here.
people don't expect boom. They don't expect to take a missile to the face when they see R plus anymore, which is just such disrespect in my opinion.
Exactly. You should totally take a missile to the face just as a punishment for it. I totally agree.
You're not respecting a missile to the face. Your punishment is a missile to the face.
That escalated quickly.
It's like playing Worms, but this is Netrunner. But yeah.
Please bounce Marrow.
But wouldn't that bring you down to?
Well, we did see Marrow get bounced earlier. I mean, that's my point. Marrow bounce actually sort of is good for Asa because it gives you an extra trigger.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, R plus just on so many cards right now. You have to. I mean, I guess the thing is, drawing all of these cards, there is potentially actually agendas in HQ now. Well, but we see what is probably a spin doctor go down. So that even protects you from having to sabotage away agendas.
Yeah, now I'm just thinking about the win cons. I mean, on the runner side, it's obvious. You mill the corp or you steal the points. But on the corp side,
And there's the spin doctor.
Yeah, where's the kill plan? We haven't seen any kill pieces just yet.
Yeah, we haven't really seen any of the influence spend that you expect from the R+. We haven't seen the Mausolus get rezzed. We haven't seen the archived memories.
Yeah.
But we also haven't seen influence like Boom yet.
Yeah.
Easily could be there, though. I mean, Issa is just continually living one click away from death, basically, because continuing to have one tag floating at the end of the turn with another tag sitting on Drago already. This is super close to just being dead.
It's Schrödinger's runner, basically. One click and the runner is dead or not. So anyway, yeah.
Yeah, we're even seeing Reality Plus start drawing with the Drago trigger rather than taking 2 credits, which really feels like searching for Boom for me.
I sense a pinhole threading, maybe? No. Oh,
no, just a ghost tongue.
Ghost tongue.
Events will be cheaper now. It does trash a second mad dash, so that is now 2 mad dashes in the bin. But 0 paper clips in the bin.
Yeah, and the thing is, your grip is actually now becoming smaller again, so you're only on 4 cards maximum.
Gonna end the turn on 0 tags, so would take a seamless plus a boom for this to actually be lethal.
Seamless boom, that would be quite a play.
I mean, you love to see it, don't you? Seamless into boom.
Yeah, I mean, it is a seamless launch of a missile.
Pretty, yeah. Makes sense.
Very true. Just gonna advance. Or just gonna advance. Okay, just gonna advance. Credit. So that is threatening advance boom next turn.
Yep.
We're seeing a run on archives to start.
There's a boom. Okay,
there's a boom in the bin. There's a hard-hitting news in the bin. All right, wait. A few things have been answered that were questions before.
Yeah.
Now, does the runner feel safe that they're only on 1 boom?
No. I don't think the runner feels safe that they're only on 1 boom, given how much card draw there's been this game.
Also, archive memories exist. Oh, there we go.
we're
Just
seeing
yeah, this is the
Chastushka.
thing. Yeah, this is
Yep.
going
So
for it.
potentially getting yourself some points. This is the awkward thing about 15 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, 15 minutes is a fake agenda almost all the time. But if you get 6 points into archives off of this Chastushka,
Yeah, it's a mad dash.
it's actually a point.
Yeah.
Drawing up, potentially signaling
plus
that there are
drawing up.
cards in HQ that don't want to be trashed.
Mm-hmm.
Trying
Oh,
to
we
shuffle
have the
around those
Chastushka.
agendas.
Sabotage 4 occurs.
So this is a tough choice, but it has to be made, and there's still plenty of cards in R&D, but only the corp at this stage knows how many are where, more or less. Okay, we got
3 cards from HQ and 1 from the top of R&D.
yeah,
That makes it much harder for this to be a win. Just a natural
the
run
run
into HQ, trying to look for probably the boom,
mm-hmm.
potentially looking for an agenda as well.
This does open
Oh,
them up to the
office.
archive memories.
Okay, well that's 3 points.
Kill.
It does because the runner is naturally on 4 tags now.
We're just
Running
gonna
back
tally.
less quick rather than hitting archives. Still just trying to find that boom. Saying,
they're
I
gone
don't care,
full
I'll go up
tag
to
me, it
6
looks like.
tags.
Archive.
That's
Oh,
There's the archive memories.
Oh, that's game.
There's the game.
GG.
That's game.
Oh well, GG. Yeah, that's it.
And boom!
Boom. Kerploink.
That is the
Okay.
end of the game.
That was a fun game to watch.
There was also a boom in hand.
Oh,
There's also a boom in
well, just why
hand.
not? I mean, why not?
So the runner is extra dead.
Yeah, the missile to the face and grab one for next turn, just cuz.
Yeah.
Yeah, notably, they played that from hand. They did not play archive memories.
Yeah, we're gonna try and see if we can see the remake of this.
R.I.P. It's did not last on this world, unfortunately. Let's see. Table 4 could potentially still be going if we want to jump into that one.
Yeah, I think.
Looks like it is.
Wait, was it table 6 the first game or the second game? I think they're still remaking. But we can.
Oh, okay.
No,
I didn't realize
yeah,
that.
we could go for table 4.
I assumed that they were on a 2-for-1 given the records.
Oh, yeah, actually, that could be very much true. Let's just jump in for table 4, and yeah, we're in table 4 then. It takes a while to load. Bear with me. Scrolling, here we are. This is still pretty much on, but 6 agenda points on the corp side with a Vitruvius counter and 4 agenda points Matt dashing into a server here. Oh yeah, that's actually for the 5th point, of course. Sorry, I didn't see the agenda in there. But yeah. Clot on the table, setting the tone here a bit.
Ooh.
But no boat.
Both players on a lot of points.
Yeah.
Taproom is down. Taproom has arrived. Taproom is gone.
And the clot
Worm
as
has
well.
left the building.
Taproom has left the chat.
Purged judiciously.
That was a snap purge, too. That was nope, get that out of here. None of that today. Unfortunately for PD, these pad taps are continuing to fire, though, off of Tranquility Home Grid.
Runner on 9 points, though, so boat coming down does drain them of a significant amount of credits.
9 credits rather than 9 points.
Or nine credits, yeah. My bad.
Yeah.
Bursting up to 13, though.
Mm-hmm.
Getting
You
there.
see next activation command in the bin. So that we actually see 2 of them in the bin. So that is a potential win condition here for Bobram Wu. Get some nasty, just some absolutely disgusting Bioroids on server 1. Get some nasty Bioroids on server 1 ideally, and then
Do
make it
3 draws
impossible
here
to
and
break
some
them.
discards.
Yeah, that searching for something for sure.
Trying to
Not
take advantage
happy.
of that window, probably, and not finding what they need.
No. Vitruvius
We have
counter is
some-
interesting. What does the Vitruvius counter get?
There's some interesting cut math for tiebreakers in Slack here. They're saying that most 10 and 4s will miss, but there should be between 4 and 6 slots on tiebreakers, which we are doing for this Continentals.
Right, there will be
Oh,
tiebreakers.
true. Yeah,
right.
tiebreakers. I forgot about tiebreakers.
Jeez. I thought I'm gonna go to sleep, but no. No, kidding. I'm enjoying this thoroughly and absolutely. This is so much fun. Creative commission.
More of the top tables decided to play out than thought, and there were a decent number of splits, so
Sweet.
we are going to see tiebreakers.
So we have a question in the chat. What happened to game 2 of the other table? We're gonna get back to that game when this game finishes because it's almost done. We just wanted to see what's gonna happen here because those two players are in contention as well for the top spots, more or less. And this could be a 2-4-1. I don't even know. I haven't checked the chats. But 2-4-1 requests. Well, no,
I believe
actually,
this is a 2-for-1.
Okay.
This is a 2-for-1.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so this game does have a lot of weight on who potentially makes the cut.
Yep.
Since both of these players are on 27 points.
Yep.
2-for-1 puts them in very, very good position for the cut.
And if you're wondering how does the 2-for-1 get decided who plays who, it's random. So it's in nobody's hand, it's just randomness saying, hey, you're gonna be playing this. Arc Lockdown, big stuff happening here, and we're getting rid of the clot.
Clot is
Okay.
gone. Interesting. Getting rid of the clot.
I mean, there was an SMC in there was a paper clip. I don't know.
Yeah, the paperclip seems like the more obvious hit, unless you're on a spicy audacity to close the game out, unless you're on a spicy big deal to close the game out.
Yeah.
You're pretty far from big deal money, so it's very interesting going for the clot there.
Yep.
Cobra Bubbles thinking things through. I imagine part of what they're thinking is, why the clot? What does that signal? What is currently in Bahrain-Wu's hand that I am not thinking about at all?
Notably, one of the things that they could do here is they could go through the drafter, let it fire, and then take their chances on that additional card and install.
There's
Oh, we
the
just
boat.
see the
boat
boat.
came down.
The boat
Stargate.
and the Stargate. Okay, all right.
That's the plan.
That's
then.
an answer for what you should do.
They're trying to win
I guess
on Stargate here.
This is something that Vitruvius does. Vitruvius saves you from dying to Stargate.
That is a good point.
Yep, but sure enough, break. That it's
Oh!
pretty important here. That would be the win. Off-world office.
Well, we have no idea what the other face down card in the archives is, so
Well, yeah, just trashing the Tranquility home grid, going to
Tranquility
run back
again.
through here because there's boat counters.
Yeah.
Enough clicks to go.
yeah,
Did this-
that's game.
I believe
Off-world
that's
office
game,
being
right?
on the top. Yep.
Yeah, gonna
That should be game.
dirty laundry it just for style points.
Very well played, Baron.
Yeah, just
has
seeing
to-
GG's here.
Yeah, has to unfortunately face the music.
Yeah, it being the
Oh.
top card really mattered there. If it were the third
Yeah.
card, that play's not possible.
Yeah. One
But
and
it
three.
being the top card.
So, one of the things that could have saved Bahrain-Wu is if server 1 was a spin doctor.
Shuffle. Yeah. Shuffle R&D,
Mhm.
get some non-agendas in there. But it is
Well, they
in
would have
fact-
notably drawn it. They
Yeah.
would have drawn the agenda.
Oh, you're right. Would have drawn it, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Even better.
Table 6 is still up, and it's what's his name? Lat versus Pravdivost. So I'm
This is
going back to table
Prav.
6. Yeah, there was another 2-4-1. Table 6 it is. We're back. We're here because we got a permission to stream them. So yeah, we haven't lost much. There's a 15 minutes stolen. That's good. Lat slowly developing the board state on the other side. Pravdivost doing Pravdivosty things.
We
with
see
an ice
some
wall.
interesting cards in the bin. We see an economic warfare in the bin for Prav.
Yeah.
So almost certainly on the hard-hitting news style of punishing these runs, in addition to obviously Pravdivost just giving counters every time.
Yep.
Also, probably NAPD cordon, correct?
Easily could be. I'm not going to assume until we see it, but easily could be. Rigging up, a boat is down. A boat has 4 counters. 4 credits as well to deal with this ice wall, which is more than enough.
And we're
What is
going
in
into
server 2?
server 2, yeah.
They are unable to res any sort of super punishing ice like an endless Eula.
Able to res an ice that gets them below 5 credits, potentially. Deny some tap room money, but that's about the best value you can probably get here as Prav.
Do you think we could have finite Eula, which is a bit cheaper and has like 2 subroutines fewer or something like, you know, like I don't know.
Ended Eula.
Yeah, like a Eula you can actually read through at a particular. Well, anyway, yeah. With a
No,
long part.
unfortunately,
I
regret
think
to-
it's called Fairchild 1.0, right? Or Pup.
I regret to inform you that the next iteration is Infinite Eula.
Oh no. Uncountably infinite Eula.
Yeah, larger and smaller infinities, right? Because endless is also technically an infinity.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to go with like, you know, Aleph 1 Euler or something like that.
Did you just make a statistics joke?
No, that's a math joke. It's not just statistics.
Ooh, this is a score.
It's an artificial cryptocrash, so that is up to 3 points here.
Yep.
Not even really punished that heavily. That no ice resed on server 2, so all that really happens off the end of that run is Ice Wall gets 1 strength stronger.
Britain basically saying, have you seen my yacht? Yes, I will invest. NAPD cordon comes down.
NAPD cordon. Yep, you're right. It is NAPD cordon, so that is with Pravdivost and with NAPD cordon, that is 4 credits plus 4 credits. Because Prav can put an extra counter on this agenda. If it is an agenda, you know, it could still be an NGO, but presumably it's an agenda. So if that is a Bologna, that is saying you have to have 4 plus 4 plus 5. That's 13 credits to actually steal a Bologna.
As we've seen, it's possible for these latex to have that number of credits, but the game does have to go a little bit longer.
Yeah, have not quite dripped enough money for that. And notably, Prav's still very much on money to score a potential Bologna here. However, does not get the free advancement. It's
The crypto crash.
Crash, though. Flat. Never buy the coin. Never buy the Fisk coin. This is what happens when you buy the Fisk coin.
Yep. So Shorty answering back, oh, you invested in fixed coin? Well, let me tell you why that was a bad idea.
It was fiscal mismanagement, you could say. But anyway, here we are with more money. I'm sorry. More money, trying to get back from that hole, from that financial hole with the daily casts.
Yeah.
Planogram,
The
install.
yellow beans get played.
Hmm.
And this is just, again, okay, server 2. Come find out what it is.
Yeah. Trying to say my servers are not for free. If you want your boat counters, you gotta pay for them.
Mm-hmm. What is the ice on server 2? It is a Vasilisa.
Indeed.
Vasilisa,
Love the
yeah.
art. It's brilliant.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good.
I mean, I generally love the kind of fantasy. I mean, it is a legend, a Slavic legend, but you have the staff with the skull with the lights. It's just pure heavy metal.
Mhm.
So cool.
So Vasilisa not going to do much right now. Gets boated through. And declined to use Vasilisa. So that is just a Spin Doctor. So Spin Doctor gets fired and Spin Doctor
Spin.
gets fired. So NAPD Cordon goes back, Predictive Planogram goes back.
Shorty not looking great here on credits, using their entire turn to kind of go back up a little bit. Turning on some ice.
Yeah, I think getting the NAPD cordon back is potentially important because, as we saw, that can threaten a very difficult turn for the
Stargate
runner.
coming down.
Stargate, that's big. Only on 5 credits
Oh,
here. That's a
pop-up.
pop-up. It's just a pop-up.
Just a pop up.
Just that threatens pretty bad things in terms of what this Stargate can do to you. Does not find an agenda, but I mean, if you want to, you can run back and trash all of these Rashidas and also trash the Vasilisa. Instead, just going to trash the top Rashida here.
One Rashida coming out. Yep.
Yep, and
They're
get a
going
dirty
back
laundry
in, it looks
back
like.
in. Yeah.
Yep.
All of this
Get that
value.
other Rashida.
7 credits on Shorty's side, so you know the pop-up is doing what the pop-up is supposed to do, but it is not stopping Stargate.
So getting another Vasilisa here.
And I bet it's just I bet it's on the outside of R&D right now. At least that is a valid play to have just made.
Mm-hmm. Or if they have another ice, they could be reserving it for the remote, making that NAPD cordon even more annoying.
And in the meantime, the ice wall even more annoying. Ice wall is up to 5 strength. That is now a 4 credit tax per paperclip every time you have.
Yeah, it's a
It's a
Eula.
Eula. That's what you want on R&D right now to stop this Stargate. It doesn't stop it. It just makes it a lot more annoying.
Yep, they're gonna pay through it.
Chooses not to break with paperclip. Chooses to actually pay 1 6 times, just to spam the chat. And that's a Vlad Grid, Amani Sinai, and Predictive Planogram.
So some middling hits here, no agendas.
The Vlad Grid goes away, saving 4 credits on a future turn, preventing a potential scoring play. Seems like a good one to trash for me. Vlad Grid just, you get some incidental counters on it from
double
tapworm.
double tapworm.
I would assume that's going to
just
be a
baiting
purge
it.
here.
That's baiting a purge. Yeah, that's just baiting a purge. That's too much purge value.
But maybe that's the plan. You're trying
Looks
to
like
slow the
Shorty's
corp
thinking
down,
about
right?
it.
Yep,
Yep,
sure
and
enough.
then we see the purge.
Purge those tapworms. Get them out of here. None of that for you.
I can't imagine anybody would want to leave those. That's just going to be way too much. You're going to get buried so quick.
Mm-hmm. 1 is bad enough, but usually it's not quite bad enough to take a turn off purging. Getting rid of 2 of them, that's so much value. And as we see,
You're
the
seeing
drip
6
is down to 1 Rizeki and then the last tick of daily cast. So the drip is okay. Never mind. Never mind. The drip is back.
And it's back online. So we have planogram. Drawing up. Shorty's looking for something. They're putting a card in server 2
and advancing.
and advancing.
Just an install advance. Certainly threatening an NGO here, I think. Lisa to get it up to max value. Prav to get up to, that would be 7 strength on Ice Wall. Into the depths, into server 1 here. Sorry, server 2. So, sure enough, Vasilisa. Let's go ahead and see.
This is a tagging deck, though, so, you know, it is possible they could be on a tagging trap here.
Mm-hmm.
NBN did get that.
That would be
tagging
pretty
trap.
sick. Yeah, check his Scion. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Shoutouts to the check his Scion meta in Delaware.
Poor Ice Wall.
Ice Wall is up to 6 strength. Poor Ice Wall, what? Endurance breaking the ice.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's not melting or anything. It's just actually, this is the second ice age. The ice wall is growing every turn. So, and we go, is this an agenda or is this just an NGO?
Vlad. I imagine where the counter goes from Vlad is going to. Oh, it's on
Neurostasis!
the Neurostasis. What does this card do? Choose 1 installed runner card. For each advancement token on Neurostasis, the runner must shuffle the chosen cards into the stack. Wow. Endurance.
Saying, hey, you're
paperclip,
bored.
Stargate. That is
Wow.
16 credits worth of programs and hardware that just got shuffled into the stack. That's so sick.
That's such a cool tech card.
Good play by Shorty, but putting them on 0 credits.
Yeah.
Who cares about credits? You just shuffle the boat away.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, true.
Yep.
Yeah. Can't compete with this simple fact of life. You just shuffle the boat back. But like, I mean, how old is this card again? 2008. It's like 4 years old. Wow.
Yeah, that was a Rain and Reverie card, I believe.
Yeah, yeah.
So-
People looking for traps of all the nasty types against the boat all over the place, huh? This
Yeah.
is so
We're seeing
cool.
an install in server 2. Possibly looking to do another score.
Yeah. This is brilliant. I love it. Very good trap. Eurostasis. Now, I'm pretty sure next week everybody's going to be on 3
Another
Eurostasis.
endurance comes down.
Oh,
Another boat.
dang it.
This 8 credits is barely an inconvenience. Just stripped
yeah.
for 4.
I remember when 8 credits used to be a lot, but not anymore.
I know.
And they're coming back into the remote.
So Vasilisa gets to potentially fire again. At least the on-encounter effect. Actually, the tag could potentially fire this turn just because those boat counters probably need to go into Ice Ball.
Oh, indeed.
Amazing. Boat counters have to go into Ice Ball.
Yeah. The power of Ice Wall. Yay.
Amazing. So that is 1 tag on that. Still have not. I don't know if we've seen the tag punishment yet, other than planogram. From this Vlad, Pravdivost.
And it's off-world.
Off-world office. Okay, well that's 5 points. That is the danger zone, you might say. We are probably 1 into the depths away from this Stargate being back out and just looking for the win. Oh, double Econ Warfare?
Econ.
Oof.
Not enough credits to hard-hitting news, but double Econ Warfare, that's rude. It's very rude.
Still
Unfortunately,
bursting
one
back
of
up
those
to
just
7.
starts back up. Yeah.
Yeah. Basically, just cancel out the single econ and the other one. Okay, 4 credits down. That's not that much. The problem here is, again, and you were mentioning that the last game, 15 minutes, it's a 1-pointer. So here now, technically, the runner is on game point because you just need a 2-pointer. If the corpse spent a click to shuffle this back in, would be a bit better. But yeah, you need to have those clicks and use them and whatnot. Oh, further. Oh, this is just,
Another orb coming down.
Oh.
And a self-modifying code.
Oh,
disgusting.
disgusting. Just clicking
Seeing Shorty
for
take
3.
credits.
Drip for 5. No big deal. It's 5.
It's only 5 credits. I mean, you know.
And unfortunately, we're at the state of the game. Unfortunately for Prav, I should say,
Yep.
we're at the state of the game where this SMC is threatening for just, okay, I'll grab Stargate then, and the game could be over extremely quickly. Running
Getting around on
HQ,
HQ.
sensing weakness in the hand, sensing that there could be a crypto crash or an off-world office in the hand. It's
And
5 points. That would be game.
And APD.
APD Cordon, that's a really good
big.
trash.
That's
That's a huge trash.
That's good.
Because one interesting thing about NAPD Cordon is it does actually protect agendas in centrals while you're going for that scoring play. Only the 4 credits, but it does actually protect the agendas in centrals as well.
Planogram for cards, hedge fund, install, and a new remote.
Okay.
Yeah, Prav having a difficult time building towards an actually proactively gaining a board state here. It just
Speed.
Lad is asking so many questions that it has been difficult to answer so far.
What gets shuffled back in? That's the question. I would shuffle into neurostasis just because it's so much. No, I'm kidding. I mean,
We're seeing a hover on
it's going
neurostasis, sure
back.
enough.
It's going back.
And the NAPD Cordon.
Okay.
Oh
Yeah.
boy. Oh baby. Give us another neurostasis, please.
It's such a good card. I mean, yeah, this is probably going to be. I don't know if Jinteki PE
Stargate's
with
down.
neurostasis. Yeah.
They're
This could be
paying
the game.
through.
That is the last spin doctor. That is Stargate is free. Stargate is. Ooh.
Notably, they'll be able to do it again next turn.
Yep.
But there's a piece
Fire
of ice
unbroken on pop-up window.
defending the archive, so don't discount that.
There is ice protecting archives. You are correct.
Yeah.
There are also 4 boat counters.
Okay.
That is endless Eula.
Eula reversed NAPD.
That's
Wow.
a whiff.
You get rid of the Eula, maybe? You just don't want to deal with it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Even
2
with
of those
boat-
on
yeah,
R&D
even with
would be
boat, it's annoying.
backbreaking. Yeah. 2 of those on R&D would probably lock you out.
Probably.
See the seamless.
Oh, seamless?
Fearless, seamless.
Advanced?
Oh.
Cordon. Seamless advanced cordon. Oh boy.
So that's like what?
You
10,
are not getting
Oh.
this agenda.
10 creds, right?
That is.
This looks like it may be a
it's
Bologna.
10 plus, if it is a Bologna, that would be 15.
Oof.
That's rude. That's very rude.
Also doable.
I mean, yeah, you just have to boat?
You sure gamble quick for a credit and you're in, right?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
They're going for a Stargate instead.
Going for a Stargate.
Stargate.
So 6 credits here, 1 credit to the pop-up window. You gain
Spamming the
2
chat.
back from your blue slabs. Pop-up window, notably not seeming very good right now. Just against these.
Still no
no magenta.
Oh, I think
Are
they're on
they in
HQ.
HQ?
Yeah, must be. But
The
3 gigs to
Cordon
go.
is being killed.
Cordon is down.
Yep.
And as we talked about, NAPD Cordon is protecting any agendas in HQ right now, so
Yep.
it isn't trivial to go get them from HQ that turn.
That's actually net game Bologna, because you got a
Yeah.
single. Yeah, so you get 5. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
really cool. The pad tabs do fire, but still.
We're seeing a windmill into server 2.
And a windmill into server 2. You love to see it. I'm sure Shorty wishes that there were a second NAPD Cordon to throw down here
And another piece of ice on there.
in the near future. Yeah, 3rd piece of ice. I mean, boat gets you through Ice Ball for 0 credits, which is
Yeah.
important because Ice Ball's 9 strength right now.
Yeah.
The trick is, do you have something else that boat has to go through? Because otherwise, you're just not taxing very well right now.
I think
Running HQ
Yeah.
could be the game.
pretty much.
The Eula on server 2 is
Oh, it's the
probably what
Eula.
this is, right? Oh no, the
Nope,
Eula's
Eula
in
was
HQ.
accessed in HQ.
Okay. So unless this is a 3rd Eula, which is possible. No, it's an
Oh
Enigma.
no, that's
Enigma.
Something- Oh, you have to boat through that.
Yeah. I mean, you will boat
So-
through everything, but still.
If this is an NGO, this is a really good NGO.
Or if
This
it's
is
a
a
neurostasis.
This is a really good neurostasis.
Just for the boat. We're going just for the boat, just for the memes. I really
Climb
think
into use
neurostasis.
facility
Taking a
Yeah.
tag.
This is like archaeology.
Boating the ice wall.
stuff. All right.
It's a reversed
Oh,
accounts.
Reverse
Reverse
accounts.
accounts, okay.
Nice. Just baiting the runner. Burn the counters. Yep. Oh, okay. Well, fair enough.
Do we have another windmill into the remote? Yeah, we do.
Yeah, windmill slam into the remote. Stall, advance into the remote.
And a double advance.
Has to be the neurostasis.
Oh,
This
what are
could
the
be a
chances for the
triple
neurostasis?
This could be a triple neurostasis.
Oh wow! I'm telling you, I'm calling it right now. Next week, Intercontinentals, Neurostasis, Jinteki PE wins against all the lab decks. I'm telling you this right now. It's gonna be
So,
the
actually-
killer deck.
Unless they have a way to charge the boat twice, this is relatively safe if this is an agenda.
Mhm.
You're right. The boat counters have effectively been taxed out now. Except, well, there's a stone ship, so there is a way to charge the boat.
Yep.
Going to
yep.
take the opportunity to potentially get an out here of just find it on R&D with Stargate.
Yeah.
Always good. Good way to start the turn. That gets you a boat counter at the end of this run. Gets you some credits from pad tap.
Shorty might be hoping that they don't realize that Stone Ship is on the table right now.
Oh yeah. Oh, we stuck. It's going to fire all 6. Is
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So this is just a technical thing. Yeah. This is such a fun game. Still 20 minutes in the round. So plenty of time to redo stuff. Bang through it. And we're going for the pop-up window. We've seen pop-up windows today. This is interesting. Like, I guess NBN just doesn't have any other options. Oh, that's the
We have a crypto
there's the
crash.
crypto crash. What's the ISO on Archives? The ISO on Archives is really important right now.
It'll have to be something magical, like a Eula maybe?
No.
It is just a
It looks like that's game.
Oh, that is
GG.
unfortunate.
But really, like...
Boat wins.
A boat wins, yeah.
Now, that is a sweep for
Boatality.
Freedom, so that is... that is a potential... You know, you have to do some praying, but potentially in top 8 now.
Imagine there would be no boat. Yeah, I remember this song by John Lennon, Imagine, and you know, he was also singing about no boats being there, pretty much. Can we see server 2?
Can we see server 2?
Yeah.
Well, we want
I want to know. I want to know. Okay.
Okay. Well, install advanced Vlad grid, advanced agenda. That scores a Bologna, right? So that was still threatening Weevil.
Okay, well, we're jumping out of this table, and we still have time to jump into something. There's 11 tables up, more or less. Some of them are not full, but still. Let's just take a quick look if we can. Well, the first table is off the limit 38. Let's see if there's any top table-ish. Well, there's table 3 that we could stream if one of you would check if they're fine with that. I don't know how far they are into the game. But table 3...
let me jump in and see where they are.
Otherwise, there's table 21 that could still be going, maybe? Branimate in the meantime saying, people see different things in the lat board state. Some see the boat and point
We are good for this table.
We're good. Okay, we're jumping into table 3 then. Let's take a quick look.
And this is game 2, we're being told.
Game 2. Perfect. Thank you so much to the players. Ob. You're gonna love some Ob. Boat on boat. Action. And there's...
We already have a wake-up call removed from the game, so wake-up call is fired. That's 5 points. Hey.
That is fast. And we've seen more...
That's Audacity to get on to 5 points.
Yeah.
Project Atlas. So, going now, while the clot thread is not live.
Oh, boat on low counters.
Yeah, boat not on many counters at all, you're right.
It's a slow boat.
Accessing him a virus. Looks like did not toss out anything useful for Lat that turn. Lat gonna have a tough time getting down to get this Lat draw this turn. 0 cards is no, it's the the smart emoji. You trash all your cards so Lat can't draw off you.
Just drawing up on the corpse side. And a windmill into the remote.
Yeah, this remote, it's a little porous right now, obviously. This IP block does not do that much. IP block, it just says Lat pays 2 credits, unless there's a huge credit differential. But the Afshar is something that currently needs to be boated through. There's no hyperbaric to break that.
Now, it is possible that Mortivor is thinking that they will sense attacks and won't run, but they do run.
Yeah, and sure enough. Okay, so this is 1 real credit, thanks to the link and the bad pub. See the Afshar? That's going to get boated.
Okay, and is it as attacks or an agenda? Calibration testing.
That's a good one to get if you're the runner, because that is a way to score out a 3-2 to end the game.
Yep.
I think Mortivor is fine with it either way, though, as it does tax on credits, and it did tax boat counters.
Absolutely. 100%. I think that's a good run from Mortivor's perspective.
Yeah. There is an Audacity in the bin, so, well, that's off the table at least.
was just used right after we came into the game. So
Yeah.
I have to imagine there's probably another Audacity somewhere in the deck.
Yep.
So Audacity lines may still be live to end this game.
It's very
Had
possible
to go
next
so.
turn, on Mortivor's turn, we see another draw up.
Mm-hmm. Would not be shocked at all. At the moment,
Click one
your
strong.
remote's not quite taxing enough, I think.
Choose draw.
Looking for ways to either ways to win without the remote or ways to. Well, I guess it's taxing if you keep throwing things in server 1 and they aren't winning
Another
agendas,
jam.
So
Yep.
yeah.
So they may be counting on a calibration testing to stick as
Hyperbaric,
well.
though, that's big. Hyperbaric is actually pretty big because you no longer get taxed out on boat counters checking server 1.
Yep.
IP block fires. Again, that is just 1 real credit. Now Hyperbaric, that is 2 real credits to get through Afshar.
Oops.
Yeah, that was needed the 2 clicks or needed the 2 credits for breaking rather than placing a power counter.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, this is round 7 and tiredness sets in and things will happen, and it's always very gracious of people to just say, yeah, of course, I mean, I see what you mean there, and this was not a game-changing situation where we have to call the judges. It's just those things happen. Getting into server 1, and here we are.
Regolith.
Gonna take that down as well. Not letting any of these installs stick in server 1. Not giving Mortivor any easy ways to money up. Drawing a card.
Eager comes down.
Ika's good because the one way that Mortivor had that was obvious to try to tax out credits was throw a Stavka on server 1. Potentially force 3 different types, but you know, Ika.
Mortivor
makes
looking
that
for things.
easy.
Only 15 cards left in R&D, so it's...
Are things Audacity?
Yeah. It's very likely they have at least an Audacity or an agenda in hand. They are putting something in the remote, though, with another
Oh, and
piece of
there's
ice
a
over
third
top.
ice. Third ice is pretty big. What do you think this third ice is? Special offer might be the best case here.
Special offer seems pretty likely just because they're going low on credits.
And there's still 2 spin doctors somewhere, so yeah, a special offer into spin
Yeah,
doctor.
so
to override.
that special offer to overinstall and spin doctor back play.
Yep,
is
and it's a
still
special
available.
offer.
Yeah, there we go.
This is either going to force the use of those boat counters, or it's going to give Mortivor both a spin doctor and 5 credits.
Mm-hmm. Or I mean, we don't know. It could be a Rashida, but spin doctor seems. We've seen that play already this tournament, so it seems like a pretty likely option.
It seems pretty likely as Mortivor seems to be digging for something.
Hob in play, we're shuffling R&D.
Yep, and it is a spin doctor.
Not in server 1,
Rezzed immediately.
not choosing to throw that in server 1, though. So whatever is in server 1 is going to stick for the rest of the run. Probably
of course it's
Rashida at
rezzed
that
immediately.
point, I
Ob
guess.
rezzes it. Duh.
Yeah. So IP block, once again, this is just going to be 1 real credit.
Mm-hmm.
Not, a super
Not even
taxing
1 real
spell.
credit. Mortivor has 1 bad pub.
Yes, it's a trace 3, right? So it's 1 bad pub, 1 link, and 1 real credit.
Oh, okay. Whoops. Did my math
And then-
wrong. See, I'm not a
and F
mathematician
sharp.
here.
So still not a super taxing remote here.
No.
Just another
regolith.
regolith. Yeah, so just Mortivor continuing to just claw extra tempo away from the runner, forcing, all right, you got to give me a couple extra draws. All right, you got to give me a couple extra credits. Let me dig towards my Audacity endgame if that's what's happening here.
Oh, we're getting step back. We're
So
getting the
I think-
Audacity.
Yeah.
And what else would you put from this?
Audacity border control. That
Audacity
seems pretty
border
good
control,
to me.
yeah.
Alright.
Seems good.
Border control potentially, even if they manage to get through and trash the Chrysium grid, it stops any shenanigans on R&D. Stargate.
And we're seeing a run on HQ.
Mausolus. That is a
That's
rude ice.
real annoying.
It is almost certainly not getting broken here. So for what it's worth, Vlad will probably end the turn with a tag. I don't know if that matters
Or you
in this particular matchup.
You give the corp one. Yeah.
Take a net as well. Okay, so endurance does actually break those two subroutines. And then special offer, do
Order
not
control.
get the ob value off the special offer.
Mm-hmm.
But you do get the 5 credits, which does matter.
And I'm sensing the win.
Install advance.
Audacity.
for
Boom.
the win.
There you go.
Speedy up
And
a boat.
yep,
Oh,
trashing
wait, what? Okay. Oh yeah.
an
as if-
installed
yeah,
card
okay.
just to install the SF.
GG.
And pinging them on the way out.
Yeah.
Just because.
It would be extra style points if Vlad were only on one card. And you also got the flatline, but
Didn't you get, like,
unfortunately, that is not the world
10
we are.
points for winning, right? No. Okay. Well, anyway.
Yeah, that's a 4-point win, not a 3-point win.
Yeah, bonus points. We don't really have that many tables on anymore.
Yeah, I think that was one of only 4 results that were still outstanding. So we are almost
around under 10 minutes
almost
left in the
done.
round. Okay. So I don't know. Should we leave the players to their final clicks and whatnot? I mean, there's gonna be a bunch of things still happening, but I assume the top tables have all reported one way or another. Let me just refresh Cobra and take a look. Pretty much. This was table 3, by the way, that we were looking at. Why did I think it was table 4? I don't know. Something might have shifted in my head. But here we are. This is so far a bunch of results that we've seen. A lot of 2-4-1s apparently in different places. And this will probably shaping the results up quite nicely, so that chances are we won't see a tiebreaker, but who knows? I mean, until the last games are reported, well, not from the bottom side of things, but still, until somebody hits the conclude and results button, we will not be certain what goes on here. The game between Hockler and Mortivor still in the reporting stage, and let's just see. This was one of the few games left. Special shout out to Groundhog
4
getting
games
the,
still outstanding.
Yeah, special shout out to Groundhog getting the buy in the last turn. Why not? Last round, sorry, I mean. There's always a buy for somebody. And let's just...
Yeah, one of the few results we see at the top tables that is not a sweep, possibly caused by 2-for-1s, is Ysengrin and Amoeba did in fact corp split. I think that did not choose the 2-for-1 there. My assumption is part of the reasoning there is Ysengrin is on 3.6 strength of schedule effectively. So one of the highest strength of schedules in the entire tournament at the moment. Probably feels pretty good even with only 1 win on breakers there.
Yep.
Yeah, considering the top tables did almost all ID, we're looking pretty good for Ysengrin to at least make a tiebreaker, if not to cut.
Well, the very top table ID'd almost everyone else. I'm seeing just sweeps pretty much down from there.
Yeah, lots of 2-for-1s. There were some playouts, according to the 2-for-1 channel. So we do have some real sweeps in here. But yeah.
And once again, huge shout outs to the judge team, to the tournament organizers for running this so smoothly. It's just a lot of results, a lot of people, a lot of different questions from different sides, judge calls, situations that are tricky and whatnot. A lot of boats, which is also not easy, but they have been navigating this tournament quite smoothly. So really looking forward to tomorrow as well, because there's going to be way fewer players and it's going to be much easier for people to sort things out live and direct while playing this game. And speaking of live and direct, this was technically the end of the tournament, right? I mean, there's not much more.
The end is supposed. Yeah, we're just. So we're seeing questions in chat. Did X person make cut? This was the last round. This was the last round. We do not know who made the cut yet. We're even for people who are in a certain bubble. We need to wait on and see on breakers. There is also, I believe, a tiebreak round, right? Or at least there's
Yes, there
potential
will
for
be
there
a
to be.
tiebreak round if the cut is not clean. So that's only going to happen if 8 and 9 are matched on points, and then you keep going up and down the list until you find people that are not matched on points. You create essentially a higher and lower bracket. And you keep going in an ever-expanding ring. So notably, the top 3 are probably a lock-in for the cut. And what's really interesting about that is the breakdown there. We have an op, a lat, a personal evolution, a Hoshiko, an atom, and a precision design. So more diversity than we've seen from the other Continental Championships for at least the 3 people that we're pretty sure are locked in for the cut.
I believe Bridgman is locked in for the top slot as well, because Bridgman was the only 30 who didn't get to ID that round and just had to naturally sweep.
Yep.
So I think locked in as top of Swiss there on the op.
Yep.
Okay, so
it looks like they got paired down.
Yep, paired down and then swept whoever it was out. Armin Firecracker looks like is the answer to that question.
This is still after 6 rounds only, though. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see the field. But it is pretty purple greenish one way or another, and just Shapers reigning supreme. I mean, then again, you never know who's gonna take the Intercontinental title, so that's a different story. And tomorrow is also gonna be quite tough for those players, because all the cool tricks and toys that you may have brought in your spicy decks are gonna be made public, and your opponents will have the time to look at things and then basically track whatever's happening on the table much better than today, where there was still time for surprises and out of meta plays and whatnot. But let's just see maybe the results.
People will know about your neurostasis tomorrow.
Oh, that's so sad. I mean, it's a great card. Seriously, everybody should put neurostasis in all their decks. Corp decks, of course. It's only to influence. Okay.
Intercontinental is notably going to be played in a different format than normal Netrunner tournaments. It will be what is called Survival Swiss. And notably this year, how it's going to work is each of the players does have 3 lives, essentially. It's triple elimination. And we are most likely going to do completely random pairings each round. So you basically have a matchup. You play a game. If you lose, that's one of your lives gone, and you go until you have 3 losses. So between each round, you're going to see probably after the first round, quite a few people getting knocked out pretty quickly.
Yeah, it is quite a fun format, because then you will. It's kind of like a battle royale almost.
Yeah,
it is quite fun.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely, it is. And they're not playing for a ton. It's a foil version of the daily quest, and the ability to make what we call a reigning champion card. The reigning champion card, notably being a little bit different than the champion card that you get traditionally at Worlds. The reigning champion card, you get to commission a piece of art working with our art and OP teams. And then the next year, when the same tournament that you won rolls around, your art will be featured on a alt art card, where you do get to also help OP select that card.
Yep. In the meantime, the chat is erupting in different discussions about banning, not banning different cards, notably mostly Shaper cards. What a time to be alive to have Shapers be on the list of cards. Like this is an OP card that we should totally ban because it's busted. And this is it's great. It's great to make sure that you get interesting discussions in. But like you were mentioning earlier, we'll see what happens with the ban list. We'll see what tweaks or little changes are going to happen. And in the meantime, still clicking the refresh button just to make sure still not all pairings reported. So you know what? Might as well just pick winners for the raffle because we had a raffle going on. So we're going for it. Yeah, we have 6 winners. The Gagarin Deep Space Edward Kim double-sided plastic ID from the good old FFG times, going to 6 people. So I'm just going to draw them, and this is a bot doing this. Okay, I'm just clicking a button. There's no interaction from my side other than clicking this button 6 times. So if you see repeated names or something, blame the bot. Congratulations to all the winners, actually, sorry. You got the instructions, I hope, in the message that you have received. Congratulations, and let's keep refreshing the button. Still 37 out of 40 on my side. That's okay. I mean, they still had at least 4 or 5 minutes to play, and let's give them the comfort of finishing the round.
And it's on time now.
Okay, so time and round, and we're really excited to see who's gonna be duking it out tomorrow. Although, fair warning, that's why I put it on the screen as well, we will have results, but will we have tiebreakers? Who knows?
So listen. Pants and I told you about Shaper, bro. We told you.
We scooped some of these cards, man. I mean,
Yeah.
we told you. We told you Stone Ship Chart Room is going to be good.
Wow,
At
you
least I
totally
did.
called that.
No, Stone
At least
Ship-
I told you it was going to... I 100% didn't call why it was going to be good, but I called that it was going to be good.
Yeah. Actually, I believe you said it was going to be good in like some sort of combo deck.
That's correct.
And
it
was
still
gonna be
has
like
the
a key
ability to be
feature.
at some point in the future. It just turns out the best combo is get counters onto boat and break ice with boat.
It is a combo. It's a combo. Okay, no, sorry, I'm shutting up. But anyway, I mean, Stone Ship Chart Room is a meta-defining card because it basically says, hey, Shapers don't care about kill anymore, goodbye. It's
Actually, that is
good.
honestly huge. The fact that you can just get up to 7 cards and you don't care about getting boomed, that's honestly huge.
Yeah, and notably, it also has been relevant and it hasn't been unique, which is another thing that we did point out on our cast, that you can install 3 of these things, and if you really needed to on the last oboe, you could just pop 3 stone ships and boom, there you go, you're in like Flynn.
Basically, what we're saying is all of our takes were correct and you're welcome.
Absolutely. That's
Absolutely.
why everybody who's into Netrunner and loves to dig into the lore and all the interplay between games and cards, and well, definitely the meta changing things happening while products are released, should be listening to all the possible podcasts and witness all the media that people are putting out there in the community, because it's just fun. Plus, you get hot takes that you don't get anywhere else. Totally.
Yeah. You should be listening to all the Netrunner podcasts, and especially the first and only Netrunner podcast, the Slumscast.
Was it really the first one?
The first...
No.
I have a t-shirt from the 80s
the
that
podcast
says
that started
Slumscast.
in 2020 that was after several well-known ones had ended. Was the first one.
I mean, of course, I'm kidding, but I mean,
we're just waiting for these very last results to tick in. We have 2
exactly.
rounds.
We're just
we have
killing
2
time
tables
here.
that have not
So
reported
chat,
the
by
results
the
yet.
way, chat. Do tell us, chat, what do you think on Twitch? Who's gonna win Intercontinentals? Because we've seen a bunch of things here and there. So I'm expecting now the ever wise and all-knowing Twitch chat that we have, which is full of people who have been playing this game for quite a while, to just give us some hot scoops on their side. I'm calling it right now. I'm really, after seeing the neurostasis today, I think this is the cure for the boat, and I'm pretty sure it stands a chance, and there could be some kind of a trick attrition kill. Oh, look at me, I just scored 7 points. Jinteki deck that we're not aware of just yet. However, I do recognize that Pinsel is a counting machine and playing Ob. So who knows? Super Ob with Pinsel is very possible as well on the corp side. On the runner side, it's probably going to be both because people are just very into it. But I wouldn't mind Adam. Like, really, Adam is a cool runner to play, and you know, why not play Adam? Adam is cool.
Absolutely. I do think it's a distinct possibility. Sokka could potentially take down another Intercontinentals.
The repeat? You're calling the repeat?
Listen, he repeated
APAC. Like a pretty
APAC.
reasonable call. It seems like a pretty reasonable call. Yeah.
Easily repeated APAC. So, I mean...
Is this a gank loop?
I don't know.
Oh, hold on. We have the final results
Yes,
in. Let's see if
results.
standings has updated as well.
Okay.
Standings has not quite updated.
Well, it still needs to be completed.
Standings
and
is still
whatnot.
after 6 rounds.
But you'd have all the results. Whatever the results, whatever the points, they're just numbers. Huge thanks to everybody playing today, because this has been quite the marathon. 7 rounds. I mean, even if you dropped, like, don't worry, like, you're still a giant for playing today, or, you know, taking up the mantle of playing in a field of 90 plus players with some really heavy hitters in there. And here we are with the results.
We are gonna have some tiebreak games, is what I'm seeing.
Damn it.
Oh,
Looks
wow.
like we're gonna
Wow.
have 4 of them.
What?
So
I'm
the
zooming up.
players who are
Okay.
currently locked for top 8: Bridgman, top of Swiss on Ab and Lat, Mr. Buggles, Jinteki Personal Evolution, and Hoshiko on 33 points, Kikai, Haas Bioroid Precision Design, and Adam on 33 points, and then Cobra Bubbles on Sports and Lat, 33 points. Those 4 players are locked. The next 4 will have to play the 4 below.
So basically, we're
Yeah.
talking Matuszczak, pinsel, TugtetguT, Isangren, Mortivor, Warlock. No, we haven't seen a single game by this player. Fridan, I'm really sorry if I mispronounce anybody's usernames, and Hocklor. I think I know why we didn't see any games. Oh no, actually no. Warlock we just skipped because there were too many games, good games around. But yeah, this is so. How does this work? If we have 8 players, we're playing. Oh wait, no. Is Rotom and Amoeba are they in as well?
No, they are not
No.
involved in this. No.
Dang, glaciers.
Because if you compare Rotom to Contra Bubbles, they have mismatched points, so they will not play.
Okay.
And it's
I
the
see.
same thing with Amoeba versus Kikai.
I see.
They
I
have
see.
mismatched
Yeah,
points,
Yeah.
so
we
they
just
won't
find,
play.
Yeah, we find the kind of the golden means, and then we just go both ways. Okay, I get it. Okay.
Yep. So your Sengren and Mortivor are going to play, and then
Again, Warlock.
Tug and Warlock, and then you just keep going up and down.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
Pinsel
Pinsel and
versus
Frieden.
Frieden, and Matuszczak versus Hocklor. Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Do we have strong opinions on which of these matchups we want to watch
I
for
have
the
all the
tiebreaker round?
opinions. Can we watch them all at the same time? I can maybe figure it out somehow. 4 different accounts? No, there's no way we can do this. But let me just take this opportunity to say, folks, if you're into streaming or just recording games or what have you, and you're wondering if you want to do it on your own with your own games, I mean, it's very easy to start. You just have to save your Jinteki.net replays, for example, and then you could just screen grab those things or screen record, with any software out there. Like OBS is there. There's other free software as well to do it. And you can just put some commentary on it. And there have been people in the community doing this quite well. And, if you're into this, of course. But think about it this way. You're creating a history of the game, and you're putting your footprint on it in a way. And, it's really cool to get involved. And it's always fun. And nobody cares if you're a top player or not, because this is not the fun part. The fun part is exploring the game together and sharing it. I mean, I never won anything, and I'm having so much fun streaming other people's games that it's just, I don't know, maybe there's something wrong with me. Maybe I should, anyway, more coffee. But
Yeah. I mean, take it from 2 people who started a podcast specifically about not having the skills to win big events.
Yeah.
You don't have to win big events to have a fantastic time playing Netrunner. And, just the way that tournaments work out, there are 91 people who won't be making the top cut today, but all of them got to play good Netrunner games, got to have a good time, and that's really what the game's about.
Yeah. Oh yeah, totally. The big unit with a quick hot take. I was surprised that lads weren't on one-time Amakua. It pulls a ton of weight. Yeah, we haven't seen a single turtle today.
Oh, wow.
Is the turtle gone? Are they extinct now? Have they all been boated to oblivion?
People are not doing a good enough job cutting their soda pop rings. Unfortunately, those are in the oceans strangling the turtles. Please use your scissors, people.
Ooh.
Oh, this is awesome. We're gonna have Koga streaming another tiebreaker, so this is brilliant. So Koga, if you're listening in, share your URL so we can share it on here as well, because if people want to watch 2 games at the same time, that's completely possible on Twitch, I believe. I know it might be a bit overload, but if you want to just watch the other game that we're not going to be streaming, perfect. By the way, I should be telling you folks that where were we? TugtetguT. Yeah, here we are. No, sorry, general. Where are we? Here we are. The games will be 2 for 1 with random sides, 35 minutes. So we're gonna have Asa Group versus Mortivor, TugtetguT versus Warlock, Pinsel versus Fridan, and Matuszczak versus Hawklore. The pairings are gonna be coming up soon. Navi's all over it. So get ready. They're not gonna be shown on the screen here. The pairings. I don't think they're gonna be appearing on Cobra because Cobra just doesn't do tiebreakers. Which fair enough. Cobra does everything else, and that's perfect.
Yeah, we're just waiting on the determination of sides.
Exactly.
Or this.
Okay, so Koga wants to stream Tug and Wild Warlock.
Okay, perfect. So
Okay.
yeah, if you want to, I'm just gonna put it on the chat. So go to twitch.tv/ANRKoga for another tiebreaker stream. There's going to be another game on it. So we're sharing this. This is perfect. And, now imagine a world in which we have like 4 streamers jumping into 4 tables. Oh, well, anyway, no, just let's not overdo it. It's going to be perfect the way it is. And we're just waiting for...
So the sides are chosen.
Yeah.
In the 2 for 1 request channel.
Yeah.
So... we have...
It looks like the tiebreaker tables...
They're popping up. Yeah.
Yeah, so Precision Design against Wu is going to be one matchup.
Yeah.
Then... Let's see, Pinsel and Frieden. So Pinsel's going to Corp. That means it's going to be Ob versus...
Matuszczak on Runner...
Versus Lat.
Yeah, and then there's going to be Lat versus... Hawklore on Sports Metal. I don't know, I kind of feel like Pinsel's deck played by Pinsel could be fun to watch.
Yep. About it.
Frieden is definitely
that
on that lat. That could be quite something. And you're playing against a former world champ, so let's just jump in and ask.
So looking like a very runner favored meta, so people on runner kind of expected to be the favorite. However, because of how the tiebreakers work, as you get further away from the top, you're theoretically getting players that are on less matched skill.
Yep.
Which can close that gap. And also the math, as far as we've seen from these tournaments, with the exception of the cut of APAC, hasn't really borne out the extreme favor of the runner. The runner has been slightly up, but we are seeing win rates that are, while they're not even, they are closer to even than one would expect.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Just waiting for the confirmation.
Just getting confirmation on this game.
Yeah, exactly. Just it's not a bad thing. Players are also taking their breaks. I'm actually gonna very quickly just jump out to get some fresh drinks here. So I'll be right back myself. If you hear some noises, they're just me opening weird doors. Don't worry.
Gotcha.
All right, this is fully a Slumscast stream now.
Oh, geez, what are we gonna do other than wreck up the place?
Hey, Twitch chat, you should spam emotes for whoever you favor in this matchup.
Spam this chef to root for Jeff. I think I can get on board
That's
with
valid.
that.
Yes. You can spam the chef if you want to root for Jeff. I don't know if I have a good. I don't know if I have my rhyming capabilities on me right now.
Well,
for other ones.
Clearly we need people to put more emojis in chat for who they're.
Everyone help me
for.
out here. I can't do this myself.
Absolutely. So we need those emojis because we need to do commentary on the emojis. See what emojis come down. See their place in the meta.
Emojis really are the primary thing that we talk about on Slumscast. We do have confirmation that we are going to be able to stream Pinsel versus Frieden, so we will be seeing that matchup.
We have Pencil in the chat.
Oh, I imagine. Yeah, you're spamming the pencil to root for Pinsel. I imagine that's what's going on there. It hasn't
we
been
also-
explicitly laid out for me in a rhyming and spaced by emoji.
We're on.
Spam this pencil to root for pinsel.
It makes sense.
I'm gonna let Stream Chat handle this. I think
Yeah.
we've given them the tools that they need to succeed here. They're gonna figure out the rest. Rhyme left as exercise for a reader. I agree. Twitch Chat. That is correct. We are in game now. So we have a boat versus boat matchup once again. This is Pinsel taking a mulligan on Ob against Frieden keeping the hand on Lot. Curious if we're gonna see Ob just rush out here, because we've seen some games where that has absolutely happened.
Yeah, just remember, folks, this is a 35-minute game, so it is timed, so time does matter in those tiebreaker rounds. This is the thing. Ob just doing Ob things, obviously. Playing operations.
Lose 50 experience.
You can handle the Ob, that's basically it. I need Jack Nicholson with the you can't handle the truth, but just saying you can handle the puns. I'm gonna make it happen. Anyway, just have to call Jack Nicholson.
So we just have an install on the remote and a hedge fund. So not threatening the turn to not threatening to score out a turn to Oaktown, but potentially threatening to score out a turn to Agenda. Wall to wall from HQ accessed and trashed. That's a pretty good hit. Wall to wall just provides a ton of steady value over time. This is a Rashida though.
Yep.
Rashida, a very good fire for Ob.
Yep. Just go in with those quick. Those
It's a Malapert data vault
Oh.
and an extract for another Rashida.
Whoa.
Oh,
This
wow.
is- what is going on
just
here?
all gas. Just all gas.
Yeah.
And that's really what you want to see with this. Like you don't want to slow down. You want to go fast.
What is
so
going on here? So many installs. Whoa.
Good lord. Yeah. The extract is such a cool card. Obviously, it triggers your Ob ability, and as we saw there, Malapert Data Vault, you're used to that sitting in a server. You score agendas out of it. You tutor up things with it. No, you trash that. You throw it in the garbage just to get another Rashida. That is the boat in action.
it served its purpose as a tutor. It just did it in a roundabout way.
Yeah. Basically an Obgasm on the table. We're getting the Beth Kilrain Chang support here as a connection on the runner side. It will be useful.
That's pretty good with Ob on 20 credits right now.
Yep.
That's going to allow them to pour some gas on their deck.
Yeah. I guess, so what we've learned here is that Rashida Jaheen is actually Malapert Data Vault Extract. Chat
That
asked
tracks.
for puns, okay? I never said I was going to get good ones.
So we have an install in server 1, and we have Pinsel icing up all the centrals except for archives.
So
And I'm seeing
Afshar does
Afshar.
come down on server 1. Afshar, there is an SMC. SMC can easily take care of this.
Yeah, depending on the upgrade, though, it could cost Friden more than they are hoping for.
And we will see. So SMC does bring down a Hyperbaric. Hyperbaric already on the 1 strength only needs 2 credits to get through this Afshar.
And
that's a
Skunk
Works.
Tough choice.
You are happy to bring the runner down to 0 or take 2 of their clicks.
So clicks away.
2 clicks for 2 credits. That's a pretty good
Forma
trade.
carry.
And
That's a
there is
Forma
a
carry.
Forma carry.
Wow. What is going on with this
Jumping
deck?
off of R&D into server 1. Well, runner, would you like to end the run, or would you like to suffer 2 net damage? That's 2 net damage. Stone Chip Chart Room,
And
into
they
the
have
depths
to do-
into the bin.
Manigarm
They have
again?
And they have to Manigarm
Manigarm
Skunkworks again. But thanks to Beth, there is the money there. That's an Atlas that is trashing the Skunkworks.
This is wild.
Sick plays
Still
on
puts
both sides.
Pinsel in a good position.
Pinsel is just like,
More
okay,
ice.
yeah, keep coming.
All right. That's fine. Like, cool skateboard trick, kid. Can you get back in?
What is going on in this game?
What type is Formicary even?
A Sentry. AP. It is a nasty card with a nasty piece of art. I mean, it's beautiful because it's Ligas, but still, it's just creepy. But beautiful. It's fantastic, you could say.
I use Netrunner art for Zoom backgrounds a lot. That is one that I don't think Work would let me use. That's an off-world office scored, though. That's pretty big.
Yep, money.
So that is just continuing to money up. Beth is going to be in the good for a while now. Drawing cards right now. So up to 7 in hand thanks to that Diesel and the Beth draw.
Cards is good for Pinsel, though. Well, except not these ones.
2 pad taps. Oh.
But mind you,
don't love seeing that.
No R&D poking. I don't know. Are you respecting another Formicary, or are you just saying I don't care about R&D because it's still open? You could be poking this at least once. I don't know.
And we have an install advance.
Yeah.
Probably threatening another Formicary.
Yep. That'd be pretty sick. So Formicary doesn't do as much when you don't have the Skunk Works down, so this honestly could just be saying, all right, I have a border control on the outside here. You sure you can get in?
Yeah, and that as well. That's a double advance, notably. So either Pinsel's looking to windmill something into the remote with a click remaining, or it's a 5-3.
Or it could be Atlas with 2 counters. Atlas with 2 counters gets you 2 audacities. That could just win this game.
That's fair.
Or actually, you don't even need 2 audacities. You get 1 audacity, and you get 1 hostile takeover, and that's the game.
So you go dirty laundry into the R&D. There we go. That's
taking. Yeah. So there we go. Poking R&D like you were talking about.
Yeah.
Getting some money off of dirty laundry.
Yeah. There we
Stargate coming down. That's going to do a little more than poke R&D. It's going to slap it.
Ooh, look at this. This is
wall-to-wall Rashida Spin Doctor. Trashing the Spin Doctor.
Gone. Preemptively dealing with the potential Stargate protection that Spin Doctor gives. Saying wall-to-wall and Rashida aren't that much. Or they're not that important. Just going to money up. Or I guess couldn't trash wall-to-wall. Yeah, didn't have quite enough money.
And it looks like Pinsel is thinking here.
Yeah. Makes me think it's Atlas a little bit more because just deciding how many counters do I want to get? Do I want to get counters? That's what this
notably
seems
if they have
I could be wrong.
Notably if they have Audacity in hand, they could get additional counters on this as well.
Oh yes.
Oh, that would be a 3 counter Atlas. That would be pretty sick.
Yep.
That'll get you the agenda, the Audacity, and the other agenda to win.
Absolutely. Probably just looking to see if they can weather the storm with Stargate, if that is indeed the case.
Yeah, and honestly, potentially this isn't even an Atlas. Potentially this is just deciding, do I need to ice R&D? The answer ends up being yes.
Oh, we have another advance on it.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's just slow cooking whatever this is, raising it very, very, very tenderly, very lovingly.
Like, of course, we don't know.
They do have the Formicaries, so they have the meat.
Yeah.
Very true.
Oh, no, the net.
Oh, no, they have the net. Arby's, we have the nets.
I'm just thinking, could this be a one-off clearinghouse? No, that would be a bit... Okay, we're
that
respecting...
would be spicy. That would be really spicy if it were a one-off clearinghouse. I'll believe it when I see it. Outer ice being border control, I'm seeing that statement in the chat. I fully believe that is a border control on the outside.
Dirty archives.
There's not enough money right now to challenge this remote on Lat's side, despite all of this bountiful drip being placed down. It's all doing a good job at not giving pad tap credits to the runner in these last couple turns. Well, never mind. The money's here. The money's here. The pad taps are not going to trigger this turn.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah. Wall to wall is going to gain a credit, which does trigger the pad taps. Forget that wall to wall does actually trigger 2 of them.
Oh,
it's an
Slow cooked.
And there's a windmill into the remote.
There we go.
And another ice on R&D.
Yeah, so slow cooking it means you get to immediately threaten another score, and you get to immediately toss an ice on R&D to continue shutting down this Stargate, which is really important as the game develops.
So notably, if that is an Atlas and Friden cannot get it, if there is an Audacity in hand, it can be an Atlas with 1 counter, and then all
It's
Pinsel has to
representing
do. Yep. All they have to do is the next turn take out a hostile, and they're good to go.
Yeah, as we frequently talk about, if you have the chance to present lethal, it often makes sense to present lethal, and this is certainly threatening that. Stone Ship Chart Room does come down, and is popped immediately. That digging.
Pinsel going, I don't even care if you have another credit. I'm just going to go fast. Or another click. I'm just going to go faster.
Yeah. So far, it seems to be working. Lat needs some tools, and so far, from what we can tell, it doesn't have them. Now, Into the Depths will help with that quite a bit. That's
it's a border control.
bit. So, Into the Depths is less likely to trigger than it typically would be.
So they can take out an SMC, but they do have to trash the Tapworm and the Stargate.
That is what we're going to see, though. Trash the SMC. Or, sorry, trash the Tapworm, get the SMC.
Oh,
Sorry,
they didn't
trash-
have to...
trash-
no,
trash the
sorry.
Stargate. Yeah, trash the Stargate, okay.
Just the
Trash
Stargate.
the Stargate, get the SMC, get the paperclip.
Stargate's 2, I forgot.
So paperclip can break this border control. Hyperbaric can break this Afshar. And the runner's face can break the Formicary.
But the thing is, if you end the run with the border control, Into the Depths doesn't fire, right?
That's correct.
We might see multiple Formicaries.
Very likely.
That is also correct. Another Formicary basically says you can't get into the server this turn because border control popping.
Yep. There we
go. Finding a 3-cost, that's Mavirus. Virus on R&D. Preventing from any real clot threats. Border control ends the run. Denying triple Into the Depths value. That's a lot of value that gets denied. Obviously, border
Probably
control
setting
is
up
a
an ASAP
very...
score.
Yeah. That's really threatening. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, because with Azief, you get to search up. If you trash Mavirus, you get to search up a 2-coster for free, which, 2-coster could be another Formicary potentially. So Formicary doesn't get the benefit of switching servers if it's rezzed.
Rashida.
Just a Rashida. So, face survives.
Friden on 1 card and 1 click remaining.
Mm-hmm.
This is
And only 2 credits. This is, we're used to these objects going very fast, but this is showing if you go fast enough, you also get to
Installing
really
the
tax
card.
Lad out. Symbol chip
Saying
is down.
you have to have it.
Yeah.
Clod in the bin.
Quad is in the bin. That's important.
Yep.
Wall to wall, continuing to advance some of this ice. Draw cards. We'll see if credits are gained here, because actually the 2 pad tap credits matter quite a bit, in theory. Yeah. Chooses not to gain a credit with wall to wall. Notably, wall to wall does say up to 3. You can choose 2. That's exactly what we saw here. So we have an
Another
install.
in the remote. So one of the things that
Mavirus gets popped, looking for a 2-cost.
Skunk
And
works.
also purchase virus counters. Just a Skunkworks, okay. Skunkworks works quite well with any theoretical Formicaries on the board right now.
Yeah.
One of the things to note with this
Trashes a
lat
pad
deck in this
tap.
position. Yeah.
Rude.
One of the things to note with the lat in this position is that because they have 0 cards in hand, you know that they do not have boat. not only that, they're on the 1 credit, so pinsel is safe to windmill something else into this remote later.
Right.
Wow.
I mean, very safe right now because to get through this server, you need 2 cards to take Formicary. You need a credit to get through Afshar, and you also need 2 clicks to get through Skunkworks. That is too many things you have to do in a turn to actually get out of the server. So whatever is in server 1 is getting its full value right now. Wall to wall, continuing to advance ice and draw cards. Let's see if we have a credit gain here. With 2 pad taps on the table, the credit gain is obviously not as bad for Pinsel, but it still might matter more to keep the runner poor. Yep, sure enough, we do actually see a credit. Okay, here's a seamless.
That's game.
Advance.
No,
that is Project Atlas. That is threatening lethal next turn by fetching hostile.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I believe there's multiple hostiles in the list. It would make sense. So if Frinid can't find all of them, then that's just game.
And crucially, 2 Simulchip are already in the bin. Plot threat is not live right now. Seems like a tough spot for Lad. On 6 credits, that does help. It's drawn twice.
I love the chat right now. Chat is awesome. But yeah, people are coming up with different wild ideas for what's on the list actually for the OB here, and I have no idea whatsoever. We're gonna see quite soon, because most likely on 6 points versus the 2 points on the runner side, all bets are on Pinsel, I would say right now. But well, 2 clicks to go. There's still hope, right? You can still magically get 5 points somehow. But how? That's the question.
I think it has to involve a mad dash into a food.
Yeah.
And it's going to be tough to get there. It's going to be very tough to get there.
And Formicary into Managram, that's just a really cool combo as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was really cool. We obviously saw it didn't actually stop the runner from getting in that turn.
Nope.
But it did say, okay, you have to take 4 net damage from my Formicaries. That puts you way down on cards. You have to pay extra clicks. You have to spend your whole turn doing it. Next turn, when I jam in this remote, there's nothing you can do about it. And we have an Into the Depths going into HQ.
Yep.
Afshar.
That's an Afshar. Oof.
Keep the runner low on credits.
Yeah, breakable but expensive.
Matters. So gonna lose 3 here from this Afshar, assuming you want to break, which you do. Into the Depths. What is Into the Depths going to fetch? Or is it going to gain credits? Or going to gain credits? That's an off-world office from HQ.
Off-world.
That's step 1. If there's a mad dash, this is potentially live.
Oh, jeez.
Pinsel just has to survive this one last click, but yeah,
That
you're
might
right.
be
Mad
easier said
dash.
than done.
The question is whether or not they're going to go after HQ or R&D.
Oh, doesn't have the mad dash, has to naturally find 3 points this click. That might not even be possible, depending on the list. And what are we going to see in HQ here?
Oh.
Atlas grabs the audacity.
Oh,
there's a food.
Wow, that could, like, if this was a mad dash into a food, that would have been game.
It could have been.
So wild.
Oh man. But instead
Pinsel
we
looks
have
like
the
he has the game, though.
install
Yeah, what a
audacity
game.
and
What a
advance
game.
above the law.
And
What
above the law to end it.
Game.
Probably
The boat
killing Beth.
is in space. It is above the
Wow.
law. You cannot stop it. That is game. Congratulations. Pinsel will make
Yeah.
the top 8.
We're jumping out of
Okay.
this, leaving the players
not
to it,
nice.
because we can still jump into the other game, which could be, for example, Hawklor versus Matuszczak, if you don't mind. Can somebody
Okay.
jump in and ask if we can stream them? That would be awesome. And then we can ask Koga to stream the other one if he manages. I'm just gonna type in that for Koga.
Yeah, just asking, getting
Yeah,
confirmation.
thank you so much.
This game is very close to the end, it looks like. We are on 3 points against 6.
Yeah.
Find the Truth is down. We're looking at R&D. We're just resolving it into the depths before we
Okay.
have confirmation. It's like,
So apparently Asger managed to eke out a win as well. Oh, sorry, not eke out.
this game is over, so
Okay.
we should see if the other one is available.
Okay, so let's take a look.
So
at-
Matuszczak did find the 7th point on an Into the Depths run into HQ, so congratulations there.
Oh, geez, this is almost over as well.
Oh. Well, let's go ahead and take a quick look. Did you already ask about streaming?
I did not, but this could be over before we get onto the stream. Huh? I'm just asking very quickly. Okay, we have
Okay.
one yes, and I guess it will be okay.
Okay, we are good though. Uh-oh. Yusengrid saying probably gonna curse the luck by observing.
Said the
It's the
person.
quantum screen. It's the quantum
Yeah.
stream factor.
No, but I mean, you know, your server 1 is 4 cards. You have 3 cards defending this. You have 6 points. I don't think we're going to curse anything here.
Yeah, Clown Car City Grid is already in effect, so.
Yeah.
Oh, did you guys switch games again?
Yeah, sorry,
Yes.
we're on Mortivor versus Isengrin.
I
Yeah,
look
'cause
away
'cause the other one
for
was end.
Sorry.
Yeah, the other one's over.
Games are fast here.
The other one's
Sorry.
over.
look away for 1 second.
Just don't look away. Don't blink.
Okay, so Yusengrin is violent level clearancing for some cards here.
That server 1 looking violent.
Very violent.
It's wider than it's actually tall, so it's yeah.
Having to think after drawing these cards with red level clearance, you never really like hearing that as the runner.
We're looking at a tapped out boat on the runner side, though.
Yeah, that's true. Boat with 0 counters on it currently. Aesop's Pawn
You
Shop
love to
with
see it.
daily casts 2 face downs. I think one of the most important things to note right now, Yusengrin on 6 agenda points, Mortivor on 2. So Mortivor has to really kick into gear and start finding some agendas. Only on 3 credits right now, but obviously will be dripping more. This is a bit of a tough spot. Yusengrin threatening pretty heavily here. So we have a 5th card installed in
Wow.
server 1, not over installed. It's just gonna sit there. And another ice on R&D.
Like
This
yeah.
certainly
Wow.
has to be threatening to win the game.
Absolutely, you would expect it. Like at a certain point, when you have enough upgrades in the remote, it's not worth installing more.
Yep.
But this is the thing. I mean, you are really showing respect to your opponent if they're on 3 credits, and Ngolo and no boat counters, and you're just saying, no, I really need to make sure that server 1 is something you will not get into at all. No way.
Notably bursting up to 8, though,
Oh yeah, true, fair enough.
with 4 clicks remaining.
Also drawing a card off of Reaver. As we saw, this is the Reaver Pawn Shop Woo list. You just have so many small synergies with all of your cards here. Notably, though, as you point out, boat on 0 counters. There's nothing you're doing with this boat right now unless you manage to charge it up farther.
Absolutely, and that's probably going to take too many clicks, so boat effectively you would think would be turned off.
Yeah, R&D not necessarily turned off though, because Ngolo naturally breaks magnet. So all you need is one ice that doesn't cost like 17 credits, and you're good to go on that front. We do have a rejig, so endurance.
Oh, that's big.
Okay, so that does actually trash the Reaver due to MU.
Yeah.
Because endurance is actually off the field, but importantly, the boat has 3 counters. This is a border control. Border control can stuff this Stargate.
This was a read. This was a read.
Yeah.
This was saying
seemingly a good read here.
Yeah, this was like I think you can. I've played you before. I think you can reinstall the endurance with more counters, so you're not gonna get that run with the Stargate. That's
as we've talked about earlier this tournament, you can in fact rejig your boat.
Yeah.
You can bounce that boat, reinstall it for free, get back up to 3 counters. Border control ends the run, not going to see the top 3 with Stargate. Mortivor, in a much tougher spot, has to try to find 5 points, because this is certainly threatening lethal in the remote. Which, okay, just gonna click through the last end cell.
Next activation command, not
next activation command?
Okay.
Okay, both players saying GG, so that looks like it is the agenda in server 1. Seamless launch. Seamless launch. And in advance, it was even the food to go the hard way. 9 agenda points scored.
What a game,
9 points.
What a game, though.
Man.
Huge congrats to both players, because we've seen them on stream before as well, and they've been doing a lot of interesting plays here. Wow.
Yeah, okay. Congrats to Yusengrin making the top 8 of these Continentals.
Yeah.
Slightly biased, obviously. Happy to see Jeff make it. Local player for me, so... trying not to let that color the commentary during the game, but very happy to see Yusengrin get through. Congratulations to Mortivor. That has been a fantastic run today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I don't think we will get the results reflected on Cobra in any way whatsoever, unless I'm missing something, but it's kind of hard to...
We will.
Oh, perfect.
So before doing the top cut, what you do is you drop the losers of the tiebreaker rounds, and then you cut to top 8.
Oh, perfect. Okay, so we're gonna see the top 8. Thank you so much for this. This is awesome. Like, we should have OP people all the time on all the streams. They should just be saying, "Oh yeah, of course I can do this. We have this technology."
It seems like all of the results are in that case for the tiebreakers.
Yeah. So let's just give some time for people to cool down, and we're not gonna have any interviews or anything like that whatsoever tonight, because first of all, 7 rounds of Netrunner plus a tiebreaker round. Second of all, you're gonna see those people tomorrow. Third of all, TugtetguT tomorrow, people. Like, what else are you going to expect? Tomorrow we're gonna meet back more or less around the same time to basically not really repeat the games, see the top people play games again with the same decks. I know, I'm sorry for that, but the top 8 cut is coming up slowly, and so you'll see how many lads are there in the top 8 cut. But here we are.
Yep.
Slowly getting there. But after 7 rounds, let's just take a look at the scores again, because there's actually quite a lot of interesting colors. There's purples, there's greens, of course. I'm really happy to see Mr. Buggles in there for the fact of, first of all, disclaimer here and total disclosure. Mr. Buggles is heading the translation team for all the cards at Nisei, so and not only the cards. And the volunteer translation team has been doing a lot of great work in a lot of different languages. And I'm happy to be a part of it as the Polish translator, so I'm really, really happy to be able to work on this, and the Polish community has been helping me a lot. But Mr. Buggles, apart from being a kick-ass translator and coordinator and a very helpful person to just make sure that everything works, apparently is quite good at Netrunner. I don't know, who would know? Like, who knew this? Like, you're translating the cards, okay, but you're also like, what? Like, you're good at the game? Well, why is this?
What?
easily doing a very... Yeah. Also, easily doing one of the hardest managerial jobs, probably hurting the most cats,
Yep.
Because the translation crew and roster of volunteers is large. Because remember, we do translate the game into like 8 different languages or something along those lines, and we're always adding more.
So here's something funny. I believe the natural top 8 is the final top 8.
Really?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, all of the higher seeds won their tiebreaker round.
Okay. Which is, I mean, fair enough.
I believe that's actually what happened in American Continentals too.
That happened in all the Continentals, actually.
That's very funny.
So notably, UK Slack saying that this should be the death knell of tiebreakers. Noted fans of not tiebreakers, not having tiebreakers, that is.
But it's exciting, right? And it does give you a chance, and I think they're fair, to be honest. Like, it's...
I would agree.
Yeah. It might be a bit hard on you if you've just played 7 rounds of Netrunner, fair enough. But, I mean, it's in the game, and imagine saying, oh yeah, I played this tournament, and there were 7 rounds, and then I won the tiebreaker, and I'm still in top 8 cut, and then I got to place in it. Like, no, it's really cool. Like, that's an achievement.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we're still waiting for the official results, right?
Oh, we know the results, right?
Okay,
we know
so
the results.
Then okay, let's just walk through this, and let's see who we're going to see tomorrow. And by the way, again, just to make sure that everybody knows this, all the players today, all the 90 people playing today, absolute smashing job. But the results are as follows. On the first place with 36 points and uncontested in any way whatsoever, we have Bridgman on the Superheavy Logistics and Lat. And Bridgman should also be mentioned as the person involved in Sokka's winning decks, or at least one of them, for the APAC championships. So I'm really curious to see if there's going to be a matchup between those two, because that will be quite interesting. But that's, of course, next week. Then we have Mr. Buggles on the surprising mix of Hoshiko Shiro representing Anarchs, but not the only Anarch in the top 8, mind you, and Personal Evolution. So all the fans of Damage should be happy to see Mr. Buggles perform tomorrow. Really curious to see that deck. I don't know. Do you think it's the same thing that, for example, lostgeek was on? We haven't seen that many games though, but do you think
we don't know? We don't know. At this point, we have no clue.
Exactly.
I would assume so. Mr. Buggles notably did not allow much streaming, so we don't really know the composition of the deck until we see the top 8 deck list.
Yeah, there has to be some spice in there. Then we have Kikai with Haas Bioroid Precision Design and Adam, and this is the top Adam in the cut and whatnot, and in the field, great stuff, and the top HB as well, so well done here. Very, very good runs here, well, basically curious to see both of those decks, especially Adam. It's always fun to watch, and there are more Adams, of course, notably Kahuita's Adam from the Americas Continentals. Number 4, we have Copper Bubbles on Sports Metal, so just going fast, and Lat, expect boats. Matuszczak, number 5 on Haas Bioroid's Architects of Tomorrow. This is a fun one, right? We have what?
Yeah.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4 different Haas Bioroids in the top cut.
They also have the highest strength of schedule in the cut here, so their day being particularly difficult, showing that either they or this Architects of Tomorrow have some major game.
Yeah. This is going to be quite interesting. I mean, a SOS of 4.0 plus is quite something in this field. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. And then we have Pinsel, who we just... I think Pinsel is basically, building the meta for 2023 without knowing it, but Super Heavy in Pinsel's hands, it's like a magic box. It's like David Copperfield performing tricks, and you're like, oh, what just happened? And that's basically it. Fornicaries, Managarms, what have you, loads of fun happening. Definitely the former world champion has some tricks ready for us to enjoy in the top cut tomorrow, and beyond that, maybe. Then we have TugtetguT, also known as Asger, on Asa Group, so this is representing HB a bit more again, and Hoshiko Shiro number 2. Notably, this Hoshiko Shiro actually scored more points than the other one. And Then the last one rounding off the top 8 is Sanguine Jeff, again representing the local meta for you. And also, in a way, the Nisei team as well. Oh, not the only one, as I said already. Like,
Yeah, not the only one.
Yeah, how many Nisei people do we have in there? Like, at least 2, right? Yeah, that's it, 2.
Yeah, 2.
In the top 8. So, Haas Bioroid, Precision Design, and Lat. So, no big surprises, but we did see some interesting changes in that deck, I believe. Like, there were some little tweaks, and this can be...
It was on multiple deep dives. It was on
Yeah.
SMCs. So definitely not the deck that we've been seeing all over the Continentals for the last couple weeks.
Exactly. So
Yeah, it does appear to be responding to threats that are coming out, notably the decks that are trying to go even faster than it, and that includes this op deck, which I am super excited to see more of if this is what Pinsel chooses to go on for Intercontinentals. And obviously we're going to see more in the cut. This deck is super interesting because it's not trying to do a combo chain or anything really cheeky with the ability. It's just using it to pour even more gas on the fire.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see this and all the above. And next week, I'm just repeating this just for people to mark their calendars and not miss that for anything else. If you're into Netrunner, for competitive Netrunner, there's going to be the top 12 players from all the different Continentals fighting for the Intercontinental Champion title. But tomorrow, those 8 you have here on the screen will have to prove who is worthy of the title of the Europe and Africa Champion for 2022 with a quite diverse field. You just discussed it, and yeah, we just discussed it. It's there. It's going to happen. It's going to be a top 8 cut. Really, really excited to see them tomorrow. But for now, I guess, I don't know. Do you have anything to plug? Do you have a podcast you would like to plug? Maybe? No?
Yeah, there's one. It's called the Slumscast. I don't know. I've listened to it 0 times, but it seems like I've heard people talk about it.
I've listened to a lot of them. They're kind of fun, but I don't know. I mean, I think like the people running it, they're kind of not sure of their own talents as Netrunner players, and that kind of makes me uneasy about it. But I believe they are actually better than they say they are. But I don't know.
It's my guess is the podcast is probably okay.
Yeah, maybe even the okayest.
Probably the okayest. Yep.
Yeah, that is the Slumscast. Go ahead and check it out. Just about anywhere that you can find podcasts, you can find the Slumscast. We can throw a link in chat, but if you Google Slumscast, you'll find it. It'll probably be the first result.
Absolutely.
Named, of course, lovingly after the Salset Slums card, one of the most confusing Netrunner cards ever printed.
And the target of one controversy between the U.S. and the European players.
Oh, quite a few controversies.
Only one?
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
I do have something to kind of lead us out on, unless you have more to say after.
No. By all means, this is all for you right now.
All right. So I want to give shout outs to the Nisei OP team and all of the people that volunteer for us. That's been some fantastic work over the Continental season. Some special shout outs to Aki, aka Navi, coming on to help us with the transition to Jeff Yasengrin being our online events coordinator. Just fantastic work by her, and also by Jeff helping run the other 2 Continentals as well. We had some additional volunteers too, so we had Thyke come in, we had Javi, we had NB Kelly. We had some other names that I'm forgetting, and I just want to thank all of them. It would not be possible without them. And I do like to tell a joke about tournaments, which is the players that show up do the hard part. And even though that is a bit of a joke, I do find it a little bit true. Putting together tournaments, especially big ones, isn't something that comes with no work. But the fact is, without the players coming to them, we would not be able to do this. And I really appreciate everybody that's still running 4 years after this game was supposed to be gone. Shout outs to all of you. You are fantastic, and I love you.
absolutely plus 1 million. I co-signed this. Thank you so much to you for sticking through all the rounds, through all the technical issues with me. Thanks to all the co-hosts earlier today as well, anarchomushroom and Ed. And yeah, we're not going far away, folks. In case you missed the simple fact of this being a 2-day event, we're gonna see you tomorrow. So huge thanks to all the organizers, all the people helping me out here with this, all the players playing this, because you made it happen, as you just heard Orbital Tangent say. And we're gonna see you tomorrow. Get ready for some fun. But until then, have a good time and always be running. Ciao.